My parents moved my golden brother into my condo and demanded that I support him again. I said no for the first time in my life. The shock in their voices said it all. What do you mean you're not helping him? The scream hit my phone so violently that I assumed someone was being murdered. Liam. They're calling the cops. Strangers are in your home. My brother screamed. I froze, not in terror, but in recognition. I knew exactly what he did. He'd used the emergency key to transfer himself and his girlfriend into the house I sold weeks ago, which he still thought belonged to the family. I did not stand. I did not panic. I just drank slowly and watched the sun set over the square. Because my family had not only crossed a line, they exploded something they did not understand. And the instant the police arrived, everything changed in ways that none of us could undo. When people ask where I'm from, I usually respond Seattle, although that's only partially accurate. I did not grow up in the city. I grew up inside a system that was designed long before I was born. My parents, Brian and Maggie, governed our home like a small, closely controlled corporation. There were roles, hierarchies, expectations, and tacit rules to be learnt the hard way. Jake, my younger brother, was the visionary and golden investment. I was the infrastructure, silent, solid, and dependable, with the responsibility of keeping things running smoothly. If Jake was the prodigy, I was proof that you could live off scraps. Even as a child, I was not treated as a son, but rather as an asset with predictable outcomes. I was not encouraged to dream. I was supposed to perform. My earliest memories of this dynamic were not dramatic. It was a rainy Tuesday. I was 10. Jake had shattered the neighbor's window while playing backyard baseball. He sobbed. Terrified. I moved forward and informed the neighbor that I had done it. It was not courage. It was a training session. When my parents arrived home and heard the narrative, they did not correct the falsehood. They did not defend me. They compensated me. Brian patted my shoulder, as if I were a devoted employee. Good day, guy. Liam. Taking responsibility develops character. But it had not developed character. It created a pattern. A pattern that followed me through all stages of life. By the time I reached high school, the distinction between Jake and myself was not subtle. It was institutionalized. On Jake's 17th birthday, they gifted him an almost new sports sedan with a large bow on top, similar to those shown in holiday ads. I watched him rev the engine, the neighbors cheer, and my parents smile as if they had just minted a prince. On my 17th birthday, I received a pamphlet with bus routes and a speech about financial freedom. Cars make children lazy. Brian remarked, "You'll thank us one day." I didn't, and they didn't mind. Jake breezed through school with private tutoring, summer enrichment programs, and workshops. My folks tossed money at him like confetti. They paid for everything, rent, meals, travel, and tuition, all to support his potential for me. They also supported my potential, but in a different way. They said that struggle made people stronger. They said that adversity creates resilience. They claimed that duty characterizes a man, so I worked at a grocery store, then a warehouse, and finally balancing 2 jobs while taking a full load of college classes. I slept 5 hours a night, drank horrible coffee, and trained myself to function under tiredness so intense that it felt like a second skin. And when I graduated early with honors, my parents did not rejoice. They praised its efficiency. Liam was really low maintenance. My mother told relatives. He handles everything himself. Translation. He costs us nothing. My grandfather, Henry, was the only person who truly saw me. Henry was not dramatic. He did not offer speeches or participate in family politics. He just paid attention. He'd sit with me on the porch, giving me a peaceful area to breathe. He'd slip me a few cash so I could treat myself. Despite being on a fixed income, when I told him about my first actual job offer, an entry-level UX position, he beamed with genuine pleasure that felt like sunlight. You are developing something for yourself, kid. He cautioned me, don't let anyone turn your work into their safety net. I didn't comprehend the advice at the time, but I remember it. Years later, it would be the sentence that rescued me. As my job progressed, the familial dynamic became more pronounced rather than less so. My salary increased, as did my skills and responsibilities, yet my parents' perception of me never changed. I was still infrastructure. So, after Jake smashed his car, guess who was supposed to assist pay the deductible? When he dropped out of college for the second time, guess who took up freelance work to help pay his rent? When my parents faced unforeseen bills, guess who they phoned first? before asking each other. It wasn't malicious, or at least not purposefully. It was a habitual entitlement. They relied on me in the same manner that others rely on electricity, without thinking about it until the lights went out. My job as a UX researcher forced me to look at my family through analytical eyes. I spent my days researching behavioral patterns, determining motivations, and building systems. So, one night, while staring at a spreadsheet of my own costs, I used the same lens to examine my life, and the reality became clear. I was not part of a family. I was involved in a dependence loop. Jake's failings were not accidental. They were supported. My parents' recklessness was not an issue. It was a strategy. And my loyalty was not noble. It was exploited. The more competent I grew, the more incompetent they let themselves be. They leaned into helplessness, knowing that I would catch the weight before it hit the earth. Henry would have recognized it immediately. But he had died in the previous winter. And with him went the only person who treated me as more than a tool. My parents did not inquire about my well-being on the day of his death. They asked whether I could handle the funeral logistics. Of course, I responded since it was my responsibility. But after his funeral, something changed inside of me. It wasn't anger. It was clarity. A silent understanding that the architecture in which I had lived had not been built with my approval. It was erected upon my back. So, when the Barcelona job offer arrived in my inbox, an opportunity to head a worldwide team, a promotion that would shift my entire trajectory, it should have felt like a celebration. Instead, my initial thought was, who will handle everything when I am gone? Who will resolve their issues? Who will handle their emergencies? That reaction scared me. It showed me how deep the hooks went. The reality was cruel, yet clear. My family was not steady because I was present. My family remained steady because I kept them there. If I left, they would not grow. They would collapse. And for the first time in my life, I allowed myself to ask, is that my responsibility? The guilt surged like a tsunami, but beneath that, buried under decades of training, there was something else. A spark, a flicker, the first sign of rebellion. The knowledge that I didn't owe them the structure of my life because they had never attempted to establish their own. And that's when I fully grasped Henry's warning. Sometimes walking away is the only way to reform a faulty system. If part 2 was the history, part 3 was the gradual, tightening, and deliberate pressure that you don't realize until you can't breathe anymore. My parents did not make loud demands. They requested them calmly, repeatedly, and with such grace that refusal felt wicked. It started with small favors. When Jake's latest employment ended because he didn't get along with management, my mother called me during my lunch break. "Sweetheart," she sighed, weaponizing fatigue. "Your brother's rent is due in 4 days. The landlord is being unreasonable. Could you please aid him until he settles in?" Just until? 2 words that ultimately cost me thousands. Then came the emergency. The day my father mistakenly missed a tax payment and requested me to wire a few $1,000s to avoid fines. When I suggested he set up automatic payments, he dismissed me. "Liam, please don't lecture me. Simply manage it. Handle it." My unofficial work title. Then there were familial obligations. Birthdays, holidays, and random midweek dinners where the bill was invariably tossed in my direction with a feigned grateful smile. Brian would chuckle afterwards. "You are the successful one. It's a tradition, son." Tradition in our house meant carrying weight that no one else wanted to lift. However, the turning point occurred discreetly, as did all of their machinations. It was Sunday, cloudy, and Seattle at its most predictable. I was at my condo, reading a product roadmap, when my father called, his voice filled with trained anxiety. "Jake's had a hard month," he said. "Your mother and I were hoping it would help him move out of that old flat. You have the space, Liam. He could stay in your guest room for a couple of months." While he spoke, I glanced at the windowsill, watching rain drip down the glass as if it were racing against my patience. "Dad, I work from home. I need the room." "Oh, come on. You will not even notice him." Yes, I would. I constantly noticed Jake since cleaning up after him had become second nature. I said no, and for the first time, I noticed a shift in my father's tone. Disappointment turned into accusation. "I hadn't realized you'd gotten so selfish." Selfish. The word struck harder than I cared to acknowledge. This was the first string pulled. Following that, expectations rose. "Can you cover Jake's auto repairs? He is delinquent on his phone bill. He needs groceries. He needs a loan. He is in need." He is in need. He is in need. Every request was accompanied by feelings of guilt. You will not let your brother starve. Will you? You know he is sensitive. You know he isn't as strong as you. Translation: your strength is our safety net, his weakness is your duty. At work, I led UX teams, presented insights, and created structures to make complicated systems functional. At home, I was supposed to do a single function. But the tightening did not end with money. It impacted my time, identity, and autonomy. My mother began showing up to my condo unexpectedly. She kept a key for emergencies, but she started using it anytime she wanted to chat. I'd arrive home to find her sorting my laundry, reorganizing my fridge, or sitting on my couch with a cup of tea. She'd say, "This place is too big for you alone. It feels like a waste. A waste. This is my sanctuary." My hard-earned calm was converted to a family asset on their mental ledger. When I broached the notion of traveling for employment, my parents exchanged stares as if I had recommended abandoning a newborn. "What about Jake?" my mother inquired. "How about family events?" my father added. "Who will be present if something happens?" There it came again, that subtle yet clear message. Your life isn't your own. You exist to support us. The Barcelona job offer should have been a lifeline. Instead, it created a new wave of pressure. When I casually mentioned it during supper, my mother's fork stopped in midair. "How much time will you spend in Barcelona? 1 year? Perhaps more." My father shook his head. Actually laughed. "You aren't serious." "I am, Liam," my mother said slowly, as if she were explaining fundamental math to a kid. "You cannot just leave. Your sibling needs you. We need you." Her tone was devoid of ambiguity, and she made no mention of my objectives, profession, or satisfaction. Just the notion that their needs trumped my own. That was the second string, and I felt it tighten around my throat. However, the third string, which crossed a moral line, appeared a week later. I realized Jake had used, not stolen, my credit card. He used it because the number had been autofilled from a previous purchase, and he didn't consider it a big problem. The fee was for a last-minute weekend trip to Vegas. When I approached my parents, expecting wrath, they said, "Well, he must have needed a break." "Liam, don't be dramatic. You can afford it." Something cracked in that moment. Not loudly or aggressively, but decisively. It wasn't only about crossing boundaries anymore. It was boundary erasure. They did not perceive any lines. They saw access. They did not see me. They saw utility. And the shame they had built over decades wrapped around me like a rope, drawing harder every time I tried to back away. But no one realized this. Every rope has a break point. And mine was approaching quickly. Because Barcelona was more than simply a job. It was the first door to open outwards rather than inwards. And I had already reached for the handle. The breaking point did not occur with a scream. It arrived with a smile. It was my last weekend in Seattle before moving to Barcelona. My flight was already booked. My suitcases were just half-packed. I'd spent weeks discreetly preparing for my departure, selling my property, shutting accounts, and transforming the last elements of my existence into a version that was truly mine. And then my folks invited me to one final family meal. An innocuous gesture on a normal Sunday. That is how betrayal always hides itself. Shrouded in habit. Their house smelled like it always did, citrus cleaner, and overcooked pot roast. Jake was already sitting at the table, reading through his phone and pretending to be bored so that someone else could entertain him. We sat down, plates clattered, and my mother poured wine around midway through the meal. My father cleared his throat with a ceremonial weight. "So," he said, glancing at me with feigned casualness, "your brother has been having a difficult time lately." I did not respond. I already knew where this was going. I just wasn't sure how far. My mother leaned across the table and touched my hand softly. "Sweetheart. I stiffened because you were going to leave your apartment empty for a while. We thought it made sense for Jake to stay there until he regained his momentum." I set down my fork. "Mom and Dad, I told you I needed that place to be untouched. I work from home and had already made accommodations." My dad interrupted me with a bright, almost happy wave of his hand. "Yes, the property management narrative. We knew, but we talked about it, and honestly," he leaned back, smiling with the comfortable confidence of someone giving the solution to a straightforward conundrum. "We've concluded it's best for the family if Jake stays there." And we've already helped move some items in. The room became silent. I felt something inside me slip silently, like a gear off its axis. You did as I requested. My mother's voice softened, flowing with the sweet reasoning I had grown up ingesting. Liam, it's just space. You rarely use it. Jake requires stability. You're being inflexible over something that shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. My home, my earned steadiness, my paid-for haven. Jake, I spoke slowly. Did you put your belongings in my condominium? He shrugged without looking up. Yeah. Mom and Dad said everything was okay. There it was. The line was crossed on purpose, not by accident. My parents exchanged a look, unified in their belief that this was unavoidable, natural, and how the family ecology should work. My needs were optional. Jake's needs were paramount. My father spread his hands. Liam, this is not about ownership, it's about taking responsibility. Your sibling requires a place, and you are in a position to help. It's time to stop thinking exclusively about yourself. Only about myself. The words exploded in my chest. After 29 years of swallowing, their thinking abruptly changed course. 29 years of programmed guilt broke like a dried twig. For the first time in my life, I did not feel insignificant. I felt empty. Where obligation once existed, there is now a clear, terrible nothingness. I stood up gently. No, I said, and the word felt like oxygen. My father frowned. No, I repeated. You do not get to decide what happens to my home. You are not allowed to volunteer my life for me. My mother's expression stiffened. You are overreacting. No, I replied again. You are overreaching. Jake scoffed. Dude. Calm. I turned to him, and he eventually looked up from his phone when he heard something fresh in my voice. Finality. This is the end. It wasn't loud. It was not emotional. It was a verdict. The table erupted. Voices arguing. Guilt is flying. Accusations fly like hail. However, none of it landed. The rope that had been holding me for decades had finally shattered. I left the house without looking back, the night air freezing against my skin. They believed they had manipulated me into a corner. They had no idea they had shoved me into an exit. And the next morning, when I discovered that they had not only transferred Jake's belongings into my condo, but also given him the emergency key, the decision became less emotional. It was inevitable. When I awoke the next morning, the Seattle sky was the usual washed-out gray. But something inside me felt sharper, cleaner, like frost growing on the edge of a razor. I checked my phone. There were 5 missed calls for voicemail. My mother sent me 3 long texts, and Jake sent me one photo of him lying on my living room couch, as if he were posing for a rental brochure. I did not respond. I did not react. Instead, I opened my laptop, went through my real estate agent's email chain, and reread the confirmation. The sale is concluded. The funds have cleared. Ownership was transferred. It was not symbolic. It was not dramatic. It was a legal fact. My condominium was not family property. It wasn't a communal space. It belonged to only the Coopers. That's when I felt relaxed. Not relief or triumph, but precision. The kind I used at work when a tricky situation became clear. My family had established a whole system around the premise that I would always bear the consequences. They relied on my instincts to fix, stabilize, and protect. So this time, I did something they never expected. I opted out gently and gradually, taking one controlled step at a time. The first thing I did was print all documents related to the sale deed transfer. Final inspection, time-stamped key handoff. I compiled them into a single PDF and emailed them to the Coopers. Subject: for your records, please notify me promptly if there is a problem. Ryan Cooper called 20 minutes later, his voice tense. There is an issue. Jake was screaming as he detailed what had happened. His girlfriend is asserting squatters' rights. My parents acted as if they had executive authority over things that they did not own. My hands didn't shake. My emphasis was surgical. Ryan. I spoke softly. Put me on speaker. I will handle everything. Quiet revenge does not require volume. It need clarification. It need distance. It requires the trust of someone who can observe the entire system from above. The police arrived 5 minutes later. I delivered the deed, the selling date, my confirmation, and formal permission for the Coopers to file charges if Jake refused to leave. And just like that, the first pillar of the old structure cracked. My family no longer had access. They could no longer modify the rules in the middle of the game. They no longer claimed ownership of a life that was not theirs. They had lost the resource. The next phase involved cutting off the supply. I got down with a cup of black coffee and launched my banking application. I had been secretly making automatic payments for years. Jake's overdraft fee. My folks received unexpected bills. The family phone plan, which I continued to pay for despite everyone pretending it was a mystery, was discontinued. I typed it all down one by one in a crisp, unemotional email. All financial support and access to my accounts have been revoked, effective immediately. If you require support, please contact your own service provider. Please do not contact me for money again. No signature, no apologies, only policy. Then came the hardest part, not emotionally but logistically. Creating the final severance email. I opened a blank document and formatted it in the same way that I would any important off-boarding correspondence at work. Clear expectations. Definitive boundaries. Non-negotiable terms. Subject is moving forward. Please do not enter my home under any circumstances. You may not utilize my name, property, or resources without my clear written authorization. Please do not engage me with Jake's finances, housing, or emergency. All keys, digital and physical, are now invalid. Any violation will result in legal repercussions. It wasn't vengeance. It was government. The kind I should have started years ago. I lingered over the submit button, expecting panic and guilt, but none arrived. Just a heightened sense of gravity, a shift, a transfer of power that I didn't really get until I pressed send and saw the screen confirm delivery. That's when another message arrived from someone who has never asked anything from me. Someone saw me even when no one else did. Mrs. Halpern, my grandfather's longtime friend who had known Henry for 30 years, had learned from a neighbor that I was leaving for Barcelona. She offered to meet for coffee before I went. We sat in her cluttered sunroom. The air was warm and filled with the subtle scent of ancient books. I heard things were difficult, she remarked. There will be no pushing or prying, they have always been problematic. I responded quietly. I finally stopped mistaking it for normal. She nodded slowly, and seriously. That is the true essence of growing up. Liam recognizes the difference between responsibility and servitude. I wasn't expecting the anguish in my chest. She stretched out and caressed my wrist softly. Henry would be proud of you. 6 words. And then I felt something shift inside me. The shame was not gone, but it was fading like fog in the sunlight. That was when I understood I hadn't simply reclaimed my life. I'd revised my part in it. As I walked away from her porch into the cool evening air, one reality became undeniably clear to me. Quiet revenge is not loud. It is not angry. The sound is that of a door closing behind you. And staying closed. The altercation did not occur in a living room or at a dining table. It happened at SeaTac Airport's departures terminal, which is fully built for movement. 5 weeks after the police ejected Jake from the Cooper's home, I flew back to Seattle for one final round of paperwork before permanently relocating to Barcelona. I tried to keep things quiet, but news spreads quickly and a family is addicted to access. They discovered out. Of course they did. My plane landed on a foggy afternoon. I retrieved my single carry-on. Everything else had already been delivered overseas and was en route to the curb, where my rideshare was waiting. But I did not make it to the exit. I spotted them before they noticed me. My parents, Brian and Maggie, stood stiffly beside the baggage claim carousel, flanked Jake like guardians. They did not appear upset. They seemed prepared. A tribunal is waiting for the defendant. I could have turned around, feigned not to notice them, and continued walking, but running had never been the purpose. This was the time when the system was structured to keep me from choosing myself above them. So I stepped right up to them. My father walked forward first, his eyes bright and his mouth hard. Liam, we need to chat. My mom crossed her arms. We won't allow you leave the country like this. Jake remained just behind them. Hands in pockets, staring at the floor like a child forced to confess for something he did not regret. I glanced at them intently. The fatigue, fury, and panic. They weren't losing me, they were losing control. What is it that you believe I owe you? I asked quietly. My mother exhaled through her nostrils, upset by my tone. You owe this family an explanation. You have embarrassed us. You have embarrassed your brother. You made enemies out of individuals who we need. People we need, not those they wronged. Brian stabbed a finger at my chest. Chris Thompson is canceling every contract he has with us. Do you know what that means? 12 years of business had passed, and you did nothing to stop it. There was nothing to stop. I said Jake had committed a crime. He made an error. My father spat. And you made things worse. There it was. The truth they'd been orbiting but couldn't face. They still believed my duty was to absorb the fallout they had generated. My mother's voice softened, indicating that manipulation was plan B. Liam. Honey. Jake requires assistance. He has been struggling. He is depressed. He has lost his job again. He's uncertain about his future. You're his bigger brother. You are intended to guide him. I held my face still. I am not his compass. I said, I am not anyone's safety net. My mother's face broke with disbelief. How can you say we're your family? Family does not imply servitude. Her eyes moistened. Not anguish, sadness, or offense. Jake eventually looked up. You could have just told us what you were intending, he murmured. You didn't have to surprise everyone. I didn't surprise you, I said. I established a life. I told you that I needed boundaries. And all of you ignored it. He scoffed behind his breath. You are such a martyr. A gradual flood of heat entered my chest. Nor anger, nor even resentment. Clarity. Do you know what you did? I asked him. You broke into a person's home. You lied. You dragged mom and dad into a situation they were unprepared for. And then the repercussions occurred. You hid behind them, like a child. I was told I could be there, he snapped. That was when the final piece connected for me. He truly believed it because they had raised him to do so. Before I could react, a voice broke through the tension behind us. Liam. I turned. Chris Thompson stood there. Coat thrown over one arm, suitcase rolling behind him, and a paperwork tucked under his hand. His countenance was a combination of surprise and sternness. My parents tensed as if they had been shocked with electricity. Chris. My father replied, his voice suddenly bright and cheerful, as if he hadn't spent 2 weeks trash-talking the man in private. We're so delighted we ran across you. We've been trying. Chris raised his hand, abruptly stopping him. Mr. Sullivan, I am not here to talk to you. He turned to face me. Liam, do you have a minute? The air shifted, causing a visible tilt in the second power balance. I nodded. Of course. We stepped a few feet away, close enough for my family to hear, but far enough to keep them out. Chris pulled out the folder. I brought copies of the police report and the responding officer's certified statements. I wanted to deliver them to you personally. My mother blanched. You have filed a police report against our son. Chris did not even look at her. Your youngster pushed his way into my home, he stated clearly. Your family disputed that the deal occurred. And your son would not leave until law enforcement arrived. Yes. I submitted a report. Jake's face turned red. That is overblown. No. Chris replied, turning frigid. That is generous. My father came forward. Christopher, please. We've been working together for several years. This is something we can fix. Liam behaved emotionally. It has nothing to do with Liam. Chris cut in. He turned to face me. I respect the way you handled it. Quiet, professional, and direct. I wish more people were as clear. That sentence astonished my parents. Chris hesitated, carefully considering his next words. Liam, I understand that your position with your family has been challenging. If you need help with restraining orders, asset protection, or border enforcement, my firm's legal staff is ready to assist. I blinked. Why would you do that? I asked. Because you did everything right, he replied simply. And they did everything wrong. Behind me, my mother's voice broke. This is insane. He's our son. But Chris added calmly. You treat him like property. Silence fell over the terminal. My dad's shoulders slumped. His voice was abruptly rough. Liam, we need you. If we lose Pinnacle, the firm collapses. I didn't say anything because they weren't demanding for the first time. They begged. Liam. Please. My mother whispered. Help us. My voice came out level and grounded. I'm not saving you. I said quietly. Not again. Not ever. You're abandoning your family. My dad choked. No, I corrected. I'm enforcing a boundary. There's a difference. My mother reached forward, grabbing my wrist with cold fingers. You can't walk away from us. I gently removed her hand, as I had already done. They stared at me, not in anger this time, but in disbelief and recognition. Their system, which they had spent decades building, was collapsing. Not because I destroyed it, but because I stepped out of it. I turned to Chris, shook his hand, thanked him, and walked out. Behind me, my father whispered, his voice shaking, "What do we do now?" And for the first time in my life, the answer wasn't mine to give. I stepped through the sliding airport doors and into the cool, open air, experiencing something I'd never felt so deeply before. 6 months later, Barcelona feels more like the first chapter I ever wrote for myself than a new one. My family's silence hasn't echoed. It's vanished. There are no late-night crisis calls, no guilt-soaked voicemails, no demands disguised as emergencies, just quiet. A quiet I didn't know was possible in professional circles. Brian's firm downsized, contracts froze, bonuses vanished, and the emergency fund they always claimed they didn't have was gone. Pinnacle didn't just close their account, they explained why in carefully worded corporate jargon. Jake, for the first time in his life, got a job that required him to show up, a receptionist at a small auto shop. He's now paying his own bills, late, imperfectly, but independently. Without my money, without my steady hand to hold their lives together, reality has arrived. And my parents have stopped offering him shortcuts, because they can't afford to give them. This isn't schadenfreude, it's proof that the vacuum of competence worked exactly as it was always supposed to work. When you remove the person who does everything, everyone else learns what everything actually requires. As for me, my rebirth isn't dramatic, it's quiet, steady, and foundational. Mornings in Alhama, sipping espresso as the city awakens beneath terracotta rooftops. Evenings walking along the waterfront, letting the Atlantic breeze wipe the remnants of my old life off my skin. Weekends spent exploring places I never thought I'd see because I was too busy carrying people who never learned to walk. I'm alone. Yes, but solitude isn't the absence of love, it's the presence of freedom. And for the first time, freedom fits me perfectly. If this story resonated with you, even in a small, quiet way, take a moment to honor that. Choosing yourself isn't selfish, it's survival. If you felt seen, understood, or simply less alone, please like this video and subscribe to our community. We share stories for the people who carry everyone else, the ones who deserve space to finally breathe. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from and if you've ever walked away to save yourself. Your voice matters here. This story is fictional and created for entertainment purposes only. It does not provide legal, financial, or psychological advice. Real-life conflicts should be handled by competent specialists. Any resemblance to actual individuals or events is coincidental. Kicked out at 18 with nothing but a trash bag in a blizzard. Pregnant and homeless. 19 years later, my parents came after my son's $6 trust fund. I smirked at the judge and dropped the bomb. Your real grandson died the night you kicked me out. My name is Charlotte. Today, I'm a 35-year-old lady in a fitted jacket managing a portfolio of downtown Chicago boutique hotels. You'd see my piercing eyes, forceful handshake, and exit check as I enter a room. You might believe I was born confident. You're wrong. My identity was created in a specific fire or ice. It began 19 years ago, in a Lake Forest Estates expansive bathroom. I was 18. My parents' Georgian mansion's storm windows rattled from Lake Michigan's wind. I stared at a plastic stick that would damage my life inside. 2 pink lines. Blinking. I hoped the second line was a smear, mistake, or hallucination. It wasn't. I sat on the chilly tile floor for an hour. My parents, Victor and Vivienne, were downstairs. Crystal clinking and TV noise were audible. Watching financial news. That was their faith. In my household, wealth, status, and reputation were the Holy Trinity. I was their prized only child. I was now a liability. Walked downstairs. Legs felt leaden. Library doors were open. My father, Victor, studied a prospectus in his leather wingback chair. My mother Vivienne was arranging flowers that cost more than most car payments. Mom, Dad, my voice broke. Not looking up, Victor. What is it, Charlotte? We're busy. I have something to tell you. Vivienne paused, holding a white lily. She felt it. Moms always know when perfection is about to break. She questioned, what did you do? No worries in her tone. An accusation. Holding out the test. shaking so intensely, I almost dropped my hand. Vivienne took. She looked at it like I gave her a dead rat. She didn't yell. She didn't cry. She gave it to my dad. Victor donned reading glasses. First he looked at the stick. Then me. His face blanked. The expression he used when a stock fell. He removed his glasses and placed them on the mahogany desk. He asked, "Who is the father?" His voice was terrifyingly calm. "Cameron," I whispered. "The Miller boy?" Victor nodded. "Well, that's unfortunate. His father is on the board of the country club. This will be messy. Dad. I'm scared," I whispered, stepping forward, anxious for a hug, reassurance, and parenting. Victor raised a hand. "Stop. You are not a child anymore, Charlotte. You are a problem, and in this house, we eliminate problems." "What do you mean?" "Say, get out," he said. I froze. "What?" "You heard him," Vivienne remarked, returning to her flowers. Her aggressive stem cutting was precise. "We have a reputation to uphold. The gala is in 3 weeks. I will not have a pregnant teenage daughter waddling around, ruining everything we've built. You are a disgrace." "But it's snowing," I mumbled. "It's a blizzard. Where will I go?" "That's not our issue," Victor added. He rose, passed me, and opened the front door. Snow flew into the hallway as the wind shrieked. He took a black heavy-duty trash bag from the closet and threw it at my feet. "You have 10 minutes to fill that. Do not take the luggage. Luggage is for family. You are a trespasser." I regarded my mother. "Mom, please." She didn't look. 10 minutes, Charlotte. Or I call the police." I cried and threw sweaters and jeans in the trash upstairs. I took my coat, scarf, and $350 from my allowance. I returned downstairs to find Victor examining his watch near the open door. "You're drafting," he said. Walked onto the porch. Cold struck me physically. "One last turn," I said. "I'm your daughter." Barely audible above the wind. "No." Victor reached for the handle. "You were an investment that failed." Slammed the door. Sound resonated in my bones. I stared at the big oak door, waiting for them to open it and say it was a horrible lesson to let me back in. A porch light flickered and went out. They turned out the light. I turned around and dragged my garbage bag through snow in the dark. When I was 18, pregnant, and homeless, I had no idea the worst was coming. The Boy Who Folded Part 2. About 750 words. Walking to the petrol station took 45 minutes. Within the first mile, my candle sneakers were wet in knee-deep snow. I had scorching, numb toes. My palm covered my tummy, hiding the small life inside me from the wind, whispering, "It's okay. We'll be okay." I arrived at the petrol station shivering so hard my teeth were clacking. A bored teenager attendant gazed at me but didn't say anything. I used the payphone. Before everyone had a smartphone, this was 19 years ago. My parents disconnected my cumbersome cell phone 10 minutes after I left. I spent coins. I called Cameron. Cameron Miller, the soccer captain, swore he loved me in his car 2 months earlier. He caught on the second ring. I said, "Hello, Cameron." "It's me." Fighting tears. "They kicked me out." "My parents, they kicked me out." The other end is silent. "Cameron, are you there?" "I'm at the Shell station on Wagon Road. It's freezing. Can you come get me or can I come to your house just for tonight?" He said Charlotte? Softly. "My mom. She found the text messages. She knows." I said. "Okay. So she knows. Hopeful. Does that mean I can come over? We can figure this out together, right?" "No." He responded. "Charlotte, you can't come here. My dad is freaking out. He says this could ruin my chances at Stanford. He says, if I see you." He's cutting me off. Feeling blood drain from my face. "Cameron, I am homeless. I am standing in a blizzard. I am carrying your baby. I can't." He stuttered. "Look, maybe you should just go to a shelter or something." "I'm sorry, Mel. I really am. Please. Cameron." He hung up. I stared at the receiver, listening to the dial tone drone. The sound was my safety net breaking. My call went to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I sunk to the phone booth's filth. Nowhere had I felt so alone. The realization hit me hard. Love for my parents and Cameron was conditional. Transaction. Nothing was left to trade. I spent my change on water and pretzels. I left into the darkness when the attendant instructed me not to loiter. Unable to stay in Lake Forest. This police knew my father. They wouldn't aid me if found. To avoid embarrassing my father, they would probably drive me to the county boundary and dump me. I walked to train station. I waited 3 hours for the late city train. I arrived in Chicago around 3 a.m. City cold was distinct. Wind blew between towers like it was looking for victims. Behind a bakery, I spotted a ventilation grate. I only survived because of the warm yeast and sugar-scented air. I huddled on my garbage bag, pulling my coat tight. Wasn't asleep. I watched the rats run along the wall and hoped for grief. The next 3 days were hell. The world doesn't pity a street corner teenage girl, I realized quickly. It suspects or preys on her. Sleeping with one eye open became my habit. Which public restrooms were safe and which were traps I learned. My body was failing. I ate too little. I was consumed by tension. On night 4, it plummeted 7 degrees below zero. I shivered so fiercely behind the bakery that my muscles spasmed. Pain ensued. It was a strange cramp. The pain was severe and tearing in my abdomen. I clutched my stomach, gasping, like something was ripping apart inside me. No. I muttered. No. Please not this. My legs gave out as I stood to get help. I fell on icy pavement. Pain came in waves, blinding and burning against the cold. Wetness spread in my jeans. A warm, sticky mess. I yelled raspily. The world spun. The city lights blurred into neon stripes. I'm dying. I knew. I would die alone in an alley. Just more junk my parents threw aside. Before the darkness overwhelmed me, I saw costly leather boots stop in front of me. A stern but friendly woman's voice followed. Oh, you poor thing. Henry, get the car now. I smelled lavender and antiseptic in the morning. For a moment, I assumed I was in my Lake Forest bedroom. Last week was hell. My body screamed when I moved. Every lower belly muscle throbbed hollowly and dully. Opened eyes. The room had pale yellow walls. Not quite a hospital room. A guest bedroom turned clinic, it looked. My arm had an IV drip. A woman read a book in a window chair. She looked attractive in her 60 seconds, with silver hair trimmed into a crisp haircut. Her cashmere sweater probably cost more than my life. Her name was Isabel. You're awake, she remarked, closing her book. I recognized her alley voice. Don't try to sit up. You've lost a lot of blood. I croaked. Where am I? Sandpaper-like throat. You are in my guest house, she said. I own the bakery you were sleeping behind. My dog Henry found you. Or rather, he refused to stop barking until I looked behind the dumpster. I muttered. The baby. My hand reflexively reaching my tummy. It felt lighter and emptier. Is the baby okay? Isabel's expression relaxed. First time I saw her steel eyes melt somewhat. She rose and took my hand as she approached the bed. Dry and warm, her hand. Charlotte, she said. Because she checked my backpack, she knew my name. The doctor was here. You had a severe miscarriage. It was incomplete. He had to perform a procedure to save your life. You lost too much blood. And with the hypothermia and the malnutrition, she didn't finish. She needn't. The room was suffocatingly quiet. No, I sobbed. Raw, nasty sobs escaped my chest. No. 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 I am sorry. Isabel squeezed my hand. It's my fault. I sobbed. I couldn't keep him warm. I couldn't protect him. Stop that. Isabel insisted. This is not your fault. This is the fault of the people who put a child on the street in the middle of winter. Who are they? Charlotte. I was speechless. All I did was curl up and hold myself. The infant I never held made me cry. I wept for Max, my chosen name. I mourned the stolen future. My tears dried up into a dry, hacking cough. Isabel stayed with me throughout. She didn't hushy me. She allowed me to mourn. She talked again while I was quiet, staring at the ceiling with blazing eyes. The doctor reported complications. She remarked gently. The damage to your uterus was significant. He doesn't think you will be able to carry a child to term in the future. The second strike hit the first bruise. I lost my motherhood at 18. I felt hollow, a shell. I looked at her and asked, "Why did you save me? You should have let me die." Isabel's intensity worried me because I saw your face in that alley. You weren't waiting to die. You were fighting. Even when you were unconscious, your hands were fists. I like fighters. I have nothing, I said. My parents kicked me out. The father of the baby abandoned me. I have $350 and a trash bag of clothes. You have rage, Isabel replied. And rage is a powerful fuel if you know how to refine it. She walked to the window to see the white garden. I have a proposition for you. You can stay here. You can heal. I will feed you, clothe you, and educate you. But nothing is free. You will work for me. You will learn my business. I own 6 boutique hotels in this city, and I am tired of being surrounded by incompetent yes men. I asked, why? Because I have no children, Isabel remarked, turning to me. And you have no parents. We are a matching set of broken things. But I believe we can make something formidable out of the pieces. She returned to bed and glanced at me. Crying time is over, Charlotte. Revenge costs money. If you want to make them pay for what they did, you need to get up, get smart, and get rich. Do we have a deal? I glanced at this cashmere angel who spoke like a general. I considered Victor closing the door. Cameron hanging up the phone crossed my mind. I worried about my infant freezing at night. Wiped my face. Sat up, wincing in discomfort. Eye contact with Isabel. Teach me, I said. The next 5 years were exhausting and educational. Isabel opposed handouts. She supported boot camp. She employed me when I could walk without wincing. My first job was cleaning her sterling flagship hotel. I scrubbed toilets, changed beds, and discovered that invisible people saw everything. I discovered visitors cheating on their marriages, business people lying about their riches, and how a carelessly left receipt may ruin a marriage. Information is currency, Isabel said over dinner. Her dining room had a chandelier that cost more than my parents' car. Always know more than the person across the table. I went from housekeeping to front desk to accounting. Isabel taught me balance sheet reading till the numbers danced in my sleep. She showed me how to recognize vendor invoice fraud. She funded my GED, night classes, and business administration. I avoided parties. Not dated. Did work. Was studying. Like a blade, I honed. At 20, my emptiness returned. Now I had money. Though safe, my apartment's silence was deafening. Unable to have kids. The doctor was right. I had a mother's heart and a desolate chest. I found Miles then. Isabel was connected everywhere, including foster care. She told me of a 4-year-old boy who moved 3 times. He was troublesome, report said. Silent. Vigilant. I met him. He focused on stacking blocks in a noisy playroom corner. He had unkempt dark hair and old-looking eyes. I felt like he looked. So I sat close to him. I didn't patronize him. I gave him a block. He inspected me. The block was taken. Together, we erected a tower. He didn't cry when it dropped. He stared at me, waiting for me to depart. We can build higher, I said. He nodded. As a single 20-year-old, Isabel facilitated the adoption procedure, which was difficult. She hired top lawyers. Miles didn't speak for a month after I brought him home. But one thunderstorm night, he got into my bed and cuddled up against my back. For the first time since the alley, I warmed up holding his small hand. I raised him differently. I told him everything. Just like Isabel, I taught him. He understood the stock market at 10. By 12, he coded. He was frighteningly sharp, talented, and fiercely protective of me. He understood my secrets and terrible past, but he never pressed. Was a team. Us versus world. Isabel died last year. So she left me everything. Hotel, bakery, mansion, riches. I also received a letter. It was short. Prepared, Charlotte. You built the fortress. Choose what to do with the wolves outside the fence. You're my V. I buried her next to the empty plot I bought for my unborn son Max. I held Miles's hand amid the rain. Miles was 16 and taller than me, with a supercomputer mind. What now, Mom? I inspected the tombstones. I stared at the distant metropolitan skyline. That city was where my parents lived their lie. Cameron remained outside. They forgot me. They assumed I was dead or broken. Now, I continued. We hunt. Here we are today. I was expelled 19 years ago. I'm 35. Miles is 18. We sat in my 45th floor office overlooking the Chicago River. The office was modern, glass, and steel. Everything my parents' house wasn't. The patent is approved. Miles spun his laptop. And the acquisition offer from TechStream just came in. I viewed the screen, beautiful $6 million. Miles constructed predictive hotel logistics software while watching me work. Absolutely brilliant. A trust would hold the money because he was a juvenile. $6 million. I whispered. You're a rich man, Miles. We're rich, he said. His eyes were piercing on me. So, is it time? I approached the window. Miles was 15 when I told him everything. I informed him about the blizzard, garbage bag, and misplaced baby. His grandparents would detest him since he wasn't their blood, I warned him. I didn't poison him. I told him truth. Drawing his own judgments. Yes, I answered. It's time. But we have to do this right. They are narcissists. Miles. If they see me successful, they will be jealous. But if they see you successful and me as a weak, incompetent mother, they will see an opportunity. Miles remarked. They'll want to save me. With a grim grin. And by save, they mean control the money. Exactly. We need to look like prey. I can play the part. Miles. Socially awkward genius, naive, desperate for family connection. And I'll be the frazzled single mom who is in over her head. I add, we need to lure them out. We need them to commit to the lie on public record. Return to him. Are you sure you want to do this? It's going to be ugly. They will say terrible things about me. They might say terrible things to you. Miles shut his laptop. He rose and approached me. He now outgrew me by a head. His hands were on my shoulders. Mom, continued, they left you to die in the snow. They killed my brother. I don't just want to sue them. I want to destroy them. I grinned. It was a bad smile. Isabel smiled at me in the hospital years earlier. Okay. I said. Let's send the invitation. Please like and subscribe if you appreciate the narrative and want to see how this revenge scheme goes. Comment here with your watching city. Helps the video reach more people. Many thanks. Make sure the wolves caught the smell first. My parents avoided gossip blogs. They read Financial Times and Crane's Chicago Business. We had to poison their hunting grounds. I called Grace. My marketing director was Grace, a nice fiction. Grace was a cyber assassin. She may ruin or build a reputation in 24 hours. I need a feature, I said. Focus on Miles, the 18-year-old prodigy. The $6 million exit. But here's the spin. Highlight the lack of paternal guidance. Paint a picture of a brilliant boy raised by a mother who is struggling to manage the magnitude of his success. Grace raised eyebrows. You want me to make you look incompetent? Boss, you're the most competent person I know. It's a honeypot. Sloan, just do it. 3 days later, the article appeared. Perfect headline. Team Tech secures $6 million deal. But who is holding the keys? Was superbly shaded. It complimented Miles's intelligence but quoted unidentified insiders doubting whether his mother, a mysterious woman with no university degree, could manage such a sophisticated trust fund. Miles had never met his father and wanted guidance. I knew Dad. He put up Google alerts for Chicago riches and new money. He'd notice. I checked email in my office. My heart raced with adrenaline. Not terror. It was like waiting in a deer stand for the buck to enter the clearing. Miles asked. Do you think they'll bite? His leg was hopping while he did homework on the couch, seeming bored. They're sharks, Miles, I said. They don't think, they just smell blood. It took under 6 hours. The email arrived around 4:15 p.m. Reconnecting, Felix from Lydia.Norton@NortonHoldings.com. I glanced at my mother, Lydia. Her name never appeared in my inbox. I opened. Dearest Charlotte, your father and I were stunned to read the news about your son, Miles. We had no idea you were still in the city. Time has a way of slipping away, doesn't it? We have reflected often on the unfortunate circumstances of your departure. Perhaps we were harsh. We protected the family, although we may have been rigid. We want to meet Miles. This young man sounds great. He clearly inherited the Norton family's commercial aptitude. We should eat for the boy. He should know his roots. Love. Mom. Reading aloud to Miles. He snorted. Dearest Charlotte, unfortunate circumstances. They kicked you out in a blizzard. Notice the wording, I replied, pointing at the screen. Takes after the Norton side. They are already claiming credit for your brains and for the sake of the boy. That translates to, we want to get our claws into him. Are you going to reply? Not yet. I responded. We have to let them sweat and we have to wait for the second rat. A second rat arrived via Instagram DM the next morning. Ethan Miller. Real estate. Hey Mel. Long time. I saw the news about your daughter. Wow. I know we broke up weirdly, but I've never stopped thinking about you. If Miles is mine, I should be involved. Every boy needs his dad. Let's grab coffee. Things ended weirdly, I said, shaking my head. He hung up on me while I was freezing to death. Replied to both after waiting a day. I typed frantically. A desperate tone to Vivian. Mom. I don't know what to say. It's been so hard doing this alone. Miles is a handful in this money. It's scary. I don't know who to trust. Maybe seeing you would be good to Ethan. Ethan, I'm so confused right now. But maybe you're right. Miles needs a father figure. He's so lost. My messages went out. Arm trap. We met at the Gilded Chop, a costly, greasy steakhouse. I dressed well. The outfit I wore was slightly out of style, and I styled my hair myself, leaving flyaways. I wanted to appear desperate and unsteady. Miles looked fragile and boyish in a one-size-too-large suit. He pushed his glasses up his nose. He asked, "Showtime?" I asked, "Showtime?" Walked in. Victor and Vivienne were in a corner booth. Looked older. Victor's hair was white, and Vivienne's face was excessively tight from multiple facelifts. Next to them sat Ethan. His college athlete days were gone, replaced with the soft puffiness of a craft beer addict. After seeing us, Vivienne stood up and gasped theatrically. Charlotte, look at you. She hugged me. Like cuddling a mannequin. She reeked of pricey gin and judgment. And this must be Miles. Victor stood and extended a hand. Miles' face was ignored. He examined Miles's pricey watch. A pleasure. Son. Miles said. Hi. Glancing at his sneakers. I've heard a lot about you. Ethan answered. All good, I hope, approaching with a greasy smile. Hey, buddy. I'm Ethan, an old friend of your mom's. We sat. The evening was a manipulation masterclass. So, $6 million, Victor cut his steak. That's a significant responsibility for an 18-year-old. And for you, Charlotte? How are you structuring the tax liability? I don't know. I sputtered, drinking water. It's all so complicated. I was thinking of just putting it in a savings account. Victor recoiled. A savings account? Good God. Charlotte. Inflation will eat you alive. You need a diversified portfolio. Trusts, offshore entities. We could help, Vivian said effortlessly, touching my arm. Your father is a wizard with these things. We could set up a family trust, keep the money safe. For Miles. And you know, Ethan said, leaning toward Miles, money is nice, but you need manhood leadership. I can help with Miles, sports, females, and networking. Eyes wide, Miles looked up. Really? You do that? I've never had a dad to teach me stuff. Of course. Ethan exhaled. That's what family is for. I watched. Almost salivating. No one inquired about my life. No one asked how I survived winter. No one asked Miles's hobbies. A checkbook with legs was seen. I just want what's best for him, I said, crying. I feel so overwhelmed. Shush, Vivian said. We're here now. We'll take care of everything. We just need to make it official. Official? Legal guardianship, Victor said. Just for the financial side, to protect the boy. I masked my grin by looking down. Okay, send me the papers. 2 days later, The courier came at my suburban 3-bedroom rented house, which I was utilizing as a stage. I authorized the envelope. The manuscript was thick enough to suffocate a horse. Agreement on Norton Family Trust. I brought it to my real office, where Harrison, my lawyer, was. Harrison, a shark in a 3-piece suit, 8 other lawyers for breakfast. Read it to me, I said, making coffee. Harrison flicked over the pages, laughing darkly. It's bold. I'll give them that. Clause 4. Until Miles turns 25. Victor Norton is Miles's sole trustee. Charlotte Norton relinquishes control over Miles's education and home in Clause 7. Clause 12. 6% annual trustee administrative fees. 6%. I giggle. He wants to charge his grandson to steal his money. It gets better. Harrison added. There's a separate filing here from Mr. Ethan Miller. He's petitioning for a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity. He wants to be listed on the birth certificate. He thinks he can just sign a paper and become a dad. If you agree to it. Yes. And if he's the legal father, he gets a say in custody and financial management. Answering the phone. I called Victor. Saying hello, Dad, Charlotte, he said. Did you sign the papers? I can have the notary come to you. I read them, I said. I can't sign this, Dad. It gives you total control. It's my son's money. The tone changed abruptly. The warm grandfatherly voice left. Cold corporate monster returned. Charlotte. Don't be dumb. Victor growled. You are a high school dropout who got lucky. You don't know how to manage this wealth. You will ruin that boy. Sign the papers or we will take steps. What kind of steps? We will petition the court, Vivian said over the speakerphone. She listened in. We will sue for grandparent visitation rights. We will prove you are unfit. We will tell the court about your history, running away, living on the streets. No judge will leave a millionaire minor in the hands of an unstable woman. And I'm filing for paternity. Ethan yelled. They were together. I'm his father. I have rights. I shakily asked, You're threatening to sue me? We are doing what is necessary. Victor stated. We have the lawyers. Charlotte. We have the money. You can't fight us. Just sign. I need to think. I murmured, hanging up. I regarded Harrison. They took the bait. Harrison knuckled. Let them file. Once it's in the court system, it's public record. They can't walk it back. I got the lawsuit a week later. A fiction masterpiece. Plaintiffs Victor and Vivian Norton. Ethan Miller intervenes. Charlotte Norton, defendant. My disappearance with the child denied him his inheritance. According to the complaint, it said I was aggressive and unstable. It demanded quick grandparent visits and a paternity test for custody trace rights to access a child they had never met's bank account. They sued. I showed Miles. He read quietly. His face was firm. They say you fled. Miles remarked. They say you fled. History is written by the people with the most expensive lawyers. I add. Usually. Ethan recalls my conception night. In his voice, Miles heard disdain. He says he always wanted to be a father, but I kept him away. He's lying under oath, I responded. Perjury. Are we ready? Miles inquired. We need one more thing, I added. I need you to go to the safe deposit box. Get the blue folder. The one I told you never to open until today. Miles nods. He knew what was within. It was ammunition. The next 3 weeks were preparation. We declined their settlement proposals. We pretended to struggle in fear. Victor's voicemails alternated between bribes. We'll buy you a condo if you sign. And threatening. We'll leave you with nothing. I preserved them all. The court date was a November rainy Tuesday. Got up early. I didn't dress like a stressed single parent today. I wore my armor, a navy suit, 4-inch heels, and real diamond studs. Miles wore his nicest suit. He seemed youthful CEO. As I adjusted his tie, I asked, nervous? No. He responded. I'm angry. Good. Hold on to that, but don't show it until the right moment. We took my black S-Class Mercedes, which I typically kept in the garage when playing the poor, to the courthouse. Today we arrived in style. We climbed the steps and I spotted them. A squad of lawyers approached Victor, Vivienne, and Ethan near the door. They appeared arrogant. When they saw us, they looked at the automobile, then the clothes. Victor frowned. He muttered something to his lawyer. He presumably wondered how I paid for the suit. He undoubtedly thought I'd delved into Miles's trust. "Charlotte," Vivian shouted, sounding worried. "It's not too late. We can settle this in the hallway. Just sign the trust over." I ceased. I surveyed her. Didn't smile. "I'll see you inside, Mother. I say." We pushed past. The courtroom doors resembled arena gates. Court was packed. Sloan performed nicely. In the back row were reporters. A young tech millionaire and high society family quarrel captivated the news. Judge Williams, a strict woman, called the court to order. Victor's attorney started. He enjoyed his voice and was dramatic. Painted a terrible image. "Your Honor," he wailed, "this is a family case of a grandfather and grandmother forcibly separated from their darling grandson, about a parent who has been denied the right to know his own son." He pointed to Ethan, who looked unhappy. "The defendant, Miss Norton, has a history of erratic behavior. She ran away at 18. She has hidden this boy from his blood relatives. We are simply asking for what is right, visitation and financial oversight to ensure the child's future is protected." Victor brushed away a phony tear. Vivian sniffled into a handkerchief. "Good performance." Ethan testified. He lied, "I loved Charlotte," glancing at the jury box. "I was distraught when she left. I sought for her and wanted to be a dad. When I saw Miles on the news, I knew he was my boy. I want to be his dad." I saw them lie. I left them stacking wood for their pyre. I let them document everything. After they finished, the atmosphere was thick with pity. Poor grandparents, estranged father. Judge Williams regarded me. "Miss Norton." "Your defense?" Harrison rose. "Your Honor, the defense calls Charlotte Norton." I went to the stand. Sat down. I regarded Victor. He smirked at me, believing he had won. "Miss Norton," Harrison asked, "why do you oppose the plaintiff's request for visitation and guardianship?" "Because," I replied plainly, "their entire case is based on a biological lie and a history of abuse." "Objection," protested Victor's lawyer. "Relevance." The judge discarded. "Continue." "I have 3 exhibits to present." I add. Harrison gave me the courtroom projector screen remote. "Exhibit A." I said. Screen lit up. Handwritten letter scanned digitally. "This is a note my father wrote the night he kicked me out," I said. He didn't write it to me. He wrote it to his lawyer the next day asking how to legally disown a minor. My mentor, Isabel, bought the law firm years later, and found it in the archives. I read screen text. "She is a liability. Ensure she has no claim to the estate. If the bastard child is born, ensure it has no claim either." Murmurs filled the room. Victor grew pallid. "He didn't want a grandson then," remarked I. "He only wants one now because that grandson is worth $6 million. Exhibit B. Hit the button. Another document appeared. Old, yellowed, and scanned. I said, "Mr. Miller claims he is the father," staring at Ethan. "He says he wants his son back. He believes Miles is his blood." I halted. The room was quiet. "This is a death certificate," I add. "Dated 19 years ago. January 14th. Because of death, hypothermia, and complications from premature birth." Ethan opened his mouth but said nothing. Vivian stopped smelling. "The baby I was carrying when you kicked me out. I told my mother, died in an alley behind a bakery 3 days after you slammed the door in my face. His name was Max. He is buried in Street Jude Cemetery. Plot 404. Gallery members gasped. The reporters typed furiously. "You killed your grandson 19 years ago, I stated coldly. Miles is not your blood." Exhibit C. Last time. I clicked. Miles' adoption papers and a DNA test from a steakhouse water glass matching him to Victor. Sloan excelled at work. Probability of relation 0%. Miles is adopted. I say. I adopted him when he was 4. He has no relation to Ethan Miller. He has no relation to the Norton family. You are suing for visitation of a stranger. You are claiming paternity of a boy you have absolutely no connection to. I stood in the witness box. I regarded the judge. These people don't want family. Your Honor. They want a bank account. They abandoned their own daughter to die in a blizzard. And now they are trying to steal from a boy they don't even know. Chaos struck instantly. No one heard Judge Williams slam her gavel. Ethan tried to escape, but media blocked the aisle. He lied about being the father in his affidavit. Angered, Victor was purple. He rose, wagging his finger at me. You tricked us. You let us believe. I let you show the world who you are, I ended. I didn't make you sue me. I didn't make you lie. You did that all by yourself. Vivienne fell into her chair, looking aged for the first time. She understood she valued her social status. It vanished. Every Lake Forest resident would know she kicked a pregnant adolescent out into a blizzard and killed the baby by tonight. Pariah, she. The judge regained control. She despised the plaintiff's table. Case dismissed, she snarled. I send Mr. Miller to the district attorney for your phony paternity affidavit. Mr. and Mrs. Norton, you will pay the defendant's legal bills and abide by a permanent restraining order. Do not approach Miss Norton or her son again. Next to me, Miles stood. He regarded Victor. You're not my grandfather, Miles said. And thank God for that. We left court. The cameras flashed, but I didn't blink. Holding my head high. We drove straight to the graveyard from courthouse. A dark day suited the end of a war. We guarded Max's tomb. The stone was little. Max Norton. Loved son. I touched the chilly marble. We did it, baby. I whispered. They can't hurt anyone else. Next to me was Miles. Are you okay, Mom? I'm free, I said. I meant it. Their judgment and rejection haunted me for 19 years. It was gone. They were revealed. The fallout was fast. Victor lost his board seat in 48 hours. The country club dropped them. They sold their Lake Forest home and relocated to Arizona to escape disgrace. Ethan faced attempted fraud and perjury charges. He got probation but lost his reputation. I kept hotels. Miles quit college to launch his second firm. We're okay. That night comes to mind as the lake wind howls. I recall the trash bag girl. I wish I could tell her she would survive, create a castle, and find a son finer than any blood relative. But I can't. I tell you, retribution isn't about hurting people. Making sure your attackers can't do it again. Giving them a mirror and letting them see themselves is sometimes the best retribution. Is it my fault for letting my parents spend thousands on legal bills and embarrassing them publicly instead of telling them the truth? Thanks for listening. If you liked seeing selfish relatives get what they deserve, like and subscribe for more pro-revenge stories. See you next time. On Mother's Day, I brought Mom flowers, her favorite perfume, and a heartfelt handwritten letter. But she dumped everything in a trash bag. This year, I hoped things would be different. Not perfect, not outstanding, but softer. I'm not sure why. Perhaps because I had been working so hard. I had not had time to overthink it. Or maybe it was because I had recently assisted her with her taxes, and she truly said thank you, which did not sound forced. Or because when I texted her last week to confirm brunch, she responded with a smile. Not an emoji, but a colon and parentheses. Old school, familiar, like when she texted me in middle school, before everything changed. So, yeah, I gave myself hope. I got her favorite perfume, the one she used to wear as a child and called me love in public. I got fresh flowers from a local shop, not the grocery store. And I spent literally hours on a handwritten letter. This isn't your typical Hallmark thanks for everything card. I told her that I understood things hadn't always been easy, that I respected all she sacrificed for me, and that I still loved her, even if she didn't always seem to want me around. It wasn't desperate, just honest. I convinced myself that brunch may be a reset, a way back in. She had me when she was just out of high school. For very some time, it was just us, messy, yet close. Then when I was 10, Mom met Jake, her current husband. He was decent at first, quiet and practical. I thought I could be gaining someone. I hadn't realized I was about to disappear. When the baby arrived, my half-brother Zach, I became more of a reminder of her past than her son. And Jake? Jake preferred a clean slate, a nuclear family. You could feel it in the way Dad always said "our boy," but never referred to me as his stepson. Unless someone specifically inquired. But I remained hopeful. Because sometimes your need to be wanted outweighs all of the reasons you should know better. So when I arrived at the house that morning with gifts in my hands, I felt happy. Nervous, yes, but also proud. I felt like I was showing up as an adult, someone worth having at the table. The house looked great. She goes all out for occasions. Mimosas, cloth napkins, and proper place cards. Pinterest energy. When I walked in, she looked up from the table. "Oh, you made it," she replied. And for half a second, I thought she meant it. That perhaps this was it. Perhaps I had finally done something correctly. I handed her the flowers and perfume. She examined the bottle as if it were a receipt she didn't recall authorizing. "Oh, you remembered this one," she remarked. Not warm, only witnessed. I didn't let it get to me. "Yeah," I smiled. "They only had one left." She nodded, already returning to the table. My half-brother Zach was talking about dorm life and how his economics professor resembles a person who has never paid rent. Everyone laughed. I sat down. My place setting included a folded napkin but no card. Nobody had saved me a mimosa. It was fine. I poured juice for myself, like a responsible adult. Jake asked how things were going at work and then turned away before I could finish answering. My mother was fixing the centerpiece. Zach passed the salt to me without looking. This was not new. But today, for whatever reason, it felt heavier. Perhaps because I had tried this time. Maybe because the letter was still in my jacket pocket and I was wondering when to give it to her. I had sealed it in a crimson envelope. Even used a decent pen. "Does anyone want more coffee?" I offered. My mother did not hear me, or she claimed not to. Halfway through lunch, my brother gave me a smirk. "So, do you enjoy celebrating Mother's Day from a distance now? Or is this a charitable visit?" Jake laughed. My mom said nothing. She simply sipped her drink. I smiled as if nothing bothered me, saying, "Well, I didn't bring a coupon, but I did bring a gift." My brother grinned. "Cool. Did you send it to her via Venmo like last year?" "Nope," I replied. "This year it's actually in writing." I stood up, removed the letter from my pocket, and placed it next to her dish. The red envelope stood out like blood on a white tablecloth. She looked at it as if I had just delivered her a court summons. Then my brother snorted. "Do you write her a love letter or something?" "Jesus, no," I replied, still smiling. "Just a thank you." The table fell silent for a moment. Then someone asked for the butter. After brunch, I helped to clean the plates. I was halfway to the kitchen with a stack when I realized the garbage bags had already been brought to the garage. We had barely completed our meal. Maybe she was simply being efficient. She preferred a tidy environment. I went outside to trash the napkins. The garage door was half open, and the sun was just bright enough to illuminate the bins heaped toward the back wall. And there, leaning against a black trash bag, I noticed it. The perfume is still packaged. The flowers were bent sideways, as if they had been thrown in without consideration. And my envelope is still sealed. Red on black plastic. My entire offering was dumped. I just stood there and stared. It did not feel like fury. At first I felt heat rise up my neck and settle behind my eyes. Not enough to make you cry, but enough to make the world seem blurry. I looked around. Nobody was watching. No camera crew appeared to suggest it was a mistake, a joke, or that she intended to return it. It's just stillness and rubbish. I crouched down, reached inside, and took everything back. The scent, the flowers, and the note. I held them for a second, standing in the dimly lighted garage, unsure what I was doing. Maybe it was instinctive. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps I couldn't stand the image of my love decomposing under coffee grinds and eggshells. I walked back to my car holding the bag as if it were evidence from a crime scene. Sat there for a minute, engine turned off, letter on the passenger seat. What a ridiculous thing to write, I thought. Thank you for the years that you provided me. I understand it wasn't easy, but you did your best. I am proud of the woman you have become. I stared at the envelope. I then drove home. We didn't say goodbye. I did not text. I did not mention what I witnessed. I did not even slam the door. Just left softly. That night, I placed the note on my kitchen counter, next to the perfume and the wilting flowers. I stood there looking at them, hoping they'd explain why I continued trying, why I cared, and why I didn't see it coming. I didn't get much sleep, but I made one decision before the sun rose. And by the next morning, she was phoning non-stop. I used to believe that things change gradually, like erosion, and that you wouldn't notice it until the coastline was completely gone. But, looking back, I believe it happened faster than I allowed myself to admit. She met Jake when I was 10. He showed up for supper a few times before becoming a regular. One morning, I woke up to find his car in the driveway, his shoes in the hallway, and my mother wearing more makeup than normal. She smiled at him in a manner she hadn't for years. I recall thinking, oh. The baby arrived not long after. I was still 10. I did the math later, but I don't believe she expected me to at the time. In what seemed like a single breath, she and Jake had created an entire new family, new habits and rules. Where the home office formerly stood, there is now a nursery. A second fridge in the garage stocked with formula and organic baby food. A chore chart that no longer contained my name. Naturally, they were busy. Newborns are challenging. So I told myself it made sense when they neglected to inquire how my spelling exam went, didn't show up to my school musical, or left me waiting outside for karate practice in the rain. They were simply tired. It was a phase. I waited years for that period to pass. It did not. The baby grew. They adored him. He walked, and they applauded. He said "Dad," and they cried. When I brought home a school award, my mother responded, "That's great. Can you keep an eye on your brother while I take a nap?" It wasn't like she quit loving me overnight. It was as if she began to love someone else more loudly. And over time, the silence became terrible. By the time I left for college, the house no longer seemed like mine. Every wall featured photos of them, smiling at parks, matching holiday jammies, and my brother on Santa's knee. I was not in any of them. Not even a high school graduation photograph. Just erased. I recall walking past a framed canvas by the stairs that stated, "Family is everything," and thought, yeah, but not this one. But I continued trying. That's the part that still makes me embarrassed. I kept coming up on holidays. I kept purchasing birthday gifts. I assisted with expenses when I knew money was tight, even after I discovered they had taken a vacation and had just forgotten to tell it. I helped Jake find a job. I used my relationships to promote him for a client-facing function for which he lacked the necessary qualifications. He nailed his interview. When no one is fact-checking you, charisma can get you far. They never told anyone I helped. It was fine. I reminded myself that I wasn't doing it for credit. I was doing this to stay connected. To feel as though I was still theirs. Even after I acquired my own apartment and a decent job, I continued to visit, call and contact my mother on odd Wednesdays to say, "Hope your day is going well." Sometimes she responded. She sometimes left me to read for days. But when she did answer, it was like oxygen. She texted me once after I helped her with some insurance papers saying, "You always come through. Thank you." I reread that message for weeks. I'm not proud of it, but if you've ever felt invisible to someone you used to be close to, you'll understand. That's why this year's brunch hurt so much. Because I had allowed myself to imagine that we had turned a corner. She confirmed the invitation with a smiley face in her text message. She thanked me after I assisted with her taxes. She did not beg for money. That month I felt things could be leveling out. Perhaps she was softening again. And for a little moment that morning, standing on her porch with flowers, a message, and the perfume Mom used to wear when I was younger, I felt like a son again. Then she smiled at my brother's joke about me being part family, and remained silent when Jake halted me mid-sentence, and moved the conversation to something about stock options. And when I delivered her the envelope, she hardly looked at it. The one I'd spent the night writing. The one in which I told her I loved her even when it hurt and felt one-sided. Then she tossed it away. I kept seeing it. The bag outside the garage, the folded and crumpled red mail, the unopened perfume box, and the half-crushed flowers under other trash. I took it all back out. Not to give it again. Not trying to make a point. I just couldn't bear leaving it there. Because those items were not just gifts. They were mine. They were me. And if she didn't want them, I was finished giving. My mother sent a message that same evening. "You departed in a strange mood. I hope that wasn't something we did." It almost had me laughing. But it didn't, because nothing about it was amusing. Not the years I spent shrinking myself to make room for the version of her life she preferred. Not the 1,000 little kindnesses I gave without asking. Not the memory of her tucking me in at 7 and saying, "You're my whole world." Only to grow up and discover that world had borders I was never allowed to cross again. They did not kick me out. They simply made sure I always felt like I was visiting someone else's family. So, I have not phoned them back. Because for the first time, I'm not attempting to be invited in. I'm trying to recall what it's like to belong to myself. I didn't sleep that night, not out of fury or sadness. There was something worse. Clarity. That dismal, cold clarity that sets in when you've stopped hoping. It's like standing in a house you thought you'd live in forever, only to discover that all of the walls are hollow. Around 2 a.m., I strolled into my kitchen and arranged the 3 gifts on the counter: perfume, flowers, and a letter. They appeared smaller and sadder today, like vestiges of a version of myself I no longer recognized. I stared at the envelope for a long time, wrinkled by the garbage bag, but still sealed. I did not open it. I did not need to. I understood exactly what it said. I opened my laptop. First, the utilities. I logged into the accounts I'd been silently paying: gas, water, and power, and set up final payments for the month. Then I erased my name from everything and closed the auto draft. Next, consider the tuition account. I had offered to assist pay for my brother's next semester. The transfer had not yet gone through. It was slated for the 15th. I canceled it. The confirmation email made it official. Then I opened a fresh email and addressed it to my mother. Subject: Mother's Day. Body: just a heads up. I hid an envelope of cash inside the letter I handed you. It was intended to go for Zach's tuition. I thought you'd know what to do with it. I hope it did not get lost. I pressed send. Then I shut off my laptop, brewed tea that I did not drink, and sat in silence. Allowing her to deal with it felt better than yelling. The text began to arrive around 8:12 a.m., as expected. Wait, what do you mean by cash? I did not see any envelopes inside. Are you serious? Oh my God, how much was inside? I will look right immediately. Then there were the calls, which came in repeatedly. I watched as the screen lit up and then went dark. Voicemail after voicemail piled up like small panic episodes. I didn't respond. I allowed her to panic. Allow her to mentally retrace her steps. Allow her to wonder how much she had thrown away, literally and metaphorically. It wasn't true, of course. It was not. There was no cash. But she didn't realize it. And now, every time she thought about that garbage bag, she felt it. The potential that she had thrown away something important. Not just a gift. Not only money. Something that could have saved them. And now it's gone. Around midday, Jake finally texted me. "You are being childish? This is a significant issue. Could you please inform us whether you are lying?" I almost responded. "Consult the garbage truck." Instead, I turned my phone to silent and kept going. There was one final step to take. I checked my contacts and found the names of 3 people I'd personally introduced Jake to, people he currently works with. Client leads, vendors, and an old acquaintance who helped him score a side contract. I sent them all a version of the same message. "Hi. I just wanted to ask. From now on, please do not associate my name with Jake Hatcher. There is nothing dramatic. Just a personal barrier." I hope that made sense. There's no chatter. There are no details. Just enough to let folks feel it. Enough to make them question what had occurred behind the scenes. Enough to loosen several threads. I understood how that universe worked. Jake's entire employment rested on his reputation as a trustworthy guy with connections. And if I took a quiet step back, others would follow. By the end of the week, he had already lost a long-term recommendation. A contract was paused. Another client preferred to work directly with someone else. I didn't even have to move a finger, just one email and a few spaces, and the machine began to unwind itself. That night my phone vibrated again. "Have you found it? Kindly answer. I need to know. I assume I saw the bag you're referring to, but everything is now gone. Please tell me if this is real." I looked at her name on the screen for a second. I imagined responding with something harsh, abrupt, and final. But that would give her closure. So, I did nothing. Because this was not about vengeance. This was about having them feel the weight I'd been carrying since I was 10 years old, when I stopped being her entire world, and became a nuisance she couldn't wait to get rid of. This was about seeing them struggle in silence, finally realizing what I'd been saying for years. You can't continually erase someone and expect them to remain faithful. I realize I lied. I know the envelope never existed, but the pain, withdrawal, and abandonment were real. And for the first time in my life, they were unable to ignore it. My mother left me a voicemail that night. Her voice was shaky. She wasn't crying yet, but you could sense the desperation seeping through her calmness. Kindly call me. Please. I did not know. I did not see it. I would never, if I had known what was within. Please call me, okay? I apologize. Please call. She didn't say I love you. She didn't say I'm sorry like she meant it. Just panic, as if they'd misplaced something essential and couldn't remember where they put it. I still did not respond. My aunt texted me the next morning. Apparently my mother had called her crying. I told her I was being unkind, withholding, and tough. My aunt's message was simple. If I were you, I wouldn't answer. That one really made me smile. Because for once, someone noticed it. I really saw it. How much I had given. How little I had received. How peacefully I had endured being nothing, until it became terrible. That weekend, I stowed the gifts away in my closet. I didn't want to keep them, but I also wasn't ready to throw them away. They were no longer reminders of her. They were reminders of me. The version of myself who persevered. And I wasn't trying anymore. I was finished. By Monday, she had stopped asking whether I was okay and began demanding answers. Her texts ranged from, "I'm sorry you're upset," to, "You need to stop this now." Jake emailed me directly, in a professional tone, as if we were negotiating a contract rather than untangling a decade of hidden animosity. He stated that my decision to disconnect was harming his career, and he hoped I would rethink for the sake of the family's stability. Translation: Your silence is costing me money. I didn't respond. Then Zach became involved. He wrote a voice note beginning, "Look, I know things were never perfect." And ending, "But seriously, you're ruining Mom's life over what? Some trash?" That one almost had me laughing. Some rubbish. That was the entire problem, wasn't it? They'd spent years treating me as if I were a piece of clutter to be boxed up and thrown in the attic to avoid ruining the aesthetic. Now that I was gone, they found themselves unable to function. I still didn't say anything. I did not gloat. I did not rant on social media. Did not send a final, "Here's everything you did wrong" message. I simply stopped playing the character. And this drove them nuts. By the end of the week, my mother arrived at my office. There's no warning. No call. Just walked in, as if on a mission. The receptionist buzzed me as if there was a fire. I came downstairs and saw her in the foyer, dressed in a white blazer and heels that clicked like punctuation points. She did not smile. "Can we talk?" she requested, already approaching the main doors. We stepped out. She didn't ask how I was, did not apologize. She went right to it. "You've humiliated this family," she retorted. "You've embarrassed your brother. Jake's job is hanging by a thread. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand exactly what that means," I replied quietly. She stared at me, her eyes intense. "You're doing this out of spite over one party?" I tilted my head. "Is that what you think?" She folded her arms. "We raised you. We paid for your clothes, your food, your school." I nodded slowly. "And I gave you a down payment on this house, covering your utility bills for 2 years. I offered to help with Zach's tuition. But sure, let's talk about the time you bought me sneakers in 5th grade. That broke something." Her jaw clenched. "That was your choice. We never asked you to help." "No," I replied. "You didn't ask, you just expected it. Expected me to pick up the slack when Jake forgot the mortgage was due. Expected me to understand when you skipped my birthday because Zach had a test. Expected me to stay quiet when you smiled while he called me half family, like I was an accident." She opened her mouth. "And you expected me to keep giving," he said. "Even after you threw away the only thing I had left to offer." That landed. She blinked. Something flickered in her face, perhaps remorse, or simply discomfort. Then she attempted one more play. You're punishing the wrong person, she explained. You're punishing your brother. He didn't throw anything away. I grinned, tight and exhausted. You want to talk about the letter? She paused. I saw it, Mom, I replied. In the trash bag next to the garage. I took it back. Her face transformed. The sharpness melted into something smaller and weaker. I didn't know, she replied. I thought maybe you'd taken it with you. I wasn't sure. You weren't sure? I repeated. I didn't mean to. You never do. I did not yell. I did not raise my voice. I just let her hear it. Really hear it. I'm not dropping the act just so you can feel better, I told you. I'm not cleaning up the mess. And if Jake has to answer for how he got that job, that's not my problem anymore. She looked at me as if I'd grown a second head, as if the peaceful, trustworthy version of myself had been murdered in his sleep and replaced by someone unknown. Then she said it. You're not just punishing Jake, she retorted. You're punishing this family. I nodded. Then maybe this family should have stopped treating me like a stranger with a checkbook. I walked back inside. I didn't look back. 2 days later, Zach shared a hazy, dramatic story about people who abandon their family when times go tough. A few mutuals enjoyed it. One cousin contacted me individually. Is that about you? I responded, probably. And if it is, good. Jake, I heard, began hemorrhaging clients. People were questioning their partnerships. One of the vendors I introduced pulled their contract. He was asked to quit a month later. They termed it reorganization. Everyone realized it wasn't. Zach's tuition wasn't paid. He had to defer. I never said anything about it, not because I wanted to be unkind, but because silence was the only language they never learned to understand. A few weeks after the office scene, my mom, Jake, and Zach called me as a group. I didn't respond. They left a voicemail. We just want to talk, she murmured, sweet and cautious, like someone attempting to reset a chessboard after flipping it. Zach murmured, sorry, I guess. Jake did not speak. Then my mother added, you made your point. So what now? You're disowning us? I replayed the message twice. Once to hear what they said, and once to hear what they didn't. Nobody said I'm sorry like they meant it. Nobody complained we didn't treat you well. They simply wanted me back in position. Return to the role. But I was done playing it. So I did not respond. I blocked that number. 3 months later, I was promoted. We moved into a better flat. I began having small dinners with folks who genuinely wanted to hear what I had to say. Then, one night, my mom sent me a message. Saw you moved. Hope you're doing well. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. She didn't say what she did or didn't. She didn't ask how I was. She only wanted to see if the door was open. It was not. I made tea, sat on my balcony, and gazed out at the city lights. There's no noise, there is no guilt, no performance, just silent. And in that silence, I felt freer than I had in years. Sometimes I wonder if I was overreacting. Maybe I should have just let it go. Smiled despite the sting. I picked a better time to set boundaries. I choose peace over quiet. But then I remembered the garage. I recall standing there with my unopened gifts, still damp from the garbage bag. I recall writing the letter with shaky hands, attempting to appear vulnerable in front of someone who threw it away without hesitation. And I know I didn't burn any bridges. I just stopped carrying the weight of one that was torn down years ago. I'm not proud of lying about the money. But I am not ashamed of it either. Because for once, they had to deal with uncertainty, discomfort, and the potential that what they threw away was more important than they thought. So what are your thoughts? Was I overly harsh? Was it finally time to say enough? Would you have done the same thing, or gone away quietly? Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. I quietly bought my brother's company, and let Grandma reveal the truth at Easter dinner. It wasn't for revenge, it was to end the silence. Easter dinner at my folks' has always happened. Same food, stories, overcooked ham, and awful tension that hangs to the walls like baked pineapple and boiling vegetables. Ben, my older brother by 3 years and 100 recognized accomplishments, Takes his place at the head of the table like a throne every year. Dad always cut the turkey on that end, so he didn't get that spot. Ben always sat next to him, soaking in approbation like sunlight in the family plant. The same happened this year. Except it was. I returned to town after finalizing a deal that gets you Googled. Of course, quietly. Few LinkedIn lines, no interviews, no press photos, and a Friday 400 p.m. company-wide email. That suits me. I operate under the radar for results. Ben acts like a library foghorn. Noisy, relentless, and determined the world must hear him and his words. So, mashed potatoes were passed. Dad had 2 scotches. And Ben started his latest diet rant about how the tech sector is not for the weak. Something about hustle culture, tensioning deliverables, and overestimated emotional intelligence. I wasn't listening initially. My main concern was cutting the dry turkey breast without it collapsing into sawdust. And then he said it. He said, leaning back like a king in court, that not everyone can succeed in IT. He looked around the table for applause or a nod from Dad. Indeed, Dad gave it to me. Only employs that hushed grunt of agreement when Ben talks. The sound that meant my boy always aimed high. I didn't blink or react, simply sipped red wine while my brain processed that. Grandma Jean looked at me. She hadn't spoken, but her eyes were narrowed, her warning sign. Another boasting round followed. Ben boasted about firing 1/3 of his workforce last month, like he was a strong leader. He termed it, right-sized. I called it. He laughed. He said I wouldn't comprehend because I wasn't in the trenches. Mom was moving in her seat to defuse the situation before it became a weekend-long passive-aggressive minefield. When she questioned how the company was going, he spat out numbers, revenue predictions, Q1 losses, and investor pressure. All of it was amazing unless you understood it. Which I did. I kept quiet not because I was frightened to speak, but to see how far he'd dig his own hole before someone gave him a lantern. Grandma was that someone. Grandma Jean is 90, but she can pay her own taxes, roast a chicken, and play whack-a-mole with egos. She constantly thinks long-term in our family. Mother, watcher, who recalls everything and forgets nothing. She waited until Ben breathed between Q4 pivot strategy and chain of command management. She turned to me, unwilling to melt her innocence and butter in her mouth, and uttered the question that would upend the table dynamic. Is that why your company bought Ethan? You could have heard a pin drop. Not simply a battery, dust particle, breath, or heartbeat. Ben froze. Fork near mouth. Dad stopped chewing mid-bite, which rarely happens until someone dies or the electricity goes out. Mom stared at her wine glass as it held the universe's secrets. And I? I kept eating my roll like nothing happened, like she hadn't lit a match in a propane-filled room. Ben blinks. Once or twice, then exclaimed too loudly and fakely. The voice rose half a tone higher than normal to say it wasn't like that. Merger. Strategic alliance of shared interests. Grandma frowned. She stated the only way grandmas can, when they know you're full but want to watch you squirm longer. I said nothing. Not yet. You don't waste a first shot when the truth is loaded. You want impact. Ben didn't know, and no one at that table saved me, and Grandma knew that I'd watched his company go downhill for 8 months. I acted when the board was desperate, layoffs hit, and morale was low. He was clean, legal, efficient, and on my org chart. Despite not wanting revenge, it tasted like it. An Easter meal was served. My brother was red-faced, my parents astonished, and my grandmother smiled like a cat who knocked a vase down and challenged you to chastise her. That moment has no sequel, just silent. Pure pain, lovely quiet. The truth sometimes rings loudest in the room no one saw coming. I knew there was more when I grabbed the gravy. The beautiful mirror my brother had erected around himself had its first break. I would let it fall apart with the nicest grin, as Grandma taught me. Have you noticed how certain families don't hide their favorites? It wasn't subtle for us. Ben was the golden child from the moment he was born, with full hair and a smug cry like he owned the place. I arrived 3 years later, quieter, squishier, and appearing more like an afterthought than a plan. Mom always said I was her surprise. However, throughout the years, I felt like the consolation prize for parents too fatigued to focus on a second child. Ben was applauded. Got the checklists. He had everything before I knew I wanted it as a kid. First bike, sparkling red, handpicked from town's best store. When I could ride, I got his old one, spray-painted blue with wonky wheels. The first car was a second-hand but clean Civic with a stereo that annoyed the neighbors. Mine? Mom's old Taurus reeked of foot and misery. They termed his ambition. It was luck or background noise when I did well. I wasn't mad, not then. Anger needs heat. So I had frigid resolve, a slow burn, and a quiet inventory I started keeping in my thoughts. Ben was boisterous, charismatic, and famous. Homecoming court, varsity, soccer, dean's list. Every family portrait showed him front and center, chest out like he created confidence. I was usually blinking or holding someone else's jacket near the frame's edge. Ben was touted as destined. Maybe politics, business, anything bright and significant. In the 90s, being quiet, smart, and into computers meant we didn't know what he was doing, but at least he wasn't doing drugs. Nothing was said about it in college. With confidence and student loans, Ben got into MIT early. The whole family barbecued like he was drafted by NASA. I didn't receive a card at community college 3 towns away. It didn't bother me. I realized early on I'd never win by playing his game, and trying to outshine Ben at his parade would get me squashed. Instead, I played another game. Longer deadlines, fewer applause, higher stakes. Then studied in impressive-sounding computer science with a minor in business and interned at well-known companies in the summers. I freelanced under a bogus firm name because clients wouldn't take me seriously. I developed websites, maintained networks, and coded like my future depended on it. Honestly, it did. I remember calling him the summer after his junior year for aid with a problem. Brother to brother, he might throw me a bone. He laughed hard, like I'd asked him to clean my toilet or do my taxes. Advised me to Google it like everyone else. I never forgot. It stung, but it revealed his true nature beneath the polish. It told me to never ask him again. Then I got serious. I quit community college because I realized I didn't need a degree to achieve what I was building. Self-taught the rest. By messing up and starting over, I learned more than I can count. I learned to develop in 3 languages, launched little tools and apps, flipped a few ventures, and built a company no one had heard of, but produced real money. I silently built my own while Ben meticulously calculated how to impress the next management up the line. Over the years, we drifted like 2 ships in different currents. He wore expensive outfits to family functions, promoting his company's latest product, and bragging about bonuses and conferences. I arrived in jeans, generally late, spoke little, and left early. I enjoyed that no one knew what I did. They thought I was coasting, doing freelance work or living in a basement. Let them. I didn't require approval. I needed time. I'd learned to invest time better than them, thankfully. As Ben's companies began to fail, I saw it first. I tracked the trends, layoffs, terrible hires, and bloated structure. I observed their burn rate rise. I made some calls when the board started talking about restructuring. My organization had finances, leverage, and most importantly, no emotional baggage. I didn't target Ben. I targeted waste, opportunity, and mismanagement. I appreciated his inclusion in the bundle as a cosmic joke. I sat alone in my office with the signed acquisition contract the night before Easter supper. The ink hardly dried. Having read it a dozen times, it still feels unreal. This document places my older brother's profession, ego, and story under my name. That wasn't revenge. Not even victory. Another, quieter thing, like scratching a 30-year-old itch. Not perfect, but necessary. I could have told my parents then. Could have contacted Ben to warn him and save face. I didn't because some realities aren't gentle. Some realities need cautious disclosure, especially with the whole friggin' family watching. Especially when your 90-year-old grandma, who never doubted you and has sharper eyes than investors, understands what you've done before you say a thing. The room felt cold, like someone had neglected to close a freezer door. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The hush seemed uneasy. It was shaped like thick smoke curling between each word spoken, wrapping over every fork, napkin, and untouched deviled egg on that long oak table. My brother Ben sat there, jaw slightly open, blinking like a shotgun hit him between the eyes. For the first time in years, he had nothing to say. After Grandma burnt him in front of everyone, you couldn't respond with a joke or grin. You can't joke about your baby brother owning the company you left. Not even Ben, master of the arrogant shrug and corporate language, could polish that turd. Since I knew he was about to delve deeper, I took a slow sip of my wine to let it linger and give him space to do so. Mom, bless her endless optimism, leaped in like a person who sees a car crash coming but yet thinks they can stop it with a soothing voice and a shoulder touch. She mentioned that firms merge often, that it's business, and that we shouldn't talk shop over dinner. Her voice was lovely, but her eyes were begging, darting between us like she could make this moment less humiliating for her firstborn. Dad didn't say a word, which was expected. Except for losing football games or making mistakes at work, he rarely showed emotion. He kept biting his overdone ham like rubber, trying to wear it down with jaw muscle. But I saw it in his shoulders, how they stiffened up, and how he grasped his fork too hard. He was dissatisfied while listening. Ben finally found his voice, but it cracked. "Not what you think," he answered, attempting to maintain his haughty attitude. "I don't work for him anymore. A merger. Two equal firms merging. Standard strategy." I didn't glance at him. Cut my cold potatoes into a passive-aggressive insult-like shape and let him keep going. He said, "We're consolidating leadership," sounding like a news release. "Transitional phase. Things don't change overnight." See him lie to himself in real time? Funny. Perhaps if he repeated it enough times, the sinking ship he was guiding would suddenly return to course because he refused to believe it had hit an iceberg. Then he turned to me like he remembered me in the room. He added, cocking his head in the way that usually got him out of trouble, "You'd be confused. You freelance more, right?" That phrase freelancer lingered there like a disease or nasty habit I couldn't break. He said it softly, but with that sharpness he saved for when he wanted to cut me in front of others without looking like the aggressor. It was then I said it. I told him. My voice calmed the surgeon who signed your severance package last week. The punch didn't feel real. It felt like turning on a light. There was tension in the room. Next, I held a mirror up to him to show him what we'd known for years. He blinked again, looked at me like I was speaking another language. Like they'd changed our lives' rules without him knowing. They did because I wasn't letting him talk over me for the first time. I didn't dodge or ignore his jabs. I let it be raw and basic. No need for fireworks. Dad stood up then. He stood slowly, softly, pushed his chair back like it weighed more than it should, and left the room without saying anything. Silence, footsteps, no spectacular retreat or angry glance. That was worse because if he'd yelled, it would have been expected. As in a novel, this quiet feels definitive, like closing a door you know won't open again. Ben stared after him, mouth twitching like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Mom reached for his hand, but he pulled away, staring at the corridor where Dad had vanished. Grandma chewed her carrots slowly, as if she'd seen it all before and wasn't startled. I stayed put. I didn't brag. I didn't need to, since some triumphs aren't loud. Cheers and applause are absent. Silence settles in your chest, and makes it hard to breathe, not from sadness, but from the weight of truth, finally settled in. As I looked around the table at the folks who used to perceive me as the shadow of the man opposite from me, I realized something I hadn't dared accept until then. No more proof was needed. No to him, Dad, or them. One already. No master plan or vendetta I'd been carrying for 20 years started it. No. It begins quietly and contemplatively, like most of my important things. My lean-focused company has grown steadily for 5 years. No investors hounding us, no bloated leadership team, just a few smart people who cared about it working. We weren't flashy. We didn't attend every conference in TechCrunch or Patagonia vests. We produced products that worked and made money month after month without approval. While high management conducted yoga retreats and published cryptic LinkedIn statements about resilience, Ben's company earned publicity for announcing things it hadn't created, having launch parties for beta products, and hemorrhaging personnel. I'd been watching them slowly break apart from afar for almost a year, not because I hated them, but because I noticed inefficiencies. Ben's company, once a darling, was a textbook example of how arrogance and overspending can wreck something excellent. During coffee, a friend casually said that they might be seeking a partner, like the weather. "You know they're bleeding talent," he said, tapping his mug. "Wouldn't surprise me if they started shopping around." I smiled and nodded, but my brain had already started crunching numbers, pulling threads, and laying out a map in the quiet way it always does when I smell blood in the water. Because timing is everything, especially in this business, I waited. 3 months later, a contact at a shared venture capital firm emailed me to feel me out. Informal discussion about potential synergies. Translation: they're desperate and you look stable. I played it cool, even though I knew what I wanted. I wasn't interested in bailing them out. but I was interested in their engineering talent, key patents, and customer base that overlapped with ours in all the right ways. I told them we could talk, but quietly. No leaks, no hype, just numbers and structure. Negotiations were slow. They're never when you're dealing with egos the size of small planets. But what struck me from the start was how nobody mentioned Ben. He wasn't on the deck, on the call, or even in the background, which told me everything I needed to know about his situation. They had written him off, boxed him in, and were trying to clean up the mess without saying failure. I was in my office late on a Thursday, when the air felt thick with momentum, and decisions felt like physical objects you could hold in your hand. The document arrived in a password-protected folder with a generic subject line, just another piece of paper in a stack. When I opened it, there it was. Ben Keller, Director of Product Development, reporting directly to me. I stared at that box for a long time, not smiling, not gloating, just still. It was surreal. I hadn't seen his name in a context where I had authority over it since we were kids, when I had to manage the score sheets for our backyard basketball games because I couldn't play without them. I kept score again, but this time the game wasn't pretend and the points were real. I didn't tell anyone. Not my girlfriend, my co-founder, not even Grandma. I let it sit in my chest like a stone dropped in a lake. Ripples spreading quietly outward. Gloating implies you need the wind to validate yourself. I wasn't prepared for Easter. I should have been. I should have seen it coming when Grandma asked what I'd been working on lately and I gave her a vague answer about acquisitions. She saw through it instantly as she always did, but I didn't think she'd drop the bomb at dinner. I thought she'd pull me aside in the kitchen, give me a knowing look, maybe sarcastic, and say, "So I guess you're the boss now." But she said it out loud, with that razor-sharp calm that chilled the room like a family drama with terrible lighting and even worse secrets. After the tension, silence, and Ben's attempt to spin it, which I answered with a single sentence, he waited until dessert was cleared to corner me, pulled me aside with a firm hand on my arm to make a point, and led me out onto the back deck like we were having a heart-to-heart, instead of a showdown. "What the hell?" he snarled, his voice harsh and low and full of something that wasn't quite anger but damn close to panic. "You couldn't just let it go." I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw it for the first time. He wasn't mad that I beat him. He was scared because I wasn't playing the game anymore. I'd rewritten the rules and he didn't even know what page we were on. Worse, he still thought it was salvageable. He thought he could talk his way out. He didn't get that it was already done, final, signed, and filed. So I said nothing and looked out at the yard where we used to play catch, where he threw too hard on purpose, and I pretended it didn't. The night air had that brittle chill you only get in early spring, like winter hadn't fully let go yet, and neither had we. The back porch creaked under our feet like old wood does when it's trying to warn you that what's coming can't be undone. His face had lost that calm, smug control he wore like a badge of honor. Now it was raw, flushed, jaw tight like he was chewing on glass, but couldn't spit it out. "You planned this," he said. No question, no real charge. More like a desperate grasp for a less pitiful outcome. "Everything was planned by you. You've been waiting for me to fall so you may play hero, or villain. Not even sure which one you think you are anymore." I delayed responding. I leaned against the rail and watched the backyard, the same plot of grass where we used to play till someone wept. I generally get it from him pressing too hard and calling it a joke. The same ground where we buried a time capsule convinced us we'd be legends by now. Ben approached, his voice rising, his fingers twitching as he struggled to control his wrath. "You always hated me for being better," he added, fiery. "Smarter, faster, more driven. You never had the guts to play at my level, so you waited till I slipped and kicked me. Noble Ethan." I turned slowly, calmly, and met his eyes with clarity, not rage, pain, or pride, just the stillness of someone who didn't need his approval anymore. "You never outshone me," I said. "Don't raise my voice, don't rush my words." That struck like a truth so simple it couldn't be argued with. Ben flinched barely, and I saw the shift. His eyes narrowed, his body coiled, and he stepped forward and grabbed a fistful of my shirt in one fluid, reflexive motion. Old habits die hard. He'd done that same move 100 times when we were kids on the field, in the hallway, in the garage, when I touched his stuff. The alpha act, the chest puffing that always got him what he wanted because no one called him on it. Not teachers, not our parents, and not me until now. But I didn't flinch this time. I stood there still as stone, letting him feel the difference. Ben, I said quietly, my voice a scalpel. And I don't work for you. For a second, he stood there, knuckles white, face inches from mine. Then he let go slowly, fingers trembling like he wanted to hit something but knew it wouldn't help. He took a step back and laughed, a bitter, hollow sound that cracked under the weight of everything he didn't want to admit. You think this makes you a better man? He asked shakily. You think buying my firm makes you valuable? I never needed to buy your company to be worth something, I replied, turning back to the yard. But you had to buy it to prove that. The kitchen window light was on behind us. Grandma stood there, one hand on the counter, the other stirring something she probably didn't plan to serve, but her eyes were sharp as ever, watching us like the final judge in a courtroom we hadn't realized we'd entered. She smiled, just a faint curve at the corner of her mouth. Ben didn't see her. Or maybe he did, but he couldn't face what she meant to smile. He took another step back, shook his head and said, You're not who I was. I didn't reply because what was there to say? He was right. I wasn't. I had spent too many years pretending that silence meant weakness, humility meant submission, and success wasn't real unless someone else confirmed it. But now, standing on the back porch with his fingers still warm from trying to drag me back into that old dynamic, I knew better. I had left that version of myself behind, and maybe that's why he was so angry. For the first time in his life he couldn't reach me, rattle me or win. I didn't need to say anything else. The house was mostly settled by then. After a storm, it is always quiet, but tense and loaded. Like the walls were still processing what they'd heard and didn't know how to hold it all. The dishes were stacked in the sink, the table was cleared without ceremony, and the family had scattered to different corners of the house like survivors drifting from a shipwreck. Mom was upstairs folding laundry that didn't need folding. Ben was locked in the downstairs guest room pretending to check emails, and Dad had disappeared into the garage where he concentrated to retreat when things cracked enough to show feelings he didn't want to name and me. I stood alone in the kitchen with the dim light casting long shadows on the linoleum floor, trying to remember how a holiday had become a battleground Grandma entered without saying a word. Clicking like she always did, slow but steady, slippers brushing the tile, nightgown rustling softly, eyes clear and focused despite the hour. She moved to the stove, checked a pot she'd long since turned off, and stirred it once with a wooden spoon like the act helped her think. I was leaning against the counter, arms folded, and we just existed in that space together, saying nothing but speaking volumes. Then she turned to me with that familiar gaze as sharp as at dinner, and nodded toward the den's back hallway. Come on, she said, not as a request, but as assurance. I followed her down the hall, past the creaky floorboard near the bathroom, into the small wood-paneled room where she kept her little treasures for decades. Old books, faded photos, flea market knickknacks she claimed were antiques, and the constant smell of lemon polish and lavender. She sat slowly in her old recliner, motioned for me to take the chair across from her, and reached into the side table drawer without looking. Her hand came out with something wrapped in a worn cloth, something she'd clearly kept hidden for a long time. She gently unwrapped it, and it was Grandpa's watch. It was a simple piece, not flashy or expensive, but it had weight. Not just physical weight, though it was solid in your pawn, heavier than it looked, but history, expectations, and all the silent glances and unspoken lessons Grandpa used to give us when he was alive. Everyone in the family assumed it would go to Ben. The firstborn, the man of action. The one who talks about legacy and honor and continuing the family name like we're royalty instead of middle-class Indianans who paid bills on time and kept Christmas decorations in the attic. She gave it to me. She placed it in my open hand like she was transferring a responsibility, rather than a possession. Your grandfather told me to give it to the one who reminded him most of himself. Quiet, unpraised and determined. I stared at the watch. The way the scratched glass caught the light, the leather band had molded to Grandpa's wrist and was ready to take on mine. I didn't say anything because I had 1,000 questions, but because I knew this was a time for receiving. He needs attention, she said after a beat. Eyes not leaving mine. Always did since he was a boy. He's not bad, just hollow in ways he doesn't understand. But you never needed the applause. You just needed time. Something caught in my throat then. Not a sob, not a tear. Just something heavy and unfinished that had been stuck there since I was maybe 10 years old watching my brother get handed things with open arms while I got instructions and told the door crept behind us. And we turned to see Dad. Silent as always, holding a mug of coffee that had probably gone cold. His eyes dropped to the watch in my hand, And he had no expression, just the stonewall face he always wore when emotion tried to show. But then something changed. Just barely. A tightening around the eyes. A softening of the jaw. Not approval, not forgiveness. Just recognition, acknowledgement, maybe even a whisper of regret. He didn't speak, just nodded once and turned away. Footsteps echoing down the hall with the weight of a man who wishes he'd seen things sooner. Maybe wished he'd asked different questions, looked in different directions. Or maybe that was just me projecting. Either way, his silence said more than words. I looked at Grandma again. She was watching him disappear, then turned to me, eyes gleaming slightly. "Some things can't be bought," she said slowly and confidently. "But some people, oh, they're for sale, all right." She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and exhaled like a woman who had just finished the last chapter of a story only she understood. I sat there with that watch in my hand, feeling every moment that had led to this one. Not angry, not triumphant, just still. And that was enough. Monday mornings in tech are usually a mix of chaos and caffeine. Unread emails scream from every tab. Slack messages pile up faster than your thoughts can organize, and calendar invites feel like handcuffs. However, this Monday was quiet in a way that felt orchestrated, like the moment before a string quartet started playing in a hushed theater. When I entered the office, there was no tension, no whispering rumors in the break room, no sudden movements. Just a strange calmness. Like the building knew something had been removed and was adjusted to the new weight. Ben's name was gone from the system by 9:30. No internal memo, no all-hands meeting, no we wish him well on his journey. Just empty corporate platitude. His profile was wiped from the org chart, his desk was cleared, and his access badge was deactivated in the admin log. It was the quietest resignation I'd ever seen. It feels heavier than if he had gone out with a bang, a tantrum, or a smug LinkedIn essay about pivoting into new opportunities. By noon, my inbox was full of emails from current and former employees who had waited for this moment like the weather. The messages weren't long and didn't need to be. Just a steady stream of thank you took long enough, and he was a nightmare to work for. A few were more personal. One engineer said Ben had taken credit for his work 3 quarters in a row. Another described being screamed at during a Zoom call for asking about project timelines. A woman from HR wrote that she had reported his behavior to higher-ups and was told to document more thoroughly next time, as his toxicity needed a spreadsheet to be acknowledged. As I read each word, line, and pixelated gratitude, something strange and unfamiliar began to stir in me. It wasn't pride or vindication but a quieter sense of responsibility. Maybe the weight of knowing that when you remove a tyrant, you have to rebuild the wreckage. That afternoon my phone buzzed with Mom. She never called during work hours unless it was urgent or emotional, usually both. I stared at the screen, wondering if she knew, how she knew, and what she wanted to say that couldn't wait until the next family gathering where she could smooth over the cracks with casseroles and nervous smiles. On the 4th ring, she was crying. Not sobbing or hysterical, just that soft, breathy kind of crying where every word sounds like it's pushing through a storm. She asked why I hadn't told her, how long I'd known, and what happened to the little boys who used to play with Legos on the living room floor, building castles, robots, and towers out of plastic and dreams and sibling rivalry. "Why didn't you speak up?" she asked, voice trembling. And the answer came so easily, I didn't even pause. "Because I wanted a brother," I said. "Not a rival." She didn't respond at first. Just breathed. Let the silence carry all the things neither of us could name. I think deep down she knew not about the company or the deal or the power shift, but about the fracture, the long, slow drift between us that had started years ago and had only grown wider with every month. Perhaps she cried because I waited so long to stop pretending everything was fine. After the call, I sat in my office alone, lights dimmed, door closed, the kind of stillness that only comes after emotional fallout. I leaned back in my chair, hands steepled beneath my chin, thinking not about the company, staff, or budget meetings ahead. I wondered if Ben, the boy with the scraped knees and the crooked grin who laughed too loud and threw baseballs too hard, would ever forgive me or himself. When I got home that evening, the sky was already twilight. I kicked off my shoes, loosened my collar, and dropped my bag by the door. On the kitchen counter was an envelope. It was heavy, not physically, but in a way that feels old and waiting. No name on the front. No return address. I stared at it for longer than I should have, the edges soft under my fingers, the paper thick and folded with care. I don't know why. Maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I didn't want to know what was inside because not knowing still held possibilities. Words of apology, anger, and a final declaration from a man who had never been big on words. I put it in my desk drawer, unopened, and that was enough for now. Thanksgiving came around like it always does, just cold enough to make your breath visible in the morning, and sentimental enough to bring families back together, ready or not. The leaves were mostly gone, scattered across the lawn like forgotten promises, and the house felt smaller than I remembered. Maybe because fewer voices were filling it. Or maybe because silence makes the walls feel closer. Either way, the air was different this time, not just from the season, but from the absence that sat at the table like a ghost in a folding chair. Ben wasn't there. His name wasn't directly mentioned, not in a way that opened the door to a real conversation, but he was everywhere in the gaps. The empty seat, the untouched place setting that Mom laid out anyway like muscle memory, had overridden common sense. Dad kept glancing at it without realizing it. It was more like grief, but without the clarity of death to make sense of it. A slow mourning for something that had cracked but never quite broken, still sharp enough to bleed but not broken enough to bury. Mom was distant, like someone caught between traditions she didn't want to lose and a reality she couldn't accept. She smiled when she had to, refilled glasses too often, and kept asking everyone if they were warm enough, like it was a question that might fix something if asked again. I caught her looking at me more than once, not with blame, but with that soft, searching gaze only mothers have, the kind that scans your face like it might reveal the child she used to know buried beneath whatever you'd grown. Dad nodded at me when I walked in, a gesture so small and restrained it might have gone unnoticed if I hadn't been waiting for anything more. He didn't speak to me until I was halfway through my second helping of mashed potatoes, and even then, it was just a weather comment, used as bait. Grandma was there, of course, in her usual chair by the window, watching the wind play with the trees and the neighborhood kids tossing footballs between driveways. She looked smaller than she did at Easter, like time had finally started pressing on her shoulder, but her eyes were still sharp, still watching, still cataloging everything in that quiet, knowing way she had. When we met, she smiled gently, not wide or smug, just satisfied that a long game had finally fallen. I went to the den, the old wood-paneled room that still smelled like her perfume, dust, and old books. I sat at her desk, the same place I'd sat months earlier when she gave me Grandpa's watch. This time, I pulled out the envelope that had been waiting patiently in my desk drawer since Dad left it for me. I hadn't opened it because unopened things have potential. Hope, regret, praise, disappointment. Until you read the words. But that night, with the house humming softly and a half-healed family pressing against the windows like cold air, I opened it. There was only one line. You were always enough. I didn't know how to say it. I read it once, then again, and then I sat back in the chair, stinging like I hadn't felt in years, not since I was a kid, and scraping my knee so hard the blood pulled in my sock. I wasn't angry anymore. Not at him, Ben, or the years I'd spent chasing a version of success I thought I needed to prove something. The tears came slowly, not dramatic, just real. Perhaps I needed to prove it to realize I didn't. When I rejoined the others, the house was dimmer, quieter, full of leftover smells, half-drunk wine, and half-heard laughter. I watched Mom hug my cousin goodbye like she might break if she let go too fast. Grandma looked at me one last time before I left and said, "Good. Now keep going." As I stepped outside into the cool night air, I realized the real inheritance wasn't the watch, letter, or nod from my father. It was knowing that I had survived the story they wrote for me and rewritten it without permission. Maybe I won. Maybe I lost something bigger trying to prove I didn't need to. But some dinners change everything, and some silences say more than applause. Would you have spoken up at dinner, or let him believe the lie? Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My husband once let his family humiliate and discard me. 7 years later, I returned under a different name and bought their entire company. My husband's family always considered me unworthy. He consented and pulled away. 7 years later, we met at a corporate gala. I wasn't recognized. I grinned and gave him an unexpected contract. Our corporation bought his family's business. Quiet ensued. Jason's coffee mug fell over when I slammed the folder on our kitchen counter, spilling black liquid on his white shirt. The hell is this? My voice shaking, finger pointing at the proof. My background checks me like a criminal. Jason's face went white when he saw his mother's handwriting on the Eva background manila folder. Private detectives his family hired revealed everything. My parents' low income, school loans, and images of my small childhood home. Each page included Lena's exquisite calligraphy. Unsuitable. Common. Unfined. Let me explain, Claire. Jason grabbed my hand, but I retreated. Betrayal burns like new. Was this known before you proposed? Though tears threatened, I refused to satisfy them. My first look behind the Wright family facade. I didn't realize it was just the start. I met Nick at a charity function where I coordinated events. He was kind and interested in my sustainable business ideas. 6 months later, he proposed, and I thought I'd met my equal. My diamond ring blinded me to the warning flags. His small hesitancy while introducing me to his mother, his father's appraising eyes, and the whisper discussions that halted when I entered the rooms. Jason's mother, Vivian, called me about the engagement party 3 weeks before finding the folder. Nothing spectacular, she promised with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, just family and close friends. Wright Estate included 5 acres of beautiful lawns and gardens. Valets in pristine uniforms parked visitors' fancy automobiles, while wait servants carried champagne and d'oeuvres. For Vivian, this meant nothing fancy. Under crystal chandeliers, 200 Boston elite mingle. Jason left within minutes of our arrival, taken by his father to meet an old governor acquaintance. I was alone with my pocketbook as a protection, when an older server approached. Miss Thompson. Mrs. Wright requested I show you to your dinner seat. He led me through a swinging door from the great dining room, where tables were being set with beautiful china and silver, to a smaller area where staff were preparing trays. There must be some mistake, I replied, peering at the solitary place setting between multiple napkins and water images. The server's eyes showed pity. The main room laughed, humiliating me. Mrs. Wright was very specific. She said you'd be more comfortable here, observing how proper service is conducted. Jason discovered me still immobilized with astonishment 20 minutes later. Claire, why are you back here? Everyone sits. He seemed confused, so I wondered if he didn't realize what his mother had done, or if he was just a better actress. Vivian smiled during his lead to the main table. Unfortunately, the seating chart was misinterpreted. You might like seeing how things work behind the scenes, Claire. You're an event planner. Therefore the emphasis lets everyone understand. Not a guest. I was staff who stumbled into their world. That night I questioned Jason about his mother's actions. In frustration he cried, raking his hair. With me, not his family. Old-fashioned Claire from mom. She just needs time to acclimate. She expected me to marry Elle or Gia. Our lifelong friends. People with the proper lineage? I found the word bitter. His silence was confirmed. The pattern persisted. Mark, Jason's father and Wright Delicacies CEO, called me to his office one afternoon. Gourmet cuisine sold in high-end stores nationwide was made by the family business for generations. A refurbished downtown structure with elegant metal and mahogany housed the headquarters. I arrived in a new suit, hoping for an olive branch. Maybe Thomas finally realized my business degree could help the family business. Claire. He nodded without standing or shaking hands. Jason said you've been job hunting since graduation. I might feel hope. Officer. I focused on marketing and product development. Thomas treated me like a somewhat fascinating specimen under a microscope. A mailroom opening exists. It will teach you the basics of company operations where you belong. We were separated by the deliberate insult. My degree is in business, I whispered. He replied with Westfield State honors, showing his scorn. A privilege, Claire. No matter where they started, most people will jump at the chance to enter here. As I reached our bedroom door that night, I heard Jason on the phone. Dad, you can't really offer her the mailroom. His quiet, defensive voice gave me hope before he continued. Yes, she needs to earn her place. But I held my breath, pressing closer to the door. You're right, Jason answered after a lengthy silence. She can improve. She may attend workplace events with guidance. I know my undertaking, treating me like a burden or project. I traced the engagement ring, which now feels like a collar instead of affection. I kept telling myself Jason would stand up to them, and that he loved me for who I was, not what they wanted. The ultimate humiliation arrived in a silver box a week before our wedding. Inside was an Elizabeth Morrison finishing school certificate. The 12-week executive spouse program covers table manners and French conversation. Vivian wrote, "Maybe this will help you belong. Best wishes, Mother." My hands trembled as I showed Jason, hoping he would finally be just as furious. But his face brightened. "Mom's trying. Claire, this is considerate. You can traverse our environment with these talents. Your world." The words escaped before I could stop them. "I thought we built our planet together." I was patronized by his forehead kiss. "Yes, we are. You must acknowledge you weren't taught some things as a child." Filling in gaps. As we stood in our kitchen with the gifts, I should have left. It should have been obvious that Nick would never choose me above his family. He basically agreed with their evaluation of my worth. Instead, I walked down the aisle 3 days later with my father's arm around me, and my mother wiping proud tears in the front row. The right side of the church was crowded with politicians, cos, and old-money Boston families who watched me with courteous smiles and calculating looks. "Your marriage is announced." Vivian looked over Jason's shoulder as he placed the wedding band next to my engagement ring. She won with her smile. The message was plain. The struggle had only begun, but she thought she was winning. Who knew that behind my tearful bridal smile lurked a hardened heart? Their brutality will plant the seed of strength to leave and take what they value. First, I'll discover my opponent. The Wright family made marriage like slow-motion drowning. Each day, another inch of water rose around me, but no one noticed or cared. First Thanksgiving as a married couple should have been fun. The ritual of exclusion repeated at every family gathering afterward. We met at the Wright estate, where Thomas ceremonially sliced the turkey and Vivian commanded the staff. I stood behind Jason adjusting my carefully chosen dress for family photos. Vivian agreed grudgingly. "Claire, why not take the picture?" Her voice tastes poisonous. Vivian said, "You see these things well." A camera was forced into my hands before I could answer. I saw the Wright family via the viewfinder. Now my family is meant to be an ideal formation. Jason sat between his parents without looking back. "Smile." My empty voice obsesses me. Jason shrugged when I mentioned it later. "Mom just wants lovely family photos. We'll join you next time." Next time never comes. At Christmas, I was sent to the kitchen to check on dessert as the photographer arrived. My Easter assignment was to entertain distant cousins' children for the family portrait. Jason gets stronger and practices his excuses. Like a ghost haunting their immaculate tableau, I am there but unrepresented in the Wright family history. After 6 months of marriage, Jason started placing fashion magazines on our coffee table with articles about subtle beauty changes. "Darling," he remarked one evening as I browsed another magazine he'd left out, "imagine doing something with your nose. A little tweak." I reflexively touched my nose. "Problems with my nose?" Jason sat next to me, holding my hand. "Nothing wrong with it. Just Mom mentioned." He resisted but too late. "Your mother discussed my nose." A smack hurt instantly. "She only wants what's best for us," Jason added in that pompous tone I'd come to hate. "The annual shareholders meeting is coming up. You'll be photographed for the company newsletter." She suggested presenting the best family brand image. "You mean?" My voice froze. "Indeed, it's vital. You now reflect me, and I reflect the organization." The recommendations increased in frequency and specificity. My hair was boring. Adding highlights may add class. My jawline needs shaping. My casual walk lacked proper posture. I became a project that never met specs as each criticism eroded my identity. The confidence that helped Jason recognize me at that charity event evaporated like a sun-damaged photo. An annual Wright Foundation charity gala commemorated our 1-year milestone. I spent weeks planning, examining guest lists, remembering Boston's affluent family's ties, and rehearsing small talk about relevant themes. Jason persuaded me to have Vivian's exquisite updo, which made me look more like her. I wore a black dress that cost more than my first car to watch Jason dazzle investors and business associates that night. Vivian approached a silver-haired man in a suit. "Charles, I'd like you to meet Jennifer, Jason's wife," she added, touching my arm. Charles looked between me, detecting tension. "Oh, of course, Claire." Vivian's giggle tinkled like shattered glass. "I was thinking of Jennifer Lopez. Doesn't she look like her, Charles? Something about the features." Jason watched with a tight smile, saying nothing. Later, Vivian introduced me as Jessica to a judge and Kathy to a congressman's wife. Each time Jason's defense weakened until he stopped correcting her. "It's just a slip of the tongue," he said on the way home. "Mom meets hundreds at these events. You're being oversensitive. It's been a long night." He turned away, ending the conversation. That night, while Jason slept beside me, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when I had become invisible in my marriage. On an ordinary Tuesday, Jason left his briefcase in the hall when he rushed out for an early meeting. I noticed it while going to coffee with a friend, my increasingly rare attempt to live outside the right orbit. I grabbed the briefcase and planned to drop it off at his office. My car tipped over, spilling some contents onto the passenger seat. As I gathered the papers, my hand froze over a small pharmacy paper bag with 2 pregnancy test kits and a yellow sticky note. "Vanessa, potential mother of a true right heir. Pick up champagne if positive." The handwriting was Vivian's, and the implication was devastating. Who is Vanessa? My mind races through every conversation, event, and introduction. Then I remembered Tina, Senator Hall's daughter, who had attended several rite functions. Tall, blonde, meticulously bred, with Mayflower ancestry. Everything I wasn't. I replaced everything exactly as I'd found it, and gave the briefcase to Jason's assistant without seeing him. That night, I waited for him to explain or lie to me, but he said he'd be working late all week on the annual company retreat in the Berkshires this weekend. I inquired calmly, "All CEOs and their spouses?" My eyes were ignored. "You shouldn't come this year. Mom advises keeping it professional. Negotiating with foreign partners under pressure." Family retreats were always held. The spouse was always included. Another no-go. Another erase. I understood more than he thought, I said. I decided Friday morning when Jason left for the retreat. I traveled to the Wright's magnificent Berkshire Lodge, where they entertained key clients. I parked down the road and took the customary woods trail to the back of the home. All of them were visible from the main lodge's floor-to-ceiling windows. Thomas addressing executives, Vivian overseeing personnel, company officials mingling, and Jason sitting closely with a blonde woman on a quiet couch near the fireplace. She held his arm as they chuckled about something private. I stood still while Vivian smiled at them. I couldn't hear her toast as she handed them champagne glasses. It wasn't necessary. Celebration was obvious. Every smile, touch, and furtive gaze revealed their future without me. I saw my reflection in the darkened glass as I left, numb with the final affirmation of my disposability. A ghost at the limits of their universe viewing a life that was never mine. I realized the gradual disintegration of my confidence, identity, and family place that night alone in Jason and my purportedly shared house. Everything led up to this. I wasn't married. I was a placeholder till someone better arrived. I have nothing to do with them. While drying my tears and packing, I made a silent pledge to myself. I shall be everything someday. I signed the divorce papers steadily despite my broken heart. Wright family attorney looked at me with a hint of contempt. A man who had spent a month bullying me into accepting nothing while leaving. "You know that, by waiving alimony, you're just entitled to what you contributed into the marriage," he added condescendingly. I looked at him and said, "I know what I'm leaving." He didn't realize I'd taken something more important than money. I worked late for 3 weeks, methodically copying information from Jason's home office as Jason worked late with Vanessa. Supplier agreements, production schedules, contract details. Jason, certain of my insignificance, never hid his work files. He'd soon forget our wedding date, his password. Documents revealed Wright Delicacy's entire supply network. They rely on 3 suppliers for their distinctive ingredients. Exclusivity contracts expiring in 2 years, and their startling markup on artisanal products mass-produced in low-quality facilities. A folder on international expansion was most beneficial. A 5-year strategy by Mark to sell watered-down luxury items in Asia. Profits would soar and quality suffer. Solid business practices. I left the attorney's office with only my clothes, business degree, and the appropriate family's vulnerabilities. They believed I left empty-handed. It was clear I was leaving with everything. First stop. Not a new apartment or friend's sofa. A bus station with a one-way ticket to Portland, Oregon, was as distant from Boston's crowded social circles as I could get. Distance wasn't just geographical, existential. Claire Wright will die and be reborn as Eva. Portland welcomed me with misty mornings and coffee shop owners. I pre-rented a modest studio above a bookstore for 3 months. My final savings. I felt something unexpected that first night on a bare mattress with rain knocking on the windows. Freedom. The metamorphosis started the next morning. I went to a salon with long right-approved brown hair and left with a bright auburn bob that would have made Vivian gasp. A kind-eyed stylist with tattoo sleeves examined my face as I sat in her chair. "This isn't just a haircut, is it?" she questioned as she cut. "It's an exorcism," I said, watching my old existence crumble. The wardrobe followed. The traditional outfits and pearls that never fit me were gone. I like expressive colors and patterns. Every new item was announced, not what they made me. Final touch was unexpected. A voice and speech coach flyer caught my eye outside a theater. After performing on Broadway, Patricia now helps people find their voice. In our first session, she nodded knowingly as I spoke. She noted your training to soften your cadence, to round your vowels and copy others. Boston Brahmin patterns, I think. I didn't realize how much I'd internalized Vivian's speech training and had to eradicate my childhood Midwestern inflections. I told Patricia I want my voice back. I speak, not just sound. Something happened over the next 3 months as I regained my authentic speech patterns. Also, I found my voice in business. The plan developed. Everything changed with the letter. Grandmother Rose died peacefully in her sleep. When I was young, we were close, but the proper years separated us. Yet another relationship lost to my marriage. Along with my mourning came an unexpected legacy from her death. $30,000 and a box of belongings. Money saved the day. But the box was priceless. She possessed 1960s journals from her time as a recipe developer for Heartland Harvest, a tiny specialty foods firm. Her preservation recipes use unusual fruit and herb combinations. Strangely familiar recipes. One September 1967 entry struck my eye. Today, Mr. Wright toured the facility, cared about my blackberry sage preserve, asked several questions about herb-sweet balance, calls it groundbreaking. I'm flattered but suspicious of his interest. 3 months later, H. Heartland abruptly shuttered. Sales to investors. They said, "Today, I saw my blackberry sage preserve in stores with the Wright Delicacies label. No credit, no compensation. Mr. Mark Sr. stole my work and is making a fortune. No one will believe a woman over a powerful man." I sat among my grandmother's things, stunned. The irony was almost too perfect. Wright Delicacies had been built on theft, just as their son had stolen years of my life. Grandmother Rose had given me more than seed money. She'd given me moral clarity. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about justice, reclaiming what had been taken from both of us. Mira, Wright's product development director until last year, and I met over coffee. Margaret's bitterness and insider knowledge spilled out. Thomas had me develop this whole line of organic, sustainably sourced products. I created everything. He pulled the plug, saying it wasn't on brand. 2 weeks later I was laid off because my position was redundant. She leaned forward, voice dropping. "But Thomas is wrong. The market is shifting towards sustainability. Delicacies are so focused on tradition that they can't see the future. They're vulnerable." Margaret wasn't the only one. I systematically connected with 6 former Wright employees, each sharing pieces of the puzzle. David from accounting revealed their cash flow weaknesses. Zoe from marketing explained how their brand was failing to connect with younger consumers. Carlos from operations described their outdated production facilities. Each conversation was casual and each relationship was cultivated without revealing my true connection to the Wright family. I was Claire Thompson, a business school graduate interested in specialty foods. My Wright past was buried under my new appearance, voice, and state, invisible but informing every move. At a sustainable business conference, I met Ben, a food industry angel investor with a passion for ethical business practices. Unlike Jason, Liam listened to me, his eyes lighting up as I explained my vision for a different kind of food company. "Traditional food corporations exploit workers, consumers, and the environment," I said, thinking of my grandmother. Liam studied my business plan with growing excitement. "This isn't just idealistic, it's strategically brilliant. You've identified real market gaps." I didn't tell him that Wright Delicacies had created or ignored those gaps. Every aspect of my Thompson Roots business plan was designed to succeed at their expense. Where Wright Delicacies was hierarchical, we will collaborate. Where they exploit suppliers, we will partner with them. Where they cut corners on quality to increase profits, we will prioritize integrity. After our third meeting, Liam offered to be your silent partner. You have the vision and drive. I have the capital and connections. 1 month later, Thompson Roots includes one employee, me, working out of a small commercial kitchen with my grandmother's journals open beside me as I recreated her recipes. However, I could already see the empire. It would be built to dismantle the house of Wright, brick by brick. They spent years making me invisible, but little did they know, invisibility had become my superpower. Thompson Roots grew organically, steadily, reaching for the light. Wright Delicacies relies on large-scale suppliers who provide lower-quality ingredients at volume discounts, so I built relationships with small Oregon farms to trace every ingredient in our jars. The farm-to-table model was ethical and strategic. I don't understand why you're bothering with these tiny operations, Liam said during our quarterly review. Consolidating suppliers would increase profit margins. Liam's eyes opened as I showed him our projected growth curve intersecting with Wright Delicacies' market share in exactly 3 years. Every jar we sell is one they don't. Every farm we partner with strengthens local agriculture, the opposite of Wright's industrialized approach. I replied that I preferred to think of it as justice with a business plan. Each decision I made served 2 purposes. When I chose eco-friendly packaging, it wasn't just to appeal to environmentally conscious consumers. Wright Delicacies had invested millions in proprietary plastic containers that were becoming unpopular with younger demographics. I prioritized fair wages and profit sharing for employees because Wright's notoriously high turnover caused quality control issues they struggled to address. I prioritized supply chain transparency by highlighting our farmers' names and stories on each label. Because Wright's hidden sourcing was becoming a liability in an age when consumers demanded authenticity. Our modest success in the Pacific Northwest might have continued if not for a chance encounter at a food industry conference in Seattle. I was presenting a session on sustainable business models when I noticed a woman in the back row watching me with unusual intensity. Her sharp gaze reminded me of someone, but I couldn't place who. She extended her hand shortly after. Kate. Impressive presentation. The name hit me like a physical blow. I kept my composure, shaking her hand with a smile that concealed my shock. Claire Thompson, thank you for coming. Your approach to ethical business is refreshing, she said. I've spent 10 years in corporate marketing watching companies pretend to care about sustainability while doing the bare minimum. I'd love to hear more about Thompson Roots. Catherine revealed she was Vanessa's older sister over coffee, though they hadn't spoken in years. My father groomed Vanessa to be the perfect political accessory, pretty, polished, and without principles. I refused to play that game and studied her, weighing risks and opportunities. What happened between you two? Catherine's expression darkened. I exposed my father's last senatorial race's questionable campaign finance practices, and Vanessa was furious. Not because he did anything wrong, but because I threatened the family image, which is all that matters to people like them. She paused, sipping her coffee. I hear she's engaged to a food industry heir. 2 weeks later, Katette became Thompson Roots marketing director. Her insider knowledge of how families like the Holtz and Wrights operated was invaluable. More importantly, she casually mentions Vanessa's activities with her fiancé Jason kept me informed of my ex-husband's life, without having to explain why. Vanessa called me unexpectedly yesterday. Catherine casually mentioned one afternoon as we reviewed packaging designs. Trying to mend fences, says she and Jason are having problems. He's drinking too much. The family business is struggling with new market pressures. I think she's realizing that marrying into money isn't all it seems. With Catherine's help, Thompson Roots launched a documentary series called From Soil to Table that streamed on our website and social media channels. Each episode covers a different aspect of ethical food production, sustainable farming, fair labor practices, and ingredient transparency. We didn't name Wright Delicacies because the contrast between our methods and theirs was implicit in every frame, every interview with happy farmers and workers, and every close-up of natural ingredients being transformed by traditional methods. The series went viral in food-conscious circles, earning features in culinary magazines and sustainability blogs. Each new follower and customer was another thread in the web I was weaving to entangle Wright Delicacies. Since our success requires expansion, I targeted Wright's strongest distribution areas: Boston, New York, Chicago. Each Thompson Roots jar on those shelves competes directly with Wright products. Out East expansion is cutting deeper into operating capital than we projected. Liam warned during our 4th-year review, Are you sure the Boston market is worth this level of investment? I showed him the latest sales figures. Boston consumers are switching to our products at twice the rate of other markets. Trust me. This is exactly where we need to be. What I didn't tell Boston rollout. A blind taste test marketing campaign where consumers compared unlabeled preserves and voted for their favorite. My grandmother's blackberry sage preserve outperformed Wright's by a large margin. My most satisfying strategy was also quite personal. I started our executive feedback program under the guise of market research when Thompson Roots expanded to the East Coast. We sent carefully curated gift baskets to influential food industry business leaders, including the Wright family, and received glowing feedback. Mark commented, "High quality and flavorful." Vivian commented, "Exquisite packaging and complex flavor characteristics. This would be appropriate for even the most discerning diners." Jason's comments were the most pleasing, superior to anything on the market. Wright Delicacies should consider this a serious competitor. I kept those feedback forms in a special folder and read them on hard days when doubts crept in. They hadn't recognized my company name, and they wouldn't recognize me when we met again. Thompson Roots was still small compared to Wright ones, but I had something they didn't. Intimate knowledge of their weaknesses, blind spots, and vulnerabilities, and nothing to lose. The spider's web was nearly complete. All that was left was to draw them in for the final confrontation at the National Food Innovation Gala, where industry leaders will network and showcase their latest products. They discarded me, believing I would fade into insignificance. This year, Thompson Roots was nominated for the Rising Star Award, which would put us on the main stage and ensure the Wrights were seen when I took the microphone. I was ready for my moment of recognition 2 weeks before the National Food Innovation Gala. I had become their most dangerous opponent, one they didn't see coming until it was too late. Ray, Wright Delicacies' largest investor, would speak at a sustainable business panel in Boston, so I made sure Thompson Roots sponsored the coffee break after his session. Lawrence was mid-60s, well-dressed, and had the sharp eyes of someone who made his fortune by seeing opportunities others missed. Mr. Barrett, Claire Thompson, founder of Thompson Roots. Your panel insights were fascinating. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced. Thompson Roots, the preserves company from Oregon, correct? Impressive growth trajectory. You've been following our progress. I follow everything in specialty food, and he studied me with new interests. Your Rising Star nomination is well deserved. We talked about market trends and sustainability. Then I carefully addressed his investment portfolio. I know you invest heavily in Wright Delicacies. I said their traditional approach dominates the market for decades. Barrett's expression changed at my use of past tense. Mark has built a remarkable legacy. Legacy is a powerful word. I agree, but I wonder if traditional companies can adapt quickly enough to changing consumer preferences. I shared market analysis data that directly highlights Wright Delicacies' vulnerabilities without naming them. Barrett asked increasingly pointed questions. His concern was palpable. He suggested we continue this conversation over dinner next week, which I agreed to do, knowing he would be researching Thompson Roots and questioning his investment. Catherine burst into my office the next day, flushed with excitement. "You won't believe what my sister just told me. She's filing for divorce. Vanessa is leaving Jason because he's impossible to live with. Wright Delicacies is in financial trouble. Jason is drinking heavily and Thomas is determined to change strategies despite falling market share." I keep my expression neutral. How unfortunate. Catherine leans forward conspiratorially. "Vanessa is already seeing someone else. Congressman Drew. She told me she needs to secure her future with someone who still does." The ruthless calculation was so Vanessa, so Wright adjacent, that I almost admired it. Jason had served his purpose in her life, just as I had in mine. The symmetry was poetic. You know what this means for our plan, right? Jason will be vulnerable, distracted. Perfect timing. I agreed. Our plan to acquire the Wright Delicacies had just become much easier. The gala night arrived with perfect dramatic timing. A light snow fell over Boston as my car pulled up to the historic hotel venue. I stepped out wearing a blackberry-colored gown and my grandmother's locket with a small photo of her, my silent partner in this 7-year journey. The ballroom sparkled with crystal and ambition, as industry leaders worked over champagne, and screens displayed the nominated companies. Thompson Roots' promotional video played alongside those of much larger corporations, including Wright Delicacies. I saw them across the room. Thomas, older but still imposing. Vivian, elegant in midnight blue, surveying the crowd like a general. And Jason, handsome as ever, but with new lines around his eyes. Vanessa was absent. I moved carefully to avoid their gaze. Ray nodded meaningfully. Our dinner conversation had clearly had the desired effect. Phase 1 was complete. The Rising Star Award was announced midway through the evening. When they called Thompson Roots, applause erupted. Thompson Roots was founded on the simple idea that food should nourish not only our bodies but also our communities and planet. As I spoke about our journey, Ray approached Mark and whispered something in his ear. After the ceremony, I strategically moved until I met Jason. 7 years had changed us both, but while time had darkened his features, it had given me confidence. "Congratulations on your award," he said, his smile gone. "Impressive for such a new company." "Thank you, Jason," I replied, watching for recognition in his name. "Nothing. I believe business should be built on integrity, not just profits." He nodded absently, clearly not connecting this stranger with his past. I watched him leave satisfied. The real confrontation will come tomorrow in the Right Delicacies boardroom. The next morning, I arrived on time for Ray's meeting with the Wrights. He told them about a potential investment opportunity. When I entered the boardroom, Mark looked confused. "Miss Thompson, I don't understand." I placed a folder on the table and explained Right Delicacies' current position, and Thompson Roots' offer to acquire controlling interest. The room was shocked. Jason almost choked on coffee. "How silly. We're not selling to startups. Your company's market value has dropped 30% in 2 years, I said calmly. 3 key suppliers are considering contract breaks. Your core demographic is fading, and newer consumers perceive your brand antiquated and unethical. Thomas's face flushed with anger. How could you possibly know about our supplier issues? The same way I know about your cash flow problems and the loans you've taken against your family estate, I replied. Due diligence. Jason glared at Barrett. This is a hostile takeover. This is business, Barrett replied. Jason picked up the acquisition contract, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. Sign it, Thomas ordered, his voice resigned. We can't fight this. As Jason's pen hesitated over the signature line, I decided it was time. I removed my grandmother's locket and opened it to reveal her photo. Know who you're selling to before signing, I added gently. Jason looked up, exasperated, then froze. He dropped the pen, spilling ink across the contract. Claire. His voice whispered. Hello, Jason. 7 years. Finally connecting the dots, Vivian gasped. Impossible. I think your term was unworthy. I answered, my gaze unwavering. Funny how things change. Jason signed the contract speechless. I moved another document forward as he returned it. A journal post by my grandmother concerning the stolen blackberry sage preserve recipe. I explained that Thompson Roots' success went beyond business strategy. Reclaiming what was stolen, especially my Nora's recipes that made Right Delicacy famous. Thomas's face became pale as he read the recipe. He grasped his chest, laboring to breathe. Slander. A documented fact. I corrected as Vivian ran to her husband. Maybe call a doctor. As paramedics stabilized Thomas for a slight heart attack, I finalized acquisition paperwork. Thompson Roots owned Wright Specialties by midday. My last deed was probably the most personal. On that evening, I drove to the Wright estate, my company's property but where they might stay temporarily. I left a jar of blackberry sage preserve and handwritten delicacies wrapping with a Thompson Roots label on the doorstep. The handwritten note was reclaimed, not stolen, like my worth. 7 years earlier, I left with my name and honor. I returned to take everything else. Not for vengeance, but for justice for myself, my grandma, and everyone denied rights. In the game they started, I did what they never expected. Checkmate. Smash that like button now if this delicious vengeance narrative had you on edge. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My infertile sister raged when I got pregnant, claiming I stole a chance from others. My mother took her side and kicked me out. I, a 30 female, never thought my family would fight over assisting underprivileged youngsters. Everything started 7 years ago, however I must share last week's events. Following college, I became an at-risk youth mentor at a local community center at 22. I teamed with Mary, a 10-year-old kid whose mother, Amanda, 35 female, was working and dealing with personal issues. Mary was smart but behind in school due to family instability. We had tutoring and activities twice weekly. Amanda called me late one night after 6 months of coaching. She sounded exhausted and desperate. After her landlord evicted them, she couldn't find cheap housing. Amanda asked me to keep Mary for a few weeks while she recovered. Due to space in my 2-bedroom apartment, I accepted. 2 weeks became 2 months, then 3. Amanda visited occasionally but struggled to find work and housing. To authorize and help Mary, the mentoring program coordinator encouraged me to become a foster parent. Mary moved in 6 months after I finished home studies and fostered her. Amanda seeks stability. Right now, we get along. Almost daily, Mary was visited and called. Never tried to replace Amanda. I told Mary her mother wanted her home. Amanda and I had a long conversation 5 years ago when Mary was 12 and I was 24. She had a steady income but her home was unstable, and she worried about removing Mary from the school where she had finally found success. We decided I should defend Mary's legal rights. Amanda battled this decision. Through tears I watched her sign the paperwork. Because she thought her daughter would benefit. A new normal emerged. Mary debated, gained friends, and did well in school. Amanda visits her weekends and calls often. I safeguarded their relationship. Amanda contacted me 2 years later. She struggled to care for her kid Ethan while working full-time. She wanted me to foster him so the siblings could be together. After considering it, I took 2-year-old Ethan home. Using accountant savings, I moved us to a 3-bedroom property with a yard. Work introduced me to 31-male Kevin last year. After months he got a job in another state, and we split up. We broke up without my knowing I was pregnant. I'm 25 weeks pregnant with my first. My older sister Emily, 35 female, has been trying to conceive with her husband for 9 years without success. After several fertility treatments, each failure is awful. Emily always envisioned parenthood. She dreamed of it since infancy. She helped Mary move in with me by bringing clothes and toys and taking her on weekend outings. She welcomed Ethan into our family, but her visits decreased. She cited her job schedule. But I think the kids showed her what she needed. I told my family 3 weeks ago I was pregnant. My parents loved their new grandson. Emily offered a generic congratulations before switching topics. Emily stopped returning my calls and texts after that call. Last week my mother hosted Sunday supper for us. I went alone because a friend watched Mary and Ethan. The meal was filled with pregnancy queries from my folks. Did I feel good? Did I consider names? Was the nursery ready? Emily stared at me coldly when the baby was mentioned before leaving. After supper, Emily questioned me why I took 2 foster kids when I could have real kids. Table silence. Amanda got therapy. I became a foster parent to stabilize Mary. We decided permanent guardianship was best, and Ethan moved in with me to keep the siblings together. I hardened Emily's face with every word. She said I forced my instant family on her after years of trying. She argued that I had 2 children without trying to be a mother, and now I was carelessly having a biological child. The worst part was when she said it was cruel, that I took 2 foster children who could have gone to parents who deserved them more since they couldn't have children. Her comments physically shook me. My foster kids weren't astonished to be sent to the best couple, but I felt her pain. Their mother asked me to help her house the kids safely. I apologized for her issues, but I wouldn't apologize for taking in poor children. Mom asked me to go after quietly watching this encounter. I took my stuff without saying anything. Mom called the next day. She said my hostility to Emily was unnecessary given her situation. My sister was wounded and suggested I apologize. Emily received a text apologizing for my harsh comments but not the content. I respected her journey and suffering, but I wouldn't take responsibility or let her imply my relationship with Mary and Ethan snatched children from better parents. Emily ignored my text. My mother called again to say I was exacerbating things by doubling down instead of apologizing. I'm in my kitchen watching Mary and Ethan build a block tower, wondering if I did something wrong. Mary is constantly asking when we'll visit Grandma and Grandpa again, and I'm stumped. I've always tried to do what's best for these kids, but I worry if my family would accept our unique parenting style. Was my effort excessive? Should I have cared for Emily more? Is my opinion correct? Update 1. My family's issues have grown 2 weeks after the dinner catastrophe. First, thanks to everyone who replied to my initial post. Your support confirmed my right to defend my children and family. Many of you had relatives who viewed foster care selfishly, which helped me feel less alone. After that text, Emily blocked my number and erased me from all her social media accounts without responding. Though expected, it's startling. My mother was supposed to visit 2 days before my 28th week anatomy scan last week. She canceled via phone. She stated Emily was too upset to hear my name and my mother didn't want to help me at the scan. She recommended that I reschedule after things calmed down. No rescheduling. Instead, I took Ethan to the appointment. The clinic nurses loved him, and he read picture books while the ultrasound technician conducted it. Watching him joyfully point at the TV when the baby moved made my mother and sister's absence less noticeable. After the visit, Mom texted to ask how it went and if I learned the baby's sex. Got the message but didn't respond. Say what? That a child may replace her at the clinic? That a stranger cared more about my pregnancy than my family? Dad called 4 days ago. His call surprised me because he's impartial on family issues. After my mother told him about skipping the anatomy scan, he checked on me. He occasionally asked questions but mostly let me tell about what happened since supper. After I finished, he said something shocking. Emily and my mother were wrong, he thought. He added, providing a home for children who needed one was never something to apologize for. And while he understood Emily's pain, she had no right to make me feel guilty for my choices or my pregnancy. He volunteered to stay with me after the baby was delivered with his new wife, Susan. He proposed they help with Mary and Ethan for 2 weeks while I healed, even though they lived 3 hours away. I needed postpartum assistance after my mother volunteered for this position. I heard from Emily's husband Tom yesterday. After our fight and therapy, he reported Emily was inconsolable. No apology was requested. He admitted Emily's dinner remarks were unacceptable. He wanted me to know she was getting help and hoped we could reconcile. He was appreciated and I was delighted Emily was getting therapy. Reconciliation must value my 3 children and acknowledge that Mary and Ethan are youngsters who require safety and stability, not consolation trinkets for infertile parents. After sending that communication, I sat down with Mary to explain her aunt and grandmother's predicament, in age-appropriate terms. To digest disagreements, grown-ups need time apart, I told her. I assure her it had nothing to do with her, or Ethan, and that I prioritized our family, including the new baby. Mary thoughtfully asked her aunt why the baby bothered her. I stressed that seeing others get what they want can make individuals angry. She agreed, adding she felt the same when her friend brought her the sneakers she wanted for her birthday, but her mom, Amanda, couldn't afford them. I occasionally admire 14-year-old wisdom. I accepted my father's postpartum aid via SMS this morning. Next, I updated Amanda by phone. She calls Mary twice a week and visits monthly. Her health is good. She was promoted at work and moved into her apartment over a year ago. She worried about the family tension and volunteered to keep both kids for a weekend before the baby arrived so I could prepare. My mother's loyalty to Emily over a milestone and my pregnancy still affects me. I focus on people who've supported me and my kids instead of her. The child is male. All scan tests were normal. Mary is pleased to have another brother. First gift I gave her when she moved in, she gave him a plush elephant. Ethan doesn't comprehend, but he pats my belly and says, "Baby," smiling. I haven't named the baby. Due to my busy schedule, it keeps sliding off. I have 12 weeks to decide, so suggestions are welcome. Thank you again for helping. It means more than you realize. Update 2. 3 months have gone since my last update, and the baby is 3 weeks old. Baby life comes first, but much has happened and I want to update. Birth first. Alex, 7 pounds 2 ounces, was born 2 weeks early. Work was easy, but tiresome. 14-hour runtime. My father and Susan arrived almost presciently the day before I gave birth. While I was in the hospital, they brought Mary and Ethan to visit Alex and me. Mary's reaction to her new sibling was beautiful. Her thorough treatment of him showed her wonder and pride. Ethan liked the hospital bed controls better than the baby, but he named Alex Tiny and caressed his head. Amanda took handmade baby blankets to the hospital. She sat with me when Mary showed her the baby and later said she was proud of Mary's youth. This time together via our unique family bonds is precious. My sister and mother's health. My mother asked which hospital after hearing I was in labor. After Alex was born, I replied with his birth stats and a photo. When could she visit? I told her I wasn't ready for guests beyond immediate support after talking to my father. I received many texts about my harshness and separating her from her grandson. She stated I was punishing her for supporting Emily and that a baby should unite the family. I needed time to recover without stress, so my father told her to depart. Alex received a large present a week after hospitalization. A costly bassinet and baby clothing were inside. Tom and Emily signed the card. Only names, no messages. So I called Tom to thank them for the gifts. He was astonished by my message and said Emily suggested the bassinet. He hesitated before saying she wasn't ready to talk. I said I appreciated the offer and the door was open for her to discuss. Mom unexpectedly visited my house 2 days later. Ethan was at playgroup, Mary was at school, and my father and Susan went grocery shopping while I was alone with a newborn. She kept ringing the doorbell, waking Alex, who had fallen asleep after eating. She pushed by me into the house and went to the living room bassinet when I opened the door. She grabbed Alex before I could stop her, raving about meeting her grandson. I felt violated by her intervention and didn't want to upset the baby. I told her to sit down and that while I was glad she wanted to meet Alex, entering unannounced was wrong. I asked her to follow my boundaries if she wanted to join us. Should I not have hidden the infant from the family, she wouldn't need such measures. Mother's mood changed once Father and Susan returned. Her planned visit included giving me the baby. After witnessing my face, my father advised my mother to leave. After crying, she called to say I was turning everyone against her. Emily sent me a long email the next day. Her therapist advised her to write, but not communicate her feelings. She sent it anyway. She apologized and accused me, saying her dinner words were hurtful and that my ease at having children was a personal attack on her suffering. The final paragraph stated that she and Tom were authorized as foster parents and anticipated their first placement next month. She claimed that her therapist helped her realize her resentment at me was unwarranted and that foster care will heal her. She said she wasn't ready to see me or the baby, but wished to reconcile. Good luck with her first placement, and congrats on foster parent permission. I gave her some guidance from my early fostering days and offered to talk when she was ready. No reply. My dad and Susan stayed 3 weeks longer than intended. Their help was crucial. They maintained Mary and Ethan's schedules, kept the house running well, and gave me quiet time between feedings. I was prepared for their departure. Amanda comes twice a month. She offered to care for Mary and Ethan for a week in the summer so I could focus on the baby. Mary is excited about this plan since Amanda moved to a poolside apartment complex. Getting used to 3 kids. Watching Mary read to her boys while they listen intently makes night feedings worthwhile. Ethan calls himself mommy's helper and brings me diapers. While my mother and sister's issue remains unresolved, I've found peace in focusing on our family in this house. My motherhood journey wasn't what I expected, but I wouldn't alter it for my 3 kids. Update 3. Alex, now a healthy, smart 9-month-old, has started crawling and getting into everything since my previous report 6 months ago. Though busy, my 3 kids and I have family routines. Emily and I are carefully repairing our relationship, which is the biggest news. I was texted 3 months ago to meet for coffee alone. I had Amanda watch the kids. She's my rock and met Emily at a cafe between our homes. Weather and haircut conversation dominated the first 10 minutes, making them awkward. She then showed me her phone photo of Marcus, her first foster child. Discussing Marcus affected Emily's face. She described his dinosaur fascination, reading difficulties and nightly monster check under the bed. She detailed his nightmares, initial mistrust, social worker and biological family meetings, and other issues. Something she said showed her progress. Missed it. Fostering was supposed to fill my void. It's not about me. Marcus assists his mother till she can. I nodded, grateful for her way of understanding. She said Marcus's mother was sober and working to reconcile in a year. Emily shakily replied she would miss Marcus when he went home but supported reunion. She apologized. She denied that I stole children from deserving parents, or that fostering gave her comfort. She said her immune system had consumed her, preventing her from looking beyond her loss. Fostering Marcus showed her that systemic children don't solve adult issues. While their families heal, they need safe temporary lodging. I accepted her apology and apologized for my harsh statements during our fight. We spent the next hour talking about nighttime anxieties, reaching a child with walls, and building biological family relationships. We became sisters after years of hatred. Emily wanted to see Alex, Mary, and Ethan before leaving. Marcus played in the park with us the following weekend. The kids clicked instantly. Mary directed the smaller boys, and Ethan appreciated Marcus's dinosaur knowledge. After seeing only one baby photo, Emily hugged Alex, amazed with his progress. Our family meets monthly. Relationship repair continues. When old hurts return, tension rises, but we continue. My mother-daughter bond is tougher to repair. After her unexpected visit, I wrote her a letter setting clear boundaries. No surprise visits, no criticizing my parenting or family structure. I made it clear she had to respect these boundaries to be with us. No response after 2 months. Card with a little letter arrived in the mail. I miss my grandchild. Willing to listen. Try brief supervised visits. She hesitated, but she relaxed when she saw I wasn't punishing her, just setting boundaries. Mary's school play last month featured my mother. She hugged and told Mary she was proud later. Later that night she pulled me aside and apologized for favoring her daughters. Her revelation of what mattered came from seeing all 3 children prosper under my care. Our relationship isn't ideal but improving. Amanda stays with us. She brought her new beau to dinner at our house last month. Seeing her introduce him to Mary and Ethan was powerful. She encouraged my involvement in their lives and was confident in motherhood. This adventure showed me that family is about cooperation, not competition. Mary turned 16 last week. She requested calm conversation while we prepared her birthday supper. After thinking, she wanted to adopt us. We considered this over the years, knowing she could decide when she was ready. To hear her say she was ready made me cry. The legal process starts next month. Ethan, 4, loves his big sister and entertains Alex. Alex makes Ethan laugh most. Emily and Tom are willing to foster their second child, whose mother needs time to recover. Emily called me for nursery advice and we spent hours discussing the emotional and practical aspects of fostering a newborn. Marcus thrives under their care and will return next spring. Our journey has been surprising. When I started mentoring 7 years ago, I never imagined 3 motherhoods, an irreversible family breakup, and a deeper knowledge of family. Though hard, watching my children grow up with a biological and chosen family is worth it. Go to the next story. Story 2. My parents claim my sister's marriage was damaged by my advice. Months later, a horrible secret affects everything. I'm 34F and have endured months of family issues causing insomnia. Focusing on my younger sister Ella, 29F, her arranged husband Richard, 31M, and their 2 children, Jill, 7F, and Jack, 4MM. Ella met Richard in college. Opposites attract. Although Ella was organized, Richard was more casual. Their balance made things seem fine for a time. They married after college and had Jill a year later. Richard was overjoyed with Jill's birth. He talked of teaching her while watching her sleep for hours. Richard was overjoyed when Jack was born 3 years later. He'd always wanted a son and was delighted to take Jack fishing and camping. However, changes occurred. Richard was often absent, because his new job required more travel. Ella left with 2 young children and a full-time job. This stresses their connection. Ella lloró llamándome el año pasado. She found affair hints on Richard's phone. He denied it, but admitted to feeling a connection with a co-worker when challenged. He maintained nothing happened but trust suffered. After months of counseling, nothing worked. Richard was defensive and tough, Ella said. 8 months ago, they parted. They let Richard watch the kids every other weekend and review after 6 months. Early on, things went well. Richard will pick up and drop off the kids Friday and Sunday nights. Finally, he apologized. He worked late on a weekend. Next, he was unwell. He took the kids once a month max. I have 8-year-old twins Emma and Olivia, and 9-year-old Noah. Jill and Jack got along with their relatives, so I took them when Richard canceled. I chose relatives above father disappointment for kids. Richard took advantage. He called me immediately to ask if I could take the kids on his weekend, saying, "Your place is usually better." Furious, but I didn't want to disappoint the kids. I told Richard repeatedly. I suggested he help his kids. His excuses were common. Work, illness, or unavoidable plans stopped him from canceling. Spending time with his kids seemed optional. I have many terrible memories of this. My ex-husband Brian got worse after our divorce. He'd cancel at the last minute, leaving me scrambling for childcare. It took me a while to realize his actions hurt our kids and me. It finished last month. Even on his weekend, Richard asked me to take the kids on Friday afternoon. His explanation now: forgot his concert tickets. I took the kids despite my fury. Ella looked exhausted when she picked them up Sunday. She complained about Richard's dependability. She couldn't plan weekends since she didn't know if he'd take the kids. My Brian experience made me sympathize with her. I changed our custody arrangement so Brian could only get the kids when he asked. I mentioned how easier it was not to rely on him following a schedule and how my kids were happier not being disappointed. Ella took it seriously. She thanked me for listening and left with the kids. I thought that was it, but she notified Richard about changing their agreement. Richard raged at me the next day. He said I was trying to turn Ella against him and kidnap his kids. Shocked. None told Ella what to do. Shared experience. Richard didn't listen when I explained. Yelled at me for being a rotten sister and to mind my own business. I was fed up and snapped at him. If he wasn't inconsistent, Ella wouldn't change. My family's divided. My family agrees with Richard that I shouldn't have interfered. Richard has always been special because he helped Dad renovate their kitchen a few years ago. My brother likes my performance. He never liked Richard after he missed his birthday 2 years in a row. Our parents are urging Ella to stay still after I opened her eyes. They say Richard is struggling and needs help, not criticism. I worry about overstepping. Should I have kept silent about my experience? Am I responsible for accidentally provoking family strife? All this reminds me of Jill and Jack. Jill is old enough to know her dad cancels, and I've seen her disappointment. Jack is too little to comprehend. He inquired why they saw their dad less. Part of me wants Ella and Richard to resolve it. But I also want to fight for those kids so they don't think their dad doesn't want to spend time with them. I keep thinking about how much happier my kids are after I change Brian. His commitment to the time makes him rarely cancel when they meet. It altered their life. Maybe every situation is different. Maybe Richard is just having a tough moment and will recover. I may project my issues upon Ella. No idea what to do. Should I apologize to Richard and my parents? Should I continue? Should I totally avoid it? I always worry that someone may dislike me. A month has gone since my last post, and much has happened. I appreciate everyone's advice and assistance. So I was right to inform Ella about my experience. Post-fight tensions were high in our family. Ella was pressured by our parents to go since Richard needed time to adjust to single dadhood. Ella separated. She didn't want to offend Richard, but she was fed up with his inconsistency. I avoided it whenever possible. I invited Jill and Jack to play with my kids, but Ella, not Richard. He wouldn't get more ammunition against me. One weekend while the kids were there, Jill asked me why her dad didn't want to see them. The heart broke. I tried to imply she loved her dad, but adults have trouble. She seemed happier after our chat, but I'm not sure she understood. The culmination was 2 weeks ago. Weekend with the kids was Richard's plan. Ella dropped them off Friday night, but Richard called at 9 p.m. to say he had to work out of town and suggested she bring them up. Ella raged. She planned her childless weekend. Ella phoned me. She sobbed and requested me to watch the kids overnight. Sure, I agreed. Jill cried when she dropped them off, asking why her dad didn't want to see them. Why they moved late at night puzzled and annoyed Jack. Ella came early the next day. She was ready to confront Richard and modify their deal. As requested, I watched the kids while she talked to him. Ella was out, so I distracted the kids. They were afraid while we baked cookies, played board games and built a pillow fort in the living room. Jill kept asking when her mother would arrive and Jack clung. Miss Ella vanished for hours. She looked fatigued, but relieved when she returned. She said she and Richard had a long, difficult conversation. To defend himself, Richard said work was crazy. But Ella persevered. Richard was advised he would no longer have set weekends with the kids. He had to ask her a week ahead to take them for a weekend. Last-minute cancellations cost him his next shot. Ella continued despite Richard's disapproval. She told him his behaviors affected the kids, and this was his last chance to prove himself trustworthy. Parents were upset when they learned. I was accused of poisoning Ella against Richard at my house that night. It was Richard's behavior, not my advice to Ella, I said. A fierce argument ensued. Our dad kept saying Richard was trying, and our mom accused me of jealousy since Richard was a better father than my ex. That hurts. Despite his flaws, my ex was punctual. Every time Richard canceled on the kids, I reminded them how upset Jill and Jack were. I asked if Richard could treat his kids like options. That made them pause, but they granted Richard more time. After the argument, parents left to think. Not talking to them is hard. Our family has always been close, so this rift hurts. Ella was helpful. Our conversation inspired her to protect herself and her children. She claims she neglected Jill and Jack to maintain peace. Peace is uneasy for now. Richard's accepted the change but is upset. Ella seems more in charge. The change is confusing, but kids are adapting. Recently, Jill wondered why things changed. I said her parents were trying to find ways to spend time with her and Jack. She agreed, but she seemed nervous. It may not solve everything, but it's a start. Without last-minute cancellations, Ella relaxes. This should inspire Richard to spend more time with the kids. I'm supporting Ella and the kids. Ella knows I'm always willing to help Jill and Jack. I'm also giving our parents space to help them change. While it's difficult and will take time for everyone to adjust, I think Jill and Jack will benefit. This new setup should provide them with reliable parents. Update 2. Again, things changed abruptly this month. New agreement with Richard appeared fine at first. He scheduled a visit to the kids and arrived on time. Ella was cautiously optimistic. Ella cried on the phone 2 weeks ago. She learned Richard lost his job 3 months previously without notifying anyone. He was preoccupied with job interviews or trying to make ends meet when he said he was busy or had to go out of town for business. This news saddens Ella. She and Richard were always upfront about money. They made all major decisions collectively. Richard lost her trust after keeping this secret for so long. Ella was confused. She was outraged that Richard lied to her and the kids. She regretted being hard on him when he struggled. She asked my counsel. I advised her to quietly talk to Richard and get all the information before making a decision. Ella agreed and met Richard the next day. Their conversation revealed much. Richard said he was too embarrassed to tell anyone he lost his job. Getting a new one before anyone discovered it took longer than expected. He couldn't afford to eat or take the kids out, so he canceled. Much is made clear by this. Though not justified, Richard's actions make sense. It reminded me that pride and embarrassment can cause unwise decisions. Ella se arrepintió de la traición de Richard, pero entendió por qué. The solution was discussed for hours. Another deal was made. Ella is more flexible, but Richard must request the kids in advance. She offered to help with the kids financially while Richard looked for work. Ella told me this, and I was amazed but proud of her understanding. I told her to be cautious. She should check Richard's employment search to make sure he wasn't taking advantage of her kindness. Our parents altered their thoughts after learning. They criticized Ella for softening after scolding her for being tough on Richard. Ella shouldn't trust Richard's excuses, they warned. Another family conflict. Instead of making Ella stricter with Richard, our parents say I manipulated her again. Ella was an autonomous adult, I said. Parents indicated they were done after the fight. No further advice or help till we revealed our feelings. This entire episode has shown me how quickly we judge others without understanding the complete story. I think Richard should have been honest from the start, but I can appreciate how painful it was to lose his career. Ella and Richard are adjusting to their new agreement. More time with Dad makes the kids happier. Richard seems more interested with them, probably because he's less worried about them uncovering his secret. Supporting Ella as best I can. I've offered to help with the kids when needed, and am monitoring the situation to avoid Richard from taking advantage. My guess is that Ella and Richard's honesty and cooperation will help everyone, especially the youngsters. Update 3. Over 2 months since my last update, I'm still processing. The outcome was surprising. Richard worried and called Ella 3 weeks ago. He had a great job interview, but it was the weekend he was supposed to have the kids. He advised Ella to switch weekends. Ella offered to help Richard find work. I watched Jill and Jack so Ella could rest on interview day. Nothing was wrong until Ella called me furiously at 3 p.m. Police contacted her recently. His car wrecked on the interview route. Without knowing what to expect, we went to the hospital. Despite Richard's broken leg and bruises, we were relieved to find him alive. Here, things get tough. The accident responding officer visited us while Richard was hospitalized. He said Richard's automobile had open alcohol containers and his blood alcohol level was high. Ella was devastated. That moment dashed her hopes for Richard's future. She cried in the hospital waiting. My anger prevented me from comforting her. Richard risked death. He missed a great job that may have supported his kids. A few days after Richard left the hospital, Ella approached him. He cried and admitted to drinking for years before splitting. He said it helped him cope with unemployment and shame over not supporting his family. Our uncle's lengthy alcoholism sprang to mind with this news. It broke up our extended family and took a long time to heal. We might do the same with Richard, I thought. Ella separated. Her rage at Richard for jeopardizing everyone. She knew he needed help. After heated debate, the conclusion was reached. Richard accepted rehab. He can't visit the kids alone throughout treatment. Ella will update him twice a week via video chat on Jill and Jack. Explaining this to kids was hard. Due to her age, Jill had many difficult questions. Thank goodness Jack was too young to understand. Ella explicó a ellos que su padre necesitaba hospitalización especial. The news shocked our parents. They apologized to Ella and me for missing signs. They've helped with kids and Richard's treatment. Even though it took a major event to unify us, having them back has been comforting. My mind is still processing. I'm furious with Richard for jeopardizing so many, but I hope he gets help. Helping Ella and the kids through this difficult time is my top priority. Ella is strong. She informed the kids in an age-appropriate manner that their dad is ill and seeking therapy. She attends Ellen and meetings for self-help. I've been trying to normalize Jill and Jack's time with me, including baking and watching movies, despite their confusion and sadness. Jack is clingy, and Jill suffers nightmares. Despite the emotional roller coaster and lengthy road ahead, I'm cautiously hopeful that this could be a turning point for Richard and his relationship with his kids. Time will tell. Today, we're taking it day by day. Ella puts her kids and rehabilitation first. As Richard recovers, I'm attempting to be my family's supportive sister and aunt. I learned about communication, not jumping to conclusions, and family dynamics intricacy from this occurrence. Though difficult, I think we'll all be stronger. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. She once rejected me and chose another. Now, out of a toxic relationship, she says she still loves me, but I don't feel the same anymore. Lena, 28 female, and I met in a recreational volleyball league 3 years ago. Our team practiced twice a week and played weekend matches. Our friends formed that way. We had drinks or meals after every practice at 8. Corporate lawyer Chase, 30 male, was here. Lena caught my eye immediately. She was like this, not only in appearance but in energy. She loved teaching high school science and often had funny anecdotes about her students. Lena spoke most in our group after practice. Chase was also first intrigued by her. He always sat next to her and walked her to her car when we went out. Our group bonded in the first year. We shared birthdays, moved apartments, and went to Cape Cod for a weekend. Lena became more attractive to me throughout this time. She crossed my mind during work meetings and grocery shopping. We frequently texted about various topics, such as a hilarious dog she spotted on her way to work, a new restaurant, or book TV program recommendations. After a year and a half with Lena, I told her how I felt. It was difficult to decide. Changing our friendship kept me up at night. What if she declined? Would our relationship suffer? Would it affect all our friends? I pondered these questions for weeks. One night after practice, I invited Lena to coffee. Just us two. Near the gym, we visited this small cafe. I recall everything about that time. I saw the chipped blue mug in front of me, the espresso machine hum, and the dusk light through the windows. I informed Lena that my love for her had gone beyond friendship and asked if she would date me. Lena took what seemed like hours to respond to her coffee. She stated she loved our friendship but not me. She said she wasn't searching for a relationship because she was considering applying for a master's program. I spent hours staring at my ceiling at home that night. Despite the hurt, I appreciated her rejection. I avoided acting differently around her for several weeks. We kept playing volleyball, hanging out, and texting. The rejection pain dissipated as I focused on going forward. After rejecting me, Lena started dating Chase within 2 months. They revealed themselves during our Friday night drinks while holding hands. The sight hit me hard. They received congrats from everyone while I tried to absorb what was happening. She wasn't only dating someone else. She explicitly stated she didn't desire a relationship at that time. Seeing them together showed me her rejection wasn't about timing or priorities. She wasn't interested in me. I felt something change then. I lost interest in Lena. Not out of spite or resentment, but because shared passion is essential for my romantic desire. Without exchange, such feelings were trapped. I remained friends with Lena and Chase despite this news. I wanted Lena to be happy. Chase making her happy is fine with me. We still play volleyball, but I missed some after becoming CFO. Lena and I still texted, joked, and told stories. She became close friends with my sister, Claire, 32 female, with whom she went shopping and had lunch every few weeks. Thank goodness they connected. Claire wanted Boston friends after moving there recently. Chase and Lena split months ago. Our group was shocked, because they always appeared like a fantastic match. Chase stopped attending our meetings first, then Lena. When she joined us, she was quieter and less herself. I discovered the truth 3 weeks ago. Shaking, Claire called me. Lena showed images of arm and back bruising. Chase abused her physically and emotionally. He continually judged her, monitored her phone, and cut her off from friends. This news left me flabbergasted. My longtime friend Chase, who laughed with us and helped us move apartments, was torturing Lena behind closed doors. Lena spent more time with Claire and at my house after this discovery. We encouraged her without pressuring her. She was improving, but I thought she needed professional help to digest things. Lena visited my apartment 2 weeks ago. We drank wine and chatted about nothing important. A new Netflix program, volleyball season, weather. 2 people can hardly stand in my tiny kitchen without knocking into each other. Lena kissed me while we laughed. I left the kiss after 10 seconds. I joked about the wine being stronger than expected. Lena laughed too, agreeing it was booze. Shortly after, she left to create lesson plans for tomorrow. Lena returned to my door the next morning. She asked to talk with red eyes. Sitting on my couch, she said she had loved me for months. She wished we had started our relationship earlier. Lena says she initially declined Chase's invitation. He kept delivering flowers to her school and bringing takeout from her favorite restaurant to her apartment until she agreed to a date. She felt rushed into the relationship. Lena thought she and I might have met if Chase hadn't pushed so hard. I listened to what she said, having chaotic feelings. After she stopped being romantic, I told her I loved her as a friend, but no longer loved her. I didn't feel excited about dating her anymore. Lena's face fell. She wondered whether I was rejecting her out of revenge after years of rejection. I assure her that wasn't the case, but secretly I knew her initial rejection had affected my view of her. Once I discovered she didn't share my romantic feelings, they never returned. It wasn't revenge. My initial need was shared enthusiasm. Lena seemed distraught leaving my flat. Claire called me that night, angry I rejected Lena. She said Lena was my perfect match and I was nasty and vengeful. Claire claimed that Chase, a textbook narcissist, had twisted Lena, and I was punishing her for nothing. Lena texted me the next day, requesting solitude. She suggested we quit seeing each other. This upsets me because I tried to keep our friendship despite my sad sentiments when she rejected me years ago. I still consider Lena a friend and hope we can reconnect. I granted her space and planned to contact her when things calmed down. Claire needed to be told about limits and asked to leave first. 2 weeks have passed since I posted, and things have taken some unexpected turns. Claire joined me for lunch the day after my post. She silently read the Reddit thread on my phone while I picked up my omelet. Her phone was put down and she apologized after reading. Claire agreed that she shouldn't meddle and pledged to back my decision. She even agreed with many commenters that Lena and I should be apart for now. My chat with Claire went better than expected, and I was relieved to resolve at least one stress. After much counsel and my own instincts, I chose to stay away from Lena. We had time to process because I didn't text or phone her. A week after meeting Claire, I attended a friend's Cambridge housewarming celebration. The apartment was full of people, music was loud, and everyone seemed happy. After a hard week at work, I went home around midnight, exhausted. When I got to my building, the front desk clerk said Lena was waiting. Unsure what was so essential that she needed to see me at midnight, I allowed her up. Lena was looking better after months. She smiled broadly and had sparkling eyes when she saw me. She hugged me like she missed me and wanted to hang out. Lena said she saw my party Instagram story and asked our common buddy where I was. When she heard I left early, she came over. I had a few drinks while talking to Lena after drinking at the party. We reminisced about our week apart in a relaxed manner. Lena kissed me again in my kitchen. Due to drink and familiarity, I didn't stop her this time. Lena slept. I got up first the next morning, my head hammering from the cocktails. I went to fetch coffee while Lena slept, unsure what transpired. She was showering when I returned. I waited on the bed with coffees, knowing we had to chat. Lena requested to speak. She admitted I could believe she was using me as a rebound or backup following Chase, but she assured her feelings were genuine. She wanted to show me we could work together and be a couple. I told Lena I was confused. Though the night before had been pleasant, I still didn't feel the same way about her as she did about me. I said my feelings for her were not romantic. Lena sobbed and asked if she could alter my mind. I advised us to take a break to calm down. Perhaps we could revisit the conversation with clearer heads and repair our friendship. But seeing each other now will hurt more. Lena cried more but agreed. After breakfast and easy discussion, she departed my apartment a few hours later. I paced my apartment after she departed, shaken by all that happened. Despite our physical intimacy, my feelings remained the same. Although it was harder than expected, I knew a clean break was right. Later, I realized sleeping with Lena was wrong. Alcohol clouded my judgment, sending confusing signals when she needed clarity. Coffee I brought back wasn't a boyfriend gift. Coffee preceded an uncomfortable conversation. I think Lena needs time to recover from Chase. Abuse produces profound wounds that take time to heal. Therefore, she may not be ready for another relationship. My romantic sentiments for Lena are 95% gone. The night we spent together caused some doubt. But it was due to our physical connection, not my mood. I will maintain our clean break for now. It feels like our cleanest, nicest path forward. Update 2. A month has passed since my last post, and Lena's position has worsened unexpectedly. After Lena departed my flat after our night, I banned contact. 2 days later, she texted to discuss. I said I didn't like it, and that we needed time apart for now. After that, Lena texted several times. First saying she understood, then saying we'd be great together, and eventually saying I was wrong to push her away. These texts stopped coming after I didn't react. I reluctantly admit that our friendship was probably over. That knowledge made me sad, but I thought we had to move on and find pleasure elsewhere. For a year, I've worked with Sophie, 29F, a legal consultant, on a significant acquisition deal. Sophie's intelligence, passion, and wit make even the most tiresome contract reviews tolerable. During our months of working together, I had strong feelings for her, but never acted on them due to our professional connection. I asked Sophie out for coffee months ago, but she graciously rejected it, saying it wouldn't be acceptable while we were working on the sale. I fully respected her boundaries and agreed. We completed our acquisition 2 weeks ago. I invited Sophie to dinner to celebrate after the firm received the announcement email. She smiled and agreed immediately, as if she'd been waiting for this. First date went great. Conversations naturally moved from business to personal interests and objectives. Sophie said she informed her friends about me months ago, which astonished me because I did the same. The challenge of working together while being attracted made us chuckle. Sophie returned to my apartment after the date. Lena lacked our natural mutual connection. Sophie contacted me 2 days later. Our coffee appointment was requested quickly. Sophie was anxious and pushed her phone across the cafe table as I arrived. Lena's LinkedIn message appeared. Lena found out about Sophie and me. She informed Sophie of our relationship in her first communication. Lena said her and I were going through a rough patch. After Sophie didn't react, Lena sent another message accusing me of manipulating women, serial dating and hurting women who fell for me. Sophie was naturally alarmed by these messages. She liked me but didn't want to get engaged in romantic drama. She suggested we quit seeing each other before things escalated. I told Lena the whole story to avoid losing Sophie to false allegations. Sophie saw my original Reddit post about the event. After reading everything, Sophie consented to visit me, but I could see the episode had shaken her trust in our promising relationship. Lena's attempt to ruin my connection with Sophie upset me. I pondered addressing Lena and saying hurtful things. I've never retaliated, even when provoked. However, Sophie and I blocked Lena on all social media and communication methods. I called Claire to tell her, and Lena's behavior startled her too. Claire said she wasn't in touch with Lena anymore, which I trusted. I chose not to notify our mutual friends about Lena's situation. Some friends may only hear Lena's account, but I'm keeping my personal life secret. Only LinkedIn remains for professional reasons after I canceled most social media accounts. Many reviewers on my prior postings told me Lena might be manipulative or unstable, but I ignored them. I now see what they saw that I missed due to our friendship. If Lena contacts me again, I'll set boundaries. I wonder if Lena's friendship with Chase affects her more than we thought. Her destructive behavior may have been taught by an abusive relationship. Despite my anger at her behavior, I remember Lena as compassionate, witty and passionate about teaching, and I see how much she's changed. Update 3. I wanted to inform you on how things went after 3 months. After Lena tried to interfere with my relationship with Sophie, she didn't contact us for a month. Her presence at places she knew I may have increased. She visited my gym, the coffee shop near my office during lunch. then a restaurant where I was having dinner with coworkers. I avoid interaction and depart swiftly every time. I resolved to take direct action after 5 coincidental meetings. A lawyer urged me to write Lena an official no-contact letter. The letter indicated that I did not want to engage with her, and that any attempts to contact me or visit me would be harassment. Lena emailed me and Sophie a lengthy email 2 days after the letter arrived. She apologized and said she had started therapy to cope with her connection with Chase. She wrote that she admits her actions were wrong and will respect our boundaries. I ignored the email per my lawyer's advice. We agreed to keep Lena out of touch after discussing it with Sophie. Despite the earnest apology, the relationship was too damaged to renew. Claire briefly contacted Lena after the apology email. Claire reports that Lena regrets her behavior and is addressing major concerns related to her relationship with Chase. Claire and Lena met for coffee once, but Claire felt it would be disloyal to me and complex given the past. The drama eventually disbanded our volleyball team. Some friends stayed with me, others with Lena, and some left, uneasy. Some days I miss those friendships, but I know why. Sophie and I have been dating for 4 months. My relationship with Lena was complicated, but this one went smoothly. We have agreed to move in together when my lease ends next month. Working together goes nicely. We're professional at work, but enjoy our personal lives. I learned via mutual contacts that Chase moved to Chicago for work. No one in our former buddy circle talks to him, and Lena filed a police report about the abuse, but didn't press charges. Time has allowed me to process everything. My experience with Lena showed me the importance of setting boundaries and ending friendships. I'm no longer angry at Lena, but I don't want to see her. Through this, Claire and I have become closer as friends. Now a trusted confidant, her friendship with Sophie is growing. We have weekly dinners and feel like we're establishing a healthy social group. I learned from this that sometimes the hardest actions, like cutting ties with a loved one, are vital for your well-being. Moving forward requires letting go, even if it hurts. I appreciate building a life with respectful limits and open communication. Thank you to everyone who advised and supported me during this difficult time. Your advice helped me manage difficult emotions and make better choices. I'll stop posting updates now that this chapter is over. Move on to the next story. Story 2. My jobless cousin bullied my sister after my parents let him stay. My parents chose him over us when I defended her. I'm a 25 female and live with my parents while finishing my social work master's. Our family has always been close despite sibling rivalries and disagreements. I'm the middle child between my older brother Jake, 28 male, and younger sister Mia, 21 female. Our parents raised us to always look out for each other. Our parents David, 55 male, and Linda, 53 female, have always supported our goals. They encouraged us to study, even if it meant staying home to save money. Due to this, I don't pay rent but contribute to utilities and groceries. Our arrangement has worked wonderfully for years. Jake returned home last year after quitting his marketing job. When his firm restructured, he was living in the city and climbing the corporate ladder. He lost his job and struggled to pay rent in his luxury apartment. Jake returned home to regroup and find his footing, so our parents welcomed him. Mia, the youngest, attends community college at home. She's always been our most sensitive and artistic. Mia is pursuing her photography passion, while Jake and I choose more traditional careers. Our parents are supportive but worried about her field's financial security. Our cousin Alex, 23 million, came to be with us 2 months ago, changing our life. My mom's sister's son, Alex, was our vacation and summer companion. He was always the life of the party, quick with a joke and never took anything seriously. Alex struggled despite his easygoing exterior. Alex struggled with his parents' breakup throughout high school. He acted out, got in trouble, and quit college after a semester. He's bounced between jobs for years, never finding his niche. His recent relationship with Sarah seemed to change him. Alex seemed to be settling down and planning his future for the first time in years. We were surprised when Alex arrived 2 months earlier, looking lost and defeated. He said Sarah broke up with him and kicked him out of their flat. He was too embarrassed to return to his mother's house and had nowhere else to go. Since our parents are loving, they offered him our guest room till he recovered. All appeared well at first. Alex was appreciative for the support and tried to help around the house. He did the dishes, mowed the lawn, and helped Jake with job applications without being asked. We hoped this would wake Alex up and change his life. After a month with Alex, I noticed a difference in household dynamics. It started off subtly. a snarky remark, or a backhanded compliment. Most comments seemed to target Mia. I originally dismissed it as Alex's regular mocking. He'd always been a jokester, even as a kid. As time went on, I couldn't ignore the pattern. Alex seemed to intentionally upset Mia. Alex said, "Isn't that skirt a little short for a family dinner?" Or, "I bet you're trying to impress that barista at the coffee shop." When Mia talked about her photography projects, Alex rolled his eyes and said something about starving artists. I tried to discuss it discreetly with Alex. I approached him in the kitchen one afternoon when everyone was out. I said, "Hey Alex," attempting to be casual. "I've noticed you've been pretty hard on Mia lately. Is everything okay?" Alex shrugged, grabbed a beer from the fridge. "I'm joking," he said. "Mia must toughen up to succeed in life. Besides, it's not my fault if she can't take a joke." "I didn't want to create house tension," he said. "I choose to monitor the situation." I spent more time in the common areas while Alex and Mia were home to deter misbehavior. Mia was increasing her withdrawal. Her living room was her favorite spot for sketching and laptop photo processing. She mostly holds up in her room now. After hesitating, she told me Alex's comments were hurting her. "I can't do anything right while he's around," she said, crying. "But I don't want to tell Mom and Dad. By keeping Alex, they're doing so much." I assure Mia that her feelings were valid, and that she had a right to feel comfortable at home. Mia asked me not to tell our parents about the situation. Alex was already struggling, and she didn't want to cause controversy. A family supper last week resolved matters. All of us were at the table for Mom's excellent lasagna. The conversation started lightly with Jake mentioning a promising employment opportunity and Dad planning a weekend fishing vacation. Suddenly Mia revealed that she was going on a date with a photography classmate. Alex's demeanor changed when she spoke. His sparkle in his eyes made me apprehensive as he leaned forward. Well, he sarcastically remarked. "It appears our tiny Mia is finally expressing herself." Mia flushed red and stared at her plate as Alex interrogated her about the guy, asking increasingly personal and inappropriate questions. "So, is this guy aware of your, shall we say, limited experience? Or, are you planning to fake it till you make it?" He sneezed. I saw Mia shrinking in her chair, mortified. I tried to change the subject by asking Dad about his fishing trip, but Alex kept going. He turned to me and narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter, sis? Afraid little Mia can't handle a little teasing? Or are you jealous that she has a date and you don't?" "Enough, Alex," I snap. "You're a guest in this house, and you need to show some respect. Just because your life is a mess doesn't mean you can take it out on Mia or anyone else." The table fell silent, and everyone stared at me in shock. Alex's face contorted with anger. He stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You know what? I don't need this. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. The silence was deafening. Dad cleared his throat and said, "I think we all need to calm down. Slowly. Alex is family and he's going through a tough time. We need to be more understanding." I couldn't believe the words. "Dad, did you not hear how he was talking to Mia? To all of us? That's not okay, tough time or not." Mom tried to intervene, suggesting we take a breather and discuss things when everyone had calmed down. But Alex didn't return for 2 days. When he did, my parents called a family meeting. They said Alex would be staying with us for at least another month and that we needed to get along. I tried to explain Alex's behavior toward Mia, but my parents dismissed it as cousin rivalry and told us to resolve it ourselves. Now the house is unbearably tense. Alex hardly speaks to me, throwing me dirty looks anytime we're in the same room. Mia appears more reclusive than ever, spending practically all her time in her closed room. Jake has been avoiding it, saying it's not his concern. I feel like I'm the only one standing up for Mia, but I'm not sure if I crossed a line with what I said to Alex. Should I apologize to keep the peace or stand my ground? I don't want to make things worse for Mia, but I don't think it's right to let Alex treat her this way in our home. I don't know what to do next. Update 1. It's been 2 weeks since my last post, and I wish I could say things have improved, but the situation has only escalated. After much internal debate, I decided to try to reconcile with Alex. One morning in the kitchen, I apologized for my harsh words at dinner and explained that while I still cared about Mia, I could have expressed it more tactfully. Alex seemed to accept my apology, even cracking a smile and saying, "Water under the bridge, cuz." I felt hopeful that we could move past this and cooperate peacefully. Despite our apparent reconciliation, Alex's behavior toward Mia hasn't improved at all. If anything, it seems to have gotten worse, as if he's trying to make up for lost time. He's become more subtle in his jabs, making innocent-sounding comments with a clear mockery undercurrent. I helped Mia choose her outfit and gave her a pep talk before she left for her date with the guy from her photography class last weekend. She had been nervous all week, changing her outfit multiple times and worrying about every detail. As she left, I felt protective sisterly pride. Alex was watching a basketball game on the couch in the living room when Mia came home later that night. When she came in, he muted the TV and sat up, displaying a predatory grin. "Well, well, look who's doing the walk of shame," he said, his voice dripping with insinuation. Mia tried to brush him off, mumbling a quick goodnight as she headed upstairs. Alex wasn't ready to let her off the hook, so he started grilling her about the date, getting more crass and invasive. "Come on, Mia, don't be shy," he said. "Did he get to second base or did you strike out again?" "I was in the kitchen doing dishes, but I heard everything." "Alex, that's enough," I said firmly. "Mia doesn't have to tell you about her date." Alex held up his hands and mocked surrender. "Whoa, easy there, big sis. I'm just looking out for my little cousin. Someone's got to make sure she's not getting taken advantage of, right?" He turned back to Mia, his voice becoming patronizing. Mia snapped, releasing months of pent-up rage as she shouted, "Shut up, Alex. Quit talking. I'm weary of your jokes and comments. Not hilarious. I feel horrible and they're useless." The room became silent as Alex and I were astonished by Mia's scream. Then Alex laughed, a harsh mocking sound that made my skin crawl. "Wow, looks like tiny Mia finally got a backbone." He sneezed. "Maybe now you can keep a guy interested for more than one day." I was furious and stepped between Alex and Mia, my voice low and dangerous. "That's it, Alex. You need to apologize right now or I swear to God." Alex stood up to his full height. "Run to mommy and daddy again. They don't care. They're too busy feeling sorry for poor miserable Alex to realize what's really going on." He went off to the guest room, slamming the door so hard that the portraits on the wall rattled. Mia cried, and I spent the next hour comforting her in her bed. Between sobs, she admitted that Alex's behavior had been getting worse over the past few weeks, and that she was afraid to be alone in the house with him, always locking her door at night. The next day, I decided to have a serious talk with our parents. I waited until Alex had left for a job interview, or so he said, before sitting them down in the living room. My parents' reaction was shocking and disappointing. My mom shook her hands nervously, her brow furrowed with concern. But not for Mia. I explained everything that had been happening, from Alex's constant belittling comments to the incident after Mia's date. I emphasized how uncomfortable and unsafe Mia was feeling in her own home. "Honey," she said, "you may be exaggerating. Alex is struggling so much. Alex lost his job, girlfriend, and home at once, so it's no wonder he's behaving out. Mia's young." "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice rising in disbelief. "Alex is an adult. His hard time doesn't give him the right to harass Mia or anyone else. She doesn't feel safe in her own home." My parents exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. My father grew stern. "We appreciate that you're trying to help your sister, but you need to stay out of this. Alex is family, and we won't kick him out when he has nowhere else to go." "So what? We just let him keep treating Mia like this?" I demanded. My mother sobbed. "We'll talk to Alex. We're not kicking anyone out, but if you keep causing problems, we may have to adjust our financial support. Your tuition isn't cheap, you know." I felt slapped. I couldn't believe my parents were prioritizing Alex's comfort over Mia's safety and using my education to keep me quiet. I stormed out of the room, my mind reeling. Now I'm at a loss. Mia is miserable. Alex is unapologetic. My parents seem determined to ignore everything. Jake still wants to help, saying it's not his problem, but I feel like I'm the only one trying to protect Mia, and I'm afraid of the consequences if I push too hard. I'm starting to wonder if I should move out, but I don't know how I'd afford it while finishing my degree. Leaving Mia alone makes me sick, but I'm running out of options. Does anyone have any advice on how to support Mia without alienating my family or jeopardizing my education? I feel trapped in an impossible situation and don't know what to do. Update 2. The past week has been a roller coaster of emotions and events that I'm still processing. After my last update, I felt trapped. My parents refused to acknowledge Alex's seriousness, leaving me feeling helpless and frustrated. I knew I needed to do something more concrete to protect Mia, but I was afraid of overstepping or making things worse. After much internal debate, I made a decision I'm still not comfortable with. I set up a hidden camera in the living room, which is unethical and possibly illegal, but I needed evidence to show my parents that they couldn't deny it. I borrowed a small camera from a friend in my program and carefully placed it on an angled bookshelf to capture most of the living room and part of the kitchen. After 3 days of anxiously checking the footage each night when everyone was asleep, I saw nothing particularly damning, just the usual family comings and goings. But on the 4th day, Alex cornered Mia in the kitchen while she was getting a glass of water. He blocked her path, leaning in close as he spoke. The audio was muffled, but I could hear Mia's fear as she asked him to move. Alex reached out and tried to touch her face, but she jerked away, knocking over her glass. As water spilled across the counter, Mia ducked under Alex's arm and ran upstairs. I was shaking with anger as I watched the footage. This was no longer about snide comments or inappropriate jokes, this was physically intimidating. I went to confront Alex, but he wasn't in the house. I found Mia curled up on her bed with her headphones on. She cried when I showed her the video, admitting that Alex had been getting more physical with his jokes in recent weeks. We showed our parents the video when they got home from work. My mom cried and my dad turned red with anger. Instead of yelling at Alex, he yelled at me. "You violated everyone's privacy. What were you thinking?" I was shocked. I tried to talk about Alex's behavior, but my parents kept talking about me breaking their trust and how low I would go. When I told my dad that the camera had caught Alex assaulting Mia, he said, "It was probably just a misunderstanding," as if to say that Alex was probably just teasing. Mia, who had been quiet throughout the confrontation, stood up and said, "I can't believe you're defending him," shaking her head. "I'm not safe here anymore. I want to leave." That's when I knew we had to leave. I told my parents they were failing to protect their daughter and that I couldn't stand by and watch. I helped Mia pack a bag, threw some of my own things in, and we left that night. Jake finally intervenes and is trying to mediate between us and our parents, but they're more concerned about me overreacting and dividing the family than Alex's behavior. If I don't apologize for the camera incident at home, they'll cut me off financially. I'm looking into getting Mia and me our own place, but it's going to be tight. I'm also considering going to the police with the video footage, but I'm worried about Mia. How do I protect Mia and myself while dealing with the fallout from my family? Has anyone dealt with unsupportive parents? Update 3. A month has passed since my last update, and so much has changed. After much discussion with Mia and advice from a domestic violence hotline, we decided to file a police report about Alex's behavior. It was hard, but we knew it was necessary for our safety and to prevent Alex from harming others. The officers who took our statement were understanding and professional. They reviewed my video footage and took detailed accounts from Mia and me about Alex's behavior. They said Alex's actions may have been harassment rather than assault, but the video of him cornering Mia was particularly concerning. The police also interviewed our parents and Jake, which seemed to wake them up to the seriousness of the situation. Mom called me in tears, apologizing for not believing us sooner, and begging us to come home. Dad was more reserved, but Jake said he seemed shaken by the police involvement. We also contacted our aunt, Alex's mother, to let her know what was going on. Instead of defending Alex, she broke down and revealed that this wasn't the first time he had shown inappropriate behavior toward women. The family had swept away incidents in high school and college, hoping Alex would grow out of it. Due to the police report and investigation, Alex is now facing charges of harassment and attempted sexual assault. He's been ordered to stay away from Mia and me and is no longer living at our parents' house. Last I heard, he's staying with a friend and must attend counseling. Mom has been calling daily to check on us and offering to pay for Mia's therapy. Dad is still struggling to accept everything, but he's trying. He helped us move our remaining things out of the house and respects our need for space. Jake has surprisingly stepped up in a big way. He's been mediating between us and our parents, helping them understand our perspective. He's also supported our decision to involve the police, saying he wishes he had taken our concerns more seriously earlier. Mia and I have found a small, affordable apartment. It's not much, but it's ours and safe. I work part-time at a local community center to cover expenses, and Mia does freelance photography. Juggling work, school, and our new living situation is difficult, but we're managing. I told my graduate advisor about my education. They were very understanding and helped me create a more flexible schedule. I may have to extend my program by a semester, but I'm determined to finish my degree. We're taking things day by day, focusing on healing and moving forward. I've learned that trusting your instincts and asking for help are crucial. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support throughout this ordeal. Your words of encouragement meant more than you know. If anyone else is in a similar circumstance, please ask for help. You're not alone and deserve home safety. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My pregnant wife became obsessed with the gym. I checked her phone and discovered explicit text with a guy from the gym. Original post. My wife is 30 years old and she's always worked out and been in shape, but lately I feel like it's becoming excessive. She used to regularly work out at a gym when she was in college. At some point she stopped going to the gym, I think lately just due to her schedule, and preferred to work out at home or go for runs outside. About 18 months ago she announced she was going to get back into the habit of going to the gym. She now has a job where she's able to make more time for it. It started off normal, but slowly became more and more frequent. She signed up for classes on the weekend, both days. She started going to the gym every day, then it became the morning before work and then again later in the evening, every single day. If she's stressed, she goes to the gym. Experience some sort of life crisis, she immediately heads to the gym. We have an argument, run to the gym. She's 4 months pregnant right now. I'm kind of surprised we even had time to make a kid. I understand that it's safe for her to work out, especially since she was already in the habit of doing it before she got pregnant, but the intensity is not slowing down. If she misses one of her normal gym sessions, she becomes so irritable, like a junkie not getting her fix. It's just bizarre. Truly a case of too much of a good thing. Of course she gets upset when I voice that I feel it's becoming an unhealthy obsession and that I miss spending time with her because she's there so much. She has all of these friends and this whole circle of people there that she seems to prefer spending time with over me. Why don't we work out together at the gym? The gym is her time, she says. This isn't a case of me feeling insecure because she's in great physical shape and I'm a fat slob. I work out and am in shape. My job really requires me to stay in shape, so I can't let myself go if I want to. I genuinely feel her gym habits are unhealthy. She's over-exercising, for one. There is such a thing. But worse than that, I feel it's becoming a way for her to escape everything else in her life. She never actually fixed anything that goes wrong in her life. She just runs off to the gym to get some sort of mood boost and then that's it. She also never gets anything else done in a practical sense because how can she when she's at the gym so often? It's to the point where I have to do every chore, and if food is getting made I'm going to have to do it. I don't expect her to do all of those things, but it should at least be a shared effort. People we know have even commented about it to me. They've said things about how she seems different, how she sure is at the gym a lot, and many of her friends and family barely see her anymore. Some have even suggested she's having an affair with somebody there. Please tell me that this doesn't sound normal to you. She insists this is perfectly normal. Update 1. I posted not very long ago about my wife's addiction to the gym. A compulsion, if you will. She spends most of her free time there. She often goes twice a day, and sometimes even 3 times if we have a fight at night and she needs to run off instead of actually talking to me. She won't let me go to her gym and she refuses to go to mine. Her gym is her place, my gym is my place, and that's just the way it has to be according to her. I'd love to have her come along with me. I've invited her multiple times. She's about 18 weeks pregnant right now. This is our first baby. She worked out like crazy prior to the pregnancy, and she continues to work just as hard now. I truly didn't think she was cheating on me. People suggested it in the last thread and I laughed. You can tell she's at the gym a lot, she's in great shape. So she's obviously going there. I felt really confident about the cheating issue, and when I posted 9 days ago I wasn't even considering cheating. I'm embarrassed to admit that after reading a lot of the comments on my last post, I thought maybe I was being overly confident about her fidelity. She usually always has her phone on her, but she left it on the kitchen counter, and as stupid as I felt, I decided to do a quick swipe through her texts. She had a current text conversation going on with a guy. I recognize the name. The same name of a guy from the gym she mentions a lot. She's friends with a lot of people there, and went to one of their weddings last fall. I wasn't too terribly concerned until I started reading the texts. Never wanted to know what the guy's dick looked like, but I know now. She was only out of the room for literally about a minute or two, so I had to scroll fast. I was furious. I asked her what the fuck that conversation was about. She started yelling at me for looking at her phone. I told her she's acting so weird and the gym obsession was really bothering me, so I just decided to look, and was ashamed that I did, but I thought I'd find nothing at all. She said, it's nothing, Didn't look like anything to me. She sure seemed pretty interested in this nothing. I wanted to know if she's been fucking him. For how long? She kept saying no. I left the house because I was so furious, but not before I slammed her phone on the ground and shattered it. She was calling me all sorts of names for breaking her phone. She hit me on the back as hard as she could. I left. Went to my brother's house. My brother and sister-in-law were shocked, although my sister-in-law was one of the most vocal ones about my wife's gym obsession being weird and bringing it up to me constantly. I went home. She was in bed crying. She obviously couldn't call me or anyone else for that matter. She was laying it on thick, "I don't know if you'd ever come home. Give me a break." I took her phone to get repaired tonight. She doesn't deserve it, but I still feel like an ass breaking her phone. I still don't know how deep it goes. She won't admit to anything beyond what I saw. Was it sexting, bad enough, or more? I'm convinced it was a lot more, but she refuses to hand over her phone and is now trying to act like I'm this terrible monster who is abusing her because I broke her phone. Not my proudest moment, but I honestly wanted to body slam her after she punched me. I have never and would never actually touch her like that. Update 2. My wife admitted to an affair. Not sure if posting something in my profile will be seen by anyone, but I don't feel like making another update in a subreddit. Today my wife asked me to stay home from work so we could talk. She laid in bed all day yesterday trying to make me feel sorry for her, but I paid absolutely no attention to her and ended up leaving the house to go to my family's Super Bowl party. I wasn't in the mood to go, but I wasn't going to sit at home with her. It really bothered her that I left. She kept texting me things like, "Who just leaves like that? When something like this is happening, who is that cold and callous that they just leave to go to a party?" I stayed home today to talk to her. She was full of tears. She's so sorry. According to her, she really was going to the gym twice a day because she likes going there. That's where her friends are, makes her feel good, it's fun for her. She met this guy there and he started flirting with her. Everyone likes him? He's one of the most popular guys there. I didn't realize there were popular people at gyms. She admitted that she flirted back but didn't mean anything by it. She didn't reciprocate very much at first, but he gave her butterflies. And she just found herself flirting back without thinking. She said it felt like she had a crush on somebody when she was in school when she was younger. They started texting. At first it was just friendly and nothing sexual for several months, but she'd feel giddy every time she got a message from him. She was really attracted to him, but told him that she was married and there could never actually be anything between them. According to her, he kept flirting with her anyway and said, "Sure, we won't cross the line." Until they did cross the line. She said she had tried to resist it for a while, but then one day they kissed. She admitted to enjoying it but also feeling that it was wrong. She must not have felt that bad because she slept with him for the first time later that night. She described it like falling in love with somebody for the first time. All she could think about was him. Is she in love with him? She doesn't know. Is this baby mine? She thinks so, but there's always a small chance it could be his. He always uses a condom so she doesn't think it's his baby, but they were sleeping together at the time she got pregnant. She loves me. She can't help that there's just this huge spark between the two of them. She doesn't know if she loves him. She doesn't know if the baby is mine. She doesn't know why she did this. She doesn't know what she thinks we should do. The nail in the coffin is when she said, "You would really leave me if it's not your baby, would you?" She had the balls to ask me that. I told her of course I'm leaving her and I wouldn't raise another man's child. She seemed shocked. She said, "Really? With everything we have and all our history, you wouldn't even consider it?" She can't be serious. I told her no, I would never consider it. She agreed to get a DNA test. She tearfully agreed, like I'm supposed to feel sorry for her about it. I don't know who this woman is. She was crying the whole time, but not tears of an ashamed or sorry person. They were tears for herself and meant to try to make me feel bad. Feel bad for what? That her heart is apparently so torn? Relevant comments, additional information. Oop. She's ruined my life, but I just feel numb right now. I barely feel anything at the moment. It would have been bad enough for her to have an affair and cheat on me. But she couldn't have stopped when she found out she was pregnant. At least I could have walked away if it wasn't for this pregnancy. Maybe I still can, but I won't know for sure until I get some test results. She's almost positive the baby is mine. I'm stuck dealing with her forever then. My child will grow up with divorced parents. Their mom will be on the gym bike. Maybe she'll even take off to live near her family and take my kid with her. Oh, but then she couldn't be near the guy who gives her butterflies and fucks her in gym changing rooms. The thrill, the excitement, how can I even blame her? She's ruined fatherhood for me, whether this is my kid or not. If by some chance this isn't my baby and I'm able to completely break free, how will I not think of this one day when I start a family? I was so fucking happy to have this baby with her. I was really excited, even though we hadn't planned for it right now. We have names picked out. I've been there for everything and now she does this to me. Not only me, but this poor kid regardless of who their father is. Oop. She's saying, I'll never go back to the gym again, I'll never talk to him again. But she can't say whether she's in love with him or not? What kind of idiot does she think I am? Comment. She still thinks there is hope to save your relationship. Jesus Christ. Oop. Yeah, I believe she still thinks there's a chance I'll agree to raise another man's child with her. She doesn't take me seriously when I say there's no way I'd do that. She is dependent on me. She probably wouldn't leave me if I knocked somebody else up and wanted her to play mommy. I know that sounds terrible and it's nothing I'd ever do, but I feel like she'd be mad and she'd go screw somebody else to get back at me, but she probably would be too scared to actually leave me. I don't feel the same way about leaving her. I'm sad to leave her. I don't want this to be our reality. I can't even say that I completely hate her yet. But I won't raise another man's child. If she feels so strongly about that guy and he's so wonderful, go get together with him then and leave everyone else alone. She was practically on her knees yesterday saying, I won't go back to the gym, I won't ever contact him again. I feel like that doesn't really mesh with the fact that she doesn't even know if she's in love with him or not. She obviously still has very strong feelings for him, which are probably coming more from between her legs than her actual heart, but doesn't really matter either way to me. I think despite anything to do with him, she's dependent on me in a way. For stability, maybe. Just out of comfort, maybe. We've been together since she was 20 years old, so I'm just this familiar person, I guess. She has her gym friends out here, but other than that she has no family or friends out here. She makes pretty good money, but I make more and all of our benefits are through me. Even with her good salary, it would be difficult to survive on her own as a single mom here with all of the daily living expenses, or at least live anywhere near the level she wants to live at. Today is the day she was crying all night about how she's ruined her life. She seemed genuine, like reality is hitting her, but I didn't pay any attention to her at all. I just pretended she wasn't there. I did ask her if she'll get blood drawn for a paternity test. I asked her to please not hurt me further by keeping me in limbo about that for months. She said she doesn't want to. OP on if he got a lawyer and if he ever met the AP. I'm meeting with a lawyer next week and we'll see what they advise. How can she parade me around when I've never been allowed to go to her gym? I've met two of the people, a slightly older married couple. Yes, I met the affair partner. Last summer he called her because he was drunk at a bar and couldn't drive home, so he called her to come get him. I didn't think it was a good idea for her to go pick somebody up late at night, so I went with her. I want her out of the house, but I don't necessarily want her to fly back home to where she's from just yet. If this is my kid and she gives birth out here, I'll be in a much better position. If she leaves and goes home to her parents, she could very well be allowed to stay there and that would be considered the baby's place of residence. She missed a few days of work, but she has gone to work since all of this happened. She was having a meltdown this morning and I left for work. She told me had to go in late today, and when she got there everybody was making her food and tea and stuff. She obviously didn't tell them what really happened, how long the affair was happening. She claims they've been sleeping together since the summer. That's just what she claims, of course. My wife is moving in with her affair partner. They're in love February 22, 2024. My life has been reduced to a trashy daytime talk show. The woman who was once my wife, who I considered a classy woman, has turned into complete trailer trash. Today she announced that she's moving in with her affair partner from the gym. She's pregnant, might be his kid, might be mine. She's too embarrassed to go get blood drawn for a paternity test. She spent about a week trying to get my attention, to get me to talk to her, to get me to beg her to be mine. I didn't fall for any of it. I've largely been ignoring her, and when we have to speak I keep it very brief. We've been living together this whole time, but I'm in a different room now and functioning separate from her in all ways. So, her pouting and trying to get me to pay attention to her and give her a gold star for not going to the gym for 5 days in a row didn't work. Today she texted me to say she is moving in with him. Somehow I still care about this person. I've already met with a lawyer though. I can care about her as a human being and possible mother of my child without being married to her. Still, it stung to hear her say she was going to be with him. I told her it wasn't a smart move to leave the house. I've even told her she should probably meet with a lawyer. She doesn't care about anything I have to say. I don't think she needs to move in with anybody. I actually feel bad for her that she can't just be on her own. I asked her if he actually knew she was pregnant and wanted to know what story she's been telling him this whole time. She said he knows and he doesn't care if it's my baby, he loves her and wants to be with her, Bizarre. You can't find anyone else? Somebody who isn't a married pregnant woman? Why would you take that on? Doesn't make sense to me. He's scum, but he's a good-looking scum who apparently is gainfully employed and owns his own home, so you can't tell me that my married, pregnant wife is your only option here. I just can't imagine being a single guy like that and wanting to put up with this baggage when I could have other options. And if this really is my baby, then what? They'll live with my wife and this weasel 50% of the time? I don't know how my life turned into this mess. And she thinks it's embarrassing to have to go get blood drawn? My wife has agreed to a paternity test February 29, 2024. My wife moved in with her AP last weekend. She didn't take very much at all. Most of her stuff is still in our house. I still get the feeling she was just waiting for me to beg her to come home, but I didn't reach out to her at all after she left. It was a strange mixture of relief, anger, and sadness. I don't think I ate at all until last night, just never felt hungry. Drank a little too much. But I'm fine. I'm posting this update because I've received a ton of messages from people, and honestly it's emotionally draining to respond to each one and to have to type the same stuff out. I just don't feel like talking about her that much. So this morning she texted me to say her affair partner wants to get a DNA test done, so she's going to do it. Look at that. It didn't matter when I wanted one, but now that he has requested it, she suddenly thinks it's a great idea. She asked if I wanted to submit a sample because it'll be cheaper to have two dads tested as part of one package. I don't even care about the cost at this point, I just want an answer. I don't have to see or interact with them at all. I just have to make my own appointment with the lab to get my cheek swabbed. So this Saturday I'm going to do that, and we should have the results within a week. I'll take what I can get at this point because it's better than her dragging this out for another 20 weeks. So that's it. I'm fine. I'm going to work every day. Trying to function. Just feel stuck in limbo. I miss her. Honestly, I hate that she's there with him. It makes me sick. Part of me does want to beg her to come home. It'll be even worse if I find out that it's my baby and she's there with him. Unless he drops her at that news. I won't let myself beg her. I won't play any of those games with her. Relevant comments updates. Comment 1. Have you gotten the paternity test results? Oop. At 11 o'clock this morning I got the news that I'm the father. I feel incredibly conflicted right now. Comment 2? Est-elle demandant de revenir à la maison? Or is she still planning on staying with the other guy? Regardless, this is a rough situation. I'm sorry for you, bro. Ope. We haven't talked. Comment 3. Understandable, but I think that you should try and set up a meeting with her somewhere public to discuss the pregnancy and the future in general with her. Whether or not your marriage is going to end, the kid is still going to be a big part of your lives, so it would be best to see where both of you stand in that regard. Also, I recall you saying earlier that you think that your wife would listen to what her affair partner would say to her, or something similar to that. So now that it's not his kid, I would be concerned about him pressuring her into getting an abortion. So I think you really should talk to your wife about your unborn child and whatnot. OP. We definitely need to talk, but I got the news in the middle of a workday, so I wasn't in the mood to have a full-blown conversation with her. I think I need to sort of wrap my head around the reality of it all before I say too much to her anyway. Update 3. My wife has been having an affair with a guy she met at the gym for at least nearly a year. She's around 22 weeks pregnant right now. She was somewhere around 17 weeks when I discovered she was cheating. She maintained that she was positive I was the father, but then refused to get a paternity test done to ease my mind. We recently had a paternity test done, at the request of her affair partner, and it proves the baby is mine. It's been very mixed emotions for me, very up and down. Originally I thought I just wanted to be completely done with her and not have any lifelong ties in the form of a full-blown human being we shared, but I was sort of happy or relieved when I got the results. I'd already had it in my mind that I was going to be a father for months before I found out she was cheating. Sometimes I just have moments where I can't believe this is my life, that this is the situation that my kid will be born into, and I hate her for it. She's still living with him. All of her belongings are still here in our house. I refuse to do the work of packing everything up for her. She doesn't seem concerned about taking any of her things, beyond the essentials. After we got the news that I'm the baby's father, she texted me to say she's glad I'm the father and that she knows I'll be a great dad. She was texting me new baby name ideas last night. She's tried calling, but I ignore the calls. I only speak with her via text. This morning she asked if she could come by and get a few things. I told her it was fine, as I've been advised by my lawyer to not prevent her entry from the home, but I told her that he better not be with her. So who shows up with her? The scumbag boyfriend. He walks right on into the house behind her like it's no big deal. She ran upstairs to get the stuff she wanted and he and I were just left standing there in the living room. He told me it wasn't her fault that he was there. She told him I didn't want to come but he forced his way along. He wanted to talk to me, supposedly, to tell me he understands how I must be feeling. No, you don't know. He told me he knows I probably don't believe him, but he genuinely loves her and knew he probably wasn't the father. He accepts it and then tries to assure me he won't try to take my place with the baby and hopes we can just get along since we're both going to be in her life now. He promises that she's fine, he's looking after her. I told him that I couldn't for the life of me imagine what he wanted with a pregnant woman who was having another man's child, which I found weird. Then I told him if he didn't get out of my house I'd punch him. I went upstairs and she was trying to find some things in the bathroom. I got mad, asked her why she brought him along, and told her I find it really strange that he still wants to be with her now that he knows he has nothing to do with this baby. And that I refuse to let him have anything to do with my child. She said he talked her into coming and she's sorry and never meant for any of this to happen but she's in love with him now. He is supposedly what a 30-year-old girl is looking for, not me. She's setting up a nursery in his house and I can set one up at my house and she has no intention of trying to get full custody or anything like that. She doesn't want to keep me from being involved in my child's life. How generous of her. She went back downstairs and I followed her and he was still standing there in the living room and I just walked up to him and punched him. He stumped back and fell into a table. She yelled, "What the fuck?" and ran over to him. I don't even care at this point. As if he's going to call the cops. He deserved it and it wouldn't have happened had he just left like I told him to. Several hours later she texted me to say she was sorry about today. He really meant what he said and he's actually a good guy and he cares about her and he respects me. What the fuck? Does he respect me? He was screwing my wife in the gym locker room. I was like, you can't be serious. She said fine. I'm trying to have a mature conversation about this. I can't help that we fell in love. Believe it or not, I'm not trying to hurt you and I want everything to be amicable. This guy stole my wife and he's stealing my kid too. Sure, I'm the actual father but now they're setting up a nursery together in his house. I've tried to not feel jealous or sad. I've tried to maintain the thought that he's the trash man who picked up my garbage. Sometimes I feel that way, but the truth is that I loved her, and still love her. I don't want to stay married to her on principle alone, but this is devastating to me. Update 4. Another installment of the implosion which is my marriage, April 10, 2024. My wife is basically 26 weeks pregnant now. There actually hasn't been much drama with her and her AP. I was away for a long weekend last week and it was nice to just get away from home for a while. Only really annoying thing that's happened is that I told her I'm being in the delivery room, not him. After everything she's done, she owes me that. It's not his baby. He has no right or reason to be there. I will not be the one waiting outside when my kid is being born. She said yes, she agreed and she never planned to have him in there with her. I asked her if she'd told him that and she said no. I told her to tell him he'll have no part in it. Well, she told him and apparently he didn't like that and he started trying to convince her why he should be there. Next thing I know she's telling me that he really wants to be there and she's the one giving birth so she should be able to say who she wants there and she wants him there. I suppose he'll start making name suggestions soon, and we'll try to overrule names we've had picked out for our future kids for years. We've talked a little bit and she told me I can have our house and the dog in our divorce. I'm requesting that we sell the house and split the profit. I already wrote that in the paperwork. I'm not buying her out of our house, a house that I've made all the payments on anyway. I have a much better credit score than her and less debt. I compromised a lot because she liked this house. I'd rather be able to get my own place based just on what I want and with no reminders of her. And there was already no way she was getting the dog. I already had proof that I owned him though, so she wouldn't really stand a chance of having a court award the dog to her. It's the one thing I told my lawyer I wanted above everything else, not including any custody issues surrounding my actual human child. Honestly, her AP can have her, but he will never ever have my dog. Not to mention my dog is 100 times more loyal than my wife and some might even say better looking too. So with the idea I won't be living here in this house for much longer after the baby is born, if everything moves quickly, I decided I will still prepare a nursery here anyway in case anyone wants to try to accuse me of not being invested prepared for fatherhood. I'm trying to look at the positives. It doesn't matter what colors she likes or what themes. I can do whatever I want. Honestly, we've been together for so long and have lived together for most of our adult lives. It's sort of nice not living with somebody but sort of lonely too. I have friends and family, but it's hard to feel in the mood to go out or hang out with people too often. They always ask me about everything that's going on and it's just like I'm tired of that being the topic of conversation. I got a promotion at work, which financially would have been better had it happened after the divorce, but I'll take what I can get. I feel like I'm living in this limbo right now, and a lot of what I do is always framed around, how will this affect me in the divorce? Admittedly, I spy on them on social media sometimes. Guess I'm hoping to see he's been in a motorcycle accident or something now that the weather is nicer. Hasn't happened yet, but he's starting a new company, and once that's up and running I can always get all my friends and family to leave 1-star reviews everywhere. Have to find ways to have a little fun. Sorry that I don't respond to a lot of messages or comments. Sometimes I just take big breaks from looking at Reddit since it can be depressing AF. Editing to add something I forgot. She told her family that we've split up and that she's with this other guy now. Her sister reached out to me to say how sorry she was. Her sister is a dumbass, that sort of thing. She told me that my wife was complaining about her AP. The sex is over when he's done, and apparently he's really selfish with sex. He doesn't do extra little things for her that she's used to me doing, like clearing the snow off her car in the morning and heating it up or offering to make her food after a long day. He doesn't speak her love language, and he hangs out with his friends too much. This made me so happy to hear. She's secretly miserable, and I find that absolutely delightful. This is a repost sub. I am not the oop. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. My husband demanded a DNA test to deny that the baby was his. He was having an affair and planning to take control of my father-in-law's company. The words that just came out of my husband's mouth are far worse than the pain that rips through me like a sharp blade. Adam comes forward, his pricey suit immaculately ironed despite the 12 hours we've spent in this delivery room, while I'm still gasping for air, trembling and drenched in sweat. I want a DNA test. He doesn't question our baby daughter's paternity. His voice is dispassionate and flat, as if he's ordering coffee. With her hand still holding our baby, my baby? The nurse freezes. The beeping monitors suddenly become too loud and obtrusive, and the room appears to shrink. Dr. Collins's wrinkled face wrinkles in worry as he looks up from his charts. Adam, what are you talking about? My voice has an odd, aloof quality, as if it were someone else's. He refuses to look at me. Rather, he looks coldly and calculatingly at our daughter, who weighs 7 pounds, 4 ounces of perfection. You heard me, McKenna. I want proof she's mine. Like poison gas, the accusation lingers in the air. This is the result of 12 years of marriage. To make him feel even a small portion of the agony pulsing through my chest, I want to shout and throw something. Rather, I chuckle. It's a harsh, bitter, terrible sound. Get out. In my mouth, the words taste like metal. Get out before I call security. Dr. Collins begins. Mrs. Harrison. But Adam interrupts. I have every right to be here, and every right to request this test. His fingers skim the screen as he takes out his phone. My lawyer says. Your lawyer? You've been talking to your lawyer while I was in labor, I blurt out. The only indication that he is still capable of feeling guilt is a faint flush that appears on his neck. I've been preparing for this moment for weeks. Weeks. The term keeps repeating in my mind. My husband was organizing this ambush as I was folding little onesies and choosing nursery colors. I feel as though I've been physically struck by the understanding. Bless the nurse, she puts herself in our way. Sir, perhaps we should continue this discussion outside. No. I ignore my aching body's protest and push myself to sit up straighter. Let him stay. Let him watch the test. Let him see exactly how wrong he is. Something flickers in Adam's eyes, but his expression remains unchanged. Disappointment? Solace? I'm no longer able to tell. I used to be familiar with all telltale signs and micro-expressions. At what point did my husband lose his identity? Dr. Collins adds, I'll arrange it immediately. In a deliberately bland tone. Though I must say, in my 30 years of practice, just do it, instructs Adam. I used to find his nervous habit of straightening his tie charming. The sooner we know the truth, the better. The truth, as though he still knows what that word implies. My girl, our daughter, is sleeping soundly in the bassinet, oblivious to the storm that is building all around her. Her dark hair, like mine, is already beginning to curl, and her little fingers are balled into fists. Even though my hands are shaking, I answer. Fine, in a calm voice. Do the test. But when it proves what I already know, don't expect forgiveness. It buzzes on Adam's phone. When he looks at it, his mask briefly comes off, guilt, terror. He's on his way to the door before I can comprehend it. He says, I'll be back tomorrow, without turning around. My lawyer will contact you about the arrangements. After he leaves, The door clicks shut, and I can breathe again. Dr. Collins touches my shoulder tenderly. "McKenna, I'm so sorry." "Don't." My fingers already discover Sam's number as I grab for my phone. "I'll let my cousin know what to do. He always does. Just get me the paperwork for the test. And, Dr. Collins, make sure it's witnessed at every step." His eyes light up with comprehension as he nods. "Of course." I gaze at my daughter once more, committing to memory every exquisite feature of her face. One thing is certain, regardless of the game Adam is playing or the falsehoods he is telling himself, he doesn't know what he's begun. After 3 days in the hospital, Sam feels as though his flat is a haven. As Tara bustles around the kitchen brewing tea, I curl up with Emma on his worn leather couch. My worries are calmed by the familiar smell of coffee grounds and old books, but my hands continue to shake. Saying, "He's changed all the locks," I observe Sam pacing. "Changed the security codes too. 12 years of marriage, and he locks me out like I'm some kind of criminal." With his journalist's notebook already stuffed with scrawled notes, Sam stops pacing. When exactly did things start changing with Adam? Think back carefully. The inquiry is a kind of gut strike. I close my eyes and attempt to remember when my marriage started to go apart. When I say, maybe 4 months ago. He started working late, missing doctor's appointments. Said it was a big merger, the Preston Tech deal. Tara's expression is disturbed as she puts down a mug of chamomile tea. "That closed months ago." I gave it a quick glance. "How do you know that?" "Because my sister works in their PR department." Tara and Sam exchange glances. "The deal fell through in March." March. When Adam began bringing pricey new suits home. When the enigmatic business travels started. When he completely stopped caressing me. Sam taps his pen against the notebook and says, "This is what doesn't add up. Why wait until the baby is born to demand a DNA test? Why not do it during pregnancy?" "Because he needed a scene," states Tara in a low voice. "He needed witnesses." It dawns on me like a blast of cold water. He's assembling evidence against me. Emma stirs in my arms, and I instinctively move her blanket. Her little face reminds me of how calm and trustworthy I used to be. Sam says, "There's something else." But he hesitates. "I made some calls. Adam's been meeting with divorce attorneys since January." January. When I initially informed him of my pregnancy. He remarked that everything was fine as he grinned and gave me a hug. "That son of a..." I stopped myself and glanced down at Emma. Why go through with the pregnancy if he was planning this all along? "Because of the Harrison family trust," Tara responds accordingly. "Your father-in-law's will had specific conditions about heirs, didn't it? Things begin to come together. The trust only pays out if there are legitimate children." Even I can hear the hollowness in my voice. He needed proof the baby wasn't his to invalidate the claim. Sam hears a buzzing sound on his phone. His face darkens as he looks at it. Adam just posted on LinkedIn. He's accepted a new position at Grant Technologies. Grant? Something in my memory is triggered by the name. Wait, isn't that the company that tried to buy out Harrison Industries last year? Sam concludes, "The same one your father-in-law refused to sell to before he died." We all jump when someone knocks on the door. Glancing through the peephole, Tara takes a rapid step back. "It's Adam." I say, "Don't open it." And squeeze Emma tighter. Adam's words, "McKenna," echo through the door. "I know you're in there. The DNA test is scheduled for tomorrow morning. My lawyer insists you be present." I take Sam's arm as he approaches the door. "Wait, let him talk." Adam goes on. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." His voice becoming almost soft. "Just come home. We can work this out." I slowly get to my feet so as not to wake Emma. "Work what out, Adam? The lies? The secret meetings? Or how about the trust fund you're trying to steal?" Quiet. Next. "I don't know what you think you know. I know enough. I no longer tremble when I speak. I know about Grant Technologies. I know about the divorce lawyers, and soon, I'll know everything else too." One more pause. The veneer of tenderness vanishes when he talks again. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. Neither do you." My heart hardens as I gaze down at our kid, my girl. "Game on, Adam." He backtracks along the corridor. After locking the door, Sam looks at me. "What's the plan?" I take my phone out and go through my old contacts until I locate the one I need. First, we find out everything we can about Grant Technologies. And then, I hit the dial. We call in some favors. Before a recognizable voice responds, the phone rings again. "Dr. Collins, I need your help with something." With a somber expression, Dr. Collins slips the phone across his desk. These messages were automatically backed up to the cloud account you shared. I thought you should see them. When I take up the smartphone, my hands shake. 3:47 a.m. is the timestamp displayed. I went into labor 2 days prior. The message says, everything's arranged. Once the test results come back, she won't have any claim to the trust. Make sure you stick to the plan. Adam has responded. She suspects nothing. Just keep your father focused on the merger. Evelyn Grant, says Dr. Collins in a low voice. Daughter of Marcus Grant. I find the name to be bitter. Last year, he attempted to compel my father-in-law to sell his business. With his journalistic instincts taking over, Sam leans forward. The same Marcus Grant who mysteriously acquired 3 board seats after your father-in-law's death. I continue to scan through texts, each one getting worse. Plans, meetings, and personal information that makes me queasy. Since January, when I informed him about the pregnancy, they have been dating. When Sam says, the timing's not coincidental, Grant Technologies announced their hostile takeover bid last week. With Adam's help, they'll have controlling interest in Harrison Industries unless there's a legitimate heir. The parts fit together perfectly. That's why he needs the DNA test, to show Emma isn't his. It's not about the baby at all, it's about the company. We are interrupted by a knock. Tara enters with a pallid face. Adam's here, with lawyers. Even though my heart is racing, I make myself remain composed. Let them in. Adam walks in with 2 suits that probably cost more than my yearly income, as if he owns the place. He's wearing a tie I've never seen before, and he appears colder and sharper. Dr. Collins begins. This is a private medical facility, but Adam interrupts. We're conducting a paternity test that my client has every right to oversee. The senior attorney takes the stand. We have concerns about potential tampering. I chuckle. I'm unable to stop it. Tampering? That's rich, coming from you. Adam's mouth clenches. Careful, McKenna, you're already facing potential fraud charges. I hold out the phone and ask, if what? If these messages somehow become public? The ones showing you and Evelyn planning to steal your father's company? He becomes motionless. I catch a glimpse of genuine terror in his eyes. You had access to my your private messages? On our shared cloud account? I get to my feet, my rage giving me courage. The one you forgot to disconnect when you were so busy planning your little corporate takeover? Something is whispered in Adam's ear by the younger attorney. His expression gets gloomy. He responds. This changes nothing. But his tone falters. The test will proceed exactly as planned. Dr. Collins cuts in. Under my supervision. With witnesses present, unless you'd prefer to explain to the board why you're colluding with Grant Technologies while serving as Harrison Industries CFO. Sam moves forward while Adam's hand fumbles with his phone. I wouldn't. My article about corporate espionage at Grant Technologies goes live in an hour. Fascinating stuff about insider trading and family betrayal. Adam responds, you're bluffing, yet his forehead is dripping with perspiration. I approach while speaking quietly. You want a war, Adam? Fine. But remember, you taught me everything about corporate finance during those late-night strategy sessions. Everything. McKenna? And I learned something else from you too. I show him his most recent communication to Evelyn, which has to do with love and the words, forever always. Keep receipts. The attorneys look at each other. His throat is cleared by the elder. Perhaps we should discuss terms. No terms, I respond, observing Adam's flawless exterior crumble. No deals. You wanted to play dirty? Let's play. But remember, you're not just fighting for money anymore, you're fighting for survival. Adam's shoulders are stiff with rage as they depart. Sam lets out a faint whistle. That was just the beginning? I finish sitting back down as my legs threaten to give out. Doctor, how long till the test results, Collins? 24 hours, he adds, closely examining me. Are you certain of this? After we begin? I'm sure. I glance at the picture of him and my father-in-law at the medical school graduation that is on his desk. He made the incorrect decisions. I'm not going to make the same error. Squeezing my shoulder, Sam asks, what comes next? I take out my personal phone and navigate to a number I never would have imagined using. We then speak with Evelyn Grant. She has to find out what sort of man she's actually interacting with. I feel small as I adjust Emma's carrier on my arm, trying to see my reflection in the polished marble of the Grant Technologies lobby, which gleams with wealth and power, all steel and glass reaching toward the sky. I'm wearing one of Adam's favorite suits, the one he bought me for board meetings, And it fits differently now, but the armor is what counts. The receptionist says, Miss Grant is in a meeting, without even looking up. Tell her McKenna Harrison is here, I add, keeping my voice calm, with her fiancé's baby. Her head shoots up, eyes widening as she takes in Emma's dark hair, which are much like Adam's, and the clicking of keys stops. After 5 minutes, I find myself seated across from Evelyn Grant in her corner office. She is younger than I thought she would be, and her engagement ring, which is 3 carats and princess cut, is perfectly polished, resembling the one in Adam's browser history. But her hands betray her, squeezing a pen until her knuckles turn white. I don't understand, she says. Adam never mentioned a wife. A baby. Emma fusses, but I handle it with practiced ease. Funny how those details slip his mind when he's planning corporate takeovers. Color fades from her face. You can't prove, she says. With screenshots visible, I move my phone across her desk. I can, in fact. When your father finds out that his ideal future son-in-law is still married, what will he say? That he's manipulating Harrison Industries stock by utilizing your relationship. She says, you're lying, but she's already reading, swiping through messages with her immaculately manicured finger. I go on, observing her expression. The DNA test is tomorrow. Adam seems pretty certain about the results, almost as if he knows something I don't. She looks up abruptly, and her eyes flicker with dread and recognition. Sam's text makes my blood run cold, and my phone buzzes. The lab was broken into yesterday night. Security footage was deleted. Evelyn murmurs, he wouldn't, more to herself than to me. Your father's company stands to gain millions if Harrison Industries falls, I declare, leaning forward. And Adam stands to gain everything, unless there's a legitimate heir. When the pen she is holding breaks, ink spills down her immaculate desk calendar, discoloring both merger dates and wedding venue appointments. Get out, she says tremblingly, before I call security. I slowly stand up, drawing Emma next to me. What's funny, do you know? 5 years ago, he purchased the same ring for me. Promised me the same thing indefinitely. Utilized the same pet names as well. I said, get out. I whisper. Check his phone. The one he keeps in his gym locker. The one that conveys genuine messages. She becomes motionless. How did you? Because I used to be you. Young, in love, and sure that he was unique. I make my way to the door, then stop. Oh, and Evelyn, pay attention to his left eyebrow when you confront him. When he lies, it quivers. On her broken face, the elevator doors close. It's done, I text Sam, my hands shaking. Begin the second phase? He responds right away. Tara's lab contact verified attempts at manipulation. The test is being moved to a secure location by Dr. Collins. My heart stops when I open another message that appears from an unknown number. Adam writes, clever girl, but you can't remember who taught you how to play chess. Check your email from Harrison Industries. The creative accounting remedies you assisted me with last year are going public, or you have an hour to leave the board. It's your turn. My stomach churns as I realize how long Adam has been plotting this. I stare at the screen, remembering late evenings spent poring over spreadsheets, following his advice, and signing agreements he swore were regular. I see my father-in-law's fortitude, my own resolve, and something else, something Adam never understood about the Harrison legacy, in Emma's face as she stirs, her little fingers capturing my finger. I call Dr. Collins. How soon will you get access to last year's original audit files? Already done, he responds. And McKenna, I discovered something intriguing in your father-in-law's personal documents. It has to do with a backup plan. I'm grinning for the first time in days. Tell me everything. The game is only getting started. With its clean whiteness and security cameras monitoring our every step, the safe lab feels like a fortress. Dr. Collins stands at the testing station, his face impassive while Adam's lawyers hover close, and Emma sleeps in her carrier, unaware of the tension that permeates the space. Dr. Collins says, all parties will remain present, and the results will be available in 30 minutes. With mascara smearing her cheeks and her flawless poise ruined, Evelyn storms in as the door flings open. You're a jerk. Adam takes a step back, his self-assured facade falling off. Evelyn, this isn't the locker at the gym. She throws her phone in his direction. It strikes the wall with a crash. You're still married despite having 3 other ladies. The lawyers look at one another in panic, and one of them grabs for his briefcase, but Sam stops him. Until we hear those results, he continues softly. Nobody leaves. I had forgotten Adam's uneasy gesture until he straightened his tie. This is absurd. Whatever you heard from McKenna. She didn't have to tell me anything, Evelyn murmurs. Your friend Marcus was quite helpful once I showed him the real numbers behind the Grant Technology merger. Adam's face loses color. You didn't. Daddy's on his way, she replies, her smile harsh and cruel. With the SEC. A message from Tara says, security footage recovered, lab break-in suspect identified. My phone vibrates. I slide the phone to Dr. Collins, who stares at Adam's younger lawyer and begins to perspire after examining the picture. Dr. Collins remarks, interesting? Very interesting indeed. I can see Adam's eyes flit between us, calculating that expression he gets when he's about to give up a piece to keep his game alive. The accounting discrepancies, he continues abruptly. All of which McKenna approved. She bears equal responsibility. With the exception of the backup plan, I interrupt, observing his expression. The one my father-in-law left with Dr. Collins prior to his passing. Adam becomes motionless. What? Adam, he was aware. Concerning the embezzlement. Concerning Grant Technologies. Including your attempts to access Emma's trust fund before she was even born, I reply steadily. He documented everything. The senior attorney clears his throat, saying, Mr. Harrison, maybe we ought to stop talking. Adam utterly loses his cool and turns to face me, his fists clenched. You're playing a bluff. Richard never did. Your father trusted me. Whispers Dr. Collins quietly. Not just as his doctor, but as executor of his estate, including the real will. The device emits a beep. Test results ready? Sam stops Adam before he can get the printout. It's over, Sam declares. The SEC has everything, the fake DNA test orders, the embezzlement records, even your deals with Marcus. Adam backs away from the door when he hears heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing in the hallway. McKenna, he attempts, his tone lessening to that well-known deceptive one. We can still make this right. For Emma's benefit. Don't you dare use our daughter as a bargaining chip, I shout, my words blazing like venom. The door opens, and Marcus Grant comes in first, followed by 2 SEC agents, while Tara records everything with her phone. One agent says, Adam Harrison, you are being investigated for securities fraud. The events that follow are shown in slow motion. Sam yells something about betrayal, Adam rushes toward the emergency exit, the younger lawyer blocks him, and Emma sleeps soundly through it all, oblivious to the fact that her world is turning on its axis. Dr. Collins holds out the test findings while touching my arm. Are you curious? I look at the paper and go back to all the times I questioned whether Adam was telling the truth or if I had failed as a mother or a wife. As I watch the SEC agents handcuff my spouse, I finally respond, no, because the outcomes are no longer important. She is my daughter. I only need to know that. Marcus Grant walks toward his tomb. Mrs. Harrison, your testimony is required tomorrow. I interrupted, drawing Emma next to me. I'm taking my daughter home right now, and as we go, I hear Adam yelling my name, desperate now, realizing what he's lost, and I don't turn back. Some games aren't worth winning, and some victories come from walking away rather than seeking revenge. I have all I need in my arms tonight, but tomorrow will come attorneys, testimony, and struggles for control of Harrison Industries. Perhaps it's because half of the board resigned when the SEC probe went public, or perhaps it's because Dr. Collins is constantly looking at his watch or Sam avoids eye contact, but the Harrison Industries boardroom is colder than I remember. Spreading papers across the gleaming table, Marcus Grant declares, the evidence is conclusive. The DNA test results were altered before they reached the lab. However, my client maintains that Mrs. Harrison was complicit in the financial irregularities. Adam's new attorney interrupts. I say, the signatures on these documents were forged, but even I sound insincere. I never? Can you demonstrate it? Because these trading records show otherwise, the attorney says, advancing further documents. During the relevant period, there were significant transfers to your personal account. Adam requested that I cease keeping an eye on our joint account because he had it handled, and my hands shake when I recognize the account numbers. Sam rises up suddenly and says, this is absurd. When McKenna approved these transactions, she was on maternity leave? The timestamps say otherwise. The lawyer's smirk is shark-like. The contingency plan has been compromised. Marcus Grant begins, his words tumbling like stones, while Dr. Collins clears his throat. Last night, someone gained access to Richard Harrison's secret files. Everything is gone. The room whirls, and I hold onto the edge of the table as the floor moves beneath me. That isn't feasible. The security procedures, the lawyer explains, almost empathetically, were bypassed using your credentials along with some very interesting emails about offshore accounts. My phone is buzzing, and Tara is sending me urgent updates. Speculation about the DNA test issue is growing on social media. News sites are reporting on fraud at all levels of Harrison Industries, and the business stock is plunging. I can explain, but Adam's attorney raises his hand. Save it for the SEC hearing. In the meantime, the board has called for an emergency vote of no confidence, given the circumstances, he says, standing up and arranging his papers. You can't, I cry, my throat clenched. My father-in-law dedicated his life to this business. He had faith in me. I recoil when I hear Adam's voice. He stands in the doorway, spotless even with his ankle monitor for home imprisonment. As if I trusted you not to tell Evelyn behind my back. Don't you dare. The board needs stability, he adds calmly. Someone with clean hands to bring it through this storm. Thankfully, I have a deal with the SEC that calls for complete cooperation in return for a lighter sentence. The falsified signatures, the corrupted data, and the meticulously crafted paper trail that leads directly to me all fit together. The understanding tastes like ash as I reply, you're going to pin everything on me. The fraud, the cover-up, all of it. I told Evelyn that. He twitches his left eyebrow. McKenna, you caused this to yourself. If you had only cooperated? Did you play along? I get up so fast that my chair falls over. You stole my daughter's inheritance, right? Richard built everything, but you ruined it all. Your daughter? His grin turns ruthless. Roughly. The results of the initial DNA test were really intriguing. The audience falls silent, and as Sam approaches Adam, security personnel intervene. I murmur. You're lying. But skepticism seeps in like poison. I think about all those late hours at work, the enigmatic business trips, and how he never wanted to talk about nursery colors or baby names. Am I? He takes out his phone and displays a lab result that I had never seen before. Do you want to know how these genetic markers work? Adam's attorney interrupts Dr. Collins before he can finish speaking. In light of the situation, my client is ready to request complete custody. When evaluating a person's suitability for parenthood, the court typically disapproves of fraud and embezzlement. I hear Emma's midnight sobs and morning laughter, see her face with her small fingers and dark curls, and feel the weight of her in my arms. The only thing that has seemed genuine since this nightmare started. The board votes in an hour. Adam replies quietly. So step down immediately. Give us your shares, and we might be able to set up supervised visits. I sway and Sam takes my arm. McKenna, don't. My vision is blurring though, and I'm already reaching for the resignation letter. Sometimes surrendering isn't about giving up. Sometimes it's about buying time to fight in a different way. Sam stands guard at the door while Tara works her magic on the computer, and Dr. Collins's office feels strange at midnight, with shadows creeping across his father's medical degrees and the steady hum of backup generators masking our footsteps. Found it, she murmurs. The original backup of the server. During the purge, Adam's crew didn't notice it. When I put in the flash drive Richard Harrison gave me years ago, his insurance policy, which I never imagined I'd need, my hands trembled. How much time? Tara's fingers dart across the keyboard as she says, if your father-in-law's passwords still work, it will take 10 minutes to decrypt. Adam stands with 2 security guards on either side of him, his ankle monitor glowing accusingly in the dark as the door slams wide. I knew you'd try something desperate. He straightens his handcuffs and enters. How about breaking and entering? That will appear awful during the custody hearing. Sam shifts between us. How did you discover? Adam's eyes do not meet his smile. Dr. Collins isn't as devoted as you believed. Everybody has a cost. Like the cost of Evelyn? Or was she just another stepping stone? The words have a harsh bite. For a moment, he loses his composure. You don't understand what's at stake. Tara whispers. 7 minutes, behind me. Adam narrows his gaze. It won't matter what you're attempting to recover. Tomorrow morning, the board will cast its vote. Your resignation has already been handled. As I watch the progress meter crawl, I remark. The funny thing about resignations is that they're not valid if they were signed under duress or if the person requesting them is engaging in fraud. He chuckles, but there's a hint of doubt. You can't prove anything. 5 minutes, replies Tara. Adam gives the guards a signal. Stop it. Now. Wait. I take a step forward and play my final card. The actual DNA is the outcome. Bring them to me. We've been through this. Either show me, or I'll send the SEC whatever we discover. Each and every email, each and every transaction, each time you meet with Marcus Grant. He twitches his left eyebrow. You're bluffing. 3 minutes, declares Tara. Sam stiffens, prepared to step in as the guards approach the computer. She's yours. Everyone is frozen in place by Adam's comments. The actual test, the DNA test. It demonstrates you own her. I needed leverage, so I changed the outcomes. I just sense clarity, even though the admission should be painful. In any case, you never desired her, did you? She was merely another resource to manage. 2 minutes. At last, Adam's facade breaks. You believe this has to do with a baby? Richard promised me authority and control when he appointed me CFO, and that's what this is all about. I whisper. He promised you a legacy, not a kingdom to steal. 1 minute. Adam jumps for the computer, but Sam stops him while Tara covers the screen. Amidst the confusion, a phone that I've never seen before falls out of Adam's pocket, and I quickly find the messages. Talks with Marcus Grant, plans to steal parts from Harrison Industries, and more, emails from Dr. Collins. With a triumphant "it's done," Tara declares, everything's decrypted. Adam becomes motionless. You don't want to open that file. However, I already am. The room is filled with the voice of Richard Harrison, who made a video confession only days before he died, naming people, outlining plans, and revealing one more surprise. Finally understanding, I tell Adam, Richard changed his will before he died. The company was never yours to steal. Emma was left in charge of his interest. Impossible, Adam, trembling, adds. She wasn't even born. I show him the will's date. Adam, he was aware. Almost everything, including the fraud, the affairs, and the agreements with Grant Technologies. You've been playing the exact game he anticipated the entire time. Adam's face twists in rage as he hears police sirens blaring in the background. You believe you've triumphed? The board, the proof, and your written confession are still with me. Sam whispers. Check your phone, the real one you just dropped. With the SEC reopening their investigation, Marcus Grant making agreements to save himself, Evelyn's father withdrawing all support, and Dr. Collins sending one more message, Adam's eyes widen as the communications pour in. Richard, I fulfilled my pledge. The heritage of your granddaughter is secure. Some wins aren't about winning. They're about defending what counts most. As Adam collapses, his empire of lies crumbling around him, the cops storm in, but I'm already leaving, thinking of Emma sleeping soundly at home. There are still remnants of yesterday night's pandemonium in the Harrison Industries boardroom. Evidence markers litter the conference table where Adam's business finally fell apart, police tape crosses the entryway, and Dr. Collins offers me a leather portfolio. The private documents of Richard Harrison. When the time was right, he wanted you to have these, he says softly. Beneath years of financial documents and business plans, I discover a letter inside. The paper is old, the ink is fading, but Richard's firm handwriting is still legible. My beloved McKenna, you'll see why I choose you to guard Emma's estate by now. That legacy isn't measured in stock prices or merger deals, not because you're Adam's wife, but because you saw what he couldn't. It is ingrained in decision-making moments, in choosing to defend instead of destroy. Emma fusses about her job. I shift her blanket, see my image in the darker windows, and I appear different in some way. Stronger, perhaps, or simply more confident. Sam shows up at the door. The SEC wants to review the video testimony again, and Evelyn Grant is here. When Evelyn walks in, I anticipate fury, but all I see in her eyes is tiredness. She says, Daddy is resigning. The board approved the dissolution of the merger attempt. She twists her now ringless fingers and rambles. The scandal. I told her, I never wanted this, and for the most part, it's true. Neither did I. Something softens in Emma's face as she looks at her. He also promised me children, you know? A future in which I genuinely had faith. I know, I responded. Because I did too, once. The doctor clears his throat. The new members of the board are ready. They will require guidance about the company's future. Richard's letter, decisions, and legacies come to mind. Inform them that we are reorganizing, beginning with the charitable foundation. Funding for programs that assist single parents should be doubled. From where she sits at the computer, already working on the press release, Tara smiles. We hear a commotion outside, and through the glass walls I see Adam being escorted out by federal officials, his flawless suit creased, his confidence mask finally shattered. He looks at me and begins to talk, but I turn away because some discussions aren't worth having. There's something else, Dr. Collins says, holding out another envelope. Precise instructions regarding Emma's trust were left by your father-in-law. Money isn't the only factor. The grant is a challenge. Projects for community investment must equal every dollar. Finally comprehending, I chuckle. He ensured that the legacy would not be taken, it must be earned. Speaking of earning, Sam adds, the investigative piece just went live. The cost of truth and corporate corruption. However, in my opinion, karma in the boardroom sounded more fitting. As Emma falls asleep, I make the decision, no more karma, and no more retaliation either. Simply move forward. Dr. Collins' eyebrow goes up. What about Adam? We face justice through proper channels. Richard's portfolio is closed by me. I'm done playing his games. Evelyn gets up to go, but stops at the door. In my opinion, Richard made a wise decision. She nods to Emma, saying, not just for the company, but for her. When she leaves, I proceed to Richard's former office, where his nameplate still hangs on the door. It will soon read Harrison Industries Trust Management, and his presence permeates every thoughtfully chosen element. I discover a final message, dated the day of his death, tucked inside his desk calendar. Remember, knowing when to fight isn't what gives you power. Knowing when to stop is the key. I take Emma and inhale that lovely baby aroma as she wakes up, wanting attention with her father's determination but mercifully without any of his calculation. Are you prepared to return home? From the doorway, Sam asks. I corrected him, gathered our belongings, and said, not home. Forward. We bring lawyers, restructuring plans, and 1,000 decisions concerning Emma's future tomorrow, as reporters outside wait with questions about scandal and redemption. But now, in this silent triumph, I realize what Richard had known all along. Sometimes the best form of retaliation isn't demolishing what others have created, but rather creating something better out of the ashes they left behind. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. I sued my parents and received a $1,200,000 settlement for years of favoritism toward my older sister, which deeply affected my life. I sued my parents for manipulating my golden sister and received a settlement of $1,200,000. Growing up, I always felt like I lived in the shadow of my older sister, Elizabeth. She was 3 years older than me, and from the moment I was old enough to notice, it was clear she was the star of our family. My parents, John and Margaret, were well off and well respected in our community. My father ran a thriving real estate business, and my mother, a retired concert pianist, devoted her time to social events and managing our home. From the outside, we looked like the perfect family, but inside, it was a different story. Elizabeth was their golden child, and everything about her life reflected that. She was brilliant, charismatic, and excelled at everything she tried, whether it was academics, sports, or music. She outshone everyone, including me. My parents adored her, showering her with praise and attention. Every milestone she reached was celebrated like a major event, complete with elaborate parties and expensive gifts. I was there too, of course, but more as a background character. My own accomplishments, modest as they were, barely registered. It wasn't that I wasn't trying. I did well enough in school and stayed out of trouble, but I didn't shine like Elizabeth. The difference in how we were treated became painfully clear over the years. One Christmas stands out in my mind. I was 8, and Elizabeth was 11. My parents had gone all out with the presents that year. The living room was piled high with gifts, but the centerpiece was a grand piano gleaming under the Christmas lights. Elizabeth had been begging for it for months, and my mother, who still missed her own days as a pianist, had finally caved. They were ecstatic as they unveiled it, going on and on about how Elizabeth would carry on the family tradition. When it was my turn, my dad handed me a small box. Inside was a sketch pad and a set of crayons. "We thought you might like to draw," he said with a smile. I tried to act grateful, but the message was clear. Elizabeth was the star, and I was just there. Things didn't improve as we got older. In school, Elizabeth continued to dominate. She was class president, captain of the cheerleading squad, and eventually valedictorian. Everyone loved her. Teachers sang her praises, and her peers either idolized her or envied her. Meanwhile, I struggled to find my place. I had a small group of friends, nerdy kids like me who loved video games and comic books, but I was invisible to most of the school. I wasn't bullied exactly, but I wasn't noticed either. One of the most humiliating moments of my childhood happened during a school talent show. I had decided to perform a magic act, something I'd been practicing for weeks. Elizabeth was also in the show, playing a piano piece she had mastered in a matter of days. She went first, and of course, the audience went wild. Her performance was flawless, and she got a standing ovation. Then it was my turn. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped one of my props. A few kids in the audience laughed, and I could feel my face burning. I stumbled through the rest of my act, desperate to just get it over with. Afterward, my parents gave me a half-hearted good job, but their attention quickly shifted back to Elizabeth, who was basking in her glory. Elizabeth wasn't deliberately cruel, at least not usually. After the talent show, she came up to me with that insufferable smile of hers and said, "You were great, Jackson. It's so brave of you to try." Her words stung, not because they were mean, but because they felt so condescending. I hated that I cared so much about her opinion. As we moved into our teenage years, favoritism became impossible to ignore. My parents poured resources into Elizabeth's future, paying for private tutors, expensive summer programs, and any extracurricular activity she showed interest in. I got none of that. When I asked if I could take art classes, my dad shrugged and said, "Maybe next year." A promise that never materialized. Elizabeth's charm extended to the rest of the family as well. Our relatives adored her. Family gatherings turned into endless cycles of "Elizabeth is so talented," and "Elizabeth is going to do great things." I often wondered if they even remembered my name. At one Thanksgiving dinner, my aunt turned to me and said, "You must be so proud of your sister." I nodded, biting back the urge to say, "And what about me?" Even as I tried to carve out a path for myself, it felt like Elizabeth was always one step ahead, effortlessly overshadowing me. She didn't just succeed, she excelled. And she did it with an ease that made my own struggles seem pitiful in comparison. I began to resent her, not just for how she was treated, but for how she made me feel about myself. My parents' favoritism wasn't just about praise or attention, it had real consequences. When Elizabeth turned 16, my dad surprised her with a brand new car, a sleek red convertible. She squealed with delight, hugging him and gushing about how it was the best day of her life. 2 years later, when I turned 16, I got the keys to our old family sedan, a beat-up station wagon with a busted radio and a sagging roofliner. "It's still a good car," my dad said, as if that made it any less humiliating. Elizabeth went off to an Ivy League university, her tuition fully covered by my parents, who couldn't stop bragging about their brilliant daughter. I, on the other hand, ended up at a state school, working part-time jobs to cover what my partial scholarship didn't. My parents didn't even bother to visit when I moved into my dorm. They were too busy helping Elizabeth set up her new apartment near campus. By the time I graduated, the resentment I felt toward Elizabeth and my parents had hardened into something deeper. I knew it wasn't healthy, but I couldn't help it. Every time I saw her with her perfect life and her endless string of successes, it felt like a reminder of everything I wasn't. The first time Elizabeth referred to me as her backup plan, it was meant as a joke, or at least that's how she sold it. It was during one of those rare family dinners where everyone pretended we were closer than we really were. Elizabeth was home for the weekend with her fiancé, Ryan, a stockbroker with the personality of a cardboard box but a bank account big enough to make my parents fawn over him. We were sitting around the dining table, halfway through dessert, when Elizabeth casually leaned back in her chair and said, "Well, if Ryan ever dumps me, at least I know Jackson will always be single and available." The room erupted into laughter, but I just sat there, stunned. It wasn't the kind of joke you expect to hear from your sister, especially not in front of your fiancé, Amelia, who had been sitting quietly beside me. Amelia gave me a small, uncomfortable smile, the kind that said she was trying not to make a scene but didn't find it funny either. Later that night, as we were driving home, Amelia finally said, "Does she always talk to you like that?" Her tone was neutral, but I could tell she was bothered. "Elizabeth is Elizabeth," I replied, trying to brush it off. "She thinks she's being funny." Amelia didn't push it further, but I could see the question lingering in her eyes. She didn't need to say it out loud. I was already asking myself the same thing. Over the next few months, Elizabeth's jokes became a recurring theme. She'd bring it up at the most inappropriate times, always with that same smug smile, as if she enjoyed watching me squirm. At first, I tried to laugh it off, but it was hard not to take it personally. It didn't help that Ryan found it hilarious. Hey, at least you've got a backup plan, buddy," he said once, clapping me on the shoulder. I wanted to punch him in his perfectly chiseled face. Amelia, however, wasn't amused. During one family barbecue, Elizabeth made her usual comment, something along the lines of, "Don't get too comfortable, Ryan. Jackson's been waiting in the wings his whole life." This time, Amelia didn't hold back. "That's incredibly disrespectful," she said, her voice calm but firm. "Jackson isn't anyone's backup plan." The laughter stopped. Elizabeth's face froze for a moment, then twisted into a patronizing smile. "Oh, come on, Amelia. It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously." "I'm not sure why you think that's funny," Amelia shot back. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. My parents exchanged uncomfortable glances, but no one said anything to Elizabeth. They never did. The drive home that night was silent. I could tell Amelia was furious, but she waited until we were in the privacy of our apartment to let it out. "You need to stand up to her, Jackson," she said, pacing the living room. "This isn't okay. She's treating you like a doormat, and you're letting her." "I know," I muttered, rubbing my temples. "But what am I supposed to do? She's always been like this. If I say anything, it'll just make things worse." "It's already worse," Amelia snapped. "She's undermining you in front of everyone, and your parents just sit there like it's normal." "It's not normal, Jackson. It's toxic." Amelia was right, of course, but knowing that didn't make it any easier. Confronting Elizabeth felt impossible. She was so good at twisting words and making herself look like the victim. I'd seen her do it 100 times before. Things reached a boiling point a few weeks later at another family gathering. This time, it was my parents' anniversary party, a lavish affair at a fancy restaurant. Elizabeth, as usual, was the center of attention, holding court with Ryan at her side. Amelia and I tried to stay in the background, but Elizabeth wouldn't let us. Halfway through the evening, she raised her glass and said, "Let's toast to my amazing little brother Jackson. He's always been there for me, and I know he always will be, my reliable backup plan." The room went silent. Everyone turned to look at me, waiting to see how I'd react. Amelia's hand tightened on my arm, a silent plea for me to say something. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stand up. "Elizabeth," I said, my voice shaking slightly, "I don't know what your problem is, but I'm not your backup plan. I'm not your safety net, and I'm not going to sit here and let you treat me like a joke anymore." The words hung in the air like a challenge. For a moment, Elizabeth looked genuinely surprised, but then her expression hardened. "Wow, Jackson," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Someone's a little sensitive tonight." "I'm not sensitive," I shot back. "I'm tired. Tired of you belittling me every chance you get. It's not funny, and it's not okay." To my surprise, a few people at the table nodded in agreement. Even Ryan looked uncomfortable, but my parents predictably tried to smooth things over. "Let's not ruin the evening," my mom said, her voice tight. "Elizabeth didn't mean anything by it." "Yes, she did," I replied. "And you've let her get away with it for years." That was the moment I realized just how deep the dysfunction ran. My parents weren't going to change. Elizabeth wasn't going to change. The only thing I could change was how I responded to it. Amelia was proud of me for standing up to Elizabeth, but the fallout wasn't pretty. Elizabeth stopped speaking to me for weeks, which honestly felt more like a blessing than a punishment. My parents tried to guilt-trip me into apologizing, saying I'd overreacted and ruined the party, but I didn't budge. For the first time in my life, I put my own feelings above keeping the peace, and it felt liberating. Of course, Elizabeth didn't stay quiet for long. When she finally did reach out, it was under the guise of clearing the air, but it quickly became clear she had no intention of apologizing. Instead, she doubled down, claiming I had misinterpreted her jokes and accusing Amelia of turning me against her. That conversation ended with me hanging up the phone, something I'd never dared to do before. It was a small act of defiance, but it felt monumental. For the first time, I wasn't just Elizabeth's overshadowed little brother. I was my own person, and I wasn't going to let her or anyone else treat me like anything less. The family dinner started like any other. Tense, formal, and pretending to be something it wasn't. My parents had invited us all over for a special evening, a phrase that always made me suspicious. Elizabeth arrived late, as usual, sweeping into the room with Ryan at her side and an air of self-importance that was impossible to ignore. Amelia and I were already seated, making polite conversation with my parents, John and Margaret, and a few extended family members. Aunt Linda, Uncle Robert, and my cousin Claire, who always seemed like she wanted to be anywhere but with us. Elizabeth barely glanced at me as she made her grand entrance, throwing her arms around my mother and exclaiming, "You look amazing, Mom! Did you lose weight?" Her charm was always dialed to maximum in these settings, and my parents lapped it up like thirsty dogs. Ryan followed behind, carrying a bottle of wine that he presented to my father like it was a peace offering. "Thought this might pair well with dinner," he said, his smile as practiced as Elizabeth's. Amelia, seated beside me, squeezed my hand under the table. She hated these dinners as much as I did, but she came anyway, trying to be supportive. I appreciated her more than I could say, especially on nights like this. The meal started without much drama, the conversation staying light and focused on Elizabeth's latest achievements. She had recently been promoted at work and couldn't stop talking about how her boss had personally requested her for a high-profile project. My parents hung on her every word, nodding and smiling like proud parents at a recital. "And what about you, Jackson?" Elizabeth said suddenly, turning her attention to me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. What have you been up to? The question was a trap. It always was. She didn't actually care about the answer. It was just a way to remind everyone that whatever I said would pale in comparison to her latest triumph. Work's been good, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. Busy, but good. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. That's it? No big promotions? No exciting news? I'm happy with where I am, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Amelia's grip on my hand tightened. Elizabeth smirked and leaned back in her chair. Well, as long as you're happy, I guess that's what matters. The comment stung, but I let it slide. I had learned over the years that confronting Elizabeth in front of our parents was a losing battle. They always took her side, no matter what. But tonight, I wasn't sure I could keep biting my tongue. The turning point came during dessert. My mother had baked her famous apple pie, a recipe she'd passed down from her grandmother. The conversation had shifted to family traditions, and Elizabeth naturally had taken center stage. You know, she said, her voice dripping with fake nostalgia. It's funny how family dynamics change over time. I mean, I'll always be the overachiever, and Jackson will always be. She trailed off, waving her fork in my direction. Elizabeth, Amelia said sharply, breaking the awkward silence that followed. That's enough. Elizabeth blinked, feigning innocence. What? I'm just saying we all have our roles. Jackson's always been the quiet one, the dependable one. My backup plan, as I like to call him. She laughed as if that made it better. Something inside me snapped. I pushed my chair back and stood up, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Do you have any idea how offensive that is? I said, my voice louder than I intended. You've been making these comments for years, and I've had enough. I'm not your backup plan, Elizabeth. I'm not your safety net, and I'm not going to let you keep treating me like this. The room went dead silent. My father set down his fork, his expression darkening. My mother looked as though I had just slapped her. Elizabeth, meanwhile, looked more amused than anything else. Oh, come on, Jackson, she said, rolling her eyes. You're overreacting. It's a joke. It's not a joke, I shot back. It's degrading, and you know it. You use these jokes to belittle me and make yourself feel superior. My father's voice cut through the tension like a knife. That's enough, Jackson. Sit down. I turned to him, incredulous. Are you serious? She's been insulting me for years, and you've never said a word. But the moment I stand up for myself, I'm the problem? Elizabeth didn't mean anything by it, my mother said, her voice tight. You're making a scene over nothing. Nothing, I said, my voice shaking. This isn't nothing. She's been undermining me my whole life, and you've let her. You've encouraged it. Jackson, my father said, his tone warning. You're out of line. I laughed bitterly, shaking my head. Out of line? Do you even hear yourselves? You've spent my entire life making me feel like I don't matter, like I'll never be good enough compared to her. And now, when I finally speak up, you're telling me to shut up and take it? Elizabeth leaned back in her chair, sipping her wine like this was some kind of soap opera she was enjoying. Honestly, Jackson, she said, you're being so dramatic. If you can't handle a little teasing, maybe you should work on your self-esteem. Amelia stood up then, her face red with anger. You're unbelievable, she said, glaring at Elizabeth. You talk about Jackson like he's some second-rate backup, but he's twice the person you'll ever be. And you, she added, turning to my parents, should be ashamed of yourselves for enabling this. My mother gasped, as if Amelia had just insulted the Queen. How dare you speak to us like that? How dare you treat your son like this? Amelia shot back. You don't even see how toxic this family dynamic is, do you? The argument escalated from there, voices overlapping as years of resentment and unspoken grievances spilled out into the open. I don't know how long it went on, but by the time it was over, I felt drained, as if I'd run a marathon. I'm happy with where I am, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Amelia's grip on my hand tightened. Elizabeth smirked and leaned back in her chair. Well, as long as you're happy, I guess that's what matters. The comment stung, but I let it slide. I had learned over the years that confronting Elizabeth in front of our parents was a losing battle. They always took her side, no matter what. But tonight, I wasn't sure I could keep biting my tongue. The turning point came during dessert. My mother had baked her famous apple pie, a recipe she'd passed down from her grandmother. The conversation had shifted to family traditions, and Elizabeth naturally had taken center stage. You know, she said, her voice dripping with fake nostalgia. It's funny how family dynamics change over time. I mean, I'll always be the overachiever, and Jackson will always be. She trailed off, waving her fork in my direction. Elizabeth, Amelia said sharply, breaking the awkward silence that followed. That's enough. Elizabeth blinked, feigning innocence. What? I'm just saying we all have our roles. Jackson's always been the quiet one, the dependable one. My backup plan, as I like to call him. She laughed as if that made it better. Something inside me snapped. I pushed my chair back and stood up, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Do you have any idea how offensive that is? I said, my voice louder than I intended. You've been making these comments for years, and I've had enough. I'm not your backup plan, Elizabeth. I'm not your safety net, and I'm not going to let you keep treating me like this. The room went dead silent. My father set down his fork, his expression darkening. My mother looked as though I had just slapped her. Elizabeth, meanwhile, looked more amused than anything else. Oh, come on, Jackson, she said, rolling her eyes. You're overreacting. It's a joke. It's not a joke, I shot back. It's degrading, and you know it. You use these jokes to belittle me and make yourself feel superior. My father's voice cut through the tension like a knife. That's enough, Jackson. Sit down. I turned to him, incredulous. Are you serious? She's been insulting me for years, and you've never said a word. But the moment I stand up for myself, I'm the problem? Elizabeth didn't mean anything by it, my mother said, her voice tight. You're making a scene over nothing. Nothing? I said, my voice shaking. This isn't nothing. She's been undermining me my whole life, and you've let her. You've encouraged it. Jackson, my father said, his tone warning. You're out of line. I laughed bitterly, shaking my head. Out of line? Do you even hear yourselves? You've spent my entire life making me feel like I don't matter, like I'll never be good enough compared to her. And now, when I finally speak up, you're telling me to shut up and take it? Elizabeth leaned back in her chair, sipping her wine like this was some kind of soap opera she was enjoying. Honestly, Jackson, she said, you're being so dramatic. If you can't handle a little teasing, maybe you should work on your self-esteem. Amelia stood up then, her face red with anger. You're unbelievable, she said, glaring at Elizabeth. You talk about Jackson like he's some second-rate backup, but he's twice the person you'll ever be. And you, she added, turning to my parents, should be ashamed of yourselves for enabling this. My mother gasped, as if Amelia had just insulted the Queen. How dare you speak to us like that? How dare you treat your son like this? Amelia shot back. You don't even see how toxic this family dynamic is, do you? The argument escalated from there, voices overlapping as years of resentment and unspoken grievances spilled out into the open. I don't know how long it went on, but by the time it was over, I felt drained, as if I'd run a marathon. My parents didn't speak to me as Amelia and I gathered our things and left. Elizabeth, of course, had the last word. Well, I guess some people just can't handle the truth, she said with a smirk as we walked out the door. In the car, Amelia reached over and took my hand. You did the right thing, she said softly. I'm proud of you. I nodded, though I didn't feel proud. I felt exhausted, angry, and deeply hurt. But for the first time in my life, I had stood up for myself, and that had to count for something. The drive home from that disastrous dinner was silent for a while, the only sound coming from the hum of the engine. Amelia sat beside me, her arms crossed tightly, her face a storm of emotions. I could feel the anger radiating off her, but beneath it, there was something else, concern for me. Finally, she broke the silence. You can't keep doing this, Jackson. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I know. No, she said, her voice firmer now. I don't think you do. Tonight wasn't just another bad dinner, it was a wake-up call. Your family doesn't respect you. They don't care about your feelings, and they never will unless you set boundaries. She was right, of course, but the thought of distancing myself from my family felt like tearing off a piece of myself. As toxic as they were still my parents, still my sister. The idea of walking away felt both terrifying and freeing. We got home, and as I dropped my keys on the counter, Amelia turned to me, her eyes softening. You deserve better than this, Jackson. You've worked hard for everything you have, and you can't let them keep taking from you, emotionally or otherwise. That last part hit me like a brick. Amelia had brought up concerns about my family's financial ties to me before, especially after I started making a decent living. My parents had a habit of borrowing money that was never repaid, and Elizabeth, ever the opportunist, had hinted more than once about how I could help her out if she and Ryan ever hit a rough patch. I had always brushed it off, thinking it was just family dynamics, But now it felt like another layer of manipulation. I need to think about this, I said finally, my voice heavy. Amelia nodded. Take your time, but don't let them guilt you into staying in this cycle. The next day, I called my friend and coworker Adam. Adam was a sharp, no-nonsense lawyer who had helped me out with a few contracts at work. If anyone could give me sound advice, it was him. We met for coffee at a quiet cafe downtown. As I laid out the situation, Adam listened intently, his expression unreadable. First off, he said when I finished, you need to protect yourself. If your family has access to any of your accounts, cut that off immediately. And if you're serious about setting boundaries, you might need to consider more than just limiting contact. You might need to get legal protection. Legal protection? I asked, my stomach sinking. Adam nodded. Look, I'm not saying they're going to sue you or anything, but if your parents or sister feel entitled to your money or anything else, you need to make sure they can't take advantage of you. That means reviewing your assets, setting up trusts if necessary, and maybe even writing a formal letter making your boundaries clear. The thought of it all made my head spin, but I knew he was right. My family had shown time and time again that they didn't respect me, and if I didn't take action, I'd only have myself to blame when things got worse. Over the next few weeks, I began the process of disentangling myself from my family's financial reach. I closed joint accounts my parents had access to, updated the beneficiaries on my insurance policies, and even had Adam draft a will that explicitly stated how my assets would be handled. It felt surreal, like I was preparing for some kind of war, but it was also empowering. Amelia was my rock through it all. She encouraged me every step of the way, reminding me that I wasn't doing this out of spite but to protect myself. This isn't about hurting them, she said one night as we reviewed the documents Adam had prepared. It's about making sure they can't hurt you anymore. The real test came when my parents called a week later. My mother's voice was sugary sweet as she asked if I'd like to come over for dinner to smooth things over. I could hear Elizabeth in the background, laughing about something with Ryan. The image of them sitting there, planning their next subtle dig at my expense, made my stomach turn. I'm sorry, Mom, I said, keeping my voice steady. But I think it's best if I take some time away from the family for now. There was a pause, and then her tone shifted. Jackson, don't be ridiculous, we're family. We need to stick together. Family doesn't mean I have to tolerate being disrespected, I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. I need to do this for my own well-being. She sighed heavily, the kind of sigh that was meant to convey disappointment. Fine, if that's how you feel. It wasn't long before the guilt-tripping began. Over the next few days, I received a string of messages from both my parents and Elizabeth. My dad kept it short and gruff, accusing me of overreacting and telling me to man up. Elizabeth, predictably, made it all about herself, sending texts like, I can't believe you'd cut us off like this after everything I've done for you. But the one that hit the hardest was from my mother. I just want you to know how much this is hurting us. We've always loved you, Jackson, even if you can't see it. I almost caved after that one. Almost. But Amelia was there, reminding me of why I had made this decision in the first place. Love doesn't look like manipulation, she said gently. And if they really love you, they'll respect your need for space. As time went on, the messages tapered off. My parents stopped calling, and Elizabeth moved on to other targets for her attention. It was a strange feeling, being free from their constant judgment and demands. Lonely at times, yes, but also liberating. I focused on my work, my relationship with Amelia, and rebuilding my sense of self-worth. For the first time in my life, I wasn't living in Elizabeth's shadow or bending over backward to please my parents. I was just me, and it felt good. But even as I started to heal, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. My family wasn't the type to let things go quietly, and I had a sinking suspicion that my decision to set boundaries would come with consequences I hadn't yet anticipated. The first sign that things were escalating came in the form of a voicemail from my mother. It was late on a Tuesday night when I saw her name flash on my phone screen. I let it go to voicemail, not ready to dive back into the family drama just yet, but the message she left was hard to ignore. Jackson, she began, her tone clipped and formal, the kind she used when she was holding back anger. Your father and I have been talking, and we feel it's time to discuss the family inheritance. There are some things you need to understand about how we've planned for the future. Call me back as soon as you can. Inheritance. The word sent a chill down my spine. I'd always suspected my parents would use it as a tool to manipulate me, and now it seemed that suspicion was coming true. I replayed the voicemail for Amelia later that evening, pacing the living room as I spoke. This is them trying to reel me back in, I said, frustration bubbling under the surface. They can't stand that I've set boundaries, So now they're dangling the inheritance in front of me like a carrot on a stick. Amelia frowned, her arms crossed as she leaned against the kitchen counter. You don't even care about the inheritance, do you? Not really, I admitted. But it's the principle of it. They're trying to control me again, and I'm not sure how to handle it. Don't play their game, she said firmly. If you call her back, they'll just use it as an opportunity to guilt trip you. Stick to your boundaries. I knew she was right, but the thought of ignoring the call entirely felt wrong. So the next morning, I texted my mother instead. I got your message. I'm not interested in discussing inheritance right now. I'll reach out when I'm ready. Her response came almost immediately. That's not how this works, Jackson. This is a family matter, and you need to be part of the conversation. I didn't reply. Over the next few days, the messages continued. My father chimed in as well, sending curt texts about responsibility and respect for the family legacy. I tried to ignore them, but it was exhausting, like fighting a battle I hadn't signed up for. Then, out of nowhere, Elizabeth entered the fray. She showed up at my office unannounced, striding in like she owned the place. My coworkers exchanged awkward glances as she swept past them to my desk. Jackson, she said, her voice dripping with condescension. We need to talk. I gestured for her to follow me into the conference room, not wanting to make a scene. Once the door was closed, I turned to her, arms crossed. What are you doing here, Elizabeth? She smiled, but it was the kind of smile that made my stomach churn. I'm here because Mom and Dad are worried about you. They say you're refusing to discuss the inheritance. I'm not refusing, I said evenly. I'm just not interested right now. Well, you should be, she said, her tone sharpening. This isn't just about you, Jackson. It's about the entire family. Mom and Dad have worked hard to build this, and you're acting like a spoiled child by ignoring them. I clenched my jaw, trying to keep my composure. Elizabeth, if you come here to lecture me, you can leave. I've made my decision. Her smile faltered, and for a moment, I saw a flash of something behind her eyes. Anger, maybe, or frustration? But she recovered quickly. Fine, she said, turning to leave. But don't say I didn't warn you when this all blows up in your face. The encounter left me rattled. Elizabeth's sudden involvement felt calculated, like she was trying to position herself as the savior of the family while painting me as the black sheep. And it wasn't long before I found out just how far she was willing to go. A few weeks later, I got a call from Adam, my lawyer friend. Jackson, he said, his voice urgent. I found something you need to see. He sent me an email with an attachment, a financial statement linked to a bank account in Elizabeth's name. The balance was staggering, over $600,000. But what caught my attention was the list of deposits, all marked as transfers from my parents. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. This can't be real, I muttered. It's real, Adam said. I double-checked. Your parents have been funneling money into this account for years, probably under the guise of helping her with expenses. Why would they do this? I asked, though the answer was already forming in my mind. Elizabeth was their golden child, the one who could do no wrong. Of course they'd bankroll her life while leaving me to fend for myself. You need to confront them about this, Adam said. And you might want to consider taking legal action to protect yourself. This kind of favoritism could have serious implications for the inheritance or anything else they might try to manipulate you with. The thought of confronting my parents or Elizabeth about this made my stomach turn, but I knew Adam was right. I couldn't let this go unchecked. That weekend, I invited my parents over to my apartment. Amelia was there for support, her presence a steadying force as I prepared for what I knew would be an explosive conversation. When my parents arrived, they were all smiles, as if nothing was wrong. But their expressions changed the moment I brought up the bank account. I know about the money you've been giving Elizabeth, I said, my voice calm but firm. Over $600,000. Care to explain? My mother's face turned pale, while my father's jaw tightened. That's none of your business, he said gruffly. It is my business, I shot back. Because it's a blatant example of how you've always favored her over me. And now you're trying to use the inheritance to manipulate me. I'm done with it. My mother tried to placate me, her voice trembling. Jackson, we did what we thought was best. Elizabeth needed help. She needed help? I interrupted, my anger boiling over. While I've been working my ass off to make ends meet, you've been handing her hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you even hear how ridiculous that sounds? The argument escalated from there, voices rising as years of resentment came to the surface. My father accused me of being ungrateful, while my mother pleaded for me to see reason. But I wasn't backing down. You've always put Elizabeth first, I said, my voice shaking. and I'm done pretending that's okay. If you want to continue this dynamic, fine. But I won't be part of it anymore." The conversation ended with my parents storming out, my mother in tears and my father muttering something about family loyalty. Amelia hugged me tightly as the door closed behind them, her support the only thing keeping me grounded. For the first time, I felt like I had truly taken a stand. It wasn't easy, and I knew there would be fallout, but I also knew it was the only way to reclaim my life. The decision to take legal action against my parents wasn't one I made lightly. For weeks after discovering Elizabeth's secret bank account, I wrestled with the implications of what it meant to sue my own family. But the more I thought about it, the clearer it became. This wasn't just about the money. It was about standing up for myself and finally breaking free from the toxic grip my family had on me. Amelia supported me from the beginning, though she made it clear it was my decision to make. "Whatever you decide, I'm with you," she said one night as we sat on the couch, the glow of the TV illuminating her determined expression. "But if you go through with this, you need to be prepared for how ugly it might get." She wasn't wrong. I knew my parents wouldn't take this lying down, and Elizabeth would undoubtedly make it her mission to turn the situation to her advantage. But I also knew I couldn't let fear hold me back any longer. The first step was consulting with Adam, my lawyer friend. He recommended bringing in a specialist, someone with experience in family financial disputes. That's how I met Lauren Green, a sharp and no-nonsense attorney who had a reputation for handling complex cases with precision. Lauren didn't sugarcoat anything during our first meeting. "This is going to be messy," she said, her piercing blue eyes locked on mine. "But based on what you've told me and the evidence you've provided, you have a solid case. If we can prove financial manipulation and favoritism that's impacted your inheritance or financial stability, we can argue for compensation." We began building the case, combing through years of financial records, emails, and text messages. Adam helped me track down additional documentation, including statements from family members who had witnessed the blatant favoritism over the years. My cousin Claire, who had always been quietly supportive, agreed to testify. "I've seen how they treat you, Jackson," she said over the phone. "It's not right, and it's about time someone called them out on it." The hardest part was revisiting all the moments that had led to this point. Every slight, every insult, every time I was made to feel like I wasn't enough, it all came rushing back as I pieced together the timeline of my family's dysfunction. But with each new piece of evidence, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about setting a precedent, about showing that people couldn't get away with treating others like this, even if they were family. When the lawsuit was officially filed, the fallout was immediate. My parents were furious, of course, but their anger was eclipsed by their disbelief. They genuinely seemed to think I wouldn't have the nerve to go through with it. My father called me the day after the filing, his voice cold and clipped. "You're making a mistake, Jackson," he said. "You're going to regret this." "I think the only mistake I've made is letting this go on for as long as it has," I replied, my voice steady despite the knot in my stomach. "This isn't about revenge, Dad. It's about justice." Elizabeth, predictably, was livid. She sent me a series of scathing text messages, accusing me of tearing the family apart and betraying her. "You're nothing but a selfish, ungrateful brat," one message read. "Mom and Dad gave you everything, and this is how you repay them." I didn't bother responding. I knew anything I said would only fuel her rage. The court proceedings began a few months later, and true to Lauren's prediction, it was messy. My parents' lawyer, a smarmy man named Victor Crane, tried to paint me as a greedy, ungrateful son who was lashing out because of jealousy. He brought up every instance where my parents had helped me financially, twisting the narrative to make it seem like I was the one taking advantage of them. But Lauren was ready for him. She methodically dismantled his arguments, presenting evidence of the blatant favoritism and manipulation that had defined my upbringing. She called witnesses who testified about the disparity in how my parents treated me versus Elizabeth, and she presented the damning financial records that showed the hundreds of thousands of dollars funneled into Elizabeth's secret account. The most shocking moment came when Lauren called Elizabeth to the stand. She was visibly annoyed, her usual confidence faltering under the weight of the cross-examination. Lauren didn't hold back, pressing her on the specifics of the bank account and the reasons behind the massive transfers from my parents. At first, Elizabeth tried to deflect, claiming the money was for necessary expenses and that my parents had offered it willingly. But when Lauren presented an email exchange between Elizabeth and my mother, in which Elizabeth explicitly demanded more money to cover her lifestyle, her facade cracked. "This is ridiculous," Elizabeth snapped, her voice rising. "I don't see why this is even relevant. Jackson is just jealous because he's always been second best." The courtroom fell silent, her words hanging in the air like a confession. Lauren let the moment linger before calmly turning to the judge. "I think that speaks for itself, Your Honor." The trial lasted several weeks, each day more exhausting than the last. But when the verdict finally came, it was worth every moment of stress and heartache. The judge ruled in my favor, citing clear evidence of financial manipulation and emotional harm. My parents were ordered to pay $1.2 million in compensation, a sum that felt less like a windfall and more like a validation of everything I had endured. The victory was bittersweet. I knew the money wouldn't fix the damage my family had done, and it certainly wouldn't repair our broken relationships. But it was a start. A way to reclaim my life and move forward without the weight of their manipulation holding me back. As Amelia and I left the courthouse that day, hand in hand, I felt a sense of relief I hadn't felt in years. For the first time, I was free. Free to live my life on my own terms, free to build a future that wasn't defined by the shadows of my past. And for the first time, I truly believed I deserved it. Moving to a new city was Amelia's idea, but as soon as she suggested it, I knew it was exactly what we needed. The court case had drained me emotionally and mentally, and staying in the same city felt like staying in the shadow of everything that had happened. The whispers, the sideways glances from people who knew my family, it was suffocating. Amelia found a place 400 kilometers away, a modest but charming apartment in a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't flashy, but it had everything we needed: space to start fresh and enough distance from my family to feel like a new chapter. Packing up our lives and saying goodbye to the city I had lived in for so long was bittersweet. But as we drove out of town that morning, I felt an unfamiliar sense of hope stirring in my chest. The new city was different, quieter, friendlier. Our neighbors introduced themselves on the first day, a retired couple named Greg and Marcia who lived across the hall. Greg was a handyman with a knack for fixing anything, and Marcia baked enough cookies to feed an army. "If you ever need anything, just knock," she said with a warm smile, handing us a plate of still warm chocolate chip cookies. I wasn't used to this kind of welcome. It felt foreign but comforting. Amelia and I threw ourselves into settling in. She started working remotely for her marketing firm, and I found a job managing operations for a local tech startup. It was smaller than what I was used to, but the environment was welcoming, and the lack of corporate drama was a relief. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. The real work, though, began when Amelia suggested we try therapy. "We've been through so much, Jackson," she said one evening as we unpacked boxes in the living room. "I think it could help both of us process everything and maybe help us figure out how to move forward." I hesitated at first. Therapy wasn't something I'd ever considered. It felt too vulnerable, too exposing. But Amelia was patient, and eventually, I agreed to give it a try. That's how we met Dr. Claire Matthews, a calm and empathetic therapist who had a way of making you feel safe, even when you were baring your soul. Our first few sessions were rough. Talking about my family dredged up memories I'd buried for years. The favoritism, the manipulation, the constant feeling of being less than. It all came flooding back, and there were moments when I wanted to walk out of her office and never look back. But Amelia was there, her presence steady and unwavering, and with time, I started to open up. Dr. Matthews helped me see patterns I hadn't fully understood before. She showed me how my parents' behavior had shaped not only my self-esteem but also my relationships and decision-making. "You've spent so much of your life trying to prove your worth to people who were never going to see it," she said during one session. "It's time to focus on what you want and what makes you happy." Amelia and I also worked on our relationship in therapy. The lawsuit, the family drama, the stress, it had taken a toll on both of us, and I hadn't realized how much until we started unpacking it. But the process brought us closer. For the first time, we weren't just surviving, we were building something real, something strong. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you. I was publicly humiliated by my family at my sister's lavish wedding. Am I the asshole for peeling back the mask of their ideal family? The crystal champagne flute trembled in my hand as I watched my sister Serafina glide down the altar. The frothy mixture of silk and lace she wore for her wedding was worth more than my annual salary. As soon as I noticed my mother's icy look from the front row, I knew. It was an error of mine to be here. The disappointment to the family, the uninvited sister, who dared to attend Serafina's ideal society wedding. I took a seat further back in the large ballroom. I hoped the gorgeous flower arrangements would shield me from more scathing glances. 2 rows up, a stage whisper echoed, "Can you believe she had the nerve to come?" After what happened at the clinic, I took hold of my husband Liam's hand. It was only his silent encouragement that kept me from fleeing. "Our daughter, Maya," 6. Fidgeted in her Sunday best, oblivious to the tension that flickered through the air like static before a storm. The wedding march was played by the string quartet. Both are picture perfect. Julian, Serafina's fiancé, was waiting for her at the altar. As he handed her over, the same father who informed me 10 years earlier that I was dead to him grinned, his pleasure beaming across the room. When mother stood up, the officiant had hardly finished speaking. She glanced at the crowd, her high heels clicking on the marble. If anyone objects to this union, speak now or permanently hold your peace, she stated. Then she looked directly at me and said, I apologize, everyone. Years of social manipulation had sharpened her voice, and it echoed loudly in the still room. But we have an uninvited guest who needs to leave. Ilara, you were explicitly told you were not welcome at family events. This is a private ceremony. 200 faces turned in my direction. Maya pulled away from me. Mommy, why is Grandma? Serafina's exquisitely manicured lips curled into an angry smile. Security, please escort my former sister out. She's trying to ruin my special day, as usual. Former sister? Maya's tiny voice broke. Nonetheless, Aunt Serafina. I'm not your aunt, dear, Serafina vehemently stated. Your mother betrayed us all, losing her right to call herself family years ago. Adjacent to our row, 2 security personnel emerged. Liam got up and stood between them and me, saying, We're leaving? No need for force. Mother's poisonous voice said, How dare you bring a child into this mess, Ilara? You haven't changed at all, trying to manipulate us with an innocent girl. My cheeks got hot as we went past bewildered guests. Maya trembled in my grasp. Like poison darts, the whispers followed us. Somebody said, Always was the troubled one. Such a shame what she did to her poor parents. That poor child, having her for a mother. I swung around and halted at the ballroom doors. Serafina stood triumphant at the altar with her mother and father at her sides like proud sentinels. With the exception of the black sheep daughter they killed, it was the perfect family scene. Congratulations, Serafina, I said loudly over the silence. I hope the basis of your marriage is more honest than that of your life. For a moment, her smile faltered. Excellent. I'll tell her what I know. In the lobby, Maya broke down in tears. Why don't they love us, Mommy? I embraced her while observing Liam's worried gaze across her head. He was aware of what this meant. My years of cautious composure were shattered. My hand was driven by their humiliation of me in front of my daughter. I stroked her hair and said, Some people, sweetheart, aren't capable of real love, my determination growing stronger with each sob. For 10 years, I've stayed away, swallowing their lies. 10 years of watching Serafina build her perfect life on stolen dreams and buried secrets. But seeing my daughter cry? That's the final straw. They want to talk about betrayal? Fine. Time to show them what real betrayal looks like. I have everything to prove and nothing left to lose. Go for it, my sister. Go for it. The drive home after Serafina's wedding seemed to go on forever. With tears still apparent on her cheeks, Maya had slept out in the back seat. The silence between us stretched like a rubber band on the verge of breaking, and Liam's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Finally, he muttered, You shouldn't have gone, in a quiet voice so Maya wouldn't wake up. We discussed this. Dozens of social media alerts about the tragedy flashed as I followed the edge of my phone's screen. They made my daughter weep, Liam. Our daughter. And whose fault is that? He replied, his jaw clenched. You knew exactly what would happen. He made a left turn toward us. You wanted it to happen, perhaps because there was truth in it. The charge was more painful than I thought it would be. Pull over, Liam. Pull over right now. He pulled the car into an empty lot. Moving between faded parking lines, I fled in search of air that was not dense and devoid of unsaid words. My sweaty skin felt frigid against the twilight air. Liam left the car running for Maya and followed. Talk to me. What's really going on? I sounded brittle when I laughed. Did you see her face? The way she looked at me? You never wanted to discuss it before. Perfect Serafina told everyone why I was disowned. You know what she told everyone about? The words had a vinegar-like flavor. She told them I stole from the clinic and embezzled money allocated for patient treatment. Anyway, she's working there right next to Father, probably. Liam was not an expert. I halted. Not right now. His expression was filled with worry as he approached nearer. Likely what? My phone buzzed, a message from an unidentified number. I understand exactly what happened 10 years ago. Meet me at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Coffee on Carson Street. Ilara. Liam's hand on my shoulder made me jump. What aren't you letting me know? I sent him the SMS message. His stance grew gloomy. Could be a trap. Your family may not be my family anymore. I turned to face the car again. Someone at the clinic knows something. Someone who was there when everything fell apart. He grabbed my arm and said, "And you're just going to meet this mystery person? After what happened today? Think about Maya. About us." I said, "I am thinking about us." As I stepped back a little. That's why I have to do this. They embarrassed our daughter Liam. Made her doubt everything about who she is. Who I am. Thus, this is about revenge? This is about truth. Through the car window, I saw Maya sleeping peacefully in spite of everything. Serafina built her whole life on lies. The clinic, her marriage to Julian, her reputation. They were all built on top of what she had stolen from me. I recognized the indication from our 10 years of marriage when Liam ran a hand through his hair. He was listening, but he was nervous. "Exactly what are you hoping for?" I firmly locked his eyes and said, "Nothing yet, but if someone's finally willing to talk. I need to know if you are really with me, not just standing on the sidelines while I fight this battle alone." He observed me quietly for a while before saying, "You're different tonight. There's something in your eyes I haven't seen before." I moved closer and took his hands, saying, "Maybe because I finally see things clearly. Remember when we first met? You mentioned I was carrying too many ghosts. You were right. But Liam, they were monsters dressed in my family's faces, and I let them haunt me for too long. They were not ghosts. We were swept by the headlights of one car as it passed." Liam's face began to reflect understanding in that little moment. He hugged me tightly. He whispered, "I'm with you," into my hair. "But we do this cleverly. We do this right. No more improvised confrontations. Agreed?" I breathed in his familiar aroma, gaining strength from his solid presence. "Coming with me tomorrow at the coffee shop? Watch from a distance, make sure it's not a setup." He pulled back and touched my face, saying, "Of course. But, Alara, promise me something. Always. We protect Maya first. Whatever we learn, whatever happens, always." "Always," I said, although I was aware that sometimes defending oneself meant retaliating. Sometimes it entails destroying everything in order to use the ashes to construct something bigger. Maya shifted a little in the car, murmuring in sleep. I felt my will stiffen like titanium as I stared at her. Serafina and my parents thought they could make me look foolish again. Instead, they had provided me with just what I needed, a reason to quit running and start defending myself. My mysterious messenger appeared. "I'll begin gathering the matches I need to light this whole facade tomorrow." Tomorrow. However, I would be cuddling my child tonight and reflecting on why the truth was more important than any easy lie. I discovered Ms. Chen, our family clinic's former accountant, hunched over a laptop in the corner of Carson Street Coffee, which was bustling with afternoon traffic. Liam caught my eye from his position at the counter and acknowledged in silence that he was watching. Opposite Ms. Chen, I sank onto the chair. Her fingers were a little unsteady as she closed her laptop. 10 years is a long time to stay quiet. "I wasn't sure you would show up." I spoke in a neutral tone even though my heart was pounding. "Where now?" Uncomfortably, she looked around and distributed a USB disk. "Your sister's wedding. It was all over social media. When I saw what they did to you, you ought to see something here." The drive felt very heavy in my hand. "What's on it?" Miss Chen softened her voice and leaned forward. "Financial records from before you left. Your father actively covered up massive ones. Your father didn't just frame you for embezzlement, Alara." I got my coffee. Miss Chen stammered at Liam's presence because of his quiet manner of staying close. When he was gone, she went on. She stated, "The patient passed away in 2013. Remember? How could I forget? After receiving experimental treatment, a patient with terminal cancer passed away. The inquiry exonerated the clinic. However, what about it? Serafina administered the wrong dosage. She wasn't qualified, hadn't even completed her medical training." The comments spoken by Ms. Chen were like physical blows. "Your father buried it, paid off the family. He used the money he claimed you had taken." The coffee cup trembled on the saucer as I set it down. "Do you have evidence?" "Everything's on that drive, including evidence that Serafina never finished medical school. The credentials her clinic uses are all falsified." My throat constricted. "Why did you not step forward back then?" Her face reddened with shame. "Your father threatened my family. My daughter was sick. I needed the insurance. But she's grown now, and I noticed what happened at the wedding. The way they're still hurting you." My phone was buzzing from Serafina. "Having coffee with anyone intriguing?" I glare and catch a glimpse of Julian's automobile through the window as it drives off. They were watching me. With a hint of terror in her voice, Mrs. Chen knew this. I wouldn't have. I stood up, held out an arm, and said, "It's okay. Let my husband drive you home." Liam arrived immediately and walked Mrs. Chen out after reading the situation. "Just catching up with old friends. Married life, how is it?" is what I said to Serafina. She answered right away. "Keep your distance from Mrs. Chen, there should be some stories buried." I snatched up the USB device and began thinking quickly. However, it was father who sent the following message. "Your place of employment, 1 hour, come alone, Mrs. Chen loses everything." Something had altered, but it was obviously dangerous. The trembling in my hands was sudden anticipation instead of fear. I was stopped at the clinic by father's secretary, but I pushed by her and went into his office, where Serafina and he waited. Serafina said, "That was quick," but her usual haughtiness disappeared. I approached father across his desk and said, "Enough games. You want to threaten Mrs. Chen? Go ahead. First, explain something. How many other patients did Serafina kill?" He lost the color in his face. Serafina took a step. "You're talking about something else entirely." I took note of their answers. 2013. Terminal cancer patient. Wrong dosage. Ring any bells? "You've obviously lost your mind," remarked father. However, I interrupted him. "Funny thing about buried secrets, someone always keeps receipts." I grabbed my phone and listened to the recording of Mrs. Chen. Wonder what the medical board would find. For my phone, Serafina pressed forward. Her front fell apart as I sidestepped with ease. "You are bluffing. Try me." I turned to face father. "You destroyed my life to protect her. Framed me for theft. Erased me from the family. All to cover her mistakes." He spoke in a cold tone. That which was required. Serafina had promise. "You were always difficult, complicated." I laughed, and the sound was so harsh that they both flinched. I was the only one speaking the truth. "Now I have evidence." "What do you want?" asked Serafina. I walked over to the door and put my hand on the handle before hesitating. I smiled this time as I saw decades of pain solidify into meaning. "Want? I want you both to know what's coming. Every lie, every cover-up, every patient you've put at risk, it all comes out. This time, I'm not the one that vanishes." I ignored their objections as they followed me out. I had enough facts in my pocket thanks to the USB drive to destroy their perfect world. Allow them to attempt to stop me. The young child I was? No longer scared. They should have been terrified of me. Financial documents, fictitious credentials, and patient records were among the contents that splattered onto my laptop screen from the USB stick. With every item, the evidence against my family grew stronger. As I answered an email thread from mother and father, my hands trembled. I turned the television to reveal Liam pacing our home office. "You need to see this," I murmured. His jaw locked, he leaned forward to glance over the files. To my own ears, my voice sounded distant. They knew about the other patients. 3 more deaths, all covered up, all credited to natural causes or equipment faults. The doorbell rang. Through the window, I saw Julian's expensive car arrive into our driveway. I took Liam's arm as he approached the entrance. "Let me take care of this." The confident man from Serafina's marriage was nothing like Julian. His eyes were darkened by deep wrinkles, and his tie was untied. "We must chat, Alara." With a deliberate lack of offer, I led him to the kitchen. His wedding band was a toy. His eyes swept across my laptop. "Serafina told me what you had," he continued. "Whatever they're presenting to you, who's delivering what?" He ran a hand through his hair and replied, "The medical board investigators. They asked about disparities in Serafina's credentials yesterday." My heart raced, but my eyes remained unfocused. "I haven't contacted any investigators." He said, "Don't lie to me," in a voice that broke. He mumbled, "I know what she did. What they all did. I've been reviewing the clinic's records since the wedding and I can't. I have evidence too. Things even you don't know about. But if this gets out, it won't just destroy Serafina and your parents. Other good people are involved, just following orders." My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. "An anonymous complaint regarding probable maltreatment in your house just arrived at your daughter's school. CPS has been notified." Panic rose and the room swayed slightly. Julian saw how I responded. He whispered, "They're desperate. They will do anything to maintain this silence." Like pieces of ice, the words came out of me. "They're threatening my daughter." Julian replied as he leaned forward. Let me help you. I can get you money, enough to disappear, start fresh somewhere else. Just hand over the evidence. There was Liam in the doorway. His manner stayed the same. Julian remarked, I guess you should leave, as he stood up. You don't understand. They'll fabricate evidence against you, Alara. Mark already called in favors with local authorities. They'll take Maya. Get out, I said in the same tone. Tell my sister and parents they just made their biggest mistake. After Julian went, I shook, but Liam held me, feeling determined instead of scared. He said, we have to move quickly. Should they be involving Maya? No. I turned aside as my ideas began to solidify into a new plan. We're running. Call your sister at the newspaper. It's time everyone knew exactly who the Millers really are. My fingers raced across the screen, arriving at encrypted files that I had spent weeks gathering. Alara, they killed Mrs. Chen? They'll destroy us if we run, Liam replied. But they neglected something vital about cornered animals. What's that? I turned the screen in his direction and showed him the audio recordings, surveillance photos, and backup data from the parallel study I had been conducting with Mrs. Chen. Those fight hardest when they have nothing left to lose. I started sending emails to all of the major national news outlets. Mother wants to play games with her granddaughter's safety? Fine, let's see how she likes it when the whole world knows exactly what kind of monster she really is. According to Liam, this could backfire spectacularly. Probably, I said as I sent the emails and saw them disappear into the internet. But I'm done playing according to their rules. The first national news alert appeared on my phone a few minutes later. The dispute was recognized, and this time, my goal was to completely destroy them rather than just disclose the facts. The police arrived at 3 in the morning. I started from the window of our bedroom as they took Liam away in handcuffs, their accusations of embezzlement, conspiracy, and fraud echoing through the quiet street. All made up, all carefully planned to ruin him. Thankfully, Maya slept through it. I watched her quiet breathing from her doorway, knowing that I was the cause of this. Later, a call from Father's number buzzed through my phone. His voice carried decades of trained dominance as he asked, Are you satisfied? This is just the beginning, Alara. Walk away now or tomorrow. It's her school calling with concerns about her home life. Quietly, I ended the call. I packed Maya's favorite stuffed animal, clothes, and her favorite photo album in her overnight bag. I had trembling hands. Liam's sister Claire arrived precisely 1 hour later, looking scared and bewildered. It's just for a few days. Like a holiday with Aunt Claire, I said to Maya as she woke up. But what about Daddy? What about you? I hugged her and breathed in her comforting aroma. We'll fix everything, I promise. After they left, the house appeared to be a tomb. I poured myself a glass, but before I could take a swallow, the front door was pounded. Serafina stood on my doorstep, her face smudged with mascara. They are going to kill you. What? She pushed by me while hastily examining doors and windows. I overheard them speaking. Father hired someone. They're making it look like a break-in gone bad. Why are you showing me this? Because Mrs. Chen was my friend too, her voice cracked. And I cannot have another death on my conscience. For the first time in years, I genuinely looked at my sister. The perfect facade had fallen apart, revealing a person who was equally damaged as I was. Additionally, Julian left me, she added. She took hold of my arm. The medical board revoked my license. Everything's falling apart, and they're just worried about protecting themselves like they always have. They're just worried about it. You have to run. Right now. Take what you can. The windows were brushed by headlights. Serafina stopped. They're here, I told her to get out the back, as I was already making my way to my laptop. 2 minutes is all I need. Alara, go. I instantly uploaded everything to several secure servers. The front door shattered beneath the weight of powerful boots as she vanished. 2 males came in with their faces turned away. Expert. Clinical. I knew the expression, the same cold efficiency Father always praised in his business dealings. This can be easy or difficult, Mrs. Collins, the taller guy replied kindly. As they came closer, I looked aside and bought seconds. My father sends his greetings. The Millers send their sympathies over your terrible accident. A clicking sound caused them to turn. Serafina held her phone while she stood there. She declared, I live stream everything? The men looked at each other. At that moment, I sprang toward the front door, but the shorter one grabbed me. My face erupted in pain as he hit me. I observed Serafina walk toward the man through blurry vision. Run, she cried out loud. I staggered onto the street with blood in my mouth. My ears are ringing. Behind me, glass broke. I couldn't tell if it belonged to her or to me. She let out another scream. The lights flashed on in the dwellings of the neighbors. An automobile engine roared to life somewhere. Professional to the last, the men left my residence and made their way gently to their car. Serafina was asleep in the kitchen, her phone crushed close by. But she was breathing, and when sirens screamed in the distance, she started to stir. With a whisper. "Did you get it?" she said. "The evidence?" "Yes." As she sat up, I pointed out the bruises that were already starting to form. I questioned. "Why did you come back?" She caressed her injured lip lightly and said, "Because I remember. Before they turned us against each other, I remember when you were my big sister. And I missed that person." The sirens approached. Soon there would be questions, remarks, and more lies from parents. Liam remained in prison. Maya had left. Everything I had constructed was in ruins all around me. However, what older sister Serafina said struck a chord with me. I felt something, not forgiveness yet, not at all. Nevertheless, it touched something deep to know that we had both been manipulated by our parents and turned against one another for their own purposes. I said, "We have to end this." As my kitchen walls were illuminated with red and blue lights. Not just expose them, destroy them. Totally. As Serafina gazed at me, I saw my sister instead of my enemy for the first time in decades. I took hold of her hand and we both felt the weight of our own wounds and our shared tragedies. We were like that, bloodied but unbowed, when the police showed in the following day. Finally, together against the real demons in our story. Assume our parents would prevail. Their darkest horror was going to turn into their ideal family fantasy. The Miller Family Clinic's annual charity banquet served as our battleground. Serafina and I watched our parents work the room separately, acting as though nothing was wrong and that they hadn't attempted to have me killed the previous week. Mrs. Collins, one of the board members, touched my arm. "Surprised to see you here, given the circumstances." Using Mother's perfect social mask, I smiled. I wouldn't miss it. Father reached for the podium across the room. "Welcome everyone. Tonight, we honor 30 years of serving our community." Serafina indicated that everything was prepared from near the AV stand. I reached for my phone. Liam's attorney had confirmed that Father's accounts offered concrete evidence of financial malfeasance and that the charges against him had been dropped. "I'd like to share a video highlighting our clinic's achievements," Father added. Instead of the planned presentation, security footage took the stage as the lighting grew darker. Father, counting money at his job. Mother, threatening to alter patient records with Mrs. Chen. Each clip was completely damning, dated, and recorded. Shock rippled through the room as the audience gasped. Even though Father fumbled with the microphone, his voice was overpowered by the sound of him giving the command to beat me. Mother screamed, "Turn it off!" But Serafina held the door of the AV booth closed. I moved forward, my words echoing over the stunned silence. 30 years of fraud, corruption, and murder. Is this what we're celebrating? "Security!" shouted Father, but the hired officers remained still. They were working for me tonight. I took a step toward the podium. "Just like the private investigators watching you, the forensic accountants tracking your bribes, and the lawyers building cases for every family you've destroyed." Mother's cool head broke as she lunged at me. "You unappreciative," Serafina replied. "Careful, Mother," as she appeared from the throng. "The press is recording this right now." As invited anonymous reporters recorded every remark and every scene, cameras did indeed flash. Father's face twisted in rage as he asked, You planned this together? My own daughters?" "Your daughters," I said, my laughter piercing like shattered glass. "Everything I did was to protect this family," he growled. "You tried to kill me. Last week, you framed my husband, you threatened my child." With brutally digging fingers, he seized my arm. "Let her go," said Serafina in a firm, steely voice. "Or I tell them about Jason." Dad froze. The mother said, "What?" "The patient from 2011, Serafina replied, purposefully staring at him. "Except it wasn't the equipment, was it? It was you, trying to cover up a mistake that would have cost you everything. You blamed equipment failure." "You knew?" Mother said in a shaky voice. Serafina answered. "I found the actual records." With a little tremble in her voice. "You never protected me because you loved me. You did it because you needed someone under your control. The ones you kept to blackmail the manufacturer realized that too." This time, actual policemen entered the ballroom. Father shoved me away as he saw them and ran for the door. Julian, my surprise ally, tripped him before he had taken 3 steps. The chamber reverberated with the sound of shackles snapping into place as father lay splayed on the marble floor. As mother fought her own arrest, shouting a long list of denials and obscenities, the investigator started. "Mark Miller, you are under arrest." He then read him his rights. "You're charged with conspiracy to commit murder, fraud." I wasn't listening though. I saw as their masks were irreparably broken and their utopia crumbled. My arm slid across Serafina's. "You're free now," she remarked quietly. I continued to yell against unappreciative kids as I watched mother being hauled away. However, I had a strange weight lift, a future emerging in which I was no longer under their control. My wife left for a month with the hot new neighbor. I filed for divorce. She tried to fix it, but I'm not a backup. I guess I'm writing this to get it out of my system. My name is Mike, I'm 31, and until lately, I felt I had my life under control. I've always been a simple guy. No big dreams, no crazy drama. I had a regular career as a software developer, a decent house in a quiet neighborhood, and, until recently, I believed I had a strong marriage with a woman I truly loved. Laura and I met almost 8 years ago. Looking back, it seems like a lifetime ago. I was 23, fresh out of college, working my first job, and frankly, naive about life. She was 22, working as an assistant at a marketing agency while trying to figure out her own career path. For the record, she never did and eventually became a stay-at-home wife. We met at a mutual friend's barbecue, one of those casual backyard gatherings when everyone is using cheap paper plates and someone is always burning the burgers. She approached me and made a snarky jest about how I appeared to be planning my escape. I can't recall my response, but she laughed, and we ended up talking for the rest of the evening. From then, everything went quickly. We started dating, and it felt like she gave some excitement to my otherwise mundane and routine life. Laura was adventurous and spontaneous, always planning last-minute road trips or bringing me to a new restaurant she had heard about. Meanwhile, I remained the grounded one. I'd be the one to figure out the budget, check the weather, and double-check the gas tank before we hit the road. It seems to work. We balance each other out. She brought excitement into my life, and I offered her the steadiness she stated she lacked in previous relationships. After 3 years of dating, we decided to get married. The wedding was intimate, with only relatives and close friends. We didn't come from wealthy households, so there was no grand ballroom or extravagant catering, but that didn't matter. After the wedding, we began to establish a life together. We purchased a little 2-bedroom house in a quiet suburb, not the fanciest location, but it had potential. For the most part, things seemed stable. When I got home from work, Laura was generally in the kitchen or on the couch, browsing through her phone. She would tell me stories from her day. She worked in marketing at the time, so there was always some drama with clients or coworkers, and I listened. This was our dynamic. She was the storyteller, and I was the listener. We did not have children, but it was a joint decision. Laura wasn't in a rush, and neither was I. We both preferred to wait until we were more financially stable and prepared for the next major step. We seemed to agree on the majority of issues. Looking back, I wonder if I became too comfortable. It's easy to get into a pattern, especially when life feels stable. I would get up, go to work, return home, and repeat. Of course, we had date nights, which usually consisted of supper at one of our favorite restaurants or a movie. But I believe I stopped noticing the small details, like how Laura seemed to thrive on attention. It wasn't too horrible, at least not at first. She's the type of person that can brighten a room, and people instinctively draw towards her. I guess I began to take her vitality and warmth for granted, expecting they were a continuous part of our lives together. At the moment, I wasn't concerned. I assumed we were solid. Sure, we had disagreements now and then, what marriage doesn't? Most of the time, it was about little matters, such as me forgetting to take out the garbage or her leaving her shoes scattered throughout the home. Nothing significant. But there's this issue about relationships. They can appear fine on the outside while cracks occur quietly underneath. If you don't pay attention, those cracks might expand and cause the entire foundation to crumble. I didn't see it coming, at least not then. I thought we were constructing something robust and long-lasting. But sometimes life has a way of proving you incorrect. Jake, a new character, entered our lives. Jake moved in next door when his former neighbors, an elderly couple, downsized and relocated to Florida. He was roughly 28 years old at the time, making him younger than the majority of the residents in the neighborhood. He was a personal trainer, fit, confident, and admittedly a little too attractive for his own good. He had the type of body that made people look twice, as if he had just stepped out of an action film. Jake was easy to notice from the moment he moved in. Not just because of his appearance, but because he was always outside doing something, washing his car, mowing the lawn, erecting a pull-up bar in his yard. There was always a reason for him to go shirtless. He quickly became the buzz of the neighborhood. Laura spotted him right away. How could she not? We first met Jake when he came over to introduce himself while we were in the yard one Saturday morning. He was pleasant, the type of person who could charm anyone. Laura started up a discussion with him almost immediately, asking where he was from, what he did for a living, and how he liked the neighborhood. I recall standing there, smiling and nodding, barely able to say anything while the two of them chatted like old friends. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Laura was outgoing, she spoke to everyone. She'd be just as chatty with the mailman or the guy at the hardware store. It never seemed to me that there was anything unusual about her interest in Jake. But, looking back, I can see the subtle alterations that occurred after that. It started with casual talks. Laura always found a cause to join Jake outside. At first, it was small tasks like getting the mail, watering the plants, and putting out the trash. However, these brief jobs invariably led to 10 or 15-minute conversations with Jake. I once arrived home from work and discovered them conversing in the driveway. Laura was holding a basket of laundry that she had been carrying to the garage, and Jake was lounging casually against his car, laughing at something she said. When I stepped up, they both turned to me, and Laura pretended it was no big deal. Jake was just telling me about his new gym equipment, she explained casually. It did not stop there. A few weeks later, Laura decided to bake cookies, which she hadn't done in months. I didn't think much of it until I noticed her heading across the yard, a dish of cookies in hand. Just being neighborly, she remarked when I asked her about it. I shrugged it off. Laura's behavior in this regard was not unique. She had previously brought brownies to other neighbors. But then there was the time she purchased a new set of training clothes. Bright, fitted leggings and a matching top, which was not something she would ordinarily wear. When I asked her about it, she said she was thinking about starting to jog again. You know, to get back into shape, she explained. I did not question it. Laura had previously gone through fitness phases in which she would become thrilled about working out for a month or two before losing interest. But this time, her timing was ideal. Jake jogged virtually every morning. I'd see him out there, headphones in, doing laps around the street. Laura determined her new jogging program would begin at the same time Jake was out there. I noticed them speaking on the sidewalk one morning as I was going for work. Laura was stretching, and Jake was showing her a way to avoid shin splints. I didn't say anything, just a short wave and drove away. But something in the scene stuck with me. Around this time, I saw Laura's phone habits change as well. She'd always been on her phone, reading around social media and contacting her buddies. But now she appeared wary. When I stepped into the room, she would swiftly lock her screen or flip her phone over, as if she didn't want me to see anything. One night, I observed her scrolling through Instagram, and when I looked over, I saw Jake's name at the top. She hastily swiped past it, but I saw enough to know she was looking at his profile. When I asked her about it, she brushed it aside. I was just checking out his fitness posts, she told me. He has some good workout advice. I wanted to believe her, so I let it go. But the small things kept stacking up. Another day, I was working in the garage and heard laughter coming from the backyard. I stepped outside to see Laura and Jake standing near the fence, laughing about something. Laura was holding an iced tea, and Jake was waving animatedly while telling a story. Laura waved at me as if nothing unusual had occurred. Jake was just telling me about this funny thing that happened at his gym, she explained later when I questioned about it. It was beginning to feel uncomfortable. I don't want to sound paranoid, but you can know when something is wrong. Laura's conversation about Jake had a new energy to it. She'd casually mention things he'd said or done, such as Jake's thinking about getting a dog, or Jake recommended this great protein shake. It wasn't what she was saying, but how she said it. Then there were the glances. You know what I mean. When we went outside and Jake was nearby, I noticed Laura take small glances in his direction. It was subtle, but once you notice it, you can't ignore it. At this moment I had yet to say anything. Part of me refused to think there was anything to worry about. Laura was someone I trusted. We had been together for years, and I thought we had a good relationship. But another part of me, the one that couldn't ignore the pattern, began to question. I chose to be quiet for now, but I began to pay closer attention. If something was happening, I had to witness it for myself. It was a Saturday morning, and I remember it vividly because it began off so typical. I got up early, as I always do, made myself a cup of coffee, and sat at the kitchen table, browsing through the news on my phone. Laura was still in bed, which was not surprising. She enjoyed her slow mornings, particularly on weekends. The house was silent, with only the humming of the coffee machine in the background, and for a brief minute, I felt peaceful. Funny how that works. You think everything is fine because you have no idea what's going to happen. Laura entered the kitchen around an hour later. She was in her pajamas, her hair all tangled from sleeping, holding her phone in one hand and massaging her eyes with the other. She sat across from me at the table, and I could tell something was up right away. She exuded nervous energy, drumming her fingers on the table and gazing at her phone as if she were avoiding eye contact. "Are you okay?" I inquired, setting down my phone. She nodded hastily before shaking her head. "Actually, no," she responded with a big sigh. "We need to talk." Anyone who has been in a relationship understands that those 4 words rarely mean anything good. My stomach nodded, but I tried to keep it cool. "All right," I murmured, reclining in my chair. "What's going on?" Laura paused, her gaze flitting around the room as if she was looking for the proper words. Finally, she looked at me and said, "I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. I think I have feelings for Jake." For a moment, I believed I had misheard her. "What?" I asked, leaning forward as if being closer would make the words more clear. She bit her lip, appearing really uncomfortable. "I didn't mean for it to happen," she said hurriedly, as if she wanted to avoid the response. "It just happened. I've been spending time with Jake, and I feel this connection, and now I'm confused." Confused. That word struck me more than anything else. She did not just express her guilt or admit that she had made a mistake. She expressed her confusion, as if she was trying to solve a puzzle. I stared at her, trying to understand what she was saying. My thoughts raced. Did she mention she wanted to leave? Is she asking for a divorce? Was she trying to confess and move on? I couldn't tell, and that made things worse. "So, what does this mean?" I inquired finally. "Are you saying you're done with us?" Laura shook her head rapidly. "No, not necessarily," she replied. I don't know what I want right now. I love you, Mike. I do, but I can't stop thinking about him, and I need to figure out what these feelings mean." I felt as if the floor had been torn out from beneath me. We'd been together for years, had established a life together, and now she said she wasn't sure she wanted to be with me anymore. It was surreal. I took a deep breath and tried to hold my voice steady. "So, what are you saying? You want to take a break?" She hesitated and then nodded. "Kind of," she responded. "I need time to figure things out. I was thinking maybe I could take a month to spend some time with Jake and see if there's something real there. If it doesn't work out, then we can focus on ourselves." I blinked, astounded by her audacity. "You're serious?" I asked, without even framing it as a question. Laura nodded, her gaze begging. "I know it sounds crazy, but I don't want to throw away what we have without being sure. I don't want to live with regrets, you know?" Regrets. The phrase lingered in my head like a splinter. She was talking about regrets as if she was the one putting everything on the line, as if my feelings were secondary to her life-changing decisions. I sat there, staring at her, a combination of rage and incredulity boiling beneath the surface. Part of me wanted to yell at her for being so selfish. But another part of me, perhaps the calmer, more calculated side, chose to remain silent and let her dig her own hole. "All right," I murmured, reclining back in my chair. Laura blinked, apparently taken off guard. "Wait, really?" "Sure," I replied, shrugging as if it were no great issue. "If you think that's what you need, go ahead." Her look flickered, as if she didn't know whether I was being real or mocking. "I just think it's the best way to figure out where my heart is," she admitted cautiously. "Sure," I replied. "Do what you need to do." Inside, I was already finished. When she mentioned she wanted to spend a month with another man, my brain flicked a switch. But I didn't want to show my cards yet. If she was willing to abandon our marriage for a dream with a neighbor, I was curious to see how far she would go. Laura let out a relieved sigh, as if she had just been given permission to accomplish something heroic. "Thank you," she replied, reaching across the table to touch my hand. "I know this is a lot to ask, but I really believe it's the right thing for us." I stood up and grabbed my coffee mug, pulling my hand away. "Sure," I repeated, my voice flat. "If that's what you need." She said nothing after that, simply sat there, most likely contemplating the fact that I wasn't arguing or fighting. But within, I was already planning. Laura spent the following few days packing a modest bag. She informed me she'd be staying with Jake, and she made it sound casual, as if it was simply a temporary arrangement. She didn't appear to realize that I wasn't asking inquiries or expressing any resistance. When Laura went, the house felt different. Not empty, but quieter, as if someone had turned down the volume on my life. I stood in the living room after she left, her duffel bag slung over her shoulder, and stared at the door. I expected to feel angry or heartbroken, but all I felt was a peculiar peace, as if the weight of pretending everything was fine had finally been lifted. I strolled into the kitchen, poured myself a drink of water, and stood there, trying to figure out what had just happened. My wife, whom I had been with for years and expected to spend my life with, had departed to figure things out with the guy next door. If it hadn't been my life, I would have assumed it was some insane TV drama. The first several days felt odd. I started noticing the little things she'd left behind. Her favorite cup on the kitchen counter, a pair of shoes near the entrance, and a blanket thrown over the back of the couch. I considered relocating them, but ultimately chose to leave them where they were, not because I missed her, but because I didn't want to waste energy. I poured myself into work, taking on extra assignments to fill my schedule. I stayed late at work not because I had to, but because I didn't want to return home to an empty house. When I wasn't working, I went to the gym frequently. I had never been a regular gym goer before, but there was something fulfilling about pushing myself physically, as if I could sweat out all of my stress. Friends began to realize that something was amiss. A few of them inquired as to why Laura was not present, and I responded vaguely. "She's staying with a friend for a while," I explained, attempting to sound casual. I wasn't ready to dive into the real tale yet. My father was the only one I spoke the truth to. I contacted him a few days after Laura left, and the first thing he asked was, "What's wrong?" He's always been able to read me, even over the phone. When I informed him what had happened, there was a prolonged delay on the other end of the call. Then he added, "Well, son, I hate to say it, but it sounds like you're better off without her." At first, I wasn't sure what to reply. I anticipated him to be more furious or ask more questions. But then he said something that remained with me. "If she doesn't know your worth, why should you wait around for her to figure it out?" He was correct. I'd spent so much time trying to understand Laura's decision and find out where I went wrong that I hadn't considered what I deserved. I wasn't just a backup plan in case her affair with Jake didn't work out. That night, I sat in the darkened living room, staring at the wedding photo on the mantel. We seemed so pleased in that image, so certain in our future. But now it simply felt like a reminder of all that had gone wrong. By the end of the week, I had made my decision. I was not going to sit around and wait for Laura to make her big decision. I was planning to make my own. The next day, I called a divorce attorney. Sitting in that lawyer's office felt weird. I detailed the scenario, attempting to maintain a steady voice, even though a part of me still couldn't believe it was true. The lawyer listened intently, nodding as I spoke, and when I finished, he replied, "You are well within your rights to file for divorce. This type of situation falls under irreconcilable differences." Hearing those words made things click in my head. Irreconcilable differences. This is what we would become. Laura and I weren't on the same page anymore, and perhaps we never had been. The lawyer guided me through the process, outlining what I needed to do and what I could expect. By the time I left his office, I had a strange sense of satisfaction, as if I had finally taken charge of my life. Back home, I began taking little efforts to prepare for the inevitable. I transferred some money to a second account in case things became ugly later. I walked through the house and began mentally partitioning what was mine and what was hers. I didn't touch her belongings yet. I figured I'd wait until things were official, but in my head, I was already planning how the house would look without her. The days stretched into weeks, and I grew accustomed to the stillness. It wasn't as horrible as I expected. In fact, it felt really tranquil. I didn't have to deal with Laura's continual chatter or the minor disagreements over trivial matters like whose turn it was to do the dishes. Meanwhile, I started hearing stuff through the grapevine. A neighbor reported seeing Laura and Jake at the park, looking cozy. Another person claimed to have seen them at a cafe downtown. I nodded and smiled, as if nothing bothered me, but inside I was filled with rage and pity. Anger because she had thrown away everything we owned for a fling with a boy who was unlikely to stick around. Pity, because I knew it wouldn't go well for her. Jake did not strike me as the sort to settle down, and Laura was about to find out the hard way. By the third week, I had stopped checking my phone for Laura's texts. I assumed if she wanted to communicate, she'd reach out, but I wasn't holding my breath. I was finished waiting for her. One night, while cleaning out the garage, I came upon a box of old photos from when Laura and I first met. For a brief period, I felt a stab of sadness as I remembered how happy we had been back then. But then I remembered all the subtle red signs I'd disregarded over the years, all the times I'd prioritized her demands over mine without even recognizing it. I closed and moved the box away. I didn't need those memories. Laura decided to make her spectacular reappearance almost exactly a month ago today. I had not heard anything from her during her brief trial with Jake. The few texts she sent were vague at best. "Hope you're doing okay," or "We'll chat when I get back." She didn't even try to keep me updated or pretend she was torn about her decision. It was as if she had already dismissed me as Plan B. By this point, I had ceased caring. I wasn't waiting by the door for her to come to her senses. I wasn't pacing the house, wondering what she and Jake were doing. I had filed for divorce, and my lawyer had already begun drafting the paperwork. As far as I was concerned, the marriage was ended. But I didn't tell her that just yet. When she went through the door, nothing seemed to have changed, at least for her. She had her bag draped over her shoulder, her hair nicely done, and a confident expression on her face, as if she'd just returned from a trip and was expecting me to roll out the red carpet. "Hey," she said, placing her luggage by the door. "I'm back." I was sitting on the couch, scrolling between channels and scarcely looking up. "Welcome back," I murmured, my tone remaining neutral. She paused, as if she was anticipating more of a response. When I didn't jump up or inquire how it went, she walked over and perched on the couch's arm. "We should talk," she stated quietly and carefully. I turned to face her and muted the TV. "All right," I replied, crossing my arms. "Talk." Laura smiled, the kind of smile she used when she was trying to make things better. "I've done a lot of thinking," she told me. "And I've realized some things. About myself. About us, about what I want." I simply nodded, waiting for her to continue. She took a big breath, as if she were ready to give an impassioned statement. "I care about you, Mike. I really do. And I think we can work through this. I think we can rebuild what we have." Rebuild. She stated it as if it were as simple as repairing a leaking faucet. I didn't say anything, simply looked at her, allowing her to fill the silence. She was perplexed by my silence, but she persisted. "Jake's a great guy," she remarked, and I had to bite my tongue to stop giggling at how casually she mentioned him. "But I realized he's not what I need. He's fun, sure, but he's immature. He doesn't have the stability that you have, and I think I was just caught up in the excitement of it all." There it was. Her big revelation. She tried out the shiny new toy and decided she liked the old one more. "Uh-huh," I replied, my voice cool. Laura blinked, as if she expected a more intense reply. "I know I've hurt you," she murmured, reaching out and touching my arm. "But I really believe we can get past this. We've been through so much together, Mike. We have history. That's not something you just throw away." I let her continue. I let her unload all of her perfectly practiced phrases about love, forgiveness, and beginning over. When she finished talking, I rose up and walked over to the kitchen counter. I unlocked a drawer, pulled out the divorce papers my lawyer had sent over, and placed them on the table in front of her. "What's this?" she inquired, her smile fading. "Divorce papers," I explained simply. Her face turned pallid. "You're kidding," she exclaimed, releasing a frightened laugh. "Nope," I replied, leaning against the counter, arms folded. "I'm not kidding." For a time, she stared at the papers, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Then she glanced up at me with big eyes. "You're divorcing me?" "Yeah," I said, my voice steady. "I'm not interested in being your second choice, Laura." Her face went from shock to angry in an instant. "Second choice?" she demanded. "That's not what this is." I was confused, Mike. I needed time to figure things out. "And in the process, you decided to test the waters with another man," I added calmly. "You left. You walked out on our marriage. And now you're back because it didn't work out with him. Do you honestly think I'm just going to take you back like nothing happened?" Laura opened her mouth to argue before closing it again, her face growing red. "It's not like that," she responded, her voice quivering. "I was trying to do the right thing. I didn't want to stay and resent you. I thought—" She trailed off, her gaze darting across the room. "You thought you could have it both ways," I said for her. She stood up and crossed her arms. "You're making a mistake, Mike. We can fix this." "I know we can." "No," I replied firmly. "We can't. You made your choice, and now I'm making mine." She appeared to be about to cry, but I didn't let that affect me. I had already made up my mind. The remainder of the conversation was a haze. She tried to argue and guilt me into altering my mind. She discussed our history, our home, and even the possibility of starting a family someday. But nothing worked. Finally, she stormed out of the house. I stood there for a time, staring at the empty area where she had been, without feeling anything. No sadness, no regret, no second thoughts, only relief. Later that night, I called my lawyer to inform him that Laura had seen the paperwork. He said, "How'd she take it?" "Not great," I remarked, smirking. "Do you want to give her time to process, or should we move forward?" "Move forward," I instructed without hesitation. It wasn't easy standing up to Laura, but it was ultimately the correct thing to do. She viewed me as a backup plan in case her fling didn't work out. And if she believed I'd take it, she obviously didn't know me as well as she imagined. I knew she would not give up easily. Laura was not the sort to simply walk away from a confrontation, especially one in which she thought she was losing. I'd hardly sat down when my phone buzzed with a text from her. "This isn't over." I gazed at the message for a second before locking my phone and throwing it on the couch. She was correct, it was not over. Not yet. But it would happen soon enough. The following several days were eventful, to say the least. Laura arrived unannounced the next evening, beating on the door as if she were attempting to break it down. "Mike, open the door," she exclaimed. I opened it, keeping a bland attitude. "What do you want, Laura?" She rushed by me and stormed into the living room, as if she still lived there. "We need to talk," she stated, pacing back and forth. "You can't just file for divorce without giving me a chance to fix things." I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "You had your chance," I replied quietly. "You made your decision when you left." "That's not fair," she responded, her voice rising. "I didn't leave to end our marriage, I left to figure things out, to make sure I wasn't making a mistake by staying." I could not help but laugh dryly. "And in doing that, you proved you didn't value what we had. You don't test a marriage by running off to someone else, Laura. That's not how it works." She paused pacing and turned to face me, her eyes blazing with frustration. "I was confused," she remarked, her voice shaking. "I didn't know what I wanted, but I know now. I want us, Mike. I want to fix this." "Too late," I replied, my tone strong. "You don't get to come back now just because things didn't work out with Jake." Her face contorted in rage, and she aimed a finger at me. "You're being petty," she said. "You're throwing away everything we built over one mistake." I shook my head, maintaining my composure. "It wasn't just one mistake, Laura. It was a series of choices. You chose to flirt with Jake. You chose to prioritize your feelings for him over our marriage. And then you chose to leave. Those weren't accidents, they were decisions." She opened her lips to argue, but then stopped, her shoulders sagging. For the first time, she appeared defeated. "What am I supposed to do now?" she inquired quietly. I sighed, feeling pity for her, despite everything she had done. "That's not my problem anymore," I explained. "You made your choices. Now you have to live with them." She waited for another minute, looking as if she wanted to say anything else, but then she walked out without saying anything. Following that, the divorce proceedings went fast. Laura attempted to drag things out at first, perhaps expecting I would change my mind. She even tried to play the victim in front of our mutual acquaintances, accusing me of being cold and cruel. My father, on the other hand, was completely on my side. When I told him about the scenario, he let out a low whistle. "She's got some nerve," he commented. "But I'm proud of you, son. Standing your ground isn't easy, but it's the right thing to do." Laura's stalling tactics proved ineffective. My lawyer was sharp, and the proof of her leaving for Jake made things quite clear. She attempted to plead for spousal support, stating she had given up her profession for the marriage, but the judge did not buy it. Finally, we reached a reasonable deal. She received a modest sum of money and some of the furniture she'd chosen, but I kept the house and the most of my savings. It was not ideal, but it was better than I had anticipated. The final hearing was bittersweet. Sitting in that courtroom, signing the documents that would officially end our marriage, felt strange. I glanced across at Laura a few times. She appeared exhausted, as if she hadn't slept in days. Her lawyer handed her a pen, and for a brief minute, I assumed she was not going to sign. But eventually, she scribbled her name at the bottom of the sheet, completing the transaction. Following the hearing, she approached me in the hallway. "Mike," she spoke softly, just above a whisper. "I'm sorry for everything." I stared at her, hoping to recognize the person I'd fallen in love with all those years ago, but all I saw was someone I used to know. "I know you are," I replied. "But sorry doesn't fix this." Her eyes welled up with tears, and she reached out to hug me, but I pulled aside. "Take care of yourself, Laura," I whispered, starting to walk away. I'd occasionally hear tidbits about Laura through the grapevine. Jake obviously moved on to someone else shortly after she returned to me. According to one common friend, she was currently living with a relative and figuring out her next moves. I didn't feel satisfied hearing about her problems, but I also didn't feel sorry for her. She had made her decisions, and now she was dealing with the consequences. One day, I ran into her at the supermarket. We locked eyes briefly, and I could see remorse written all over her face. She gave me a little hesitant wave, but I simply nodded and moved past. There was nothing more to say. Looking back, I don't regret how I handled situations. Laura believed she could have it both ways. She could go, pursue her feelings for someone else, then return to me if it didn't work out. But life does not operate that way. I've learned a lot about myself along this process. I realize now that I deserve someone who cherishes me and does not consider me as a last resort. And if that individual is out there, fantastic. If not, that's okay too. For the time being, my primary goal is to reconstruct my life on my own terms. Laura's trial run with Jake may have been her way of gaining clarity, but it was a wake-up call I didn't realize I needed.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My own family organized an intervention to disown me for the sake of the family. Sadly, they were unaware of the covert business I owned. Hello everyone, before we begin, a small favor? If you love this type of work, please subscribe. It's free, helps the channel, and ensures you never miss out on great videos. Okay, let's get started. Let me set the scene. My name is Alex, and I've always been referred to as the black sheep of my family. My family is all about appearance. We're talking about an entire clan that is completely infatuated with flashy objects. My parents own a network of jewelry stores where wealthy individuals may spend a year's rent on something they'll only wear twice. Jewelry is more than simply a business for them. It is a part of their personality. Apparently, I am the flaw that tarnishes their flawless image. It's not like I'm a slacker who spends his days playing video games in the basement. Far from it. I own a business that designs and customizes high-end bikes. I'm not referring to the kind you acquire in a sports goods store. These are handcrafted, elegant machines with incredible attention to detail, bikes that are more expensive than some cars. My clientele? CEOs, celebrities, and collectors seeking something one of a kind. But here's the thing, I keep a fairly low profile. I do not drive flashy automobiles or wear expensive watches. My workshop isn't in a flashy office park. It's in an old industrial building that I purchased outright. My company is small, only a few individuals I trust, and we produce bikes with a 6-month waitlist. My family? They are not aware of any of this. To them, I'm just the guy who prioritized his hobby over the family business. Growing up, my parents made it apparent that they prioritized achievement, money, and maintaining appearances. My older brother Ethan was groomed to take over the jewelry empire. He has the firstborn golden child idea down to a science. My sister, Vanessa, is their pride and delight since she married into money. And then there's Daniel, the family baby who can't do anything wrong, despite the fact that he lives off the family name. I guess I was doomed from the beginning. I did not want what they wanted. They enjoyed the limelight, the continual desire to network, and the pressure to project the picture of a perfect family. I despised it. When I was younger, I'd sneak away from their silly galas and charity dinners to tinker with everything I could get my hands on. Broken radios, old motorcycles, anything mechanical. That is how I discovered my passion. As I grew older, it became clear that I did not fit in. My parents wanted me to join the family business, but I couldn't think of anything worse. Selling jewelry to people who value money over quality? No, thanks. I wanted to build something with a meaning. After college, which they only paid for because they expected me to come to my senses, I began working on my bike designs. At first, it was just me in my garage, but the demand quickly rose. I invested everything I had in the business, time, energy, and money, and it paid off. My ideas began to gain traction, and I soon had clients eager to pay exorbitant fees for my work. Here's where it gets funny. My family knows I'm self-employed, yet they believe I'm barely getting by. They are unaware of my achievement since I do not brag about it. I drive a regular automobile, dress regularly, and avoid their small networking events like the plague. They see my modest lifestyle as proof that I failed. The truth is that I outperform all of them combined. My business has reached 7 figures. I have collaborations with major brands, a class that has been scheduled for months, and a reputation that is spreading worldwide. But none of that matters to them because, in their opinion, success isn't real unless it's on your wrist or parked in the driveway. The protocol is the same every time I visit them. Ethan brags about his latest strategic partnership, which is really a fancy way of stating he inked a deal set up by his father. Vanessa hints about her glamorous life, which primarily entails being a socialite. Daniel behaves like a frat dude who has never outgrown his college glory days. And me? I receive nice phony smiles and passive-aggressive comments about my potential. Are you still working on those bikes? Dad asks with a disappointed tone. Yeah, I'll reply, keeping things brief because there's no use in explaining myself. Vanessa once asked me directly if I needed help obtaining a real job. I chuckled and told her I was fine, but she gave me a look as if she had just done me a favor by proposing it. The worst aspect is that they never ask about my business. Not really. They think it's just a phase I'll go through, as if I'm a naive adolescent. It's offensive, but also sort of funny. They're so caught up in their own world, so persuaded that their way is the only way, that they don't notice what's in front of them. I kept my success to myself for a reason. I'm not hiding it. I simply don't feel the need to prove anything. My work speaks for itself, and those who matter understand the reality. My clients value what I do, my staff is fantastic, and I've created something that I'm truly proud of. I don't need their affirmation or approval, but the truth is that they aren't content to let me live my life. They've been dropping hints and subtle statements about how my actions affect the family. Not being involved in the jewelry business appears to be a form of betrayal. They act as if I owe them something, as if I'm failing to meet their expectations by not following along. Ethan cornered me at one of Mom's dinner gatherings and began lecturing me on family legacy. He literally said, "You're either with us or against us." I nearly choked on my drink. Against you? Dude, I am just trying to live my life. And then, here we are, a brief and quick text from Dad. Family meeting, 8 p.m., be there? So I went to the family meeting expecting a lecture, maybe even a fight. I was unprepared for the circus that awaited me. I could feel the tension in the air from the moment I came in. It was like walking onto a stage with the screenplay fully written and I was the only one who hadn't read it. My father answered the door and gave me a disapproving once-over, as if he was already upset by my existence. He did not even say hi. Instead, he simply mumbled, "You're late," and moved aside to allow me in. For context, my father defines late as anything less than 10 minutes early. So, while I was technically on time, he thought I was an hour late. I didn't bother arguing. There was no point. I just shrugged and stepped inside. The house looked precisely the same as it always did. Immaculate, expensive and soulless. Everything in it screamed, "Look how much money we have," from the huge crystal chandelier in the entrance to the immaculately set living room that nobody ever used. It was all simply a big spectacle. And speaking of the living room, that's where everyone was assembled, arranged in a beautiful little semicircle as if they were holding a press conference. Ethan stood on one side, dressed in his regular business casual attire, as if he had just returned from a board meeting. Vanessa was sitting next to him, browsing through her phone and probably appearing to be busy. Daniel was splayed out on a chair, as if he didn't care about anything, but I knew he was enjoying whatever drama was going to develop. Then there was my mother, sitting off to the side like a worried referee, wringing her hands and giving me that tight smile she always gave when things were about to get awkward. Of course, there was my assigned chair, a single lonely seat positioned deliberately in the center of the room, facing everyone. It was so clear that this was an ambush that I nearly laughed. Almost. Dad did not waste any time. As soon as I sat down, he began his speech, emphasizing the value of family unity and heritage preservation. It was all extremely official and rehearsed. At one point, Ethan weighed in with phrases like long-term strategy and brand image, which made me roll my eyes so hard I feared they would get stuck. Vanessa wasn't far behind, commenting on how my decisions were troublesome and how they impacted on the family as a whole. She continued using terms like reputation and status, as if these were the only things that mattered. Daniel didn't say much, and he didn't need to. He was simply sitting there smirking, as if he were watching his favorite television show. I didn't say anything. I simply listened to them, nodding occasionally to give the impression that I was paying attention. To be honest, it was intriguing to see how much effort they had put into the entire process. They truly believed they were conducting some sort of intervention, rescuing me from a life of failure and shame. Finally, Vanessa handed me a folder. She slid it across the coffee table, as if she were presenting me with some sacred document. "This is for the good of the family," she remarked, her tone condescending. I opened the folder and realized how far they were willing to go. Inside were legal papers that were carefully ordered and filled with jargon. I did not need a lawyer to comprehend. The gist was simple. They were cutting me off. No inheritance, no ties to the family business, and no connection to the family name. For a second, I just stared at the papers, not because I was surprised, I could see this coming from a mile away, but because it was ridiculous how serious they were taking this. They truly believed this was some sort of retribution. Dad leaned forward, his voice serious and forceful. "This isn't personal, Alex, it's about business. Your actions have consequences." I raised an eyebrow. My actions. You've made choices that don't align with the family's values, Ethan stated, as if reading from a script. Vanessa nodded. It's not just about you, Alex. It's about all of us. We have to protect the family name. I wanted to laugh but didn't. Instead, I glanced through the documents, appearing to read them thoroughly. Their eyes were fixed on me the entire time, waiting for my reaction. Finally, I looked up and asked, "Where do I sign?" The room went completely silent. I don't think they expected that. My mother was the first to break the stillness. "Alex, wait, don't you think you should?" "Nope," I replied, cutting her off. "This is exactly what you want, right? To cut me loose? Let's get it over with." Vanessa blinked, apparently taken aback. "It's not about cutting you loose, it's about setting boundaries." "Boundaries," I said, smirking. "Sure, let's call it that." Dad motioned to the bottom of the page. "Just sign there." So, I did. I took the pen, scribbled my name at the bottom, and returned the folder to Vanessa. She appeared unsure whether she was relieved or irritated. "Is that all?" I inquired, straightening up. Dad frowned. "This isn't a joke, Alex. One day, you'll understand that this was necessary." I nodded, having already gotten halfway to the door. "Yeah, I'll be sure to send you a thank you card when that day comes." As I went away, I could feel their gaze on my back, but I didn't glance back. They believed they were making a statement, but all they did was prove what I already knew. They did not understand me, and they never will. When I returned to my workshop that night, I felt neither upset nor defeated. Honestly, I was relieved. That family meeting was simply confirmation of something I'd known for years. I was not one of them. They had no notion who I was or what I had built, and they had no desire to find out. I turned on the lights in my workshop, and the hum of the fluorescent lamps was more soothing than anything I'd felt while sitting in that over-decorated house. The place was my sanctuary, with walls lined with tools, shelves packed with bespoke components, and rows of partially completed motorcycles waiting for me to finish them. It was entirely mine, created with my own two hands. My helper, Ben, was still there, working on some late orders. He looked up when I stepped in. "Hey, how'd it go?" he inquired, wiping his hands on a shop rag. "They disowned me," I nonchalantly stated, laying my bag on the workbench. Ben blinked. "Wait, like officially?" "Yep," I answered, taking a half-finished frame from the rack and scrutinizing its welds. "Signed the papers and everything. I'm no longer part of the family." He let out a low whistle. "Damn, you okay?" I shrugged. "Honestly? Yeah. They think they cut me off, but I'm the one who's been carrying them emotionally for years. They did me a favor." We worked in silence for a while, with the only sounds being the buzz of tools and the odd clang of metal. It was peaceful, the kind of peace I had never experienced with my family. A few hours later, I logged onto my business dashboard, and the results made me happy. Orders had skyrocketed. One of our latest designs had become popular in a niche cycling community, and suddenly people were literally throwing money at us. Custom orders, bulk sales from international clients, and even queries from a couple of well-known brands looking to cooperate. It was overwhelming, but in the greatest way. My inbox was swamped with emails, and while the majority were business-related, a couple stuck out. One was from a journalist who wanted to write a piece about me for a lifestyle magazine. Another came from a professional rider who needed a custom bike for their next competition. Then there was the one that gave me pause. A private client offering an insane sum of money for a one-of-a-kind design. I slumped back in my chair, laughing. My family believed I was wasting my life experimenting with bikes, yet it was more profitable than their jewelry business. The truth is, I never cared about money. Don't get me wrong, it's good to be financially secure and not have to worry about bills or debt, but that wasn't the reason I started this. I started it because I like it and wanted to make something with my hands that was both utilitarian and beautiful, something meaningful. What about the money? That was a pleasant bonus. The nicest thing was that it allowed me to keep growing without compromise. I didn't have to answer to anyone, not investors, shareholders, or my family. The following morning, I met with Josh, my business partner, at our favorite diner. Josh is the type of person who is constantly 10 steps ahead of everyone else. He is the reason we have been able to grow the firm so swiftly. "All right," he murmured, sliding into the booth across from me. "What is the plan?" "For what?" I asked as I sipped my coffee. "For dealing with your family," he explained. "They'll come crawling back eventually. Do you know that?" I shrugged. "Allow them, I'm not going to spend my time worrying about them. I have more important things to focus on." Josh smirked. Fair enough. Speaking of broader matters, we need to discuss this. He took out his laptop and showed me an email from one of our vendors. They had offered us an exclusive price on some new materials, but we'd have to commit to a larger manufacturing run than usual. Can we manage it? I asked. Easily, Josh replied. With the orders flowing in, we could treble our output while still having room to breathe. This is an obvious choice. Do it, I instructed. Josh grinned. Done. Things improved over the course of several weeks. The magazine feature debuted, and it was a game changer. The journalist produced a wonderful article about how I transformed a passion for motorcycles into a thriving business, complete with images of our workshop and some of our most popular designs. The answer was crazy. Orders increased overnight, and our social media platforms were flooded with new fans. We had to hire 2 more individuals merely to meet the demand. Ben, who had been with me since the garage days, began teaching the new hires while I focused on developing our next major project. It was exhausting, but in the greatest possible manner. Every now and then, I would think about my family, not in a sad or nostalgic sense, but rather with interest. I wondered if they had read the article or heard about the company. Part of me wanted to tell them simply to see how they reacted, but another part of me wasn't concerned. I was too preoccupied with creating something real, something they would never understand. One day, I received a call from a firm that manufactured high-end outdoor gear. They wanted to collaborate on a limited edition bike for their upcoming product range. It was the type of collaboration that could propel us to the next level, and I couldn't say yes quick enough. Josh and I spent weeks ironing out the details, working late nights to ensure that everything was flawless. By the time the prototypes were completed, I knew we had something unique. The launch was tremendously successful. The bikes sold out in hours, and the hype surrounding the cooperation propelled us to new heights. Suddenly, we were no longer a modest niche business, we were a brand. And during it all, my family remained mute. No call, no text, nothing. I wasn't sure if they were ignoring me or just didn't understand what I was doing. It didn't matter. Their silence did not last long, however. It began with a text. We need to talk. Urgent family matters. Vanessa was the first to break the stillness, as I expected. My siblings were predictable in that regard. She enjoyed being the mediator when things got tense, but her vision of peace usually entailed ensuring that everyone regarded her as the voice of reason. I ignored it. Then came another one, this time from Ethan. Alex, let's meet. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I laughed out loud. Is there a misunderstanding? The same guy who sat there with his impeccable posture, watching me sign away my fortune, suddenly thought we had a slight misunderstanding? Yes, sure, I did not respond to him either. The texts kept coming in over the next 2 days, each one more urgent than the last. Daniel's finally arrived, but he was just as sluggish as he was. Yo, you around? Stuff's happening. Very lyrical, that one. But the one that made me pause was from my father. Come home, we need you. That's when I realized things had changed. Dad didn't ask for anything, he ordered, expected, and demanded. Come home was the closest he'd ever come to pleading. At first, I was unsure whether I wanted to answer. A part of me wanted to see how far they would go. But another part of me knew things would inevitably escalate. It was not in their habit to let things go. They required control, and I wasn't following their rules anymore. A week later, as Josh and I were at the workshop, I received a call from an unknown number. Hello Alex, a familiar voice said, sounding unnecessarily polite. It was Ethan? We need to talk. I rolled my eyes. I got your texts. What do you want? He paused for a second, revealing everything I needed to know. It's about the family business. Ah, there it was? The family company, of course. We're having some challenges, he said, and I could almost hear the pain in his voice as he said it. It's not a great time for us, and we think you could help. I could help? I inquired, leaning back in my chair and smiled. That's interesting. Last time we talked, I was an embarrassment to the family. My choices didn't align with your values, remember? Alex, Ethan murmured, changing into his favorite condescending elder brother voice. Let's not dwell on the past. This is bigger than all of us. I laughed. No, it's not. It's about you, Ethan, and Vanessa, and Dad, and the fact that none of you have any idea how to adapt to a world that's moving faster than you are. He attempted to push back, but I cut him off. I'm busy, Ethan. If the business is struggling, maybe you should have thought about that before you decided I wasn't good enough to be part of the family. I hung up before he could reply. That was satisfactory. Vanessa made her next move a few days later, when she unexpectedly arrived at my workshop. I was in the process of fine-tuning a bespoke build for a new client when I noticed her car pull into the parking lot. She stepped out in her luxury heels and sunglasses, as if she were walking into a nice boutique, not one where grease and metal were the major decor. I met her at the door, not trying to hide my irritation. "What are you doing here?" She flashed me one of her excessively polished smiles. "Alex, we need to talk." "I'm working," I explained, crossing my arms. "This won't take long," she said, moving past me into the workshop. She looked around, evidently displeased with the ordered mess. "So this is what you've been doing? Bikes?" "Yep," I replied, not giving anything else. She groaned and turned to face me. "Look, things aren't great right now. The business is struggling, and Dad's not handling it well. Ethan's trying to hold things together, but..." She trailed off, waiting for me to intervene and save the day. I did not. Finally, she stated, "We need you, Alex." Those comments affected her in a different way than she expected. For years I'd been rejected as the one who didn't measure up. And now? They now needed me. "What exactly do you think I can do?" I inquired, leaning against one of the workbenches. "You've always been good with creative ideas," she added, her tone a touch too sweet. "And you've clearly been doing okay for yourself here." "Okay?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. She flinched, realizing her error. "I didn't mean it like that. We're in trouble, Alex. The market's changing, and we didn't adapt fast enough. Sales are down, and Dad's, well, he's too proud to admit we need help. But Ethan and I think you could bring something new to the table." I stared at her for a long time, letting her words linger in the air. This was Vanessa, the same person who used to mock my small project and once told me I was squandering my talent. And now she was asking for my assistance. It felt nice. "Let me get this straight," I finally remarked. "You want me to come back and fix the business after everything you guys pulled?" She nodded. "We made mistakes, I'll admit that, but we're trying to make things right." I inclined my head, appearing to think about it. "Yeah, no. I'm good." Vanessa's face fell. "Alex, please. This isn't just about us. It's about the legacy." "Your legacy," I corrected her. "Not mine. I already have something I'm proud of, and it doesn't involve begging people to buy overpriced necklaces." Her immaculate mask slipped for a second, and I saw a glimpse of frustration. But before she could say anything else, I unlocked the door and motioned for her to exit. "Have a nice day, Vanessa." Then, a week later, Dad arrived at the workshop, looking more exhausted and worn out than I had ever seen him. He didn't even bother with politeness. "We need to talk," he remarked quietly and seriously. I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "Do we, though?" He groaned and ran his fingers through his graying hair. "Alex, I'll admit it, we were wrong about you. About everything. The business is failing. I can't fix it. Your brother can't fix it. We need your help." I stared at him for a long time, allowing the weight of his words to settle in. This was the man who had always preached about pride and reputation, and now he was virtually pleading for my help. "I'll think about it," I finally answered, moving aside to let him enter. And that's when I understood the tables had completely turned. When I promised my father I'd think about it, I didn't intend to let them off the hook. If they wanted me to salvage the family business, they'd have to work for it. For the first time in their lives, they needed to know what it was like to not have all the cards. Over the next few days, I let them stew. There are no calls, texts, or anything. I wasn't ignoring them for petty reasons. Okay, maybe only a little. I wanted them to recognize that they were no longer in control. They disowned me like it was nothing, and now they're circling back, trying to bring me on board. I wasn't going to make things simple. Josh, of course, found the whole thing amusing. "So let me get this straight," he began, leaning on the workbench as I adjusted a frame. "They need you to preserve their business, but they haven't apologized, and they certainly haven't admitted how badly they messed up." "Pretty much," I replied, smirking. "And you just let them twist in the wind?" I shrugged. "Feels fair." Josh laughed. "I wish I had your patience. I'd be sticking it in their faces every chance I had." "Oh, don't worry," I said. "They'll get what's coming, but it's not going to be on their terms." A few days later, Vanessa called again. This time, I picked up. "Alex," she exclaimed, sounding too joyful. "Thank you for finally responding. I was beginning to suspect you were avoiding us." I snubbed the bait. "What do you want?" She paused, and I could tell she was trying to figure out how to word the plea she was about to make. "I wanted to check in, see if you've given any more thought to helping out with the family business. I have thought about it, I said. And I have a few conditions. She was silent for a moment. Okay, what types of conditions? I want full control, I murmured, relishing the moment. Here's the plan. I'll take over the business. You will continue to work as employees, with no titles or power. You will respond to me. Vanessa almost choked. Wait, complete control? Alex, that is not negotiable. I shut her off. If you don't like it, find someone else to fix your mess. She stuttered, trying to argue, but I stood strong. She eventually promised to talk to Dad and Ethan and get back to me. My dad returned to the workshop the following day. He appeared more put together this time, but the despair in his eyes was still evident. Vanessa told me about your conditions, he began as soon as he got in. He exhaled. That's a hefty ask, Alex. You're asking us to hand over the firm your mother and I started from the ground up. I leaned on the workbench, crossing my arms. No, I'm asking you to hand over the company that is failing because none of you understand how to change. If you want me to save it, you must let me do it my way. Otherwise, what is the point? He said nothing. For a long time, I could see the inner conflict on his face. Eventually, he nodded. Fine, you can have full control, but there's one condition, he told me. Here we go, I mumbled. I want you to keep the family name attached to the business, he told me. That's all we have left. I thought about it for a bit. It wasn't an outrageous request, and to be honest, I didn't care about the name either way. Deal, I said. The real fun began after the family reluctantly agreed to let me take complete control. I did not waste any time diving in. If they expected this to be a slow, peaceful transition in which they could dispute or second-guess my actions, they were mistaken. This was not a democracy. It was a dictatorship, and I was in charge. The first thing I did after taking over was demolish their beloved hierarchy. Ethan had been conducting operations as if he were auditioning for a reality show about dumb executives. His concept of leadership involved shouting at people when things went wrong and claiming credit when things went right. That was not going to fly. I called a staff meeting in the main office. All managers, department heads, and key personnel were invited. My family also showed up, but they seemed uneasy, sitting off to the side like school children waiting for the principal to scold them. All right, I said, standing at the head of the meeting table. Let us get one thing straight. The previous manner of doing things is obsolete. This company will now be driven by outcomes rather than nepotism. A few others looked anxiously at Ethan, who was staring at me as if I had insulted his entire being. I pointed to the whiteboard behind me, where I had outlined a clear strategy. We are streamlining everything. No more bloated budgets, superfluous overhead, or out-of-date practices. I am interested in hearing your views. If you've been buried beneath layers of bureaucracy, that ends now. This is your moment to show what you are capable of. One of the managers raised their hand. And how about the family? I smirked. They will be held to the same standard as everyone else. No exceptions. Ethan scoffed, but I ignored him. Vanessa appeared to want to burrow beneath the table, while Daniel was half asleep. Classic. I then tackled the stores. Half of them were losing money because they had not been updated in decades. The exhibits were worn, the layouts were unclear, and the employees appeared to be just waiting for someone to put them out of their misery. I instantly shut down the locations with the lowest performance. Some employees were disgruntled, which I understood, but I made sure to provide severance compensation and job placement aid. This was not about punishing somebody, it was about saving the organization. The remaining stores received a comprehensive renovation. I hired designers to remodel the premises, transforming them into clean, minimalist showrooms that focused on products rather than gimmicky sales practices. I also implemented a new inventory system, making it easier for customers to browse and buy, whether in store or online. Speaking of online, this was another key area where the corporation had struggled. Their website appeared to be trapped in 2005, complete with clumsy navigation and fuzzy photos. I scrapped it all and hired a team of developers to create a new website from scratch. It was quick, easy to use, and smartphone optimized. Within weeks of launch, internet sales surged. Then came the product line. This was where I truly put my mark on things. For years, the company produced the same old designs, gaudy, costly jewelry aimed at an older audience. It was okay for the older set, but it utterly ignored younger customers seeking something new and current. I launched a new line centered on minimalist, ecological designs. Consider exquisite items crafted from recycled materials, with an emphasis on craftsmanship and storytelling. Each piece included a card explaining where the materials came from and how they were recycled. It was a hit. People appreciated the concept of owning something unique that didn't harm the environment. Vanessa first despised the idea. She claimed that it was too hazardous and did not meet our clients' expectations. But after the numbers started flooding in, she had to concede I was correct. Of course, not everything went well. I had to deal with a lot of criticism, especially from my own family. Ethan, in particular, seems determined to undercut me at every opportunity. He'd pull me aside after meetings and say things like, "Are you certain this is the best decision? I mean, you're new to this level of management?" I'd just smile and say, "You're welcome to step down if you believe you can't handle the changes." That typically silenced him. And Daniel? Honestly, I had no idea what he was doing half the time. He'd arrive at meetings late, if at all, and offer nothing. I eventually assigned him a tiny responsibility maintaining the company's social media profiles, which kept him busy enough without inflicting any significant damage. Despite the hurdles, the outcomes spoke for themselves. Within 6 months, the company was unrecognizable, in a positive sense. Sales were up across the board, the new product lines were receiving fantastic reviews, and we'd even begun to attract younger, more tech-savvy clients. What is the best part? My family was beginning to sense a power shift. They had spent their entire lives at the top of the food chain, but now they were just like any other employee. They responded to me. One day, I arranged a meeting for just the 4 of us. Myself, Dad, Ethan, and Vanessa. I wanted to make sure they knew exactly where we stood. "Let me be clear," I stated, leaning back in my chair. "I now own this corporation. If you decide to stay, you will do things my way. If you don't like it, there's the door." Dad grimaced, but said nothing. Ethan appeared to want to argue, but Vanessa placed a hand on his arm and shook her head. "I'm serious," I added. "I'm not here to continue the family legacy. I'm here to make something better. If that requires letting go of the past, so be it." For once, nobody had anything to say. The turning point came when one of the industry's largest trade exhibitions encouraged us to present the new collection. It was the type of event that could make or destroy a company's reputation, and I was determined to leave an impression. I designed the booth myself, providing a sleek, immersive experience that emphasized the company's sustainable innovations while also telling the tale of its transformation. My family was present, of course, but this time I was the star of the show. Customers, journalists, and industry experts rushed to our exhibit, admiring the new approach and questioning how we'd turned things around so rapidly. I made every effort to give credit where it was due, particularly to the staff who had worked tirelessly to make it happen. As I saw people admire the pieces I helped make, I felt a surge of pride that I had never felt before. This wasn't just about preserving a business, it was about showing to myself, and to them, that I was capable of far more than they had previously given me credit for. By the end of the show, we had secured several new collaborations, and the brand was more popular than ever. My family was finally realizing that I wasn't just the black sheep anymore, I was leading the charge. Then one day, it occurred. This was the moment I had been waiting for. We had just finished a quarterly review meeting, and I had delivered some of the best data the company had ever seen. My father cleared his throat just as I was about to finish the lecture. "Alex," he whispered, his voice as gentle as I had ever heard it, "I just wanted to say how proud I am of you. You have accomplished something that none of us could have done. You did more than just salvage the business, you improved it." The room became silent. Even Ethan and Vanessa appeared astonished. "Thanks," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. Vanessa joined in. "Dad is right, we should have seen your potential sooner. You've taken this company to places we never imagined possible." Ethan nodded, grudgingly. "You proved everyone incorrect." I can admit that. It was weird to hear them admit it out loud. "We've been talking," Dad said, looking at the others. "We'd like to fix things, not just the business, but us, the family." There it was, the apology and the olive branch. I sat back in my chair, allowing their comments to hang in the air for a minute. "I appreciate that," I said. "But let's be honest, you didn't want me in the family until I proved useful. That is not something I can forget." Vanessa looked down, obviously uncomfortable, but she did not object. "I'm not interested in pretending things are fine. Our current system is functional. We're working together, and that's it. I don't need anything else." Ethan frowned. "Come on, Alex, we are family. We made mistakes, but we're striving to make things right." "You're trying to make it right because you have no choice," I responded calmly. "If this firm had failed, you would not be here today. Let us not change history." Dad seemed to want to argue, but then sighed and nodded. "Fair enough." Here's the deal, I explained, rising up and gathering my notes. I will remain operating the firm, and you will continue to do your tasks, but aside from that, we're okay where we are. No more pretending to have a happy family. We tried that, but it didn't work. When I left the meeting, the room was quiet, but I didn't feel awful about it. I wasn't angry, nor was I resentful. I knew exactly where I stood, and I was not going to let them cross that line again. My jealous sister accused me of being a gold digger and tried to ruin my boyfriend's career. My parents took her side as always. Hello, everyone, I don't know where to start. I suppose I've always been the other sister. My name is Lindsay, and I'm 29 years old. I grew up in the shadow of my older sister, Melanie, who is now 34. It feels like my entire life has been spent trying to measure up to her, but I never could, at least not in my parents' eyes. Melanie has always been the golden child. I recall as a child seeing how easily everything appeared to fall into place for her. She was the star of every school play, the captain of her soccer team, and the straight-A student who my parents couldn't stop talking about. Meanwhile, I was simply Lindsay, the quiet one. The girl who enjoyed drawing in her sketchbook but did not shine in the ways that mattered to them. It wasn't as if I hadn't tried. I put myself into art because it was the one thing I thought I was good at. But even that wasn't enough. I recall one particular day well. During a parent-teacher conference, my middle school art instructor informed my mother that I had true talent and that if I worked hard enough, I might be able to receive a college scholarship. I felt very proud and excited. But when we arrived home, my mother replied, "That's nice, honey, but it's not like art is a real career. Melanie's already studying for the SATs. Maybe focus on something practical." This shattered me. I was 12. I did not wish to be practical. I wanted them to be proud of me, even if it was for reasons other than Melanie. But the favoritism did not end there. My parents gave Melanie every possible benefit. They paid for her piano lessons, individual tutoring, and pricey summer camps, which she didn't appear to like. When it came to me, however, the funding was tight, or so they claimed. I asked for painting lessons, even cheap ones at the community center, but they always answered, "No, we just can't afford it right now, Lindsay." They did, however, manage to finance a new car for Melanie when she reached 16. Regarding that car, here's a story that still makes my blood boil. On my 16th birthday, I convinced myself that this was finally my time. If Melanie gets a car, maybe they'll surprise me with one as well. Instead, I received a sweater. A sweater. I'm not ungrateful. I understand not every child gets a car. But what about the kicker? Melanie arrived home from college with a flat tire. And guess who got to wait and watch my father spend hours mending it while my birthday cake lay untouched on the counter? Happy birthday to me. And it's not simply the material aspects that sting, it's the emotional neglect. My mother constantly praised Melanie, saying things like, "You're so beautiful, you're so smart, and you're going to do amazing things." I can't remember the last time she said that to me. I was ecstatic to get my first job at a tiny graphic design agency. But my mother's response was, "That's nice, but when are you going back to school?" You know, Melanie got her master's degree. I tried talking to my father about it once. He's quieter than my mother and more passive. I asked him why it seemed like they loved Melanie more than me. He groaned, looked uneasy, and continued. "We don't love her more, Lindsay. She just needs us more." What the heck does that even mean? Is she in more need of them? She had everything handed to her. If anyone required assistance, it was me. As I became older, the gap between us widened. Melanie went on to greater and better things, an Ivy League degree, a high-paying job in finance, and a sparkling engagement ring from her equally beautiful fiancé. And me, I felt stuck. My art career didn't take off as I had hoped. And every time I saw my folks, they'd say, "So, what's next?" As if what I'd done so far wasn't enough. One of the most humiliating experiences occurred last Thanksgiving. Melanie and her fiancé, Jason, came over for supper, and my parents went all out, prime rib, fine wine, the works. I brought a pumpkin pie that I had made myself, which I was very proud of considering I am not much of a cook. When I placed it on the table, my mother gave me a tight little smile and said, "Oh sweetie, that's nice, but Melanie brought a cheesecake from that bakery downtown. Everyone loves their desserts." Guess which one was devoured first? Melanie not only receives all of the adulation, but she also appears to ignore it. She pretends not to notice the partiality, but I believe she enjoys being the center of attention. Years ago, I tried to confront her about it. I told her it was unfair that Mom and Dad treated us differently. She stared at me with wide-eyed innocence and said, "Lindsay, You're being ridiculous. Mom and Dad love us equally. Then she turned around and uploaded a picture on Instagram with the remark, "My parents are the best," over a shot of the new watch they bought her just because. I feel as if I've been gaslit my entire life. Every time I try to express my feelings, I am met with either denial or sympathy. "You're overreacting, Lindsay," or, "Oh, you poor thing," as if I were a frail little flower incapable of handling her feelings. It is exhausting. I've been growing increasingly distant from my family. I stopped coming to family gatherings and called my mother solely to learn about Melanie's recent successes. I've been focusing on my painting again, attempting to rekindle the passion I had as a child before their relentless comparison drained everything from me. But it's hard. No matter how much I try to remove myself, that voice in the back of my head continually screams, "You'll never be good enough." I guess what I'm wondering is, am I crazy for feeling this way? Is it inappropriate to want my parents to see me for who I am, rather than who I am not? Or am I doomed to live the rest of my life in Melanie's shadow? After years of feeling stuck, I eventually discovered what I considered to be a nice place. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer, gradually developing a portfolio that I was proud of. It wasn't a glamorous job, but I adored it. For once, I felt in charge of my life, free from incessant comparisons to Melanie. That's when I met Zach. It was a random meeting at a small business exhibition that I attended to network. I was standing awkwardly near a kiosk, browsing through leaflets, when he approached me. He was tall, with dark hair that had just the proper amount of gray at the temples, and he exuded effortless confidence, which I noticed straight away. "You look like you'd rather be anywhere else," he replied, smirking. I laughed, slightly ashamed. "Is it that obvious?" He presented himself as Zach, the founder of a modest but thriving technology startup that creates software for small businesses. As we talked, I discovered that he was 36, self-employed, and had created his business from the ground up. Zach, unlike many of the folks I'd met at these occasions, was neither pretentious or overbearing. When I explained about my business, he listened and asked questions about my design process and the types of clients I dealt with. It felt refreshing. We kept in touch for a few weeks. Zach was more than just nice and charming. He was intelligent, ambitious, and truly interested in what I had to say. He asked me to create some branding materials for his company, and working with him was fantastic. He treated me as an equal, which was unusual for me after being dominated by Melanie for so long. When Zach and I started dating, it felt like a breath of fresh air. For the first time, I felt recognized, not as Melanie's sister or the less successful daughter, but as Lindsay. He wasn't concerned about my family dynamics or the baggage I carried. He cared for me. Of course, Melanie had to spoil it. At first, my parents appeared cautiously enthusiastic about Zach. They loved his success, though my mother couldn't help but make snarky remarks like, "Well, he's a bit older, isn't he?" Or, "I hope he's serious about you." Melanie, on the other hand, despised him from the start. I should have seen it coming. Melanie delights on being the center of attention, the one everyone envies. Zach's accomplishments made her feel threatened. She couldn't believe I'd found someone who was not only nice and helpful, but also extremely accomplished in his own right. So, in classic Melanie flair, she sought to instigate drama. It began quietly. Melanie mentioned during a family meal how handy it was that I met Zach while working on a project for him. "So, did you land the guy and the client?" she joked, loud enough for everyone to hear. I attempted to shrug it off, but the inference was clear. She assumed I was just dating Zach for his money. Things swiftly escalated after that. Melanie began spreading tales throughout our family, claiming that Zach was some type of sugar daddy. She even told my parents that I was exploiting him to escape my dismal career. "I just think Lindsay's rushing into things," she'd say, pretending to worry. "It's not like she's ever dated someone like Zach before. You have to admit, it's a big step up." What is the worst part? My parents believed her. My mother confronted me one night after dinner. "Lindsay," she asked, her tone concerned, "are you sure Zach is the right man for you? He's so established. I just don't want you to get hurt if this doesn't work out." "What are you talking about?" I demanded. "Zach and I are happy. Why can't you just let me have this?" Mom hesitated. "It's just..." Melanie mentioned some things. "Of course, she did," I added. "Because Melanie can't stand it when the attention isn't on her." I stormed out that night, but the damage had already been done. The seeds of mistrust had been sowed, and no matter how much I defended myself, it seemed as if my family had already made up their minds. The rumors did not end with my family. Melanie began sharing them around mutual friends. People I hadn't spoken with in years. One day, I received a phone call from Sarah, an old high school classmate I hadn't spoken with in years. "Hey, Lindsay," she said nervously. "I just wanted to check in. I heard some things about Zach and wanted to make sure you're okay." "Wait, what things?" I inquired, puzzled. Sarah hesitated. "Well, Melanie mentioned that Zach might be, controlling. She said you've been spending all your time with him and barely talking to your family anymore. I just wanted to make sure everything's all right." I was infuriated. "Sarah, that's not true. Zach is nothing like that. Melanie's just..." I paused, recognizing there was no use in explanation. Melanie had already caused harm. When I challenged her about it, she claimed to be the victim. "I was just worried about you," she explained, wide-eyed and innocent. "I didn't mean for it to get blown out of proportion. You know how people love to gossip. You're the one who started the gossip," I yelled. "Why can't you just be happy for me for once?" Melanie didn't care. She never does. All she cared about was bringing me down and keeping me in the shadow, where she believed I belonged. Throughout it all, Zach was my rock. "Lindsay," he remarked one night as we sat on his couch, "you don't owe anyone an explanation for our relationship. Not your parents, not Melanie, not anyone. The people who really care about you will see the truth." He could see how much it was hurting me and did everything he could to encourage me. I wanted to believe him, but it was difficult. Melanie's falsehoods made me feel increasingly lonely. Even some of my closest friends became distant, as if they didn't know what to think. It seemed like I was waging a lost battle, while Melanie was winning. But Zach was correct in one thing. Those who genuinely cared about me stood by my side. My best friend Emily was among them. When she heard what Melanie was saying, she quickly called me. "Lindsay, this is ridiculous," she said. "Anyone who knows you knows you're not that kind of person. Melanie's just jealous. She can't stand that you're happy." Hearing those words meant more to me than I could convey. For the first time in weeks, I felt less alone. Zach, for his part, refused to be swayed by the reports. If anything, they only strengthened us. He saw through Melanie's tactics and refused to allow her harm our relationship. "She can say whatever she wants," he told me. "At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is us." He was correct. Melanie could spread as many stories as she wanted, but she couldn't take away what Zach and I had created together. For the first time in my life, I wasn't simply Lindsay, the other sister. I was Lindsay, the woman who had found love and happiness despite everything Melanie had thrown at her. I used to believe that things couldn't get worse following Melanie's initial rumors about Zach. I was mistaken. Melanie wasn't simply out to ruin my family's opinion of me. She launched her campaign on social media, dragging my name through the mud for all to see. It began softly, as many of Melanie's shenanigans did. She shared a photo of herself and her husband Jason, in front of their huge suburban home. The headline read, "It's amazing what you can achieve with hard work and dedication. Some of us don't need shortcuts." I realized it was about me. The timing was absolutely great. Zach and I had just shared photos from a weekend trip to Napa Valley, which Melanie would have undoubtedly seen. I attempted to ignore her posts, but they got more pointed. A few days later, another photo showed her holding an expensive handbag with the message, "Bought this with my own money, because, you know, some of us don't rely on others to fund our lifestyles." The worst one, however, was a photo of her standing in her garden with a smug smile, holding a coffee cup that read "Girl Boss." The caption, "It's amazing how some people will do anything for a free life." Her friends and acquaintances chimed in, some even tagging me directly in their replies. I was upset, but I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to confront her publicly in order to defend myself, but Zach urged me otherwise. "She's baiting you," he remarked. "If you respond, you're giving her exactly what she wants." He was correct, of course, but that didn't make things any easier. Every time I opened my social media, there it was. Her smug expression, passive-aggressive captions, an army of accomplices. It felt like she was waging war against me, and I didn't even have a weapon to defend myself. A few weeks later, things escalated during a family meal. My parents had invited everyone over for what they called a relaxing evening. I should have known better. Nothing about being in the same room with Melanie could possibly be relaxing. Melanie was on edge from the time Zach and I stepped in. She welcomed us with a phony smile and an overly bright, "Oh, hi, you too." But her tone was tinged with sarcasm. She hardly acknowledged Zach, instead concentrating her entire attention on Jason, making a huge deal of questioning him about his career, their forthcoming vacation, and his plans to remodel their already exquisite kitchen. Dinner began uneventfully enough. My mother had prepared one of her hallmark dishes, roast chicken with all the fixings, and the discussion was primarily small talk. However, Melanie, ever the limelight seeker, felt it was time to stir the pot. She leaned back in her chair, whirling her wine glass like a villain from a soap opera, and said, "You know, it's funny. I was talking to one of my friends the other day, and she mentioned how some people are living the dream of all money hunters." The table became silent. My father coughed awkwardly. My mother gave Melanie a warning glance, but she disregarded it. "I mean," she continued, her gaze riveted on mine. "Imagine finding someone who's willing to pay for everything. Your vacations, your lifestyle, even your career. Must be nice, right?" Zach stiffened alongside me. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, but I wouldn't let her see me crack. "Are you trying to say something, Melanie?" I inquired, keeping my voice as quiet as I could. "Oh no, of course not," she responded innocently. "I'm just making an observation. Some people have all the luck." "Luck has nothing to do with it," Zach interrupted, his voice low but forceful. "Lindsay works hard, and she doesn't need to rely on anyone to support her." Melanie smirked. "Oh, I'm sure she does. I mean, graphic design is such a stable and lucrative career path. I'm sure you don't help out at all, right?" "Enough." My mother's voice sliced through the tension like a dagger. "Melanie, stop it, this isn't appropriate." But Melanie wasn't done. She slammed her glass down with a bit too much vigor, the sound reverberating around the room. "I'm just being honest, Mom. Isn't that what we're supposed to do as a family? Be honest with each other?" I could not handle it anymore. I sprang up so rapidly that my chair almost crashed over. "Honesty? You wouldn't know honesty if it hit you in the face. All you know how to do is tear people down because you can't stand it when the spotlight isn't on you." "Lindsay, don't," Zach murmured calmly, placing his hand on my arm. But I was beyond the point of caring. "Do you know what your problem is, Melanie?" I asked, my voice quivering with wrath. "You can't stand the fact that someone else might actually be happy for once. You thrive on making other people feel small because that's the only way you can feel big." Melanie's face flushed hot, but she did not answer. My father said something about everyone needing to calm down, but I didn't want to hear his half-hearted attempts at mediation. I grabbed my coat and turned to face Zach. "Let's go." We went without saying anything, the tension in the room so heavy that I felt like I was suffocating on it. I burst into tears as soon as we arrived at the car. "I can't do this anymore," I wept. "I can't keep pretending everything's fine when she's destroying my life." Zach drew me into his arms, his words calming. "You don't have to. You don't owe her or anyone else in your family anything. You've worked hard for what you have, and you don't need to justify it to anyone, least of all Melanie." He was correct, of course, but as much as I wanted to wipe Melanie out of my life entirely, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. She was more than just my sister. She was my parents' darling, the golden child. Cutting her out would also mean cutting them out, which I wasn't sure I was prepared for. The next few days were a jumble of emotions: rage, despair, and frustration. I blocked Melanie on all social media platforms, not wanting to see any more of her passive-aggressive posts, but the damage had already been done. Friends and acquaintances who had seen her posts were immediately asking questions, their tone tinged with thinly veiled condemnation. "You're not actually dating him for his money, are you?" One of them questioned me directly. "No," I snapped. "I'm not." But the stories lingered, and Melanie's shadow became larger than ever. No matter how hard I tried to get away, it felt like she was always one step ahead, ready to drag me down. After that horrible family meal, I knew I couldn't keep putting myself through Melanie's games. Every interaction with her seemed like a landmine about to detonate, and I was done falling into her traps. Zach and I talked about it, and we both agreed I needed to take a step back for my own sanity. I needed to set some boundaries, even if it meant missing family occasions. The first test came a few weeks later, when my parents said they would be having a cookout. "It'll be fun," my mother stated over the phone, her tone far too enthusiastic. "Jason and Melanie are coming, and you can bring Zach. We haven't seen you two in ages." I paused. "I don't think that's a good idea, Mom." She heaved an impatient sigh that made me feel like a troublesome child. "Oh, Lindsay, don't be like this. It's just a little barbecue. You're not still upset about what Melanie said, are you?" "Are you still upset?" I asked incredulously. "Mom, she basically accused me of being a gold digger in front of the whole family, and that's not even mentioning all the crap she's been posting online." Mom dismissed it with a giggle. "Oh honey, you know how Melanie is. She doesn't mean half of what she says. You two just need to talk things out." "No, Mom," I replied firmly. "What I need is for her to stop attacking me every chance she gets. Until that happens, I'm not going to any event where she's present." There was a prolonged pause. Finally, she remarked. Well, I think you're overreacting, but if that's how you feel. It wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but she didn't go any further. Zach and I spent the weekend hiking instead, enjoying the solitude and quiet of the trails away from Melanie's toxic presence. But my absence was not unnoticed. A few days later, my father called, his tone pleasant but with that hint of disappointment I'd heard so many times before. Lindsay, your mother told me you didn't come to the barbecue because of Melanie. Is that true? Yes, Dad, I said, bracing myself for the scolding I knew was coming. Lindsay, he replied. She's your sister. Families fight sometimes, but that doesn't mean you just walk away. Your mom and I raised you both better than that. I felt a knot form in my throat. Dad, this isn't just a fight. This is years of Melanie tearing me down, and I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I have to protect myself. He exhaled. I get that you're upset, but don't let this destroy the family. You two need to find a way to work things out. Destroy the family? The word struck me like a punch in the gut. It was the same guilt trip strategy my parents had used throughout my life to keep me in line, and I was sick of it. I'm not the one destroying the family, Dad, I murmured, my voice trembling. If you want to blame someone, blame Melanie. However, he did not. He never would. Over the next 2 months, I stuck to my decision. I denied any invitations from my parents to events attended by Melanie. Let us know when you're hosting something without Melanie, I'd propose. They never did. Every time I turned them down, they'd say I was being harsh, Melanie was doing her best, and I was letting a minor misunderstanding destroy everything. What they didn't realize, or refuse to recognize, was that this was not a misunderstanding. This was a pattern of conduct that had persisted throughout my life, and I was not going to continue submitting myself to it merely to keep the peace. The distance from my family was difficult, but it also allowed me to focus on myself. I immersed myself into my business, accepting new clients and developing my portfolio. Zach was my biggest supporter, always there to encourage me and remind me of my worth when I was doubting myself. Slowly but steadily, I began to feel like I was reclaiming my identity. Lindsay, the artist, the partner, the woman who did not want her family's approval to be complete. Melanie, on the other hand, was not satisfied with the status quo. One afternoon, my dearest friend Emily called me. Hey, have you seen Melanie's latest post? She inquired, her tone tinged with alarm. No, I replied, my stomach sinking. What did she do now? Emily hesitated. She posted this picture from your parents' anniversary dinner, and the caption said, "Some of us actually show up for our family. Watch ya, family first." I groaned. Unbelievable. She can't stand that I'm not playing her game anymore, so now she's trying to make me look like the bad guy. Emily sighed. I know it's hard, but don't let her get to you. You're doing the right thing by setting boundaries. I wanted to believe her, but guilt was gnawing at me. Every time I saw a picture of my family without me, every time I heard my mother's disappointed tone or my father's angry sighs, I felt as if I had failed them. It didn't matter that I was defending myself. Part of me still craved their acceptance and validation. The breaking point occurred a few weeks later, when my parents asked Zach and me to supper. It'll just be the 4 of us, Mom said. No, Melanie, no drama. I reluctantly agreed. I wanted to believe they were finally listening to me and understanding where I was coming from. However, when we arrived, there was a 5th place setting on the table. My heart fell. Please tell me that's not for who I think it is, I requested. Before my mother could respond, the doorbell rang. Melanie strolled in moments later, smiling. Oh, Lindsay, I didn't know you'd be here, she remarked, her tone full of feigned astonishment. I turned to my parents. Are you serious? You lied to me. Lindsay, please, Mom begged. We just thought if you two spent some time together, you could work things out. I shook my head, tears of fury and betrayal welling up in my eyes. You don't get it, do you? I'm not the problem here. She is. Melanie gasped and clutched her chest in mock indignation. Me? What did I do? I could not handle it anymore. You know exactly what you did, Melanie. You've spent our entire lives tearing me down, and I'm done pretending it's okay. I'm done being your punching bag. She smirked. Oh, please. You're so sensitive, Lindsay. Maybe if you stopped playing the victim all the time, people would actually take you seriously. That was it. I grasped Zach's hand and turned to face my parents. If you can't respect my boundaries, then I can't be part of this family anymore. My mother started to cry. My father seemed to want to say something but didn't know what. Melanie simply stood there, looking as smug as ever. As we walked out, Zach squeezed my hand. You did the right thing, he replied. I wanted to believe him, but all I could feel was grief. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, life was peaceful. Zach and I had discovered a rhythm together, a kind of sanctuary away from the drama that my family was continually causing. I was still separated from my parents and Melanie, but I felt no remorse. I'd spent too much of my life bending over backwards to please them. I was now focused on my own happiness. When Zach proposed, their happiness increased tenfold. We were on vacation and stayed at a beautiful home on a remote island. It was the kind of paradise I could only imagine: pristine beaches, lush foliage, and a villa straight out of a tourist brochure. Zach planned the entire vacation as a surprise for our 2-year anniversary. He urged me to pack my luggage but didn't tell where we were going, just that it would be exceptional. The proposal took place on the second night, following a romantic dinner on the balcony facing the ocean. As the sun sank, the sky turned orange and purple, and the sound of waves breaking against the shore provided the ideal backdrop. I was savoring the scenery when Zach abruptly dropped to one knee, clutching a little velvet box in his palm. "Lindsay," he replied, his voice steady but full of passion. "The last 2 years with you have been the happiest of my life. You have shown me what it means to truly love and be loved. I hope to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?" I was so overwhelmed that I could barely speak. As I nodded, tears flowed down my cheeks, and my heart felt like it was about to burst with excitement. "Yes," I eventually managed to say. "Yes, of course, I'll marry you." The ring was stunning, a basic yet elegant design featuring a single diamond that glittered like the stars above us. It wasn't gaudy or over the top, and I appreciated that Zach had chosen something so perfect for me. We spent the remainder of the evening partying, sipping champagne beneath the stars, and fantasizing about our future together. For once, I felt like my life was mine, not defined by my family's expectations or Melanie's shadow, but by the love and pleasure I'd created with Zach. When we returned from our trip, we began arranging the wedding. Neither of us wanted anything large or ostentatious. We both preferred closeness over show. We settled on a small ceremony with only 25 guests, close friends and family members who had been supportive of our relationship since the beginning. Melanie was clearly not on the guest list. My parents' invitation required a more hard decision. I struggled with it for weeks, divided between wanting them to be there and fearing the drama they may cause. Finally, I decided to accept them, but I made it clear that if they brought Melanie as a guest, they would be instantly uninvited. "This is my day," I informed them honestly. "I'm not going to let her ruin it." The site was ideal, a quaint winery secluded in the countryside, with rolling hills and scenic views. The wedding would be held in an outside garden, followed by dinner and dancing beneath a canopy of fairy lights. Zach and I collaborated closely with Amanda, a wedding planner who helped us bring our vision to life. She was a godsend, keeping things on track and making sure no details were neglected. Of course, Melanie learned about the wedding. I'm still unsure how. My parents said they didn't tell her, but I wouldn't put it past them to accidentally reveal it. Once she knew, the sabotage began. It all started with rumors. Melanie called up extended family members who hadn't been invited, explaining that I had purposefully excluded them because I thought I was too good for the family. She informed one cousin that the wedding was being held at a fancy, costly vineyard and that I was wasting Zach's money like it was going out of style. "She's always been jealous of me," Melanie allegedly stated. "This whole wedding is just her way of trying to one-up me." I learned about the rumors from my Aunt Karen, who contacted me one evening, apparently disturbed. "Is it true, Lindsay, that you are not inviting anyone from your family except then your parents?" she asked. "Aunt Karen, that's not true," I exclaimed, my wrath boiling over. "We are having a simple wedding, that is all. It's not about excluding somebody. It's about maintaining intimacy." "Well, Melanie's been saying some things," she admitted. "I just thought you should know." I thanked her for the heads up and hung up, my hands quivering in anger. Zach spotted me pacing the living room and grumbling under my breath. "She's unbelievable," I complained. "She's spreading lies about me to the entire family just because I didn't invite her to my wedding." Zach wrapped his arms around me, his calm presence grounding me. "Let her say whatever she wants," he muttered. "The individuals that matter understand the truth. Do not let her steal your joy." He was correct, of course, but it didn't make things any easier. Melanie's rumors sparked a chain reaction, and I soon found myself getting calls and messages from distant relatives demanding to know why they hadn't been invited. It was exhausting, but I wouldn't let it impede my plans. When the wedding day arrived, I was a bundle of jitters. Not because of Melanie. Amanda had informed me that the venue had strict security measures in place and that no unauthorized guests would be admitted, but because I wanted everything to be flawless. As I stood in the bridal suite, looking in the mirror, I felt a sense of peace come over me. My gown was simple but lovely, a flowing A-line with delicate lace embellishments and a soft champagne color. My dearest friend Emily stood alongside me, smiling as she adjusted my veil. "You look incredible," she replied. "Zach's going to lose it when he sees you." The ceremony was all I had imagined it would be. As I came down the aisle, my heart leaped when I saw Zach waiting for me, his eyes full of love and pride. We exchanged meaningful and highly personal vows, and when we said "I do," there wasn't a dry eye in the yard. The reception was equally as wonderful. The meal was exquisite, the wine flowed freely, and the dance floor was filled with laughing and happiness. My parents behaved appropriately, though I could sense my mother was uncomfortable without Melanie. Still, for once, the spotlight was on me. Not on family conflict or sibling rivalry, but on the love Zach and I shared. As the night came to a close, I found myself sitting with Emily and a few other close friends, reminiscing on everything that had led up to this point. "You did it," Emily remarked, raising her glass in toast. "You stuck up for yourself and achieved pleasure. That is what matters." Following the wedding, Zach and I hoped Melanie would finally leave us alone. But of course, that was too much to ask. Instead, her toxic behavior worsened. She began spreading even more ridiculous accusations, not only about me but also about Zach. According to Melanie, Zach had a history of dominating his partners, had been sued for fraud in the past, and was using his fortune to influence me into separating from my family. Of course, it was all falsehoods, but the sheer arrogance of it was terrible. The worst aspect was that her lies began to damage Zach's professional reputation. One of his business associates, Mark, called him to inquire about the lawsuit. At first, Zach was perplexed. But when Mark mentioned that he had learned about it through a mutual acquaintance, it was evident that Melanie was the source. This was the last straw for Zach. He was not the kind to exacerbate situations unnecessarily, but this wasn't simply petty family drama anymore. It was defamation, and it was beginning to harm his livelihood. Zach decided to pursue legal action. He contacted his lawyer, Andrea, a no-nonsense woman who had handled his business contracts for many years. Andrea acted quickly when Zach explained the problem. "We'll draft a cease and desist letter immediately," she told me. "If she doesn't comply, we'll escalate to a defamation lawsuit." The letter was mailed a few days later. I hadn't seen it, but Zach assured me that it was clear and left no room for interpretation. It detailed all of Melanie's fraudulent assertions, requested that she stop making defamatory statements immediately, and warned that failing to comply would result in legal action. Zach's tone when discussing it was calm but forceful. "This isn't just about us, Lindsay," he told me. "People like Melanie won't stop unless forced to. She needs to learn that her actions have repercussions." Melanie did not take it well, as one could expect. The day after she received the letter, she called my mother in tears, accusing Zach of bullying her and attempting to destroy her life. My mother, of course, called me right away, her voice filled with guilt-tripping concern. "Lindsay, what is happening?" "Melanie claims Zach is threatening her with a lawsuit. Isn't that a little extreme?" "She's lying, Mom," I responded, attempting to remain cool. "Zach's not threatening her. He's urging her to stop telling lies about us. She, not him, is ruining people's lives here." "But she's your sister," my mother explained, as if that justified everything. "Can't you two talk it out?" "No, Mom," I snapped. "We tried that, and it obviously didn't work. This is more than simply family conflict, she's breaking the law. If you don't comprehend that, perhaps you're part of the problem." Mom didn't say much after that, but I knew she still supported Melanie. It stung, but by this stage, I was used to it. Melanie's life began to fall apart as the legal pressure increased. Her toxic behavior had alienated many of her friends over the years, and this current incident appeared to be the last straw for a few of them. I heard through the grapevine that numerous people had cut ties with her because they were tired of the continual manipulation and drama she introduced into their lives. Sarah, one of her closest friends, reached out to me. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry for ever believing Melanie's lies," Sarah told me. "She's been saying nasty things about you and Zach for years, but now I realize it's all envy. She's toxic, and I can't be around her any longer." It was reassuring to hear, but also heartbreaking. Melanie had always been surrounded by people who adored her, yet her actions had caused her to lose many relationships. Now those bridges were crumbling one by one. She was also struggling financially. Jason, her husband, had lately lost his job, and without it, they were struggling to keep up their extravagant lifestyle. Melanie refused to downsize, claiming they could wait it out, but debts were piling up. Credit card debt, house bills, and the expenditures of living the fashionable lifestyle were catching up with her. Eventually, everything came crumbling down. Jason petitioned for divorce, alleging irreconcilable differences. According to what I heard, he had gotten tired of her continual desire for attention and refusal to accept responsibility for her actions. Melanie's situation deteriorated much further after her divorce. She lost her house and most of her belongings and was forced to move in with my parents. I wish I could feel sorry for her, but I don't. Melanie had spent her entire life putting others down in order to boost her own status, and now she was reaping the benefits. Even yet, it was difficult not to feel some residual anger when I heard my mother discuss assisting Melanie in getting back on her feet. "She's going through a tough time," Mom said one day during one of our few phone calls. "We're just trying to be there for her." "Of course you are," I replied, unable to hide my contempt. "Hasn't she always been your priority?" "That's not fair, Lindsay," Mom exclaimed, protective as usual. "She is your sister. Don't you worry about what happens to her?" "No, Mom," I replied simply. "I care about what happens to me and Zach, and I'm not going to let her drag us down with her." It was a harsh statement, but it was true. I'd spent far too much of my life thinking about Melanie, about how to deal with her drama and how to convince my parents of the harm she was creating. I was now focused on defending myself and the life I had created with Zach. Melanie appeared to fade away from my radar over time. The legal letter had worked. She ceased spreading lies about us, and we were finally at peace. Zach and I immersed ourselves into our profession and our relationship, creating a life founded on love and mutual respect. My relationship with my parents remained tense, but I had come to realize that certain things would never change. Every now and again, I received updates about Melanie from family members. She was still living with my parents and struggling to reconstruct her life. Part of me wondered if she'd learned anything from this, but I doubted it. Melanie is the type of person who rarely changes. Finally, I understood I didn't need her to provide me with closure. I didn't require an apology or recognition of the grief she had inflicted. What I needed to do was move forward, leave the past behind, and concentrate on the future. And this is exactly what I did. It took years, literally years, for my parents to understand what I had been attempting to tell them throughout my life. For as long as I could remember, they had overlooked, justified, and even glorified Melanie's behavior, regardless of how toxic or harmful it was. However, as the consequences of her acts became apparent, they were unable to ignore the reality any longer. I initially noticed the shift when on the phone with my father. Melanie had returned to live with them months before, and I had kept my distance. My parents periodically tried to contact me, but our chats were difficult. This time, however, my father sounded different. Tired and worn out in a way I had never heard before. "How are you doing, Lindsay?" he inquired, his tone surprisingly mild. "I feel like we haven't really talked in a while." "I'm fine, Dad," I replied cautiously. "Busy with work, you know." There was a gap before he sighed. I wanted to say I'm sorry." The words took me off guard. "I'm sorry for what?" "For everything," he said. "For not listening to you and not noticing what Melanie was doing. Your mom and I have discussed how badly we have let you down." I wasn't sure what to say. For years, I had imagined hearing those words, my parents finally admitting the pain they had caused by continuously side with Melanie. But now that the moment had arrived, it seemed strange. "Dad," I asked softly, "what brought this on?" "Melanie," he acknowledged. "Getting her back in the house has been eye-opening, to say the least. The way she speaks to your mother, the way she blames everyone else for her problems, it is tiresome. It has made us realize that we have allowed her to get away with far too much for far too long. Part of me wanted to be vindicated, but largely I felt tired." "I appreciate the apology," I responded. "But it doesn't change what happened." "I know," he replied swiftly. "I do not expect it to. I just wanted you to know that we see it now, and we apologize." A few days later, my mother called. She was never as forthright as my father, but her message was consistent. "We didn't do right by you, Lindsay," she admitted, her voice thick with sorrow. "We ignored Melanie's behavior because it was simpler than confronting it, and as a result, we damaged you. I'm very sorry." Hearing their comments was a step forward, but it did not alleviate years of sorrow. I told them so. "I need time," I explained. "This isn't something I can just forgive overnight." They appeared to understand, and for the first time, they didn't try to force me to move quicker than I was willing to. Not long after, I received a letter. It came from Melanie. Seeing her handwriting on the envelope filled me with dread. I hesitated whether or not to open it, but my curiosity won out. The letter was long, many pages of carefully written text, and as I read it, I couldn't help but feel a range of emotions. Melanie apologized for everything, the lies, the manipulation, and the years spent undermining and making me feel tiny. She stated that envy drove most of her actions, but she did not go into detail about what she was envious of. She apologized for spreading stories about Zach, causing tension at family events, and capitalizing on years of favoritism. "I know I've hurt you in ways I can't undo," she wrote, "but I want you to know that I sincerely apologize. I've done a lot of reflecting, and I realize how toxic I've been, not only to you, but to everyone around me. I don't expect you to forgive me, but maybe someday we can start over." Reading her remarks, I felt a glimpse of something I couldn't quite place, perhaps relief, or maybe optimism. But, overall, I felt cautious. Melanie's past behavior had taught me not to take her comments at their value. A single letter, no matter how passionate, was insufficient to repair the damage she had done. I showed Zach the letter that evening, and we discussed it during supper. "Do you believe she means it?" I asked. He thought for a moment. "Maybe. But even if she does, you don't have to accept her back into your life." "I know," I replied. "I just don't want to make the wrong decision. If she is serious, perhaps I should give her a chance." "Giving her a chance doesn't mean jumping back into the relationship as if nothing happened," Zach told me. "You can take it slow, set boundaries, protect yourself." He was correct, of course. If I was going to look into the prospect of restoring a relationship with Melanie, it had to be on my terms. For the following 2 weeks, I tucked the letter away in a drawer, reviewing it sometimes but without answering. I was not prepared, and I did not want to rush into anything. Meanwhile, my parents continued to work on repairing our relationship. They called on a frequent basis, not to guilt or pressure me, but to simply check in. It was a minor but significant difference, and I appreciated it more than I let on. Melanie had recently begun visiting a therapist, according to my mother. "I think she's really trying to change," she told me. "She's been talking about all the things she wants to do differently, how she wants to make amends." "That's good," I remarked warily. "But I'm still not ready." "I understand," Mom murmured, and for once, she appeared to mean it. Months passed, and I began to experience a feeling of closure, not because I had forgiven Melanie or repaired our relationship, but because I was finally enjoying life on my own terms. I was doing well in my career, my relationship with Zach was better than ever, and I had surrounded myself with people who genuinely cared about me. My connection with my parents was gradually improving, and while not ideal, it was a step in the right way. I eventually decided to write Melanie back. My letter was brief and to the point. I thanked her for her apology and acknowledged her efforts, but I made it clear that I required time and distance. "If we're ever going to rebuild our relationship," I declared, "it has to be on new terms. Terms that respect my boundaries and my well-being." I had no idea how she would react, and honestly, I didn't care. For the first time in my life, I wasn't looking for her approval or attempting to please her. I was living for myself, which felt liberated. In the end, I recognized that forgiveness isn't about condoning someone's behavior or pretending the damage never occurred. It's about releasing yourself from the weight of that pain and choosing to move forward in a way that preserves your serenity, which is exactly what I plan to do. Life has a tendency of shocking you when you're least expecting it. After years of struggling with my own issues, dealing with family dysfunction, and questioning my worth, I suddenly found myself in a position where everything was fitting into place. Not because life had suddenly become flawless, but because I had stopped striving to meet everyone else's expectations. Professionally, my graphic design career was flourishing. Over the years, I developed a strong portfolio and received praise for my work. The true turning point came when I entered an industry competition with a campaign I produced for a sustainable fashion firm. I had thrown my heart and energy into that project, creating a visual identity that reflected the brand's essence while also pushing the boundaries of what was considered traditional design. When I received an email alerting me that I had won the coveted International Design Excellence Award, I couldn't believe it. At first, I assumed it was an error. I must have read the email a dozen times before it sank in. Winning that prize was more than just a recognition of my abilities. It reminded me that I could achieve greatness on my own terms. The ceremony was held in New York City, and Zach insisted on accompanying me. "This is your moment," he stated proudly. I wouldn't miss it for the world. The event was a whirlwind. I strolled into the large ballroom, feeling both nervous and delighted, surrounded by some of the most prominent personalities in the design industry. When my name was called and I walked up to the stage to receive the prize, the cheering was thunderous. I delivered a brief statement thanking those who had helped me along the way and dedicated the award to the mentors who had pushed me to pursue my goal. Following the ceremony, numerous industry executives approached me, including Isabelle Marchand, creative director of a large advertising agency. She said my art was refreshing and bold, and she wanted to collaborate on a new project. That conversation marked the start of a professional connection that would lead to innumerable opportunities for me in the years ahead. Winning the award also spurred me to launch an initiative I had been planning for years. A mentorship program for budding designers. I termed it Creative Futures. The purpose was straightforward: to give information, guidance, and chances for budding designers who didn't have typical entry points into the business. Setting up the application was no easy task. I collaborated with local design schools and industry professionals to secure money through a variety of grants and sponsorships. Zach, my ever-supportive boyfriend, offered to help with the business side of things, connecting me with potential sponsors through his own network. By the time the program began, we had a roster of excellent mentors and a group of bright, hungry students ready to make an impact on the world. The first year of the program was a huge success. One of our mentees, a young woman named Tasha, went on to secure an internship at a renowned design firm, and several others earned scholarships to further their education. Seeing their progress and excitement reminded me why I fell in love with design in the first place. While I was busy developing Creative Futures, Zach was making waves in his own career. His technology company had developed from a modest, scrappy startup to an industry leader. After years of steady growth, Zach decided to expand internationally, establishing offices in London, Tokyo, Sydney, and Berlin. The expansion was a massive undertaking. Zach spent months traveling between locations, engaging with local teams and supervising the establishment of each new office. It was difficult work, but he relished the challenge. "I've always wanted to take this company global," he told me one night during dinner. "And now it's actually occurring. It feels surreal." Despite his tight schedule, Zach always found time for us. Whether it was setting aside an hour for a peaceful supper at home or surprising me with a weekend getaway, he never let work come between us. His ability to strike a balance between ambition and love was one of many reasons I respected him. As our professions progressed, we began to consider what we wanted our lives to be like in the years ahead. We both enjoyed the vitality of the city, but we also desired a retreat, somewhere we could unwind and recharge away from the hustle and bustle. That is how we ended up purchasing the lake cottage. Originally, Zach came up with the idea. He had been looking through real estate ads one evening when he came upon the property, a large mansion on the banks of Lake Tahoe. The house itself was spectacular, with floor-to-ceiling windows providing breathtaking views of the sea, a large terrace ideal for holding events, and a private dock for boating and kayaking. "Take a look at this," Zach replied, sliding his laptop across the table. "I think we should go see it." I scrolled through the photographs, my heart skipping a beat. "It's beautiful," I said. "Do we really need a facility like this?" "It's not about need," Zach said with a smile. "It's about creating an environment in which we can unwind and enjoy life. We've worked hard, Lindsay. I believe we deserve this." A few weeks later, we flew to Tahoe to tour the property. The instant we stepped inside, I knew it was the one. The house felt like a dream come true, luxurious but intimate, with every detail carefully planned. By the time we departed, we'd made an offer. Having the lake house felt like the pinnacle of everything we'd worked toward. We spent our weekends there, having friends for barbecues on the deck, taking long walks down the beach, and relaxing by the fire pit beneath the stars. It became our haven, a spot where we could unwind from the stresses of our hectic lives and simply enjoy each other's company. Looking back on everything we'd done, I couldn't help but be grateful, not only for our achievement, but also for the path that had led us here. The difficulties we had encountered, the lessons we had learned, and the love that sustained us through it all. I knew there were more chapters to our narrative to be written, but for now, I was pleased. Life was not ideal, but it was ours, which was more than enough.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
My husband has secretly fathered his best friend's children. Now I'm terrified when his eldest son showed romantic interest in my daughter. All names are fake. This began as a dark, intrusive thought that I could never shake off, and over the years it has bloomed into a poison flower that infects my entire psyche. I'm a 42-year-old woman. My husband Luke is 43, and so is Amy. I met Luke in college, but he's known Amy since they were about 7. They did everything together and understood each other implicitly. They were best friends. They've always insisted that they are surrogate siblings to each other. Naturally I, as a new girlfriend, felt a little threatened by Amy and her closeness to Luke, but they both reassured me I had nothing to worry about. That their bond was not romantic and had never been sexual. That Amy really was just the sister that Luke never had. I believed them, and it didn't take long for me to forget any and all insecurity I had about Amy. She became my friend too. She officiated our wedding. Luke and I have built a wonderful life together and we always had a strong relationship. After we got married and moved in together, we still saw a lot of Amy, and I was fine with that. I've spent many nights in the town trying to help Amy find a man, as she has always lamented how she is unlucky in love. Luke and I started to have children after we were married, and, at around the same point, so did Amy. For further context, my children are Sophie, 15, Owen, 12, Louise, 10, and Carter, 6. Amy's children are Tom, 17, Kaylee, 14, and twins Adam and Jenna, 9. Now, Amy was not in a relationship at this point. She was not married. As far as I knew, she was dating, but not consistently. As Luke and I had more kids and our family grew, periodically Amy would find herself pregnant as well. It happened a few times, and Luke and I never knew anything about the fathers in question. I kind of assumed that maybe Amy was sleeping around and not keeping in contact with her one-night stands. Luke agreed this was probably the answer. While I did ask each time if Amy knew of paternity, she always said no, and she didn't seem that worried about the idea of raising kids on her own, so I didn't pester her. Of course, she had us to support her, so there was that. While Amy never asked for any help, of course Luke was never going to let his best friend struggle to stay afloat when she had children to raise. Financially, we are very fortunate and privileged. I have a job that pays handsomely, and Luke also had wealthy parents who already knew and loved Amy, so they were happy to provide for her. My in-laws defy all stereotypes. They are the kindest and gentlest people. So we were able to support Amy. To get her somewhere to stay with her kids. People might be tempted to call her a leech, but I never saw it that way. None of us did. She needed help and we could provide it. I also know people are going to criticize her for her lack of responsibility and question why she never used more reliable birth control. Honestly, that is a long story that I don't want to get into because even I don't fully understand her reasoning, but it was quite important to her that she never be on birth control and that whatever came of that choice, she would accept. It wasn't religiously motivated, I know that, but it was that degree of significance to Amy. She really did not want to take birth control. She's explained it to me more than once, but I'm still not clear on why. Of course, Amy being Luke's best friend since they were kids, it's not unreasonable that sometimes they hang out together while I'm not there. Hey, that's fine. Sometimes I hang out with Amy one-on-one as well, though Luke does it more. She was his friend first. This included him going over to where she was staying and at times, sleeping over there. Was I a fool to trust him and believe nothing was going on? Perhaps. But for years, they presented as being buddies? Like siblings. I didn't pick up on any vibes between them, not ever. As one can expect, our children were brought up together. Not in the same house, our home is decently sized, but even we don't have the room for 8 kids. But we made sure Amy's children met ours from a young age, and they always got along and strong bonds of friendship have formed over the years, which is good. Especially if I'm right, and they share blood. I've been dawdling getting to the main point. Yes. I have come to suspect that Luke fathered at least one of Amy's kids, if not all of them. Frankly, I do suspect they are all his. I would never have believed my husband to be capable of such a thing, and he's given me no indication that he is the unfaithful sort. But he does spend a lot of time with Amy, and I have to confess I cannot remember seeing her with any real boyfriend over the years. She would talk to men at bars and parties, I would try to be her wingman, and so on. But nothing ever seemed to really happen, so when she got pregnant the first time, I was curious. When it happened again and again, I began to wonder if she had some sort of secret fella who she didn't want us to know about for whatever reason. But I couldn't think of any reason why she would hide him, especially from her children. After Carter, our youngest, was born, Luke and I agreed that the time had come for him to have a vasectomy. Amy's twins had come just a couple of years prior. Of course, after the procedure, Luke and I continued to make love, but I no longer had to think about pregnancy. Meanwhile, Amy never got pregnant again, after the twins. Is it a coincidence that Luke had a vasectomy and then both of us stopped getting pregnant? I don't know. But Luke would still visit her, and he wasn't just going to see her, but checking up on her children as well. In general, I should have paid more attention to it sooner, but Luke has always acted like a father to them, especially as they've gotten older. He's the father they never had. He doesn't neglect me, or our children, not one bit. He's doing double duty. On its own, the idea that he is a surrogate father to Amy's fatherless children isn't inherently suspicious. One could call it noble. But it combines with a lot of other little things. There is appearance as well. I won't go into specifics of hair color, eye color, or unique physical traits, because I'd rather limit the identifying factors of the people involved and keep this whole thing as vague as possible. But suffice it to say, Amy's children, they certainly look like they could be Luke's. Kaylee has a very unusual allergy that Luke also has. The twins look very much like him, Adam in particular. The older Tom has gotten, the more of Luke I can see in his face and personality. While their race doesn't matter, the reality is that Luke is a different race than Amy, and Amy's children look pretty biracial. I could easily believe their father is the same race as Luke. Doesn't mean Luke has to be the father, but it sure seems like it. I have never voiced my anxieties to either Amy or Luke. I don't want to be the bad guy, and, guilty or innocent, I already know they would flatly deny my accusations and be hurt by them. Imagine if that drama reached the ears of my kids, or Amy's kids. Either way, Luke continues to spend time with Amy and her children, just as her children spend time with mine. I have hinted to Luke that I feel needy for more attention and wish he wouldn't give as much to Amy. But he either missed my cues or pretended that he missed them. I don't want to push this idea that he's favoring her, because it's not even really true. He's never neglected me for her. I can't shake the feeling that Luke and Amy have been intimate before, likely numerous times. So far as I know, Amy never really wanted to be a mother either. She wasn't opposed to it, and when each of her children came into the world she instantly fell in love with them, but motherhood was never really a major part of her life plan or identity. In the grand scheme of things, when we would talk about the future, she would sometimes mention a husband and children, but it never seemed like something she had her heart particularly set on. So, I don't think this is a case of Luke just giving Amy children. I doubt that was the motive for the infidelity. That would have been a side effect. I've been letting this go and turning a blind eye for years. It was a dark thought in the back of my mind after Kaylee's allergy was discovered, but I dismissed it. Got worse after the twins were born. I dismissed it. Then, when Amy stopped having babies, I wanted to feel reassured by that. But, Luke had gotten a vasectomy, so if anything, that made my anxiety worse. There have been nights that I wished the twins were younger, that they had come along after Luke's procedure. It's been twisting me into knots for a long time, but I don't want to be the one who rips our family apart, especially since, technically, I could be wrong. Except now I'm very afraid, because in the last few months we've had a new development in our kids' social circle. Tom, Amy's eldest, asked Sophie out. Sophie? My eldest. She's really blossomed over these last few years and become quite the outspoken beauty, so I'm not shocked to see she's getting male attention, but Tom asking her out had me thrown. Sophie said no, but only because I'm quite protective when it comes to her exploring dating, and she knew she'd have to ask me first. I could tell she was flattered and intrigued by his interest and wanted to say yes. She approached me to talk to me about it. Bless my girl, she did everything right. I think she expected I would see things her way and agree that she could date Tom. Much to her surprise, I very firmly said no. That caused a bit of conflict. She didn't even want to date him that badly, she just couldn't understand why she wasn't allowed to. And I couldn't explain it to her. All I could come up with was, he's too old for you, which he is, but it's not really about that. When Amy and Luke heard, I was so very curious to see what their reactions would be. If either of them had agreed with Sophie and tried to convince me that the two of them should be allowed to date, I think I would have been relieved and taken that as proof that I was wrong about something going on between them. Wrong about who fathered Amy's children. But, the ambiguity continued. They took my side. Both of them put their foot down, though not as fiercely as I did. Luke agreed with me, but he also worried that trying to forbid such a romance would only make Sophie want it more. He's probably right about that. Amy seemed more apathetic to the idea. She didn't want Tom to date Sophie either, and she backed me up. But I don't know, she just wasn't taking it as seriously. She seemed to think it was a fleeting crush. Well, it wasn't. In the months following those conversations, Tom would spend more and more time with Sophie. They would be alone, or with other friends, any time they possibly could. It's become abundantly clear that Tom is crazy about Sophie and wants to be with her. And he definitely wants to be physical. I've been watching them like a hawk and noticed his eye wandering many times. And while I'm doing everything I can to kill this budding romance in the crib, I also am feeling somewhat powerless. Sophie hasn't outwardly defied me, she's still just hanging out with Tom as friends. So forcing them to stop spending time together would be unreasonable, and probably encourage more sneaking around. But I'm so afraid that they're already doing that. My nightmare is that they're secretly dating, and doing God knows what when no one is looking. I've observed Tom being rather handsy with Sophie, and she presents no objection whatsoever. And I just don't know what to say. I had considered trying to convince Sophie that Tom is like her brother, but if she doesn't see him that way, I don't really have the power to rewrite their emotional dynamic or the history of their friendship. I always saw Amy and her children as being like family, But my kids might see Amy's kids more as best friends. The problem is, of course, that if my husband has indeed been carrying on an affair over the years and I'm right about the paternity of Amy's children, then Tom and Sophie cannot be anything more than friends under any circumstances, end of discussion. It can never happen. I feel powerless to stop it though. Luke has apparently talked to Tom about this, as has Amy, but he is unrelenting and he won't give up on Sophie. I think she enjoys that attention and devotion. Tom has also confronted me and asked why I'm so against this when I know him very well and I know he would be good to Sophie. I didn't know what to say other than to fall back on her being too young for him. But that won't work forever. If, God forbid, they're still attracted to each other in a few years, then they'll pursue this with abandon, and once they're legal adults, there's nothing I can do about it. Amy and Luke agree with me that Tom cannot date Sophie, but that's all they've really done. They feel just as powerless as me to prevent teen love. It genuinely feels sometimes like they've just given up and will bury their heads in the sand about this. Just do nothing and hope the feelings pass as Tom and Sophie get older. Which, yeah, they're in high school. It's unlikely Tom will be in love with Sophie forever. But my fear is that she'll let him do something intimate with her before that time comes, something neither of them can take back. I am this close to opening a door I cannot close, this close to screaming at Luke that all this wouldn't be happening if he hadn't cheated on me these many years. If he hadn't been all but raising a second family with his surrogate sister behind my back. Now Luke's son wants to fuck our daughter, his actual sister, because as far as he knows, she's just his childhood friend. And it's all Luke and Amy's fault for what they've done. If I speak up, everything gets blown to hell. On the off chance that I am wrong, I'm a horrible monster who accused the love of my life and one of my closest friends of doing something horrible. If I'm right, it still tears our entire structure apart. The family and social unit we've become over the last several years is gone, and everyone will be stressed and upset even if Luke and I don't divorce. If I do nothing, Sophie's eventually going to sleep with Tom and be his girlfriend. And I'm low-key terrified it will happen sooner than later, or worse, that it's already happened under my nose. I hope to hell this relationship fades as they mature, but what if it doesn't? What if they wind up being together for years? What if they marry, want to get pregnant someday? And if I tell Sophie the truth about Amy's kids, then everyone else finds out too, and that's going to ruin so many lives. It would shatter my kids' perception of their father, and their Aunt Amy. Luke is Owen's hero. I don't even want to think about how much this would hurt him. And what about Amy's children? They are innocent. They didn't ask for this. They don't control where they came from, and I don't want to hurt them. Admittedly, I'm not happy with Tom at the moment. A week ago I saw him put his hand on Sophie's butt and I wanted to knock his teeth out. But even he doesn't deserve to be burdened by the knowledge that it's his half-sister he's been fantasizing about. It's all so fucked up and I don't know what to do. I've been looking the other way and letting my husband and his best friend insult me for such a long time now. I thought I could live with it. But this business with Tom and Sophie has me distressed. Judgment, NTA. Update 1. First of all, wow. I did not expect my post to get as much traction as it did. I was half worried that someone in my family or social circle might find it, especially when someone alerted me that the post had been shared to Facebook. But, as far as I can tell, no one in my family has seen it. I want to thank all of the kind commenters who wished me well. To those who were more frustrated with my indecision, I get it. But I was operating with an uncertain situation and the stakes were incredibly high. I feel like no matter what choice I made, something could and likely would go wrong. I've spent the last 5 years imagining different scenarios based on different ways I could go about this if I ever decided to act on it. To everyone who was clamoring for an update, I have one for you. I previously said that I was going to do a secret DNA test, that I had decided on that course of action. In the end, I couldn't go through with it, and now I am regretting that, because the window to do so is essentially closed. I just felt like it would be out of line for me to do that to another person's child behind their back. Ethically, it was dicey. I've since consulted with my lawyer as many commenters suggested, and she advised me against doing so, because no matter what the results were, it would make me look bad in a potential divorce proceeding. But I really wish I had done it anyway, and just not told anyone. Because I really, badly need to know, and I still don't know for sure. Likewise, I wanted to tell Sophie in confidence, but the more I thought about it, even that seemed over the line. Like I had no right to plant such ideas in her mind about her father without even talking to him first. So, what I ended up doing was confronting Luke and Amy. Many comments suggested this as well. I finally told both of them that we needed to have a serious talk. It felt counterproductive to approach just one of them, because I figured they would tell the other about what happened in their own words before I could prepare my own. I wanted them both to hear what I had to say. Once all the kids were at school, I laid down all of my suspicions and the reasons. I made it clear how much I love both of them, but a combination of clues had led me to notice the similarities between Luke and Amy's children, and I didn't even list all of them in the original post. For example, Luke has been a sleepwalker in the past. So have Sophie, Tom, and Adam. I said over and over how much they meant to me and how I didn't want to believe it, but the thought had crept into my mind in the past. How I had dismissed it before. But now, with Tom and Sophie having crushes on each other, it became necessary to pose the question. So I asked if they had ever crossed the line, if Luke had ever been unfaithful, if there was even the slightest possibility that any of Amy's children were his. I was just trying not to cry. Well, they reacted exactly as I would have expected. Their responses were perfect and so very well rehearsed. I genuinely can't tell if it was honest emotion or powerful gaslighting. Amy was more upset than Luke, or at least more outwardly upset. She was angry, offended at the accusation. Luke just seemed heartbroken by it. Maybe they were just acting, but I don't know. Somehow, they had reasonable responses to all of the points I brought up. They asked questions I didn't know how to answer. I had never objected to them having alone time before. Why did it suddenly bother me now? Do Amy's children really resemble Luke that much, or are things like hair color pretty basic traits to have in common? The whole family had always treated Amy and her kids as part of our unit, and I had previously commended Luke for stepping up and being a father to Amy's kids since they didn't have one. Why was I now saying it was a bad thing? What exactly did I want them to do? How could I think such a thing about them? Why had I waited so long to say something? Luke was more understanding than Amy. He respected my feelings, or at least he acted like he did. Amy appeared to feel more betrayed by what I said. I ended up apologizing several times even though I'm not sure I did anything wrong. Luke also apologized for anything he'd done, to indicate he was unfaithful. I asked Amy more pointedly that, if not Luke, who had fathered her children? She snapped back that it was none of my business, and I could tell she was in no mood to get personal or vulnerable with me after my accusations. I'm not proud to say that I lost my temper, and said that after everything we had done for her and her children, such information was not a lot to ask and perhaps she owed it to us. I regretted the words as soon as I said them, but Amy shouted back that I had never done anything for her, that it was Luke and his parents who had kept her afloat all these years, not me. She went on a longer tirade about how I had always acted superior to her, which I don't believe I did, though it's possible that I gave off that vibe unintentionally. Luke did his best to calm her down, but the room was still fraught with tension. I don't know, Reddit, I just don't know. It's driving me to the edge of madness. There is a way to be certain, of course. Not certain of my husband's fidelity, but of the paternity of Amy's children. So I asked Luke, for my own peace of mind, for the sake of our daughter, and for our family unit, if he could please get a DNA test done, a paternity test. I went on to say that I knew he disliked and distrusted such things, but that I really needed this. I could see the pain in Luke's eyes. Maybe it was an act, but he did seem genuinely hurt that I was asking for this, that him giving me his word that he had always been faithful was not enough for me. But he very reluctantly agreed to participate in a DNA test. Unfortunately, Amy did not, and that's where we hit a roadblock. I was afraid of this. But Amy was infuriated at the whole concept and told me in no uncertain terms that I would not be getting samples of her children's DNA and basically told me to fuck off for asking, several times in several variations. I pressed Luke, and honestly he was a bit useless but probably right. He tried to convince Amy but she wouldn't hear of it, and he kind of shrugged to me when I pushed him for further support. Because he can't force her to get the test done, if she refuses, that's really a dead end. Trust me, it is. I looked into this quite a bit and consulted with my lawyer. The problem is, Luke could, in theory, petition the court to demand a paternity test for Tom and the others. The issue is that, to do this, he'd essentially be claiming he slept with Amy and he believes her children to be his. That would be the version of events he'd be maintaining. But Luke has staunchly insisted that nothing ever happened with Amy. That he never cheated on me. Whether or not he's being honest about this is another story, but he'd essentially have to go on record and make a claim that he isn't prepared to make. He is quite certain the children aren't his and he has no intention of fighting for custody of them. So no judge is going to compel Amy to submit samples of her children's DNA. Tom is also old enough that his consent would be a factor. If both he and Amy refuse to participate in the test, it's unlikely that Luke would have a case. He'd have to target one of Amy's younger children, like say, one of the twins. But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to take his best friend to court to prove something that, in his words, he already knows isn't true. Luke is asking me to please just let this go, and trust him, because pursuing this will fracture everything. And according to my lawyer, it's not realistic anyway. For Luke to establish paternity, he would need to admit to an affair in the first place, and he's not doing that. And if he did, that would pretty much be all the proof I needed to be certain, even if I'd need more in a court case. I pestered him further about Tom and Sophie. Insisted that I didn't want them dating. Luke agreed, and apparently Amy still agrees. Luke plans to have a talk with Tom and activate protective Papa Bear mode. Among other things, he's going to remind Tom that in a couple of months when he turns 18, him being intimate with Sophie will literally be a crime. I wouldn't actually press charges against him as I know he'd never do anything against Sophie's will, but I'm not above implying the threat. Thankfully, Luke isn't either. I did ask him if he'd be open to potentially swiping a sample of Tom's DNA to do a private paternity test, but he was very hesitant about the idea. Like me, he viewed it as unethical. He also pointed out that if we were to do this and Amy found out, it would mean the end of our friendship with her, most likely. Things are, Luke believes, still in a salvageable state, where Amy and I could reconcile and become friends again, and I can see how much he wants this to happen. But, if I did a DNA test on Tom behind Amy's back and she found out, I think she would hit the roof and I wouldn't entirely blame her. Though I'd be very interested to see the results. Luke ended up going to see Amy and spending the night. I know all of you are cringing and throwing up your hands, and trust me, I wasn't happy about it. That was a very long conversation. But he was adamant that he needed to perform damage control. So they spent the night together. With Luke maintaining that nothing happened, I did not sleep a wink and I kept texting him for updates. So far as I can tell, Amy will cool off, but she needs a little time. Luke and I talked things over when he came back the next morning. It was an emotionally fulfilling conversation and we ended up agreeing to take the kids, our kids, not Amy's, to visit their grandparents for a few days. It was an impromptu visit but we've done it before and they were delighted to have us. I just really wanted our family to spend some time together away from Amy's side of the family, so to speak. I always love getting to see my in-laws. I'll refer to them as Jim, 75 million, and Kat, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. I know Reddit is famous for stories about the mill from hell, but in my life that couldn't be further from the truth. I feel safe with them. To the point that, when they took notice of how distant Luke and I were from each other, I finally relented and confessed my fears. I told them of my anxiety that Amy and Luke were having an affair, and that Amy's children might be his. Here's where things got a little bit interesting. When I told them what I was feeling, Kat just gave Jim this pointed look, and did a big, dramatic sigh. So it turns out, Kat has had similar misgivings to mine and genuinely suspected over the years that Luke and Amy were closer than they'd ever admit, that they had crossed the line in the past. Jim, on the other hand, simply refuses to even consider the idea. He has always insisted that Kat is seeing things that aren't there. He maintains that Luke and Amy are like siblings, and would never do such a thing. Kat thinks his stance on this is naive and that, even if she and Jim had taken Amy in and loved her like a daughter, that didn't mean Luke viewed her as a sister or that she viewed him as a brother. But Jim just continued to insist that this is what they are and had always been. I could tell that he and Kat have already had this conversation before, and they kept going in circles, with Kat getting exasperated. She pointed out that, surrogate siblings or not, Luke and Amy were not actually brother and sister, so nothing was stopping them from being physical together if they felt a mutual attraction. At that point, Jim just sighed and walked away from the conversation. So yes, Kat has privately wondered if Amy's children weren't fathered by Luke, which is part of why she has always treated them as her grandchildren. Which was never something that I minded, to be clear. I also don't mind that Kat never voiced these concerns to me. She had no proof, and she saw far less of Luke and Amy's closeness in our adult lives than I did. As for the kids? They're doing all right. I don't know what Amy told her children, but I think the general consensus, the official version of events, is that Amy and I had a fight and needed a break from each other. That's what Luke and I told our children, and when pressed for more information, Luke did defend me and shut down the questions, saying it wasn't their business. I don't know if Amy kept to that version of events, but my children and her children have each other's phone numbers and social media, so they've presumably still been in contact over the last 2 days. I think my kids would have kept Amy's kids in the loop on the updates, and if Amy had told them anything else significant, they would have relayed that information to my kids. After all, we know Sophie and Tom are very close. I did try and talk to Sophie about that more, but the timing was off, because Sophie rejected my counsel and interpreted my reinforced reluctance as being attributed to my fight with Amy. She maintained that she wasn't dating Tom. To what degree that's actually true, I don't know. But she was going to remain close friends with him, and while she isn't usually a disobedient child, she made it very clear that she was putting her foot down on this one, and, to be fair, I can't really justify trying to separate them or forbid them from being friends. They've known each other for years. Luke has my back on them not being allowed to date, but he wouldn't have my back on them not hanging out anymore. I wish I had a more definitive update. If anything significant happens in the next few days, I can let you guys know. I'm mostly just kicking myself for not having done the secret test, even for my own peace of mind, as now I feel like I'm locked out of the only way to get definitive proof one way or the other. Comments. Comment 1. They spent the night together. OP, come on. That's not acceptable. They're definitely a couple. Comment 2. Honestly, do you really think he's sleeping on the sofa? Why is he sleeping over there if there is nothing going on? You go to your friend's house and talk and then you go back home to your wife and kids. WTF? What about your kids? He doesn't give a shit about any of you. Time to have another chat with the lawyer, and you really need to get more angry about this. You are way too understanding. This woman has wrecked all your lives, and even your in-laws have been suspecting the same all along. Comment 3. Luke and Amy are a couple and OP is the side piece at this point. Update 3. I think my husband fathered his best friend's children, and now one of them is attracted to my daughter. 1 day later. I didn't expect to have another update so quickly, but after posting my first update I did a lot of thinking about my kids. I ultimately decided that whatever else happened, I needed to warn Sophie about the situation, and do so immediately. To hell with Luke and whatever that meant for him. To hell if that meant all of the kids learned of the situation. She needed to be aware of what she might be getting herself into. So I discreetly kept her out of school. We went back home, to our home, last night, and this morning, I dropped everyone off and saved Sophie for last, before driving right past her school and telling her that we needed to talk. Always a frightening thing for a teenager to hear from a parent, but I was quick to establish that she was not in trouble, but she needed to know the truth about why Amy and I were fighting, why her dating Tom was out of the question. I very gently explained that because of Luke's closeness to Amy and Tom's resemblance to him, I had come to suspect that perhaps Luke and Amy were intimate at some point over the years. If that was true, and there was any chance Tom's father was actually Luke, that would be a significant problem. Sophie was quiet during all of this, and even after I had stopped talking to let her respond, she paused for quite a while, before she finally said that we needed to get Tom and discuss this with him as well. I had no objections, so she texted him to meet with us. They're both skipping school today, but Sophie gets straight A's and this is extremely important, so I looked the other way. Tom came to meet us, and Sophie had me relay what I told her to him as well. I apologized to him for any indication I might have given that I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter, and to both of them for not telling the truth sooner. Tom and Sophie just gave each other this oddly knowing stare. And Reddit, that's when they blew my mind. Sophie spoke first, with Tom backing her up. They revealed to me that in fact, they had already known about Luke and Amy, or at least they had strongly suspected. Apparently Tom has overheard conversations that are questionable, as well as overhearing the sounds of sex from Amy's room, sounds he would just as soon forget, but all signs point to Amy's lover having been Luke. Tom had wondered for a very long time, and back in January, he finally voiced his fears to Sophie. She agreed with them. She could also see a strange sort of closeness between her father and his mother. They agreed that Luke was likely having an affair. They agreed that because of Kaylee's allergy, Luke might very well be her father. And if Kaylee was Luke's daughter, the rest of Tom's siblings could be Luke's as well. Tom could be Luke's kid himself. The math led them to the same places as me. So Sophie and Tom came up with a little plan. As it turns out, they are not in love. They never were. They're still just best friends. But they had the same instinct as me, that they didn't want to blow up our entire family and social unit without more direct evidence, which Tom has been working on acquiring. And though Sophie very badly wanted to tell me the truth, she was hesitant because she knew it would shatter me. She had no idea I was already suffering in silence. Sophie apologized for not voicing her suspicions sooner. Honestly, we both cried, and I made sure she understood that none of this was her fault, and that I loved her very much. So, the bottom line is, Sophie and Tom already know they could be half-siblings and aren't actually interested in being a couple. That was their idea for how to rock the boat. To force Luke and Amy to do something about the situation rather than just keep making a fool out of me. I also think it was Sophie's way of punishing them for their affair. Teenagers can be vindictive, so they concocted this idea that they wanted to date. Every flirtation I've witnessed, every inappropriate touch, all staged, apparently, and for the benefit of Luke, Amy, or both. This was supposed to make them sweat, and Tom expected they would jump out of their seats to forbid it from happening. When I was the one who did instead, that kind of threw the kids for a loop. They couldn't understand why I cared more than the actual cheaters. They began to suspect that maybe I knew. Tom confronting me that one time about why can't I date Sophie, was him trying to gauge if I knew or not. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Sophie and Tom have always been close friends and confided in each other. Maybe I should be a little more concerned at how sneaky they've been, but honestly, I'm just so relieved they're not dating. Sure, they could be lying to throw off the scent, I guess, but they apparently already knew that they're likely related. They didn't blink at all when I told them. We even had a bit of a laugh together when Tom mentioned how he had been a little offended that I was so against him dating my daughter before. I kind of jokingly asked him, "So you don't think she's gorgeous?" And Tom, bless his heart, shrugged it off. She is. But so is my English teacher, and I'm not asking her out either. Either way, the question now is, where to go from here? We have to figure that out. I will say that it is such a relief to have told Sophie, and I feel like an elephant has taken one of its feet off my chest. Having her in my corner, and Tom in my corner as well, means a lot to me, and even though I basically just got it absolutely confirmed that Luke is sleeping with Amy, I kind of already knew that anyway. So now it's just a question of how to proceed. Tom has already volunteered to submit his DNA so I can compare it to Luke's, and both he and Sophie advise me not to tell Luke and Amy when I do this, which I agree with. They're both completely on my side, which means more to me than I can ever express to them. Tom has also been trying to set up a camera in Amy's room to catch her and Luke in the act. Sophie told me flat out that I needed to divorce her dad, and hearing that from my own daughter made it clearer than it's ever been. She's right. Comments. Comment 1. Okay doke. Tom and Sophie have to be sitting on the couch when Luke comes home and drops the bomb that Sophie is pregnant. Or, to say that they had the same thoughts and did their own DNA tests and surprise, you are the father up. Actually, that was something they had considered doing before. Now that the three of us are on the same page, it's not the worst idea. Comment 2. Why not just DNA test the two kids against each other and stop dragging it out? The test will let you know if they share the same father, and then it would be clear your husband is the father of both. Comment 3. Getting 2 ancestry test kits is simple. They are on Amazon. Comment 4. I don't even care if it's fictional or not, these updates have me hooked. Comment 5. I finally understand why my granny used to watch those god-awful drama shows. It's super fake, but damn if it isn't entertaining. These posts are just new age soaps. I am not the OOP. Please do not harass the OOP.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I paid for my parents to go on a luxury trip, but they chose to take my sister instead. After they left, I canceled all the reservations. I treated my parents to a lavish one-week trip to Europe with me. When I picked them up to take them to the airport, they informed me that they had elected to travel with my jobless sister instead of me. My mother grinned. Your sister needed some rest, so we decided to take her. I did not say anything. When they arrived in Europe, they were treated to a great surprise. You're late, my mother exclaimed, stepping out onto the porch and lugging her bag behind her. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It was 6:02 a.m., 2 minutes late. Mom, I replied, attempting a grin. I got out of the car to help with the baggage, but then I noticed my sister Lauren emerge from the house, carrying her own suitcase. My smile froze. What's going on? I inquired, attempting to keep my voice calm. My mother turned to me, her face way too happy for the circumstances. Oh, Violet, we decided Lauren should come instead of you. She's been so stressed lately, and she really needs this trip. My chest tightened. Instead of me? Mom, I've been planning this for years. I paid for everything. She waved her hand dismissively, as if I had simply brought up something unimportant. And we're grateful, sweetheart, but you're always working so hard. You can take another trip later. Lauren needs this right now. Lauren did not even have the decency to appear guilty. She only smirked and shifted her weight to one hip. Thanks for understanding, sis, she murmured, her voice dripping with phony sincerity. I looked at the two of them, my heart racing in my chest. My father walked out a bit later, avoiding eye contact and handing me his suitcase. This is unbelievable, I exclaimed, my voice shaking. This was supposed to be our trip, something for me to share with you. Well, it still is, my mother replied with a smile. Just with Lauren instead. Don't make this a big deal, Violet. Your sister really needs a break. My name is Violet, and I've been working extra hours for the past 2 years to provide my parents with an unforgettable vacation. Flights, luxury hotels, guided tours, I meticulously organized every detail, down to the last dinner reservation. But as I stood in my parents' driveway, watching my sister enter the rear seat of my car, I realized something I had been ignoring for years. It didn't matter how hard I tried. Lauren was always number one in their eyes. I clenched my jaw, biting back the angry retort that was on the tip of my tongue. Instead, I contrived a stiff smile before opening the trunk. "Let's get going then," I murmured, my voice flat. If they want to prioritize her over me, that's okay. They may accompany her, but I wasn't about to let them enjoy it. Except for Lauren's constant conversation, the drive to the airport was eerily quiet. "Oh my gosh, Mom, did you see that TikTok about Paris? I can't wait to go shopping there. Do you think we'll have time for that, or will the tours take up the whole day?" My hands tightened over the steering wheel as I stared straight ahead, forcing myself not to say anything. My mother giggled quietly. "Of course we'll have time. We'll figure it out when we get there." I bit the inside of my cheeks. When we get there. They didn't appear to notice I wasn't a member of that we anymore. At one point, my father cleared his throat. "Thank you for driving us, Violet. I know this probably feels unusual." I looked at him in the rearview mirror. "Unusual? That's an interesting way to put it, Dad." He did not respond. He simply shifted uncomfortably in his seat, maybe wishing he hadn't spoken at all. Lauren leaned forward from the back seat, her words harsh. "You're not mad, right? I mean, this is really big of you, letting me go. I could never have afforded this on my own." I clenched my mouth and forced a tight smile. "Of course, Lauren. Enjoy the trip." By the time we arrived at the airport drop-off zone, my patience had worn thin. My mom hugged me as I helped them unload their luggage. "Thank you for understanding, dear. This means a lot to us and Lauren," my mother explained. I nodded stiffly. "Sure, Mom." Lauren smiled as she wheeled her bag to the entrance. "Thanks, Violet. You're the best." I stood there, watching them disappear into the terminal, my chest tight with anger and hurt. The ride back home was a blur, and I replayed the conversation in my head over and over, each word cutting deeper than the last. "This means a lot to Lauren. You're not mad, right? You're always working so hard." I parked in my driveway and sat in the car for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Then, without a second thought, I marched into the house, pulled out my laptop, and logged into every travel account I'd used to book the trip. Hotel reservations were canceled. Tours were refunded. Airline upgrades were denied. When I closed my laptop, a sense of satisfaction settled over me. They could explain themselves to the front desk staff in Paris, and I was done being their doormat. The tightness in my chest began to ease as I stared at the confirmation emails piling up in my inbox. If they wanted to take Lauren instead of me, that was fine, but they would not be staying in 5-star hotels or taking private tours on my dime. The calls began as soon as their flight landed, and as I unpacked my suitcase, the one I'd packed so meticulously for a trip that was no longer mine, the irony was not lost on me. I hung up my clothes and neatly placed my shoes back on the rack. I groaned, picking up the phone and glanced at the screen, where my mother's name flashed along with multiple missed calls and texts. I unlocked the phone and read through the messages. "Violet, what's going on? The hotel won't let us check in. The reservation is missing. Call me right away." "Violet, this isn't humorous. Fix it now." I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Did they really expect me to sweep in and save the day after what they had done? The phone rang again, this time with a call from Lauren, and I let it ring until she left a voicemail. "Violet, this is so petty," she said, her voice dripping with entitlement. "We're stuck here because of you. You must contact the hotel immediately and resolve the issue." I rolled my eyes and deleted the voicemail without listening to the rest. I'd been their fixer for years, smoothing over every mistake and picking up the slack, but not anymore. I eventually decided to respond, if only to stop the torrent of calls. My mother's voice hit me like a tidal wave of hatred as soon as I picked up. "Violet, what have you done? The hotel claims the reservation was canceled, and none of the trips are scheduled anymore." I let her yell for a bit before calmly responding, "I canceled them." After a long, startled silence, she yelled, "Why would you do that?" "Oh, I don't know," I responded, my tone tinged with sarcasm. "Maybe because you chose to accompany Lauren on my trip. You're lucky that I drove you to the airport." "We thought you'd understand," she snapped. "Understand what?" I inquired, my voice rising. "Those years of saving and preparing were irrelevant because Lauren required a break. Did you think my efforts were in vain? Guess what, Mom? I don't understand, and I don't want to." I hung up before she could react and switched off my phone, tossing it on the couch. The calm that followed was beautiful, and I felt like I could breathe again. If they wanted to prioritize Lauren, fine, but they could work out the rest of the journey without me. The calm lasted barely a day, and the next morning, My phone was humming again with calls and messages, which I initially ignored. I spent the day cleaning the home and catching up on work, but curiosity got the best of me, and by the evening, I had opened my phone and braced myself for the storm of texts. From my mother. Violet, you've gone too far. Your sister is in tears, your father is upset, and we can't get into any of the hotels you booked. Lauren. You're acting like a child, and I don't see why you're making this such a huge issue. Just repair it already. Finally, from my father. We need to discuss. This isn't right. I set the phone down, shaking my head. For years I'd been the one to fix things, to make sure everyone was comfortable and happy, and now that I'd taken a step back, they didn't know what to do. I poured myself a cup of tea and sat down at the kitchen table, letting the anger simmer. How dare they expect me to clean up their mess? How dare they act as if I was the one in the wrong? The next call arrived minutes later, and this time I answered. Violet, my mother said before I could respond. This isn't amusing anymore. We are stranded. Do you know how embarrassing this is? I took a leisurely sip of tea. Embarrassing? Do you think this is embarrassing? Try saving for years, organizing every detail, and then being told you aren't even going on the trip you paid for. Stop being dramatic, she said. Lauren needed this more than you. And now she can figure it out, I stated firmly. You have made your decision, Mom. You wanted to take Lauren instead of me, that's great. But don't expect me to pay for her vacation. We're family, she said. We don't do this to each other. I let out a bitter laugh. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. Lauren's voice rang out in the background crying, Mom, just hang up on her. She is being impossible. That was the last straw. Enjoy your trip, I said, my tone frigid. Oh, you can't, because it isn't your trip. That was my. And now it belongs to nobody. Goodbye. I hung up before she could respond and turned off my phone. For the rest of the evening, I felt an odd mix of anger and relief. Angry that they'd put me in this situation, but relief that I'd finally stood up for myself. They could call me dramatic all they wanted, but for the first time in my life, I wasn't going to let them take advantage of me. The following few days were blissfully quiet. With my phone turned off, I finally had space to think clearly, free of the barrage of guilt trips and accusations. I spent my mornings sipping coffee on my back porch, enjoying the calm I'd craved for so long. My afternoons were filled with work and catching up on little projects I'd been putting off. Things that reminded me how capable I was when I wasn't bogged down by their endless demands. But on the third day, curiosity got the better of me, and I turned on my phone to find over a dozen voicemails waiting for me, the first few of which were from my mother, who became increasingly upset with each one. Violet, you should call me back right now. This has gone too far. I cannot believe you are doing this. You have embarrassed us. We are your parents. How could you treat us like this? Then followed Lauren's messages, full of the same entitled tone she'd always used. This is so petty, even for you. You are wrecking everything. Just fix it, Violet. Finally, my father's voice, lower but no less pointed. Violet, I don't understand what's happened to you. Call us back so we can work this out. I paused before listening to my mother's final voicemail, which was lengthy and filled with frustration and exhaustion. Violet, she said. We are back at the airport now. The trip is destroyed, and I hope you are satisfied with yourself. Your sister is upset, and your father and I are beyond disappointed. Call us when you're ready to speak. I deleted the voicemails without responding because I wasn't prepared to talk, and I honestly didn't know if I ever would be. This wasn't a one-time error, it was the sum of years of them putting Lauren first and expecting me to accept it with a smile. As the hours passed, I reflected on all the times I'd been overlooked or dismissed, every holiday where Lauren's whims dictated the plans, every family gathering where my accomplishments were treated as afterthoughts. This trip had been the tipping point, but the cracks had been forming for years. Grace arrived abruptly that evening, carrying 2 cups of coffee and an evident air of inquiry. I heard about what happened, she continued, placing the coffee on the table. Your mom called me yesterday. Of course, she had. My mother was always adept at enlisting sympathizers to coerce me into obedience. And? I inquired, taking a sip. Grace shrugged, a sneaky smile forming on her face. I told her you were probably busy and would get back to her when you were ready. I laughed and shook my head. You're the best. No, you're the best, she continued, her tone becoming more serious. Because you finally stood up for yourself. I understand how difficult that is, Violet. Do not let them drag you back down. Her words stayed with me long after she departed. Grace was correct. I'd spent far too long bending over backwards to please people who didn't seem to care about my efforts. It was time to halt that cycle once and for all. By the weekend, I had a strange sense of clarity. The anger was still simmering beneath the surface, but it was joined by something I hadn't felt in years. Freedom. Freedom from their endless expectations. Freedom from being the family's fixer. Freedom to finally live on my own terms. But, as expected, the silence did not last long. It was Sunday afternoon when I received a phone call from my father, which I decided to answer. "Violet," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Your mother wanted me to call. She believes you will listen to me." "Go on," I murmured, reclining back in my chair. He sighed. "Look, things have gotten out of hand. Your mother is outraged, Lauren is enraged, and everything is simply a mess. But you are better than this." I stiffened, his words eliciting a new wave of rage. "Better than what, Dad? Stand up for myself? I refuse to let you walk all over me again." "That's not what I meant," he answered hurriedly. "It's just that you've always been the sensible one, the one who keeps everything together. This is not like you." I let out a short, bitter laugh. "You're correct. I'm not leaning over backwards to clean up your mess, which is unusual for me." He hesitated, and I thought he might finally understand my point of view, but then he replied, "You're punishing the entire family for one decision. Is that actually fair?" "Fair," I repeated, my voice rising. "You want to talk about fairness? Was it fair that you and Mom thought I wasn't significant enough to join the trip I had planned? Was it right that you replaced me with Lauren, as if I didn't matter?" "That's not what we were trying to do," he added defensively. "We just thought Lauren needed it more." "Of course you did," I yelled. "You always believe she requires more attention, more support, more of everything. And I am always asked to make sacrifices for her. Not anymore." The silence on the other end of the line was deafening, and he eventually muttered, "I don't know what you want me to say." "I don't need you to say anything," I said, my voice firm. "I just need you to understand that I'm tired of being an afterthought. From now on, I'll come first. Goodbye, Dad." I ended the call and set the phone down, my hands trembling. For the rest of the day, I allowed myself to feel everything: anger, sadness, relief. It wasn't easy, but it felt like the beginning of something new. I wasn't the family's fixer anymore, and I wasn't going to be. They could figure out how to clean up their own messes. When my parents and Lauren returned, I was waiting for them in their driveway, sipping coffee and feeling remarkably calm as I watched their cab arrive. Lauren was the first to comment as they came out, dragging their baggage behind them, their expressions filled with tiredness and displeasure. "Well, I hope you're happy, Violet." I arched an eyebrow and remained sitting on the porch swing. "Happy about what?" "Our trip was a disaster," my mother exclaimed, waving her hand as if to dismiss the whole thing. "We spent the entire week sleeping in dirty hotels and eating bad cuisine since we couldn't afford anything decent. And don't get me started on the tours," Lauren interjected, crossing her arms. "Oh, there weren't any? Do you know how embarrassing it was to arrive and be informed there was no reservation?" I took another sip of coffee, allowing their complaints to wash over me. "Sounds rough," I finally responded calmly. "But you wanted to take Lauren, remember? I'm sure you guys had a terrific bonding experience." "That's not the point," my mother replied, her voice rising. "You knew we couldn't afford everything you'd planned. You set us up for failure." I stood up and placed my mug on the tiny table beside me. "No, Mom, I didn't set you up for anything. I planned a trip for the three of us, something unique that I had been saving for years. You are the ones who decided to cut me out at the last moment." My father eventually spoke up, his tone calmer but no less accusatory. "You didn't have to cancel everything, Violet. That was extreme." "Was that it?" I asked, folding my arms. "Why should I have paid for a trip to which I had not even been invited? If Lauren needed it so much, you should have organized it yourself. You're lucky I didn't cancel your return flight." Lauren rolled her eyes. "You are so dramatic. It's only money, Violet." "And you're so entitled," I shot back, my patience now fraying. "Do you know how much effort and sacrifice went into preparing that trip? Or do you simply believe that things will emerge for you because someone else takes care of them?" They stood there, surprised and silent for a time. "I've spent years being the responsible one," I said, my voice steady but forceful. "The one who fixes things, prepares things, and ensures everything works well. And you've spent just as long taking everything for granted." "That's not fair," my mother began, but I intervened by raising a hand. "No, Mom. What is unfair is the way you treated me. You chose Lauren above me, like you usually do. So I decided to stop being your doormat. You did not want me on the trip? Fine. But you don't get to reap the advantages of my hard work without me. I grabbed my bag from the porch swing and turned to leave. I'm glad you're safe, but don't expect things to return to normal. I'm finished. As I walked to my car, I heard them calling after me, their voices a mix of anger and guilt, but I didn't look back. The drive home from my parents' house felt strangely peaceful. For years, every visit had left me emotionally drained, but this time I felt lighter. I'd finally said everything I'd been holding in, and for once, I wasn't concerned about their reaction. When I got home, I made a cup of tea and sat on the couch, replaying the confrontation in my head. They'd been so sure I'd fold, that I'd give in like always, but watching their stunned faces as I walked away was a reminder of how much I'd changed. It didn't matter if they were angry, hurt, or embarrassed, I was done living my life to meet their expectations. The next day, Grace called me. How did it go? She inquired, not bothering with pleasantries. I laughed, leaning back against the kitchen counter. Just as you'd expect. They're outraged, Lauren is pouting, and Mom is probably attempting to guilt me back into line. Grace snorted. Let her try. You have a backbone now, and I'm here to keep it in place. I smiled, appreciative for her unfailing support. Thank you, Grace, I mean it. You've been my rock throughout this. Anytime, she responded, her voice softening. So, what's next for you now that you're no longer the family fixer? That question had been swirling in my head since the confrontation. What was next? For years, so much of my energy had been spent attempting to satisfy my family and earn their approval, but now that I'd let go of that burden, the choices felt endless, and a little terrifying. I don't know yet, I said. But I feel like I get to make the decision. Not them, nor anyone else. Just me. Sounds like the start of something amazing, Grace commented, her voice bright with a smile. Over the next few weeks, I started making small changes that felt big in their own way. I redecorated my living room, swapping out my parents' hand-me-down furniture for pieces that felt uniquely mine. I spent weekends exploring local cafes and parks, things I'd always wanted to do but never made time for. And I started journaling, writing down my thoughts and dreams without filtering them through the lens of what others might think. Each small step felt like I hadn't realized how much of myself I'd lost until I sat down one evening and opened the spreadsheet I'd used to plan the trip. The canceled reservations stared back at me, and I didn't feel a pang of regret, but rather a surge of determination. That money had been meant for a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I wasn't going to let it go to waste. I closed the spreadsheet and opened a new browser tab and typed solo travel ideas. A few weeks after my parents' return, I booked a solo trip to Italy. It wasn't the same itinerary I'd planned for them, and it wasn't about proving a point anymore. This was for me, a chance to celebrate my independence and finally prioritize me. I had never traveled alone before, but as soon as I stepped out of the airport and into the bustling city, I knew I'd made the right decision. I spent my days wandering cobblestone streets, marveling at ancient ruins, and indulging in meals at charming little cafes. There was no schedule, no one else to consider. Just me and the freedom to do whatever I wanted. One afternoon, while sitting on the Spanish steps with a gelato in hand, I pulled out the journal I'd brought with me. For years, I'd written about what I wanted to achieve, but those dreams were always wrapped up in making someone else happy. Now, as I wrote, the focus shifted. Learn a new language. Start a small business. Travel to at least 5 more countries. The list grew, each goal a reflection of the life I wanted to create, not the one I'd been expected to live. On my last night in Florence, I had dinner at a small family-run restaurant overlooking the Arno River, and as I watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and pink, I felt a deep sense of peace. This trip had been more than just a vacation. It was a turning point. I'd spent so much of my life trying to earn my family's approval, but here, thousands of miles away, I realized something important. I didn't need it. I was enough just as I was. When I returned home, my parents tried to reach out again, this time with softer tones and carefully worded messages. Hope you had a nice trip. One text from my mom read. Maybe we can all talk soon. I stared at the message for a moment before setting my phone down. I wasn't ready to respond, which was fine. This time, it would be on my terms, and I felt proud as I unpacked my luggage and displayed treasures on my shelves. A week after returning from my trip, my mother called, and this time I answered. Hi Violet, she said, her tone strangely soft. How was your trip? It was amazing, I said, keeping my tone neutral. That's nice to hear, she replied, hesitating as if to find the proper words. We've been thinking a lot about what occurred. Perhaps we handled things terribly. The admission astonished me, but I wasn't about to let her off the hook just yet. Poorly. You unexpectedly replaced me on a trip that I had planned and paid for. Poorly is an understatement. I know, she said. Your dad and we didn't realize how much it would hurt you. And Lauren? I asked. Does she feel awful too, or is she still blaming me for ruining her vacation? She's upset, says my mother. But I think she knows she could have handled things better. I sighed, resting against the counter. Mom, this wasn't just about the trip. It's been years of putting her first and expecting me to make up the difference. I am not doing it anymore. I understand, she answered after a time. We will strive to do better. We do not want to lose you. Her comment struck a chord deep within me, but I'd learned not to let guilt influence my decisions. I'm delighted to hear that, I answered. But it will take more than words to heal this. I want to see actual effort, not just apologies. You will, she told me. We'll give you the space you need, but I hope you'll let us back in someday. After the call, I had a combination of emotions, relief that they were finally admitting their behavior, and skepticism about whether they'd ever change. But when I sat down with my journal that evening, I understood something important. Whether or not they changed was not my duty. Over the following months, I maintained my strict boundaries, responding to their calls and texts when I felt like it, but not going out of my way to solve things or smooth over tensions. Instead, I focused on creating the life I want. I signed up for a photography class, something I'd always wanted to do but never had the time or energy for, joined a local hiking group, and even started planning my next solo trip. Each step felt like regaining another aspect of myself. One day, as I stood on my balcony watching the sunset, I realized how far I'd come. I wasn't the person who went above and beyond for people who didn't respect me. Instead, I was someone who valued herself, established boundaries, and wasn't scared to stand up for what she deserved. I felt completely liberated.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more shocking real-life stories happening around you.
I was discriminated against all my life because of my golden child sister. Finally, I got my sweet revenge on my wedding day. My golden child sister subjected me to discrimination throughout my life, and she even attempted to walk down the aisle at my wedding. Finally, I had my retribution. My parents always favored my sister, and it wasn't subtle. If she accused me of anything, they would believe her and punish me. But if I accused her, even with clear proof, they'd give her a reduced punishment while also scolding me. My birthday cake was always her favorite flavor, and my parents pretended they had no idea I disliked it. They always bought her more than me and drove us anywhere she wanted, even if it was meant to be about me. My sister grew up privileged, and she used me as a punching bag. She ignored me at first, but things grew worse when we were teenagers. She eventually lost all of her friends, and her behavior deteriorated. Did her pals move away or abandon her because she was mean? I don't know because we weren't close. My parents brag about her accomplishments but never mention any problems, but they continually use my weaknesses as taunting ammunition. I just knew she didn't have any friends since we went to the same school, and I saw she wasn't among people anymore. Meanwhile, I was rather popular. My sister noticed this and instantly transformed me from an occasional punching bag to someone she had to continuously take down. She began accusing me and my pals of further stuff. My parents stopped allowing me to hang out with anyone, using excuses like, "They're not good people according to your sister," or "Why are you trying to leave us? Why can't you be more like your sister and enjoy family time?" My extended family saved me from complete seclusion. Most of them resided in the same town, and despite our age disparities, I got along well with my cousins. They asked me to something, I can't remember what, and I regrettably replied that I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. When asked why, my child self frankly stated that I was not permitted to have friends because my sister did not have any. This came back to the adults, who later tore my parents apart. I was punished for lying and grounded for a month, but they eventually granted me some leeway, so it was worthwhile. My sister has changed schools. I believe the embarrassment of our extended family knowing her socioeconomic standing was too much for her, so she demanded a switch, which my parents instantly agreed to. Even though it cost them more because the school was farther away, she found friends at the new one. However, she never returned to generally ignoring me. She never let me go because she felt powerful enough to tamper with me and was unhappy that I told her family she had no friends. My life remained unpleasant. Her friends would come over and bully me, which my parents referred to as light teasing. I never had friends over since my parents were terrible hosts, and my sister would accuse them of stealing, which my parents believed. I did, however, develop close to my cousins, as my parents would never treat family that way. Then I found my first boyfriend. I did not want to bring him home, but my parents insisted. We were separated at one time, and he came to locate me and told me that my sister was flirting with him. She approached in skimpy clothing, fluttering her eyelids, and began telling him how horrible I was and how fantastic she was. He was irritated and ran off to locate me. Of course, my sister gave my parents a different story. My boyfriend tried to flirt with her, but she understandably declined because she couldn't do that to me. Guess who my parents believed? My guy wasn't ideal, but I quickly believed him for a bad reason. Remember, I was a teen who received unfair treatment. I was bitter and irritable, and I disliked my sister just as much as she hated me. With that disclaimer out of the way, let us talk about appearance. I hadn't addressed them before because they weren't relevant. My parents were overweight and enjoyed expressing their love through food, such as offering more food or purchasing indulgences. My sister was also overweight, but I wasn't. I've always been a little slim because punishment generally involved no candies or food. Obviously, personality is more important than weight. But even then, my sister was unpleasant and spoiled. Even her wooing attempts were unsuccessful since she never learned to work for anything because she could demand and my parents would provide. Add to that the fact that she didn't appear like a sexy model, and my self-conscious teen self couldn't believe my boyfriend would want to cheat on me with her. Anyway, my parents forbid me from dating such a bad boy. I tried to keep going in secret, but it was difficult, and the relationship ended. I did find another lover, but my sister accused him of flirting with her when he declined her advances. Again, my parents trusted her. I tried to explain out how this happened again, but they concluded that I was incapable of making good decisions and continued to choose awful men. The relationship couldn't manage the Romeo-Juliet predicament and ended again. In high school, I was dubbed a slut because I enjoyed making out with males but refused to form relationships. Fortunately, it never made it back to my sister or parents. Throughout all of this, my sister did bring one man home. He was displayed with pride, and my parents spent every second telling me how talented he was and why I couldn't be like my sister and find someone like him. Until he stopped showing up and became a deceitful bastard who duped my sister. Oh well, unfair treatment remained. She had more money to spend at the time, and her curfews were considerably more relaxed than mine. She could travel anywhere at any time, but I couldn't. If I pointed it out, my parents would say it was because she was older, but when I got to that age, I still didn't get the same treatment she did, and when I pointed it out, they denied ever saying that or claimed it was because I couldn't be trusted like she was, citing my sister's accusations against my boyfriends and friends as proof of my poor judgment. My sister's graduation date approaches. She was admitted into a college, but not a particularly prestigious one, and she received no scholarships. Again, because I only knew her achievements, I don't know which universities she applied to, so I can't say how hard she was rejected. I knew her grades were poor in school, though, since every time she received a B, we celebrated. I usually earned good marks, but my parents refused to rejoice, stating that since I always got them, there was nothing to celebrate. My parents understandably celebrated and promised to pay for everything. I was pleased she was going away, but it didn't make my life any easier. She'd return home every other weekend, and either things would go missing from my room, or she'd come up with another way to make my life miserable. My curfews remained harsh. My mother eventually came to chat to me about my upcoming graduation. I'm only 1 year younger than my sister. She informed me that because they were paying for my sister's education, they didn't have enough money to pay for mine, so it would be best if I started working right away after graduation and waited until my sister graduated university to see if they could afford anything for me. Oh, and if I opted to stay at home, I'd have to pay for all of my belongings, a portion of the expenses, and rent. I explained that I may acquire student loans. Mom replied yes, but no, since they were so concerned about me and I had such poor judgment that they would decide whether or not a college education was worth the debt. I'm not sure how they would prevent me from acquiring loans, but I didn't inquire. Scholarships were not mentioned. They had no notion about my academics and never believed in my skills. I didn't bat an eyelash. I merely said, okay. My mother plainly didn't expect that and kept inquiring. Maybe she hoped I'd throw a tantrum so they'd have an excuse not to pay for my college, but all I said was that I understood their position, thanked them for caring, and that was it. My father again tried the same thing, but I refused to be emotional. You know, after a lifetime of their poor parenting, I had no aspirations for my education. I knew they'd find a reason not to pay for mine and make my life miserable. I never thought they'd pay if I worked and waited for my sister to graduate. I'd been preparing for college for a long time. I couldn't go out much, and my friendships were few, so I had plenty of time to study, which I did because I saw college as my one chance to be free. Well, the time arrived, and I worked my ass out to get a scholarship. Not to an Ivy League or a law or medical school, but to a good enough course at a reasonable college with full funding. Knowing my sister would despise it and try to stop me through my parents, I posted about my accomplishment on social media at the same time as I told them, even forcing myself to thank them in the post. They couldn't stop me from going since they'd have to explain why to the family. They were first proud and boasted about it, but I believe my sister intervened and they changed gears, even asking me if I was sure I wanted to attend. They let slip that my sister wasn't doing well in college, and because she was brighter and had better judgment than me, I'd suffer more. I clearly stuck to my guns. They were unhappy but unable to do anything. College was my lifesaver. I started feeling delighted. I still contacted my parents and visited them on holidays and other occasions, but because they refused to pay for anything, I could justify not traveling as often as I wanted due to financial constraints. During this period, I avoided introducing any men to them, and my sister quit attending college. I know she didn't graduate because they would have made a big deal about it. She returned home, paying no bills or rent, but it's different, my parents stated, and began working at the same company as my mother, clearly due to my mother's influence. This was handed to me as a source of pride. I'm almost there, I promise. I met my hubby about this time. You know those individuals who say, if I were in that situation, I'd have done something? My hubby is the type that actually does. I'm the type of person that is meek and a doormat in any scenario and then can't sleep at night because I wish I had done something, thought of something clever to say, etc. I'm the type of person that can't stop crying when irritated. My hubby is the one who responds instantly. He enjoys drama and likes to resolve it. He's the type of person who, if he doesn't respond to a slight right away, you should be concerned because he won't forgive and forget. He'll do something worse in retaliation. He was the one who encouraged me to post here and on a nuclear revenge board, but we decided our actions were not nuclear. People were surprised that I got connected with him, but just because I couldn't act like him due to my upbringing didn't mean I didn't enjoy it. I appreciate that my spouse does what I cannot, and that he treats others well as long as they do the same for him. When we talked marriage, we decided we didn't care about the ceremony because of our budget, which we'd rather spend on a dream honeymoon vacation to Europe. We opted to do it in my hometown because his family was spread out while mine was still primarily concentrated there. We weren't too far away too, so we could make occasional long journeys on weekends to manage things. Plus, there was some work flexibility, so we could stay in my hometown for a while if necessary. We put out the engagement news and saved the date many months later. At this point, my parents were naturally eager to meet my man. I tried to grow a spine and reject, but it was difficult. The distance had made me wonder if my folks were really that horrible. My husband looked as if I had canceled Christmas when I assured him I would make sure they were never alone with him. See, he had been preparing for this. He even purchased a high-quality recorder that he could hide in his pocket to record everything. He was ecstatic as he considered all of the ways he could reject my sister's efforts, insult her, and then distribute the tape of her attempts to my family. So he went alone, excited to meet them, and returned euphoric. Babe, you won't believe the awful things they wanted. Babe, we can screw them over so bad. There's so many possibilities. I was perplexed and wanted to hear the recording, but he wisely advised me to listen to him first or else I'd misunderstand him. So he went there, and instead of flirting, my parents and sister sat him down. After some moaning about not liking him, my judgment, and so on, they said that they would pay for my wedding on the condition that my sister go down the aisle. My parents insisted that my sister walk down the aisle first at my wedding, dressed in a wedding gown. Their reasoning was that it was not appropriate for a younger sister to marry first, therefore it was only fair that my sister got the experience, at my venue, with pictures shot, in the dress, and even a cake later. My husband will now type his section. Hello, vengeful husband here. When his sweetheart is wronged, a pro-revenge lurker unleashes instant karma and nuclear vengeance. That being said, as much as my wife, she's now my wife, portrays me as a quick-witted person, I admit my neurons almost short-circuited when those people legitimately propose that rubbish as a nice gift. I believe Troy would want to take in the horse again. Unfortunately, after my brain restarted, I had a long list of insults ready to fire, but something in my soul whispered in my ear, like the devil, string these idiots along. So I said I needed to think about it, see how my wife, who was then my fiancée, would react, and then raced out of there before I could reveal my sinister plans. Come back to me, the wife. So, with a smirk on his face and a recording to prove it, my husband truly recalled how my parents wanted my wedding to be all about my sister. I was taken aback. The distance had softened how harshly they treated me, and I had assumed they would not go so far. Thankfully, my husband's insistence on the angle of revenge kept me from falling into a terrible mood. We had a great time coming up with ways to screw them over, ranging from outrageous to plausible. When we had settled on a course of action, we contacted his much more rational sibling. It involved having 2 venue addresses, giving them the incorrect one, and so on. Well, the sensible brother chastised us for it. While he admitted that he would never be able to persuade us not to retaliate, he did demonstrate that such an action would be difficult to carry out. Some of our other suggestions were also at risk of being sued, so we eventually landed on the most benign strategy. Pretend as if we agreed, but then hire security and refuse to let her in. Obviously, if that was all, it would not be pro-revenge. The remainder is primarily my husband's responsibility, but he wants me to do the honors, so here goes. It is crucial to note that everything he did was previously discussed with me and was based on our joint ideas. He went back to my parents and stated he investigated and thought I wouldn't go for it. However, he did not see the problem and, in order to keep the family together, would be willing to assist them. He pointed out that I dislike conflict, therefore if I was shocked by it, I wouldn't throw a fit in front of everyone. On the other hand, marriage is a major event, so who knows if I'll lash out. So he proposed a compromise. They'd help pay for things. This way, I'd feel even more pressure not to say anything, because not only would we be in public with our families, but I'd also be grateful for their assistance. He claimed my parents were stunned, and my grown sister literally began bouncing with pleasure like a child, thus it was accepted. Importantly, my spouse claimed that I was distrustful and controlling because of some bad judgment and prior lovers. These phrases were all my idea, and I'm so pleased of using their words against them, and that I used to check his phone and other things to guarantee he wasn't cheating on me. As a result, it was critical that no details of this plan be documented. He would go over to their house to discuss any issues about my sister coming down the aisle before me. And so began months of deception in which my parents and sister believed they were duping me, while my husband and I were milking them. Rather than paying for the wedding, they kept quiet. Of course, my parents wanted to be involved with everything, even the songs and color scheme, which were very important to me. My husband would persuade them to let it go to keep me in line, but since we never really cared about the ceremony to begin with, everything else was fair game, or so they thought. Here's what we did. We'd go check out the drink and menu options, then choose the lowest or second lowest priced item. My husband would then covertly take my sister there to try it out, sighing and saying, "It's a pity we don't want to abuse my parents' goodwill, so we won't get the best options." Cue my sister requesting my parents pay for the best. My parents would then encourage me not to worry and offer to pay for the most expensive option. The same thing was done with the photographer and flowers. My husband gave my sister a bouquet of the flowers we wanted and then sadly stated that I preferred some other tasteless flowers. My parents told me they wanted us to go with the flowers and would pay for it. We encountered a tiny hiccup with the wedding outfit. My parents wanted me to wear an awful outfit. Okay, it wasn't completely terrible, but it wasn't my style and would not look nice on me. We had intended to say okay and then not use it, but my mother sent me a message about it, so there would be proof I said okay. We had to go with my refusal to text and stand my ground. My husband went over there and promised to see what he could do. My sister advised damaging my desired outfit so I'd have to wear the other one. He appeared to agree. Throughout this time, they maintained communications outside of text. We made sure it happened by having me respond to my sister when she attempted to message my spouse. This cemented my husband's uncontrollable and neurotic assertions, so they trusted them and never put anything in writing. Some people may not enjoy the idea of their spouse going around and talking bad about them to family, but I'm such a doormat that the idea of being depicted as this domineering and dangerous person makes me laugh, so I encouraged him to do it. I suppose I have a strange sense of humor. Oh, and my sister tried to flirt with him, but he was too conflicted to convince them he was with them. My husband would pretend to tell them stuff without my knowing, but he never mentioned that we had hired security. It was very funny. My husband and I, who had seriously considered a courthouse wedding to save money for our honeymoon, ended up having this lavish, expensive wedding and barely spending $1. We called it back to compensate for my parents' mental distress. I believe my hubby, he just confirmed this, enjoyed the entire trick more than planning our wedding. I didn't believe it was conceivable to see a person grinning at the prospect of squandering his entire Saturday on a road drive to talk wedding preparations with his in-laws, but here we are. Soon, the day arrived. My parents, sister, and husband devised a plan to wait until everyone was seated, as the bride is always late. They'd have my sister arrive at that exact time so I wouldn't notice her and try to stop it, and she'd walk down the aisle. It would be too late to take action by the time I learned what had transpired. As for my outfit, we preserved some of the excess fabric from the adjustments. My husband brought something to my parents' house, my sister still lives there, and showed them as proof that he had torn the dress, then said he had to return to me because I was enraged and he wanted to calm me down. He said he would see them at the wedding. We first made every effort to conceal our true security. When the guests and my parents came, all they saw was a woman with a list of names to check. We didn't bring out the actual protection until my folks had settled in, a guy dressed like a bodyguard. We told him not to let my sister in and offered him a hefty gratuity if he kept our instructions private. Soon, the moment arrived. My parents received a text indicating that my sister was less than 5 minutes away, so my father indicated for the ceremony to begin. My bridesmaids had been trained to follow his example, so they did so without consulting with me. After they had all taken their seats, my father waited at the door, waiting for me. During this time, a buddy who was not in the wedding party texted me to get ready in case my husband or bridesmaids began texting. This buddy, my husband's ally, was just as ready to create drama as he was, and she didn't mind not being a bridesmaid. As soon as my father took his seat, the bridal song began. The doors opened and I walked in. My father was stunned to see me. He tried to glance behind me but couldn't see the venue door from our position, so he had no idea what had happened to my sister. Then his phone rang. I checked the caller ID, and it was her. He left me with a whisper. Something came up. The room was filled with gasps and perplexity. The companion on the plane questioned loudly what had happened. I lied and stated hysterically, he told me it wasn't supposed to be me there. My husband and I had decided that if my father abandoned me, I should say something to make him look as horrible as possible. The tears weren't staged. I was genuinely upset and trying not to cry. The friend then inquired loudly, what did he mean by it shouldn't be you? So that everyone could hear and spread the message. Then she said, I will go and check, and dashed away. We planned this so that she might cause confusion with the guards and prevent my father from returning to interrupt the ceremony. Eventually, my mother also departed. At this point, my husband's father rushed over and grabbed my arm. He had been advised that he could need to. His desperate dash at me made me smile. I walked down the aisle among whispers as people talked about what had happened. Some people have also departed to check. When I reached my hubby, everything was okay. He consoled me, joked that my sad expression was so genuine that I deserved an Oscar, and told me that he would deal with my parents for their actions. We married without any further complications. My parents did not come back. I watched several individuals leaving and returning during the celebration, but no one dared to tell me what was going on. Someone whispered in my husband's ear, and he went outside. He reappeared later with a thundering expression, but told me he wanted to go hide before breaking character and laughing. It works. Here's what I learned later from friends, family, the security guard, and my husband. My sister arrived dressed in a wedding gown. The security guard refused to let her in, as we had agreed. He told her she was at the wrong site because there was already a bride. Yes, we tipped him well as promised. My father threatened him with the police, claiming he had never heard of him and so couldn't be working there. The security agreed to call the police because he was hired by us and was only performing his job. My father realized it would be too late and demanded that he let my sister in. At this point, the friend approached, began shouting and criticizing my sister, and asking what was going on, essentially stalling. My mother quickly arrived, followed by others. By then, the wedding plans had been destroyed. My parents could only do damage control at this point because everyone who found out about it was shocked that they'd try to pull it off. People began screaming and berating them. The three naturally stated that it was not a secret and accused my husband. When he was summoned, my husband gave his best puzzled expression and denied everything. To quote him, gaslight, gatekeeper, girl boss, LOL. He denied consenting to such a stupid scheme. When they insisted he did, he requested proof, which they couldn't offer. All of the text discussions they could demonstrate were regarding typical wedding decisions. My sister was scream-crying and sitting on the floor, kicking her legs like a toddler. My father appeared to want to hit my husband, but security and others pulled him back. Naturally, they claimed they had no proof because my husband had instructed them not to text. My husband chuckled and said, "Wow, how convenient, huh?" Then he reiterated, "Why would I ever agree to something so messed up?" He blasted into them for being bad parents and claimed he wasn't going to allow their dumb plans and lies ruin his wedding before returning to me. Nobody believed them. The venue had cameras, but they wouldn't show me the footage because it was exclusively for security. However, some people did film portions of it. It was entertaining to watch my dad and sister being pulled apart by everyone who came to see the spectacle. After years of being accused and not believed, witnessing them suffer the consequences of their actions was one of the finest wedding gifts. My mother was crying, my father was turning from purple to white, and my sister remained on the floor, wailing and shouting. They said that my husband was involved, but people questioned why he would agree, why there was no evidence, and why they wanted my sister to do this at my wedding. They had no satisfactory responses. They were eventually ordered to leave and had no choice but to comply. My father supposedly had to haul my sister up because she refused to leave the ground. Again, no one said anything to me all night. I assume they wanted to spare me, and maybe it was because I was the bride and not just a guest for once, but everyone seemed to be going out of their way to be polite, cheerful, and thrilled about everything. My husband claims that the costly food and drinks they were consuming certainly helped. LOL. We had a great time. My spouse maintained the forced angry expression for barely a brief time before bursting out in smiles again. After that, we returned to the hotel to get some sleep before leaving on our honeymoon. Speaking of which, my parents offered to pay for our plane tickets, but we thought it was risky because they could cancel them or something, so we declined. Since then, all three of them have attempted to contact me. I've refused calls because my spouse insisted on leaving a paper trail, a wise decision, as my sister ultimately messaged me. I won't repeat what she said because it was very out of control and didn't make much sense, but the important part was that she blamed me for her humiliation, called my husband a two-faced snake who duped them for months. He wants to print and hang that on our wall, LOL, and hoped, but was also certain, that he would cheat on me. She even implied that he was cheating on me with her. My husband stole my phone, screenshotted the call records, my sister's texts, and some messages from my parents requesting that I pick up the phone, and uploaded everything to our family group chat. He also provided him images of communications in which they called him names and threatened him, but he continued to say, "You're delusional. I never agreed to anything," and threatened to sue them for defamation and harassment. He posted a message in the group chat pleading my family for aid because I was always being tormented by them. He begged them to prevent my parents and sister from spoiling our honeymoon after they failed to wreck our wedding. He ended by requesting that they not divulge our locations in order to prevent my parents from sending my sister over, as well as stating he had somehow agreed to pretend to sleep with her in our honeymoon suite, LOL. My family told him that they would manage the situation, and we have been at peace ever then. My husband is a little unhappy that my sister did not misbehave so he could call her out again while tearing her a new one. We will see if the peace lasts. Overall, while I would have liked a normal, loving family at my wedding, they failed to ruin something precious to me, and I retaliated. Extra information. Do I understand why they treat me that this? I've been asked this question several times, so I'm guessing you'll be wondering the same thing. I've pondered this my entire life and still don't know. When I was younger, I tried to ask, but they denied any difference and reprimanded me for being spoiled, so I gave up. I've explored numerous alternatives, but based on my observations, I believe the answer is this. I was unplanned. They spent a long time to have my sister, so she was not only wanted but also treated as a miraculous child after so many years. However, considering our short age gap, I believe they did not anticipate to have another child so quickly or easily, and they did not provide proper protection following my sister's birth. Perhaps they didn't realize my mother was pregnant until it was too late, leaving them with an unwanted kid while also dealing with a newborn. They aren't well off, so the extra expense probably didn't help, and they disliked me. But that's just my guess. Regardless, I've accepted that the cause won't really matter. Whatever they did to me was unwarranted. Did they honestly believe it would work? My spouse and I believe that they never intended to do this at all. We believe my sister had a fit because I got married first, despite the fact that she barely gets dates, and they forced my husband to accept that absurd idea. They didn't want to pay for my wedding because they didn't think we'd accept or that it would look good for them to do so. By recommending it and being denied, they might appear to be the nice guys to my sister while providing an excuse not to pay me $1. But my husband eventually accepted it, and they couldn't go back without risking my sister turning on them. I quietly left when found out my wife's affair after 3.5 years of marriage. A year later, my ghosted ex-wife tracked me down. After learning of my wife's adultery, I moved to the hills. I'm not sure why I'm writing this, but hopefully it will be useful to someone now that the situation has passed and I've moved on. After 3.5 years of marriage, I discovered my wife's affair in February 2018. I worked a contract job that periodically required extensive travel but also allowed me to work from home when I returned. My wife worked as a director for a technical sales company, which was highly lucrative. Although things had gotten a little strained as she worked longer and longer hours and I traveled for work, we still had what I would consider a fairly good marriage. Background: 5 years ago, during a cookout thrown by a mutual acquaintance, I met my now ex-wife. We hit it off right away once we started conversing. To be honest, I thought being with a lady who was both attractive and articulate was a great advantage. She seemed to like my rough around the edges personality. After a few weeks of dating, we were charmed with each other. When we met at each other's apartments, the clothing just flew off. After 18 months of dating, we married and moved into a spacious apartment while saving for a down payment on a house. Things began to shift after the first 3 years of marriage. Even though I still had affection for her, I noticed that she argued over minor issues. When I mentioned all the late hours and increasingly frequent work outings, she became enraged. Since she was climbing up the corporate ladder, she would explain that it was a necessary component of paying the dues, or so she thought. She told me that since I was also gone for weeks at a time, I had no right to challenge her. In truth, I had only been taking holidays for 3 or 4 days every 5 weeks, so I convinced her that I could easily reduce my trip time. There was no conclusion to these exceedingly circular arguments. Looking back, I realize I was completely oblivious that my wife was having an affair. Aside from our diminishing sexual relationship and her consistent late work hours, I would never have guessed anything. I just figured she was exhausted from her job. But being rejected so frequently when I attempted to initiate a sexual relationship had taken a toll on my ego. Although she had a business phone and may have been using it, I did not see the covert texting that I had read about in other publications. She used our spare bedroom as a home office and spent a lot of time in it. Kathy began returning home after work in September 2017 and instead spent the evening at a work engagement. This rose from 1 night per week to more than 3 evenings each week. Although I'm not inherently envious, she would surely be seen by others, and I'm aware that she would have to avoid some of the males at her workplace. Despite working with more male CEOs than female CEOs, she gave the impression that she was solely interested in her profession. The first time I believe she was cheating was a month before D-Day. She had stopped at the store before returning home. I was asked to help her with the food shopping. As I was getting some belongings from the back seat, I noticed something pink glinting just beneath the front passenger seat of her car. It was my wife's bra. She preferred ones from a specific clothes store, so I knew they were hers. Looking back, I see the bra was a warning sign. When she's feeling particularly amorous, she always takes off her bra first, from underneath her clothes. I'm not sure why, but watching this made me sick to my stomach immediately. I didn't understand why her bra was under the seat. I said nothing more. My heart must have been pounding so hard that I almost passed out, because when I returned the bags to the kitchen, Kathy inquired how I was feeling and claimed I looked like I had seen a ghost. I just ignored her remark. It took everything I had to hide my feelings, but I tried not to appear offended or fooled. I decided to find out if she was seeing anyone that night and the next day. I began to evaluate all of the signals I could have missed. Aside from the bra, I had no evidence. She works in a downtown office building, and we live in a relatively large city. I decided to temporarily put the affair out of my mind and explore giving her more of my time. One Friday evening after work, I prepared a delicious lunch and set the table with elegant plates, silverware, and candles. I bought a bouquet of flowers and a wonderful bottle of wine. When she arrived as normal after work, I showed her the supper and everything I had prepared. She apologized and said she was sorry, but she needed to go to a neighborhood hangout to meet up with her colleagues. She said she needed to take a shower first, but she could have a quick snack with me before leaving. I guess I fell completely silent because my insides turned on me. I won't go into detail about how angry I was at the time, but I'd had enough. I took my work cell phone and dumped it in her back seat while she was showering. I had considered using my own phone to find her. I then went into the kitchen and tossed away the food and flowers. She got ready after showering and looked lovely as usual. "All right, let's eat," she replied. "Never mind, go out with your friends," I told her. She inquired whether I was angry after giving me a strange expression. "I'm sad that you never want to do anything with me," I told you. She became enraged and sarcastically remarked on my short temper, ordering me to quit acting like a child. I said, "Foolish me," as I stood there, allowing everything to sink in. For once, I thought we should spend the evening together. She merely smiled and stormed away. When she left, I grabbed out my second phone and started following my work phone. I caught her stopping about 20 minutes away, at the bar where she frequently meets with her coworkers. I decided to go find her car. Indeed, it was in the bar's parking lot. I waited to see if I could spot her in my car across the street. I felt radically different, like a stalker, but I told myself that I needed to alleviate my anxiety about her location. I saw her leaving the bar with a man approximately an hour after I arrived. He looked like an executive from her company. He grabbed her, dragged her closer, and planted a kiss on her lips. My entire body was numb, and my gut began to clench up. They went to a different vehicle and hopped into it together. When their car pulled away, I attempted to catch up with them. They drove to a hotel about 10 minutes away. As I came to a halt on the street beside the hotel, I noticed them exiting, holding hands, and entering. I had seen enough. I felt ridiculous. I started banging the steering wheel with my fist. That was it. Something went completely blank inside of me. I'm not sure if I had an out-of-body experience or blacked out, but as I recovered, I wanted a drink. At this point, my life took an unexpected turn. I simply started driving out of town, reliving everything I'd just seen. As much as I hate to admit it, I was crying because I was angry. I found a charming little tavern on the outskirts of town, perhaps 30 miles distant, and stopped in. I ordered a drink while sitting at the bar. The bartender, a lady, remarked I looked like someone had taken the wind out of my sails, thus I guess I looked like death had come early. I replied, half smiling. You could say that? A man sat down beside me and started a conversation. Even though I didn't feel like conversing, something about this guy made me feel comfortable. We had a talk, and my wife's adultery came up. I told her all I wanted was to be away from her and forget about her. You are not alone, buddy, he said, giving me a back pat and a short gaze. I went through that a few years ago. I believe there is a reason why these things occur. I guarantee you that your life can now take both positive and terrible turns. At this point, everything is up to you. His words, for some reason, startled me out of my funk. Even though I was aware of my anguish, I've always been able to think clearly, and he was entirely correct. We identified ourselves. Ray was his name. I appreciated his down-to-earth attitude, despite the fact that he was more of a country guy. When are you going to move out? He said. I suppose I never considered looking that far ahead. I had a fight-or-flight reflex going on, and I knew I didn't want to be around this woman anymore. I have an idea and I feel very sympathetic to your situation, Ray informed you. When the time comes, I have a mobile trailer on my property in case you need to go. It may take some tweaking and isn't really good. Why don't you come and see if you can envision yourself short-living in anything like that? I'll give you a great deal on it, at the very least. You could even park it on a beautiful piece of land I own. I would be grateful if you could watch it for me. It may be useful to escape your situation, just a thought. I took a while to grasp his concept. Hell, honey, if I could have escaped my crazy ex-husband years ago, I would have jumped at the chance to live in his trailer or anything just to get my head on straight, said the bartender, who had been listening in on the conversation. Perhaps this was just what I needed, but I felt like I'd stepped into the twilight zone. Yes, I'll think about it and maybe check it out, I said to Ray. After a time, we broke up and planned to meet at his house in a few days. I began to feel as if I had some perspective and a chance to escape what I perceived to be a dreadful heartache paired with a nightmare. I knew one thing for certain, I never, ever wanted to spend time with my wife again. I find cheating abhorrent, and it has always been something I felt I would never tolerate. I sat on the couch when I got home that evening after Kathy. Kathy questioned where I'd been when she came out. Where have you been? I asked, turning to face her. You know, I went to get drinks, she explained. I said directly, are you having an affair? She seemed astonished, but she quickly composed herself and replied, no, why would you ask me that? I told her that I'd heard she might be seeing someone at work. Who told you this? She stated. Someone I know, I said, keeping the name a secret. After repeating, you're being ridiculous, she accused me of intoxication and insanity and inquired about my location. We're going to a bar to enjoy some drinks with our friends, I said. Despite her obvious desire to ask more questions, she returned to our bedroom and retired to bed. Now that I had proof she had been fooling me for months, I decided to sleep on the couch. I couldn't sleep because I kept envisioning her in bed with this man. I felt bad about myself, disgusted, and hurt. But then I thought of Ray's trailer. The concept of that made me happy, and it was almost like a revelation. Something must be wrong with me since the fight-or-flight reaction activated immediately in the midst of my misery, and I chose the flight response. We didn't talk much the next morning and went on with our weekend as if nothing had happened. I set up a meeting with Ray a few days later. When I arrived, I realized that Ray had a beautiful ranch, and the trailer was fairly nice, about 26 feet long and well furnished. It reminded me of a fantastic spring break vacation I took with friends while in college. Ray accepted the money I gave for the trailer. To be honest, I nearly stole it from him. He gave me directions, so I drove over to inspect his ranch property. There were hiking and biking trails nearby, and the scenery was beautiful, with plenty of trees and scrub vegetation. Ray had a little cabin on a hilltop overlooking the property, with electricity and water available for the trailer, and it was at the foothills of some mountains. Ray offered to set up the trailer and transport it to the place. I tried to convince Kathy to come clean over the next few weeks, But all I got was gaslighting. I even told her outright that if I found out she was cheating, there would be no turning back. As a result, she became even more immersed in her affair fog, and began to deny my claims. I almost chuckled at how horrible the denial was. I chastised myself for failing to photograph the two of them, even though I had no real evidence that she had cheated. After experiencing such emotional suffering, I concluded that I wanted to leave this marriage. Instead of articulating my feelings to Kathy, I just started plotting. While she was at work, I quietly began collecting my belongings from the apartment and transferred them to the trailer. At the very least, I felt I was doing something about it. I saw a difference in Kathy during this time. Although she had been nicer to me, I felt it was too little. Too late. I thought I needed a break too, so she continued to go on company outings, after work. One night, I got ready right as she was leaving. After staring at me, she asked about my destination. All I said was, meeting up with some friends. You wouldn't enjoy all the shop talk, and you don't know them, I interrupted her as she continued to ask questions. She used to say exactly this to me whenever I asked if I might accompany her on office trips. All right, have a good time, she said with a somewhat annoyed expression. I definitely will, I said. I met new people while working on the trailer and hanging out with Ray at the bar. I felt better after spending time with Ray's lovely family and friends. I also decided to cut back on my drinking because I did not want to develop any bad habits. I knew better than to drown myself in sympathy, even though it would have been so easy. Kathy informed me that the following week she would be traveling for work. When I asked who was going, she said it was the executive team and a few department heads. I hope you have a great time with your boyfriend, I said, staring at her. I immediately regretted saying that, as it sparked a heated debate. Although Ray had told me that it didn't matter, I now regret not learning more about her affair partner, AP. It doesn't matter who the other guy is, Ray explained. The fact that she chose to leave you is all that matters. She destroyed the marriage. Whether she admits it or not, brother, facts are facts. Ray should write a book for the betrayed, damn it. During Kathy's work vacation, I had the perfect opportunity to move out completely. I gathered everything valuable that belonged to me, including clothes, laptops, and equipment, but I didn't take any shared goods or furniture. Before I left a note on the kitchen table that said, I hope it was worth it. I placed my wedding ring on top of the note. As I walked away, I felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off my shoulders. The pain would take time to heal, and there would be baggage to deal with, but I had begun. I needed time to myself and to quickly and quietly get rid of her. The fact that I hadn't challenged her or coerced a confession didn't make me proud. I hadn't screamed or shouted. She didn't deserve it, in my opinion. She disregarded everything we owned, including our plans for the future, our aspirations, for I hadn't made any plans or contacted a lawyer. All I wanted was a fresh start and some clarity. When I arrived inside my trailer, the fresh air from the mountains was exactly what I needed. The following week, I resumed running, and it felt great to be alive. Kathy texted stuff like, we just landed, we're having a team dinner, and so on while she was gone. Where are you? Was the inquiry in a few emails. Why haven't you gotten back to me? I did not respond. When she got home, my phone exploded with calls and texts, and her mother tried to call me after the first day, but I didn't answer. She didn't try to contact my father because we're not close, and he's the only member of my family I still have. After being ignored for a week, her messages became more frantic. What is this? She texted. We must speak. I'm not sure what you believe you know, but nothing is happening. There isn't an affair going on. She finally texted me after a week of not responding, saying, I'm sorry things got out of hand. It didn't matter that I was connected with someone at work. You were frequently away while I was concerned with my work. I simply made a mistake and meant to end it. An error? I had been waiting for this confession all along, but strangely it only made me despise her more. Why was she unable to be truthful? I had no dreams of a future with this woman. Errors don't last for 6, 8, or a year. I refused to respond to her, even after she stopped bothering me for a few weeks, since I didn't want her to find out where I lived or pry about in my life, and I didn't want her to ruin my haven. She then began sending horrible texts like, you're a coward, one day. You refuse to speak to me. You have no regard for us. Come home, please, so that we can discuss. You're where, I can visit you. Paul, please let's talk and make things right. Damn it. Although I don't recall all of the texts, they all seem to be excuses with little genuine regret, so I let them go in one ear and out the other. After a while, I changed my phone number. Update 1, Kathy sent me an email informing me that she had hired a lawyer and was going to file for divorce, and I just said, okay, that sounds good. This resulted in a barrage of emails requesting that I visit her and other things, and she wrote that she would stop bothering me if I agreed to an uncontested divorce after realizing that this would not work. After I agreed, I was truly free a few months later, and when I moved out of our apartment, I never had to see her again. She appeared to care more about it than I did, even though neither of us had any closure. I'd think of her every now and then for a few months, and the pain would suddenly hit me, like when I heard a song we used to like, but after a while, I simply stopped thinking about her. Update 2. Despite being a few years younger than me, she is fantastic and quite adorable, and she refers to me as her mountain man, and adores my way of life. Things are going great now that I'm officially divorced. In fact, I met a wonderful girl while running on the trail just down the hill from my house. Although I'm not in a hurry to commit, I also don't want to give up on women completely. I have no plans to leave the trailer anytime soon. I enjoy living outside and have simplified my life, which has made everything simpler for me, including my grief and my ex-wife. I am aware that everyone reacts to these situations in a unique way. I was fortunate to be in my 3rd year of marriage and not yet a parent, and I believe I acted in my own best interests. You don't have to spend your entire life with someone who cheats. If you experience something similar, try not to think about it too much. Continue living your life. As you improve yourself, it will get better. I wish everyone the best possible life. I've updated this about 5 times to make it more readable, and I just wanted to give you an update on my ex-wife's condition. As I mentioned in my previous post, I was concerned that my ex-wife was attempting to locate me. I had left our previous residence, which was about 2 hours away, and I ran into her last weekend at a coffee shop I frequented in a nearby town. It didn't seem like a coincidence to me, and I was able to flee before she noticed. Update 3. I drove into town this past weekend to grab groceries and made a stop at my usual coffee shop. I was using their free internet to work on some paperwork for work, which I finished and walked out of. I was on my way to my pickup when I heard someone call out, "Paul." When I turned to look across the street, I noticed Kathy waving at me. Finally, Armageddon arrived. She raced across the street toward me, and I stood there in shock. As if expecting an embrace, she walked over and extended her hand, but I stopped her in her tracks by reflexively extending out my arms with my palms up. She appeared to be in tremendous pain. Then she said, "I've been looking for you, Paul. I've wanted to see you since I learned you moved here. Could we have a conversation?" Guys, I felt like an animal locked in a cage. Yes, I did. "All right, let's find a table or something and we can talk for a minute," I eventually conceded. When she asked if we could come to my house, I said no. At the end of the block, she brought me to a bench outside a little business. She began by commenting on how much I had changed and how much she admired my new appearance, beard, and fitness level. She exclaimed at how much my body had transformed. She was wearing a tank top, little white shorts, and her hair in a ponytail, just like I used to like. I had my radar set to high. She was plainly trying to activate the sex appeal. I needed to restrain myself so I could see where this was going. She started by claiming she was sorry for the affair. She said that after I left, karma had a significant impact on her. When her boss learned about the affair, the situation grew so tense that she resigned. Her affair partner, AP, who was at the time engaged, was chastised and transferred to a different area within the organization. She responded by telling his fiancé the truth after he blamed her for everything, causing the couple to split up. This is when she bowed her head and started to cry. I didn't say anything. I simply sat there and gazed around. She stood up straight and gazed at me for a long time. "What do you want from me?" I inquired. She told me that she did not intend to have an affair. She claimed that the company's politics and posture pulled her in, and that her AP used his charm and authority to coerce her. She admitted that she thought she was exploiting him in the same way that he exploited her. After I accused her of cheating, she indicated that she planned to come clean. She drank after work to alleviate the guilt she felt at the time since she despised herself. She claimed she felt dumb, alone, and as if her heart had burst with loss right after I left. She discontinued her friendship with her AP immediately. She believed she needed to find me to see if there was any hope of reconciliation because I refused to communicate with her or contact her. She desired a fresh start. Despite the fact that she was aware of our divorce, she thought we might start over. I merely looked at her. I then handed it to her. "You have no right to come out here and undo all the harm you have done. Do you think I'll overlook everything you did to destroy our union? As I previously stated, we were done if you cheated. Forgiveness does not exist. This relationship will not be restarted. You murdered it. As soon as you left me, you ruined everything we had. How foolish do you believe me to be? One evening, I saw you enter a hotel with him. Were you aware of this? I saw that my voice was becoming more audible, so I pushed her away after she grabbed my arm and began crying on my shoulder. I deserve all this, she replied, glancing up at me. I am certain that I do. If nothing else, would you allow me to take you out to dinner? I'd rather not go. I would like to speak further. I want to make sure that we are transparent about everything. You need to spend more time with me than you have in the past. Paul, please. I love you so much, even though I know you might not want to hear it. I had no idea how much I loved you before you left me. She began to sob violently and hyperventilate, so I took her up and hugged her, which seemed like the only way to calm her down. I realized then that I had crushed her heart as much as she had shattered mine. Walking, we found a nice location to continue our talk, and I said, "How did you discover me?" Once she had calmed down. "Have you hired a private investigator?" Kathy compelled Stacy to share all of the information after she asked how things were going when they ran into each other a few weeks before. Stacy didn't indicate that she had noticed me, so she responded with a tiny laugh. I had warned Stacy not to tell her, so she was hesitant, but Kathy persisted. Stacy eventually gave in, but all she knew was that I lived nearby and was in town. On her days off, she began to come here to check on me. I kind of laughed when she said that, thinking, damn, Stacy can't keep her trap shut. She blushed. We eventually decided to have dinner at a charming little spot with a patio. I made sure we didn't drink anything because I didn't want to give her a reason to be kind to me or say she wasn't so inebriated that she couldn't drive back. We had a good conversation, and I then escorted her to her vehicle. She insisted that she hadn't dated anyone else since I left, and she vowed fervently that I was the only person she wanted, so she pushed me hard to stay longer. No, it's still way too early for me to go down that road, I told her. My response to her request for my phone number was, "You'll just blow it up with texts and calls." She wept over it, but in the end, she agreed with my decision and promised to send me an email with information on returning to town the following weekend before she left. I questioned her bluntly. "Would you have forgiven me if I had been the cheater?" Before she got in her automobile. "Yes, in time, but only if we saw a marriage counselor and worked through the healing process with lots of talking, maybe even a binding agreement," she said, pausing to think. "Okay, maybe I can accomplish that," I replied, "in 5 or 10 years. I would wait if that's what it would take," she said. She then took both of my hands in hers, looked me in the eye and added, "God damn it, Paul, I will always love you and will do anything to prove it." This comment threw me off guard. Even though I felt better about the situation, I couldn't see her as a friend at the time, and her words continued to irritate me even after she departed. I returned home, went for a long run, drank some beer, and reflected on how far I had come. Could someone please assure me that she would not destroy the peace I had created for myself? I had the luxury of time to sort through it and gain perspective, but it was all still too vivid in my mind. Last updated. Most likely, this will be my final update. When I first posted my tale on Reddit, the moderators kept taking it down. In summary, I ghosted my ex-wife for nearly a year before she discovered me. She wanted to make amends and restart our relationship. You will be very disappointed if you expected me to be the typical beta blue pill fool, and forgive her. In a lengthy email she sent me last week, she conveyed her love and regret for the affair, and she offered to come out and stay with me for the weekend again. My response was to quiet her. I informed her that I had no plans to make amends with her. I'm very content living alone, taking advantage of my secluded situation, and keeping things simple. At 32, I'm not in a hurry to make changes. I have my own self-determination plan and have enjoyed the company of a few women and friends. I made it clear in my email response that I had no intention of reconciling and declined to provide her with my phone number. I no longer know or trust you because you made your bed. I wish you the best, and perhaps we will become friends in the future, but not right now. She was angered by my evasiveness and answered in a telling way, acknowledging that she had accepted a job offer from another state. Her genuine desire had been for me to accompany her, assuming that my remote work would make the move easier. She wished we could start over somewhere fresh. She wanted to come see me in person to try to persuade me because she was running out of time before moving. Fortunately for me, her time was up because I had a week of business travel planned. I am grateful. I will no longer have her in my life. She will quickly realize that her time with me is gone, but I expect to receive a few more emails. She will need to find someone else, and she may even cheat on them. To everybody reading this, make the most of your life, let go of the past, and find the strength to move forward. Best wishes to everyone. My parents kicked me out to let my golden sister live there, even though I bought the house. But karma came faster than expected. I, 37 years old, have spent the last 15 years advancing my career as a senior manager at one of Wall Street's top investment firms. This story centers on my complex relationship with my sister Emily, 47 female, my parents, both in their late 70s, and a house I recently purchased for them that has been the source of frequent family tension. I need to take you back to the beginning to explain how we got here. My parents were in their late 40s when I was born, making me an unplanned child. My mother would regularly tell me that they already had Emily, who was 10 years old at the time, and that she was more than enough. She didn't say this maliciously, but rather in a tone that made things worse. She would say, "We didn't plan for you," as she was organizing Emily's extracurricular activities or preparing her college application paperwork. These simple remarks, which served as a continual reminder of my status as an afterthought in our family, formed the context of my early years. I might not be here if it hadn't been for my maternal grandparents' persistence. My parents saw me as an unexpected burden, but they were overjoyed at the prospect of having a second grandchild. I was an afterthought in my parents' lives, and it was clear immediately away. They followed the same routine every morning when they dropped me off at my grandparents' house. My father would say to my grandfather, "You wanted her," as he prepared to go to work, keys jingling in his palm. "She's all yours." My grandparents' house became my true home, a place where I felt genuinely loved and wanted. They made sure I was fed and cared for, picked me up from school, assisted me with my homework, and drove me to the park. My grandfather, a retired math professor, spent hours teaching me about numbers and problem solving. He'd add, "Numbers never lie," and these lessons would later affect my professional decisions in unexpected ways, such as they tell stories more honestly than people do. Every afternoon, at their kitchen table, my grandmother would help me with my schoolwork, ensuring that I understood everything. Her patience seemed inexhaustible. She had taught high school before retiring. She would add, "Knowledge is the one thing nobody can take away from you," in a stern yet sympathetic tone. She also taught me to cook as a way to express my creativity and passion, rather than as a chore. These days spent in their kitchen, reviewing my school day and learning how to precisely measure items, became some of my most treasured memories. My parents, who were generally weary and frustrated by the trip, would only come to pick me up late at night. "Madison," my grandmother would say as she bade me goodnight every night, "you're the best thing that ever happened to us." I could almost forget that I wasn't wanted anywhere else while I was wrapped in her loving arms. They became my emotional rock, providing me with the security and affection that I sorely lacked at home. My grandfather would frequently add, "Remember, sometimes the best things in life aren't planned." I learned to live as an afterthought in my own home as Emily prepared for her bright future. My sister simply pretended that I didn't exist. She was not mean or cruel. She'd be lying on the couch, talking on the phone about men and college applications, completely unconscious of me, while I played with my dolls in the corner of our shared living room. The difference in how my parents handled Emily and me was obvious and continuous. My mother's delighted voice could be heard as she discussed Emily's accomplishments with relatives and friends. Emily got straight A's again. Emily made the debate team, or Emily got accepted to her dream college. They attended all of her school activities, science fairs, and debating contests. They repeatedly used, "We're too tired," "We have to work," or "You understand, don't you?" as reasons for their conspicuous absence from my events. My grandparents served as my cheerleaders, attending every school activity with excitement and genuine pride on their faces. I hoped that Emily's departure to college would bring about changes at home. I was the daughter who stayed, and maybe my parents would finally see me. I was totally mistaken. At 14 years old, I went from being invisible to being the housekeeper. My mother would scream out to me, "Madison," before I could even set down my backpack after school. "The house needs cleaning. Start with the bathrooms." I took over Emily's jobs, as well as a number of other responsibilities. I learned the washing machine settings and quirks by heart, and it became my constant companion. Cleaning, cooking, and maintaining a home for parents who barely noticed my presence seemed like an endless cycle of housekeeping. My father would say, "You live here, you must contribute," if I hesitated even slightly. "Your sister always did her part." My career moved from cleaning to cooking by the age of 14. The change was not gradual. My mother abruptly stopped preparing dinner one day. One morning, she said, "You're old enough now. We expect dinner ready when we get home from work." Despite the demands of domestic life, I maintained a high academic position. My teachers encouraged me to compete in a range of academic competitions after noting my aptitude in economics and mathematics. To help me prepare, my grandfather would spend extra time teaching me sophisticated concepts that were far beyond my grade level. He would exclaim, "You have a gift with numbers," with pride in his eyes. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Dreaming about college was the only way I could escape. Every night, when I finished doing the dishes, I would retire to my room and browse educational websites. I imagined myself touring numerous campuses, far from the never-ending tasks and frigid silences. I got rewarded for my hard work in school. Despite my household obligations, I maintained straight A's, and by the age of 16, I had gotten acceptance letters from a number of famous universities, including several well known for their outstanding finance programs. Emily's engagement followed. One Sunday afternoon, she dashed in the front door, dragging a tall, well-dressed man with her. She squealed, "Mom! Dad! This is James, we're getting married." It would appear that someone had just announced their lottery victory. My parents literally sprang out of their seats, with my mother sobbing with glee and my father quickly reaching for his phone to call family. "We'll cover everything," my mother said as she hugged Emily. "Our first daughter's wedding has to be perfect." For months our house was filled with wedding preparations. Every discussion revolved around guest lists, venues, and flowers. With pricey clothing, high-end vendors, and everything at the top, money seemed to flow like water. Despite attending the wedding, my grandparents did not appear to like the elaborate decorations. My grandfather simply shook his head at the champagne fountain, and I watched my grandmother grimace at a sculpture that probably cost more than a semester's tuition at college. However, they most likely already knew what was going to happen, so they kept their thoughts to themselves. On the day I received my admission letters, I sat at our dinner table with 3 envelopes spread out in front of me and told my parents the fantastic news. My heart pounded. "That's nice," my mother said, not lifting her attention from her meal. "But we can't pay for it. We spent all our savings on your sister's wedding. Even took out a loan for it. There's nothing left for college." I stuttered and added, "But you paid for Emily's college," barely audible above a whisper. "That was different," my mother stated with a dismissive tone. "We saw potential in her." The ensuing silence was deafening. "You should get a job, save some money, and get student loans. That's what responsible adults do," my father added between phrases. I'd never dared to leave the table without being excused. I grabbed my phone with shaky hands and dialed my grandmother. I was crying within minutes of entering their well-known front door. My grandfather's demeanor stiffened as he listened to my story, but I couldn't see the glitter in his eyes. They exchanged a knowing look after I told them everything. My grandfather grabbed my hand and said, "Madison, we've been saving for your education since the day you were born, so we were expecting something like this." He came back with a folder after strolling to his study. Bank statements reflecting years of diligent savings were discovered inside. "You can choose any of those universities. We've got you covered." I moved in with my grandparents that evening after packing my belongings. When I told my parents I was leaving, they were downstairs watching television and barely looked up. My mother said, "Whatever you think is best," with her gaze fixated on the television. Did I sense relief in her voice? The years that followed were revolutionary. I opted to attend one of the top business schools to study financial analysis. Witnessing my parents' terrible financial management may have fueled my desire to do things right. My lecturers noticed my eagerness and innate financial skills. Before long, I was staying after class to discuss challenging financial concepts. For the first time in my life, someone other than my grandparents recognized my true ability. During my academic years, I was fortunate enough to secure prestigious internships at major financial firms. Every summer brought new opportunities as well as obstacles. Senior managers were impressed by my analytical skills and meticulousness. During my performance assessment at Morgan Stanley, my boss said, "You've got a natural instinct for this. We'd love to have you back next summer." With the exception of phone conversations with my grandparents, I kept my head down and focused on my academics, rarely thinking about my family. Following my graduation, I was hired by one of the city's biggest financial organizations. I never envisioned receiving the starting salary. I found a nice, clean, and secure one-bedroom apartment. Every morning, I was thankful that I didn't have to prepare breakfast for anyone other than myself. As I immersed myself in each new challenge, my career took off, and I received incentives and promotions that I could not have imagined when I was younger. In 5 years, I worked my way up to a senior position, managing complex portfolios and cultivating strong client relationships. Within the industry, I was known for my strategic thinking and analytical accuracy. Every accomplishment felt like a hidden confirmation that my parents underestimate my skills. Meanwhile, I realized from rare conversations with my grandparents that Emily's marketing career was not going as well as she had hoped. Emily's husband James battled to keep his work. They were constantly begging for money from my parents. My grandmother informed me during one of our monthly calls, Your mother emptied her retirement account last month to help them with rent. They just can't say no to her. After a year, the situation deteriorated. Even with our parents' help, Emily and James were no longer able to pay their rent. They and their twins, then 7, returned to my former bedroom. My parents, who had previously been very satisfied with Emily's accomplishments, now had to provide for her entire family, in addition to their golden child. I kept my distance, focusing on my own personal and professional development. Every bonus, promotion, and successful transaction served as a subliminal reminder that I wasn't the failure that my parents had prophesied. By my mid-30s, I had large investments and savings, including enough for a down payment on my own home. Then everything changed. My grandfather died unexpectedly from a massive heart attack. It was a devastating loss. He was the father figure who had stood by me when no one else did, and he was more than simply a grandfather to me. After that, my grandmother, who had been with him for over 50 years, appeared to lose her spark. She followed him less than 2 months later. In every way, they were my biological parents, and they were abruptly gone. I heard my mother's voice behind me at the funeral home as I was preparing for my grandmother's service. Madison, do you want some help with the arrangements? When I turned back, she stood there, appearing older and more worn out than I remembered. A part of me wanted to tell her to leave, but I stopped due to her expression. Sure, I replied to myself. That would be nice. My parents began to open up over the next few days, as we prepared for the service. They admitted that they were experiencing issues. One afternoon, when we were selecting flowers, my father revealed, "We haven't been financially well off since retirement." He went on to remark, "We barely make ends meet," before mentioning Emily's twins. I saw that my sister and her family remained to live with them and rely on their declining income. 1 week after my grandmother's funeral, we met in a wood-paneled office to read her will. Emily and James were slumped in recliners next to my parents, and I sat across from them. The tension was thick enough to serve with a knife, and the room smelled like furniture polish and old papers. Though none of us understood it at the time, what happened next would set off a chain of events that would forever change our family's connections. After adjusting his glasses, Mr. Patterson, the notary, began reading in monotone. I expected the normal legalese, but what followed caught everyone's attention. To our beloved granddaughter Madison, we leave our house at 1542 Maple Street in the sum of $150,000. The ensuing silence was deafening. My mother tightened her grip on my father's arm until her knuckles turned white, and Emily's mouth dropped open. After clearing his throat, Mr. Patterson continued on. He looked at my mother and added, "And a personal note from Mr. Henderson to his daughter Margaret." The message stated, "Remember, Margaret, that we gave you $200,000 right when you needed it most. We want you to respect our ultimate judgment just as much as we did your demands back then." My mother's cheeks became pale after flaming red. Emily and James exchanged nervous glances, while my father focused on the floor. My parents approached me in the parking lot after the notary had completed his paperwork. Something urgent had replaced the placid demeanor they had maintained during funeral preparations. My mother spoke in a weak voice. "Madison, honey. You must understand that we always assumed we'd inherit the house. We're having trouble, but we were counting on it. With the mortgage and Emily's family expenses, we could really use the house," my father said, caressing his gray hair. Emily joined in on the conversation about her children's desire for a yard to play in, but I simply drove away. Over the next few weeks, I continued thinking about my grandparents' parting present. My life had settled closer to the city, and while the house I had inherited had many valuable memories, it was too big for me to live alone. In the meantime, I learned about my parents' mounting financial woes from our weekly conversations. Helping Emily and her family had depleted their retirement money, and they were finding it increasingly difficult to repay their own mortgage. I gave it a lot of thought before deciding I would buy my parents a better house, one that is single-story, has a wonderful garden, but is easier to maintain, with the money I get from selling my grandparents' house and my own funds, and something snug for their retirement years. When I told them about my idea, they burst out in tears of joy. After several weeks of house hunting, we finally found the ideal location. A lovely ranch-style house with huge entrances and no steps in a calm neighborhood. My parents couldn't stop gushing about how happy they were after the purchase was finalized. "A good housewarming party is exactly what we need," my father said. "It is the least we can do to make all the arrangements." "That would be lovely," I answered, planning to show them the deed during the festivities. "Tell me when, please?" Weeks passed by. Even though I had a lot of work to do, I continued waiting for an invitation. "Oh," my mother would remark, "we're still planning. You are aware that these tasks require time." My father would also add, "We want it to be perfect? We'll notify you shortly." I was annoyed by their evasive responses for some reason. One evening, after another evasive phone call from my mother, I was entering Emily's name into Facebook. We were not connected on any social media platforms, and I hadn't seen her profile in years. Only hours ago, it was posted. "I'm very excited for Mom and Dad's housewarming party this Saturday. I can't wait to celebrate with everyone in this stunning home." Numerous friends and family members confirmed their attendance in scores of comments on the page, which included pictures of caterers being hired and decorations being set up. This wasn't an accidental gathering, weeks had been spent planning it. I called my mother with shaky fingers. "Hello, Mom. I wanted to ask more about the housewarming party. Do you have a date in mind already?" "Oh honey, not just yet," she responded with ease. "Most likely in a few weeks. The logistics are still being worked out." Everyone except me, apparently. As Saturday approached, I had to make a decision. Should I approach them, or should I let it go? How could they exclude me from the festivities after everything that had happened, after I had bought them this house? I would soon find out, but not in the way I had expected. On Saturday, I parked a block from the house I had bought for my parents, and I could see dozens of people mingling through the windows, including Emily's social circle, friends, and relatives. My father gave tours of the house, and my mother, dressed in her special occasion pearls, greeted guests at the entrance. The home was decked with twinkling lights and welcoming banners, and laughter and music streamed out onto the street, indicating that they had spent weeks planning this housewarming party, to which I had not been invited. For a time, I sat in my car and watched Emily's twins chase each other past throngs of adults who were ogling them. I could see moving boxes with Emily's handwriting on them heaped in the corner through the big bay window. The process of transporting her family's goods had already begun. I sniffed carefully before sneaking in via the side entrance. The aroma of flowers and catered cuisine filled the home, and I followed my father's voice to the living room, where he was conversing with a group of people. After all these years of hard labor, we finally got our dream home. My mother excitedly added, "Don't forget about Emily. She was quite helpful with the down payment. Such a beautiful daughter, always putting family first. Unlike some people," she said. In response to an inquiry concerning me, she stated, "Our younger daughter has not assisted us at all. Too preoccupied with her profession to worry about her family." As I stood in the doorway, heat surged to my face. Everyone jumped when I said, "Actually, I think you've got that backwards." There was complete stillness in the room, and my father was the first to recover, smirking fiercely. "Madison, what a surprise. Especially since you forgot to invite me to the housewarming party for the house I bought," I stated as I entered the room. His shoes rapidly drew Emily's husband's curiosity, and one of the twins grabbed Emily's sleeve in an attempt to figure out why everyone seemed so disturbed. "You bought it, but it is now ours. You can't expect eternal gratitude," my mother remarked, slightly harsh. My father added, "That's correct," gaining confidence. "And really, you're not welcome here. This is a family reunion." My mom informed me that Emily and her family had already sold their home and will be relocating here. The twins require a stable environment. I pulled a folder from my bag. "You appear to be puzzled about something," I said, holding up the ownership and deed certificates. "This house belongs to me. I never signed it over to you." My mother's face turned pale to ashen, and my father began to rattle on about his family responsibilities. Emily's self-assured smirk cracked as she saw her plans were failing. Despite my quivering hands, I continued. "I was intending to give it to you tonight," maintaining a solid voice. "I believed this could be a new beginning for all of us. Instead, you have shown me that nothing has changed." My mother said, "You can't do this?" Her voice became a shriek. "We are your parents." "No," I replied softly. "You're merely the ones who gave birth to me. My true parents, my grandparents, showed me that family is more than just blood. They also taught me about finances, which is why I own this house while you do not." I turned to address the surprised guests. "I'm sorry, but this celebration is finished. This is my residence, and I am asking everyone to leave." My parents, Emily, James, the twins, and all of their guests left in tears, and I watched from the porch as they drove away one by one until the street was desolate. The beautiful lights in the yard continued to twinkle mockingly. Half-empty drinks and discarded meal plates littered every surface, and the house, which was supposed to be my reconciliation present, became the final straw in our relationship. A few weeks later, I discovered that they had used the money from the sale of their previous home to buy an apartment, and when Emily, James, and the twins moved in, 3 generations crammed into a 2-bedroom flat. They tried phoning me all the time at first, leaving voicemails full of angry accusations. "You've become so heartless, just like your grandparents warned us you would." And guilt-tripping. "How could you have done this to your own family?" I turned down their social media accounts, emails, and phone numbers. As a reminder of all that went wrong in our family, the house is now empty, and I have an appointment with a real estate agent tomorrow. Some relationships, like old photos in a dusty album, are best left in the past. When I ultimately have my own children, I've promised myself that they won't have to compete for my attention or win my devotion. Unlike my parents, I'll love my children unconditionally, just as my grandparents did. That Saturday night, when I arrived at the house I had bought, I was not invited to my parents' housewarming party, which revealed every terrible truth about my family. The windows revealed dozens of visitors, catered food, and, most tellingly, moving boxes strewn about with Emily's handwriting. My father joyfully stated, "After all our hard work, we have finally purchased our dream home." I sneaked in by the side entrance. In her comments, my mother commended Emily for purportedly assisting with the down payment. She addressed questions about my absence with, "Oh, Madison's too focused on her career to care about family." The incident encapsulated every insult I had experienced as a child, every instance of favoritism toward Emily, and every instance in which I had been treated as an afterthought. I had never before experienced such clarity as I stood in the doorway, witnessing my parents rewrite history by preparing to relocate my sister's family onto my land without even asking me. "Actually," I remarked, prompting the room to settle down, "I believe there was a miscommunication regarding the buyer of this house." I could tell everything I needed to know about their true sentiments based on their facial expressions: amazement, shame, and ultimately indignation. My mother was the first to recover, her voice full with entitlement. "What's done is done. The house is ours today, and Emily's family requires the room." I got out the ownership documents and the property deed and said, "No, the house is mine. I never handed ownership to you. I had planned to deliver it to you tonight, but that would clearly be a mistake." "You cannot do this," my mother said in a panicked tone. "We are your parents, we have rights." "The only rights you have," I continued calmly, "are those I choose to grant you. And right now, I've decided to ask everyone to leave my land." Following that, there was a chaotic evacuation, with guests rushing out with plates of food still in hand, Emily's twins screaming in surprise, and my father attempting to maintain some dignity while directing everyone to their cars. "How could you do this to your own family?" was my mother's final attempt at manipulation, but it was unsuccessful against my newfound drive. In the weeks that followed, the 5 of them were jammed into a tiny flat, and the messages began straight away. My father wanted a re-examination, Emily begged with tears for her children's stability, and my mother accused me of cruelty, all of which I blocked. The unoccupied house served as a reminder of what could have been. A new beginning, a chance for reconciliation. Instead, it acted as the catalyst for my ultimate split from a family that had never completely accepted me. A month later, I sold it and used the money to fund my own future. Some asked if I would ever try to mend those bridges or forgive them, but I came to realize that forgiving does not always imply allowing harmful people back into your life. Forgiving oneself for leaving can be necessary at times. Before putting away my parents' old wedding photos, I told my future children that they would never know the agony of conditional love, the pain of being compared to a sibling, or doubt their place in the family. With me, the cycle of partiality and emotional blackmail would come to an end. When I last drove by my parents' apartment complex, Emily's twins were playing in the tiny courtyard, and I briefly felt sad, but it was for relationships that never actually existed in the first place, not for those I had lost. Despite the common assumption that blood is thicker than water, my grandparents taught me that a true family is built on love, respect, and mutual support. I carry these lessons with me as I begin this new era of my life. Love should be freely given rather than demanded, family is more than simply DNA, and walking away is often the best course of action. I removed my mother's last unread email because I didn't open it, and any defenses or charges it included were no longer important. I had finally learned how to prioritize my own worth over their conditional acceptance. Their kind of familial loyalty has no place in the life I'm establishing today. New chances await us in the future, free of the burden of seeking to acquire affection from those who are unwilling to freely give it. My grandparents taught me what a true family looks like, and I hope to create one for myself eventually, one built on mutual respect, unconditional love, and the understanding that each individual is equally valuable. Finally, the chapter of being the family afterthought is gone, and becoming the author of my own life is merely the beginning. I got uninvited from my mom's birthday because I didn't look good next to my sister's boyfriend. Turns out, I was actually his boss. He looked me in the eye and said, "If you still insist on coming home, then don't call me your father." 3 weeks later, the power, water, and internet in their house all shut off, on my mom's birthday. Follow my narrative, perhaps you will recognize yourself in it. Hello, this is Ryan. I'm 30 years old and reside in a little town around 40 minutes from Seattle. Every morning, I make myself a cup of coffee, put on the weather, and drive less than 10 minutes to work. I co-founded a small technology company focused on sustainable energy. Not everyone understands what I do, including my family. They still think I spend my days tightening screws and repairing machinery, which I don't mind. I have never felt the need to explain. When someone asks about my family, my parents or my sister Jessica, I smile slightly. "It's been a while since we talked," I remarked, and that's it. I'm not hiding anything, but I don't see the sense in retelling it anymore. I haven't contacted them in over 2 years. No calls, texts, holidays, or birthdays, nothing. Just a long calm stretch, as if the connection between us had been severed and no one tried to repair it. I used to feel that family was everything. But 2 years ago, on my mother's birthday, everything changed. 2 years ago, 3 weeks before my mother's birthday, I had just booked a trip and taken time off work. The plan was simple: go home early, stay for a few days, and help with preparations, just like every other year. Nothing extraordinary. I just wanted to let them know. I contacted my mother right away, but my father answered after only 2 rings. "I'll be home 2 days early," I announced nonchalantly. "If there's anything you need me to pick up or help with, just let me know." He initially responded vaguely, but then hesitated. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded strange, heavier than normal, as if he was attempting to avoid something. "Ryan, if possible, maybe don't come home this year." At the time, I assumed he was just concerned about my schedule. "It's fine, Dad," I said, still clutching a steaming mug of coffee. "I've got everything sorted, it's no trouble." The pause was longer this time. Then he spoke again, firmer, but colder. "Jessica's bringing her boyfriend home this year. He's a manager, someone important. Speaks well and carries himself properly. And your job, well, it isn't very comfortable to talk about, so it's best if you don't come." At that point, I felt heat rising from the back of my neck to my face. My heartbeat quickened, and I automatically grasped my coffee mug closer. "What the hell did you just say?" I exclaimed, unable to keep my voice calm. "Are you seriously saying that to me right now?" He didn't dispute it, take it back, or soften. Instead, he responded plainly and sharply. "You coming home would just embarrass the whole family. If you insist on coming, don't call me your father." And then he disconnected up without a moment's pause. I put the phone down. My palm was still shaking and somewhat sticky from sweat. The apartment was completely silent, no TV, no footsteps, just me standing there, staring into space like I'd been plucked out of my life. His words kept echoing in my head, slow and clear, like a recording stuck on repeat. "You coming home would just embarrass the whole family. If you still insist on coming back, don't call me your father." For a moment, I wondered if I had misheard him, but no. Every word and tone was cold as ice and solid as stone. There was no slip of the tongue and no room for hope. I clenched my jaw, my throat tightening as if something had lodged there and refused to move. Right immediately, memories began to flood back. I silently paid all of their bills, including electricity, water, and internet, for more than 2 years. Nobody ever mentioned anything, and now they're calling me the family's shame. I quickly took up my phone, my hands still slightly trembling, despite the fact that my mind had begun to cool. I opened the banking app and went down to see my transaction history. My only purpose was to see how much I had spent on my family over the previous 2 years. I needed a number for my power bill, water bill, and internet service, every month, without fail. Each payment was handled on schedule and automatically deducted from my account. For 2 years in a row, nearly $400 per month has been paid without fail. I gently scrolled to the very bottom. Total amount spent, $9,842.17. I stared at that number for a few more seconds, not because I was astonished, but because something inside my chest had suddenly settled. Not grief, not even fury, but just empty space. Nearly $10,000, and now they label me the family's shame. As I glanced at the enormous list of bank transactions, a silent question arose, one that no one in my family had posed in 30 years. Has Jessica ever done as much for our parents as I have? It was not jealousy, and I was not looking for credit. It was merely that if I am deemed the family's shame, who is that standard being evaluated against? I had paid approximately $10,000 in living expenses for them secretly, without asking for anything in return, and without ever mentioning it. What about her? Has she ever had to make a sacrifice or beg for help? Or did she arrive, smile pretty, and make an impact in a lovely dress while holding a successful boyfriend? I was not asking to keep score. I was asking because, for the first time, I noticed that fairness was never considered in this household. I'd grown accustomed to standing on the sidelines since I was a child. In family photos, I was frequently partially hidden behind someone else or captured at the edge of the frame. I wasn't exactly gazing at the camera. Nobody ever told me to step aside, but I always did. Jessica was at the center of every important event in our family, from birthdays and graduations to her breakups. There was always a reason for everyone to band together, console, and celebrate her. I can't recall the last time somebody inquired if I was okay. Jessica is 2 years older than me, but the difference between us was never about age. She was the hope, the future-oriented child that our parents proudly mentioned when relatives visited. And me? In the same talks, if I was mentioned at all, it was as a short footnote. Ryan. Oh, he's fine. I believe he works in technology. I used to believe that if I worked hard enough, remained out of trouble, and quietly handled everything, they'd eventually see me. However, they didn't. It turns out that when you're used to being invisible, nobody notices when you leave. I began covering my parents' utility costs, electricity, water, and internet, nearly 2 years ago. My mother called first, and everything started there. That day, she moaned about how the cost of living had risen, how this month's bills had unexpectedly increased, and how their retirement income was no longer sufficient. Then, gently and hesitantly, she said, "If you could help us even a little, it would mean a lot." I agreed. At the time, I assumed it would be only a few months until things settled down. However, the months that followed looked precisely like the previous one. Nobody mentioned terminating it, and there was no backup plan. Every now and then, I'd ask, "Is Jessica helping out at all, Mom?" She'd always evade the topic. Sometimes she'd say, "Just help us this month, your sister will pitch in next time." Other times, "Your sister's covering Dad's medical stuff, that's not easy either." I heard those lines so many times I could recite them by heart, and I just smiled and let it go every time, because I knew none of it was true. So I kept sending the money, nearly $400 per month, reliably and quietly, without complaint. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't that I didn't care, it was simply that I felt it was the correct thing to do. I used to think that if I was quiet and responsible enough, they would notice. But today, after everything, they look at me and say, I'm the family's shame. After a time, everything around me was silent, and I just sat there, paralyzed on the couch. I still had my phone in my hand. I wasn't angry or heartbroken anymore. There was only one clear emotion sitting in my chest, something like, that's enough. Following that, I opened my banking app. I scrolled down to the automatic payments section, where I had set up monthly transfers to cover my parents' expenses for power, water, and internet. I tapped into each thing one by one and canceled them without hesitation. I did it softly, not to avenge myself, but to preserve the one thing I still had. A semblance of self-esteem, the only thing they hadn't taken away from me. About a week later, I received the first message from my mother, in the same soothing tone she always used. There was no mention of what had happened, nor was there an apology. "I just got a notice that the internet bill is due. Can you take care of it?" I read the message, glanced at the screen for a time, and then placed the phone down without responding. Not because I was attempting to make a statement, but because, after all, the first thing they thought to say was a request. Pay the internet bill. There was no, "Are you okay?" or even a basic, "Can we talk?" So I remained silent, and that silence, to me, said everything. 2 weeks later, my father called. The phone rang a few times before stopping. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, he left a voicemail. His tone was sharp and impatient, as it usually had been. The power company called. "This month's bill hasn't been paid. What's going on?" There was no worry, no mention of what he said the day I called to say I'd be home for Mom's birthday. I listened to the message, then turned off the screen and placed the phone face down on the table. And just like that, I remained silent until my mother's birthday. My mother's birthday was around 3 weeks after my father advised me not to come home. The party went on as normal, with her favorite roasted chicken, cake from her favorite bakery, and a few close relatives gathering around the dinner table. Except for me, everything had been meticulously planned and executed. That afternoon, at precisely 4 p.m., I was sitting in my living room with a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold when my phone chimed. It was my mother calling. I gazed at her name on the screen for a few seconds before putting the phone down. I didn't respond, didn't even think twice. My dad called a few minutes later, followed by Jessica. 3 calls in less than 10 minutes, I let them all go. There is no curiosity, no one to reply. I stayed where I was, leaning lightly against the back of the chair, my gaze fixed on the fogged-up glass. The sky outside was a drab gray, no rain, but cold in that silent, creeping manner that suggests winter has just brushed up against your threshold. The communications began to arrive approximately 10 minutes later. Mom was first. Ryan, the power has been turned off. The entire house is dark. Please pay the bill. I picked up the phone and read her message in silence. There was no anger or surprise, just a calm hollowness creeping through my chest, the type you get when you've spent years caring for a family and you're the only one left to bear the burden. Then my father said, "No water, we can't cook. Handle it now." Following that, Jessica replied, "Internet's down. Guests are arriving. Please fix this, urgently." I looked at the clock, 5:12 p.m. I remembered clearly, I canceled all automatic payments exactly 3 weeks ago, immediately after my father informed me that if I insisted on coming home, I should never call him Dad again. And now, in the midst of the birthday party they had instructed me not to attend, everything began to shut down: power, water, and the internet. Each one vanished just when they needed it most. I didn't text back or call. I didn't feel the need to explain. I merely sat there, carefully rotating the cold coffee cup in my hands, my eyes still fixed on the window, as if seeing past all I could see. And in that moment, I realized they weren't phoning because they missed me. They were calling because there was no one left to shoulder their weight. Around 6 p.m., my phone began buzzing again, this time nonstop. Yet it wasn't my parents or Jessica anymore. It was the relatives, who only visit on holidays yet feel entitled to pass judgment. The communications arrived in waves. Some people labeled me disrespectful. One remarked openly, "You embarrassed your mother in front of the whole family." Another, more subtle but just as devastating, said, "Your sister was right, people like you shouldn't show up on a happy day." I read through each message without responding, not because quiet implied agreement, but because I'd grown tired of explaining myself to people who always chose the louder throng above what was right. I was about to put down the phone when the screen lit up again. Aunt Lauren was the only family member who still trusted me. She was calling on video via an ancient app that only she and I still used because we were the only ones who cared enough to look each other in the eyes when it counted. I paused for a bit before answering on the second ring. The first thing I saw was her face, somewhat obscured by the yellow illumination from the kitchen behind her, a location I knew like the back of my hand. Every crack in the wall and every noisy cabinet. But tonight the room felt different. There were clinks of silverware, uneasy laughs, and random small conversation in the background. She glanced at me through the screen, her eyes warm and troubled. "You're not going to pay for it, Ryan." Her tone was light, as if she were trying to figure out what was going on. I peered into her eyes, and when I finally spoke, my tone was sluggish, as if I was dragging up something I had buried for too long. "You know, Auntie, it was Dad. Told me not to come." I gulped hard. He said if I still insisted on showing up, I shouldn't call him my father anymore. She became quiet. Her eyes changed, as if she was studying the room behind her. Right then, the call devolved into mayhem. I could hear my mother's voice through the noise. "Tell him I'm ashamed of him. On this day, of all days, how could he do this?" My father said sharply and loudly, "It's not that serious, it's just paying a few bills. What kind of man gets petty over money?" Another voice, I believe it was my uncle. "Poor Jessica, having to deal with a brother like that." Footsteps approached the camera. Jessica appeared behind Aunt Lauren, arms folded and lips twisted with annoyance. "He even picked up the call? Mom's been crying all day, does he even care? Seriously, no shame at all." I didn't say anything. I just observed and remained silent, as if it were the only way to defend myself. I departed. Just as I was ready to end the call, another face came on the left side of the screen. A young man with perfectly combed hair and a dark suit. He stared at me with confusion in his eyes, then smiled hesitantly. "Hey boss," he replied, his voice somewhat scratchy, as if he wasn't sure if the words belonged in this situation. I froze. My gaze remained fixed on the screen, and I unconsciously grabbed the phone closer. I had not expected this. Not here, not on the night when everyone felt I was too much of a shame to be invited. I stared at him for a few seconds longer, and then it all clicked. His expression, the way he spoke. Of course, he was one of the new personnel who had lately transferred from our southern branch. We'd exchanged a few emails and he'd sent me 2 reports, but I had no idea he was Jessica's boyfriend, the one everyone was trying to impress. The room behind Aunt Lauren appeared to hold its breath. I noticed her look over her shoulder, and the kitchen erupted in a frantic commotion. Then someone said quietly, "Wait, what did he just call Ryan?" Another voice followed, confused. "Boss? Does that mean Ryan is Jessica's boyfriend's boss?" The whispers grew like a rising wave, overlapping and uneasy. And me? I just kept looking at the screen. No nod, no denial. I am simply waiting to see where it goes. And right then, the young man stood up straighter, looked past the camera to the others in the room, and spoke plainly. "In case you didn't know, I work at Pacific TerraTech. Mr. Ryan is one of the company's co-founders." His remarks were crisp and obvious, loud enough to cut through the clatter of dishes and murmuring, and the room fell into an unusual quiet. It's not awkward, simply stunned. I still did not say anything. I pushed my lips together and gave a soft nod of confirmation. He returned his gaze to the computer, eyes wide, and I said calmly, evenly, as if the words had been waiting for him, "Hope your big introduction goes perfectly." Then I disconnected up. That night, I slept soundly, no tossing and turning, no jolting up in the dark with old questions replaying through my mind. For the first time in years, I felt light. Not from satisfaction, but because they finally recognized who I was. The next day, before the sunlight had fully filtered through the thin curtains, I went for my phone and checked my emails as usual. A few meeting reminders, a couple of accounting comments, and then I noticed a name I didn't recognize in the from field. Hudson Kane. I opened the email. The first line struck me immediately. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Jessica's brother. I've always respected you at the company." I arched an eyebrow, leaned into the pillow, and continued reading. Hudson wrote that he had been truly astonished to discover of the family link between me and Jessica, and then without sidestepping or softening it, he stated, "I didn't expect her to be like that. I'll be ending this relationship. Thank you for not putting me on the spot before everyone." I laid the phone on my chest and closed my eyes briefly. It took me a few minutes to reopen the inbox and begin typing my response, slowly, clearly, and without embellishment. "Hudson, that's your matter. I don't expect anyone to make decisions to stay in my good graces. Think carefully before you do anything. And for the record, I don't bring family into the workplace." I pressed send. No more thought, no lingering emotion. For me, that was sufficient. Some things, once clarified, I don't require anything else. Around 10 a.m., while I was winding up a meeting with the department heads and taking notes, my phone rang in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw the name Jessica, my sister. I stared at it for a few seconds before hitting decline, not out of rage, not to make a point, but simply because I'd had enough of apologies that only appeared after everything had already come apart. Within 5 minutes, a message arrived. "I'm sorry. I didn't think Hudson would change like that. You're his boss. If you said something, I'm sure he'd listen. Please talk to him. Ask him to come back to me." After reading it, I approached the hallway window and leaned against it. I reviewed the message several times before typing my response, which was neither too long nor too short for her to understand. "Hudson didn't leave because I told him to. He left because of how you live, how you treat people, how you look down on what you don't understand, and how you always assume that with a soft enough voice you can steer anyone." I pressed send, put the phone back in my pocket, and returned to my desk. However, less than a minute later, another message arrived. "I know I messed up. This time, I mean it. I'll change. Please believe me, just this once." I did not respond. I read it, sat with it for a bit, and nothing moved inside me, not because I didn't care, but because I finally understood. Sometimes the distance between two people isn't in the apology. It's in when the apology arrives. I gently deleted the message, leaving nothing behind, and returned to my current life. A week later, on a Friday afternoon, as I walked back into the home from the garage, I froze on the porch. My parents stood at the front door, each holding a little suitcase, their faces drawn with exhaustion from the long travel. I didn't ask why they were here. If they'd traveled all the way out to see me, it wasn't a casual visit. I opened the door and welcomed them in. No tension, no forced politeness, just a simple choice. I didn't want to have that conversation outside, where the wind was picking up on the porch. We sat in the living room, and the tea on the table was still steaming. My father talked first. He apologized in a quieter tone than normal. My mother added to it, saying they'd thought things through, perhaps they'd gone too far, and things should never have come to this point. I remained silent and did not interfere, just listening to see if this apology marked the end of something or the beginning of something else. And, as I expected, my father's tone changed. "We're family, Ryan, and family helps each other. We raised you, Sent you to school. Everything you have now, a part of it comes from us, right? I looked at him. My countenance remained unchanged, but my stance straightened somewhat. Then my mother spoke, her voice quiet, as if she were saying something quite sensible. If you could maybe send us about $2,000 a month, just a little support. It's not much for someone like you. I stared at the two people sitting in my living room, the same people who had once kicked me out of a family event because they thought I was an embarrassment. And now they were sitting in my house, placing a monetary value on their apology. $2,000 each month, because I was their son. And to them, my success was a debt that I owed them. Following their request, I let out a quiet chuckle, not loud or snarky, but the type you get when someone tells you a story that doesn't make sense. I looked at my parents. Their eyes were fixated on mine, as if they expected me to nod in accord. But I wasn't angry. I'd come too far to be bothered by stuff like this. I leaned back in the chair, my voice calm and clear. What about Jessica? How much will she be contributing each month? The room appeared to pause at that point. The air tightened. My father cast a peek at my mother. She responded slowly, her voice falling slightly. Your sister's job, it's still unstable. And the breakup with Hudson has taken a toll on her. I nodded softly, not surprised. The same old excuses dressed in empathic language, but they were merely deflections. I raised my gaze, looked squarely at them, and said, if she agrees to support you with $2,000 per month, I'll do the same, no more, no less. They didn't say anything, just gazed at me, trying to figure out if I was serious. I went on quietly. Or, if you want me to carry the full amount, I'll need something in writing, a legal agreement confirming that after you both pass, the house will belong to me in full. I sat still after that, no pressure, no further explanation, just waited to see how they'd react now that, for the first time, I was establishing the terms for something they'd always felt was my responsibility. As soon as I finished speaking, the audience fell into a deep, dense quiet. My father suddenly rose to his feet. He smashed his palm down on the hardwood table, tipping the teacup over and pouring its contents down the side. His shout echoed around the room, his chest rising and falling in fury. You're setting conditions for your parents? We raised you for over 20 years, and now you want to nickel and dime us like this? What kind of life are you living, huh? He was shouting so loudly that I wasn't surprised if the folks next door heard everything. I didn't move or flinch. I just sat there, hands resting on the chair's armrests, gaze fixed on him, not cold, but no longer gentle. I waited for him to finish before standing up carefully. My voice came out low and calm, yet clear enough to pierce through the chaos he'd just created. I think you both should leave my house. It was not a threat. It was not spoken in anger. It was merely a plea from someone who had reached the limits of what respect could provide. No one said anything else, only the sound of baggage dragging across the hardwood floor and the door clicking shut behind them, quieter than all they had just left inside me. It's been 2 years since I last saw them, right here in my own home. I did not ban their phone numbers, change my email address, or cut them off totally. I stopped reaching out and waited. I waited to see if they would still consider me a member of the family after I was no longer under the shadow of duty and obligation. In the past 2 years, there has been no call or message inquiring how I've been, no mention of birthdays, health, or even a basic "how are you doing?" I used to believe that one day, they will change. However, I've realized that not everyone changes, especially those who have never recognized they were wrong in the first place. I still live here, work, and go about my daily existence. The only difference is that I no longer allow myself to be an emotional ATM, eager to give and be damaged in the name of obligation. And if there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that family is not a place where people can demand kindness and call it love. A real family is one in which you are valued as a person regardless of what you have to offer. Not as a wallet, not as a backup plan. Not as a last resort when everything else fails. And before I end this chapter, I'd like to ask you a question. Was I wrong to decide not to return? For refusing to assist my parents with $2,000 per month, despite the fact that they are now elderly and reared me. I used to believe that my family could fix anything. But after being treated like a stranger in my own home more times than I can count, I chose to stand up and break the cycle. Was I overly cold? Perhaps I was finally learning to appreciate myself at the perfect time. Please leave your opinions below. I sincerely want to hear from you, whether you agree or disagree. If the tale resonated with you, please subscribe to help support the channel. There are still many stories waiting to be told and heard. Take care, and see you in the next one. Thank you for staying till the end. Ignored at my daughter's wedding, my ex-wife's whispered, "You're just the wallet." Next morning, I woke up with 15 missed calls. I stood there, gripping a watch I'd saved for a year to give her, but the moment she walked down the aisle, it felt like my entire world shattered. What happens when the father gets forgotten at his own daughter's wedding? I didn't arrive to the church early because I was anxious or eager, but rather because I didn't want to ruin the one thing that should have been easy, being on time. I lingered in the parking lot longer than necessary, clutching the little black box containing the watch I had been saving for almost a year to give her. It was a small, pointless present in comparison to the $58,000 I had already spent on this wedding. This one, however, had a backstory. It was a personal one. On the back, it reads, "To Sophia, always your dad." I inhaled deeply before entering, allowing the refreshing blast of the air-conditioned church foyer to remind me that this day was already too formal for someone like me. I was stopped just past the entrance by the wedding planner, a 20-something lady with a clipboard and a fake grin. She tilted her head as if I were an elderly dog she wasn't sure could walk and said, "Hi, you're Lucas, right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm the father," a little too firmly. Her smile was smaller this time, like someone cutting deli meat. "You'll be sitting in the back near the center aisle, right? This way." I blinked. I thought I would be seated close to the front. With that same brittle civility, she shook her head. "Sophia's mom said you'd prefer it this way." I simply walked without saying anything. As we passed polished pews occupied by strangers, my footsteps were too loud on the tile floor. I assumed they were Doug's friends. Extended family on his side. A few individuals gave me confused, pitying looks, as if they had been told I was a problem that had been solved. Like I was scared the wood would splinter, I climbed up from the back, slid into my seat, and sat down gingerly. My chest felt hollow, as if I had swallowed something too large to pass, and my palms were already wet before the ceremony had even begun. Then my daughter Sophia, wearing a long veil, a white dress and a smile so big it nearly hurt to look at her, entered. Next to her, wearing a dapper navy suit and matching boutonniere, came her stepfather, Doug, who walked tall and proud. I sat there, forgotten, a man with a small black box, watching a memory being rebuilt in real time while the audience turned to watch them, phones up, flashbulbs popping. Not even the music was audible to me. A sort of white cacophony flooded my ears, the kind that only occurs when grief masquerades as rage. I wanted to laugh, yell, or toss the darn watch like a grenade across the aisle. Rather, I merely observed. My ex-wife, Karen, leaned over at that moment. Pearl earrings, a flawless blonde haircut, and that smile she had just before giving someone a flattering compliment. "You're just the checkbook, not the dad. Don't make this about you," she said, leaning in to whisper. She then leaned back as if she had just given me a 25-year receipt. The accuracy with which she delivered the death shot, no drama, no scene, was almost astounding. The man who stayed out of the way and signed the checks only heard a whisper in his ear. I clenched my fingers around the package. Now the watch inside felt heavier, as though it were soaking up all the embarrassment I was attempting to hide. "I do," Doug said proudly and clearly when the preacher asked, "Who gives this woman?" And I simply sat there, not breathing or making any noise. For what on earth was I meant to say? I paid for the goddamn flowers? Sophia was the only one who didn't turn to face me. She didn't smile at me as she went by or look for me in the crowd. The fact that she didn't even feel bad about it might have been the worst part. She appeared content. A chilly switch flicked inside of me somewhere beneath the heartache and humiliation. I no longer felt like a dad. I gave up on attempting to participate in a day that I was obviously never invited to in the first place. They left me out of the story, but they failed to remember that the author still has the final say. As I sat there grinning in my expensive suit, I watched my daughter leave me with her new father at her side. I did not give a clap. I refrained from crying. I took no action. But by no means was I finished. When you drive a child to school for an extended period of time, especially when the sun is just rising and the world hasn't quite recalled how loud it's meant to be yet, something occurs. Like an unseen thread woven through each shared silence and incomplete sentence, this calm, nuanced understanding develops between you. Those early morning drives, when neither of us really spoke much yet somehow managed to say everything that mattered, are what I remember most about Sophia when she was 8 years old. It was the year following Karen's departure. She didn't object, so I was granted sole custody. Before she took her luggage out, I believe she was nearly halfway through. I won't claim to have been a flawless father. I once sent my daughter to school wearing mismatched shoes because I believed the lights in her room were broken, burned more dinners than I cooked correctly, and neglected to sign a few permission slips. She had only been concealing her laundry, however. Rain, shine, or the kind of tiredness that leaves your bones feeling hollow, I still turned up every single day. I was present. From the age of 6 to 11, I recall taking Sophia to her soccer trials for 5 consecutive summers. She played for a total of just 3 seasons, which is funny. I suppose I was trying too hard even then, constantly showing up when no one asked me to, cheering loudly from the sidelines even when the score was already 10-0. I continued to believe that hard work would win loyalty, if not love. I didn't know that back then, but it turns out that's not how the arithmetic works. I believed that we were actually constructing something. The fragrance of peanut butter permeated the entire home. She enjoyed that for lunch, and I never really figured out how to make anything good other than that. Sometimes I would attempt to make it more interesting, like cutting the sandwich into stars or slipping in a sticky note with a stupid joke, but all she would do was roll her eyes and chuckle like a child who can't express how much they love something. Afterward, there were science assignments, Halloween costumes, and late evenings before math exams when we would sit at the kitchen table and pretend that I knew how to calculate fractions. I will always remember the day she brought her first boyfriend home. She came in holding hands with this gangly youngster wearing a hoodie 2 sizes too big while I was in the garage fixing something that didn't need to be fixed just to keep busy. She said, "This is Kyle." And he appeared to want to burrow into the plasterboard. I didn't make a scene or say anything smart. She chuckled and simply nodded, saying, "You treat her right, or I'll make you cry." Kyle didn't. Those are still my words. At first, though, things altered gradually. A missed call here, a brief embrace there. Around that time, Karen got married again. Doug was a walking advertisement. He was pleasant, successful, and yet always tan. He was funny, owned a boat, and didn't smell like engine oil like I always did. I found it to be good at first. Instead of a distant mother and one workaholic screw-up, she might finally have 2 positive father models. However, it didn't take me long to notice that she spoke his name more than mine, that the holidays had become more complicated, and that I had been invited to lunch on Christmas Eve rather than Christmas morning. This summer was the major change. She became 16. She didn't look me in the eye and hardly touched her food over that entire week. Then one evening, she simply blurted it out in the driveway as I was about to drop her off at her part-time work at the bookstore. "Doug's just easier to talk to, Dad," she remarked. "I should be proud that she found someone else who got her," she continued, as if it were a praise. Hearing it from the girl whose night terrors I used to calm with lullabies I hardly remembered broke something I didn't realize could still break, even if maybe I should have. I remained silent in response. Simply nodded, shifted into drive, and took her to work. We didn't fully communicate. She put a tune I didn't recognize on the low setting of the radio. "Love you," she said as she got out of the car, but it seemed more like a habit than an emotion. Then things worsened. She seemed to be attempting to weaken our bond until it could safely fade away without incident, as evidenced by the unanswered calls and the shorter, more dispersed visits. And because I didn't want to push, I let it happen. I didn't want to be the controlling father who pushed love where it wasn't wanted. All I could think about, however, as I sat in my car in the parking lot outside her wedding reception, were the 17 years I had spent establishing a relationship that she seemed so keen to end. 17 years, 3 days a week, every other weekend, reduced to a single seat in the back and a whisper that told me I didn't count. I hadn't left yet though. I was still waiting in that lot with the little black package still in my lap, unopened. I'm not sure why, but I felt a tug that I hadn't experienced in years. Something sharp, angry, and old. Forgotten fathers, we remember everything, and love like that doesn't die easily. I'm not sure what my decision to stay says about me. Perhaps I was waiting for someone to realize that I was still here. Perhaps I was looking for a clue, any clue that this wasn't actually happening as it appeared. Perhaps all I wanted to do was watch how far they would go before someone blinked. As a result, I watched the ceremony with blurred vision, not totally confident that he wasn't already a ghost, much like a man seeing his own burial in a dream. I slid out with the other silent, forgotten guests and headed to the country club where the reception was being held after they exchanged vows, kissed for the cameras, and walked back down the aisle with her hand in Doug's and her grin gleaming. A palace served as the receiving area. Real columns, marble floors, and champagne glasses so tiny they felt like holding a breath are all examples of this, and it's not a metaphor either. The people were laughing as if nothing in the world had ever disappointed them, and they were dressed in clothes that cost more than I made in a month. I entered, gave no one a specific nod, and made my way directly to the bar. I nearly burst out laughing when the bartender asked whether I wanted an open tab. Saying, "It's my daughter's wedding." He didn't understand the joke, poured me a bourbon, and went on to the next man in line, who appeared to fit in better. I already paid for everything in this damn room. I located a table close to the corner, close enough to conceal myself but not quite in the shadows. I saw Sophia and Doug dance for their father-daughter waltz. That was so ironic that I almost dropped the glass out of my hand. I couldn't decide whether to flip the table, laugh, or cry. Bourbon was my choice. After 3 drinks, I began to feel brave, or perhaps simply numb. It never even came out of the box, I thought as I continued to brush my thumb over the engraved watch in my pocket. "Don't be late to your own wedding, kid," was the little joke I had planned to tell her during our dance, but it never worked out because the time never arrived. Then, as if I were an old college friend he hadn't seen in a long time, rather than the man whose shoes he was filling without authorization, Doug came up and grinned as if nothing had happened. He said, "Hey, Lucas," and held out a hand. I glanced at his hand but didn't shake it. Instead, I gave him a quick, firm nod, as if to keep my brain from blowing up. "Thanks again for helping make today happen. Means a lot to Sophia." "Sure," I replied, delighted to be able to finance the fantasy. He chuckled as if I were kidding. I wasn't. The DJ declared that the toast will start a few minutes later. Her college friend, a decently pleasant girl with little to say, was the maid of honor initially. Then came Doug's younger brother, the best man, who appeared to have rehearsed his speech in front of the mirror but still managed to fumble it. Hugs, cheek kisses, clinks of glasses, and laughter. The entire thing had the appearance of a fucking brochure. However, nobody called my name. The bride's father was not asked whether he had anything to say. I got to my feet at that point. I didn't wait for the song to end or ask for permission. I went directly over to the microphone, grabbed it as if it were mine, and cleared my throat. As if someone had put the emergency brake on the whole party, the conversation abruptly stopped. I noticed Sophia's mouth opening slightly and her eyes widening. Karen's expression froze. Doug did not move, but he leaned forward in his chair. Astute? I simply started talking without shouting or raising my voice. When Sophia was 5, she asked me why the sky was blue. I didn't know the answer, not exactly. I said something about air, water, and sunlight. She nodded like she understood, but then asked me if the sky would ever change its mind, if it could decide to be red or green or something completely different. People began to laugh politely and perplexedly, but that was her way of asking questions I didn't know how to respond to, such as why her mother stopped attending soccer matches, why I occasionally appeared exhausted all the time, or why Doug owned a yacht while I just owned a rusted automobile. Faces fell. The air tightened and changed. From skinned knees and tree forts to heartbreaks and high school dances, I witnessed this girl's development. The night she fractured her arm, I stood in the rain with a flat tire and wouldn't leave the emergency room until she was asleep. I taught her how to balance a checkbook, how to parallel park, and how to be proud of doing the difficult things, even when no one else is looking. I looked around the room. The majority of people had stopped eating. A few had set down their glasses. I never sought anything in return, and I never asked for applause. I assumed that love would suffice. I did, however, sit in the rear row today. No pictures with the bride. Don't dance, no words. Only a bill. Sophia's mouth quivered. Karen refused to look at me. Doug had not yet moved. I suppose I'll just be the bank that trusted her silence if I'm not the father. There was only the sound of forks scratching plates and someone clearing their throat close to the bar. No applause or cheers. Gently putting the microphone down again, I made my way back through the crowd as if it were a fog that was unable to separate. I didn't take the watch out of my pocket or say farewell. The silence was louder than any speech I could have prepared beforehand as I left the event and into the chilly night air. My phone sounded like a siren the following morning, 17 voice notes, all from Sophia. Some were upset, some were crying. Just a single sniffle of quiet. The final request. Please talk to me, Dad. Please. I didn't know. Please. I didn't hit play again, though, not quite yet. The phone was vibrating every few seconds as another voice message from Sophia arrived in my inbox with a gentle ping that somehow managed to sound more like remorse than a notice. It rested on the kitchen counter as if it had been waiting for this moment its entire existence. I sat down in the same wooden chair where I had taught her how to weave friendship bracelets when she was 10 years old and devastated because her best friend had stopped sitting with her at lunch. I poured myself a cup of stale coffee, the kind that had been in the pot for too long. In some way, the chair felt smaller now, as if the wood under me had been squashed by grief, or perhaps I was simply carrying more weight than usual, the type that doesn't show up in mirrors, the kind that doesn't go away with time or exercise. She began the first message by sobbing, not the type of polite sniffles you hear in movies, but actual, unfiltered sobs and nasty gasps that came from the place deep inside her chest, where the body stores all the things she doesn't want to say. Dad, she began. Please don't ignore me. Please, I didn't know you felt that way. I didn't know they put you in the back. With my shoulders down and my arms crossed, I listened without touching the screen, trying not to react because there wasn't much more to say. What kind of apology could heal a hurt that had been neglected for years? A few minutes later, a second, more irate message arrived. You ruined my wedding. Do you even realize that? Everyone was whispering about your little speech. I can't believe you would do that to me. As I looked at the floor, I pondered how easily individuals might go from sadness to guilt when they eventually face the truth of a broken mirror. I simply took another drink of bitter coffee and waited for the next one without saying anything into the air. The third message was brief and said, "You embarrassed Mom." Like her mother hadn't spent the greater part of 10 years telling her that I was simply a bearded walking bank account, there was no emotion or justification, just a straight strike to the chest. The fourth followed shortly after. Doug said you told him you didn't want to be involved, that you were too busy with work to care about the planning, that you didn't even RSVP until the last minute. Why would you lie like that? When she said the word lie, her voice broke, and I felt my fingers clench into a fist on the side of my thigh for the first time that morning. The RSVP had not escaped my notice. On the same day that I received it, I returned it. Hell, I had already seen the font choices and paid for the printing of the fucking invitations. However, it was now beginning to fit together like puzzle pieces that I was unaware were on the table. She had been fed stories by Doug, small, casual things that were likely spoken over breakfast or in the vehicle, never loud enough to set off alarms but just subtle enough to make her wonder who I was. I shrugged when she asked why I hadn't called after her college exams, and I smirked when I didn't attend a brunch to which I wasn't invited. Short tales. Minor omissions. Until I was outside my own daughter's life, peering in through stained glass, each of them put a brick between us. Her tone had changed once more by the seventh message. I remember when I broke my wrist and you stayed up all night with me. I remember how you used to put my stuffed animals in a circle around me when I was sick so I wouldn't feel alone. I don't know why I stopped remembering those things. I let that one hit where it needed to by closing my eyes. Message 10 was more subdued and worn out. Doug told me you sold your old truck because it didn't make sense to keep something so sentimental. I always wondered why you never drove it again. I thought you didn't care, but now I'm wondering who told me that. Against the chair's edge, my knuckles were white. The truck was more than simply a car. I never sold it since it was the final gift my father gave me before he died. Since it would no longer pass inspection, I had put it in a storage facility outside of town, but I couldn't bear to part with it. And because Doug had stated so, she now believed that I had thrown it away as if it were nothing. Her voice was low and her breathing was shallow, as if she didn't want anybody else to hear her in the 15th message. I think he's been lying to me. I don't know what to think. I sat in that chair as if it were made of concrete without moving. The 17th followed. Dad, Doug told me you didn't even want to be there. He told me you said it wasn't worth the time, that you didn't want to stand up in front of everyone because it would ruin the flow of the ceremony, and I believed him. I believed all of it. I don't know why, but I did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That one broke me, not because it was painful, though it was, but because I had allowed it to happen. I had taken a back seat, attempting to be the bigger guy, the more reserved man, the amiable one who didn't want to cause arguments or stir up trouble. I also allowed someone else to write my portion of the story by doing that. I was unaware that we were on the board, and Doug had been playing the long game. I got out of the chair, went to the drawer that contained the items I didn't want to look at, such as closed accounts, divorce documents, and old pictures with wrinkles from the heat, and took out the card from my attorney. Marcus Hayes was his name, and he had always told me, if you ever change your mind, you have options. I did that morning. I called because I finally realized what they had attempted to take from me and I wasn't going to give them the last say, not because I wanted retribution. I left the folder in the top drawer of the filing cabinet, under a pile of old tax returns and a washing machine manual that I hadn't used in more than 10 years. Slowly, as if it were something brittle or cursed, I took it out and placed it open on the kitchen table beside a half-full mug of reheated coffee that had once again become lukewarm. Everything was there, notarized, time-stamped, and itemized. Even the down payment receipts for the bespoke lighting and the $1,000 cake that nobody remembered to serve, as well as the catering contract, venue rental agreement, and floral design invoice. Not Doug's, not Karen's, not Sophia's, but mine, my name on every line, my signature in every box, my bank account on every transaction. As the venue planner went over package possibilities and added zero after zero to the price, I recalled sitting in her office and nodding along. I pretended not to flinch because I knew Sophia deserved the best. I continued to think, perhaps naively, that providing it would be more important than the politics of motherhood after a divorce. I recalled the hefty, glossy folder she had given me, which had the words, primary client, printed in block letters on the front. That's when I laughed. Guess that makes me the boss, I quipped. The woman also chuckled. Neither of us said out loud that I would never be treated that way by anyone. Nevertheless, I sat in my chair at that old kitchen table and read every sentence as if it were scripture weeks after the wedding and days after those 17 phone messages played like a slideshow of remorse. But then I noticed it, underlined in yellow from a meeting months prior. All footage and creative assets are the property of the primary payer, unless otherwise stated in a separate media release. The rest of the text was conventional fare, including liability protections, damage waivers, and non-refundable deposits. Like a freight train in reverse, it struck me. I owned the footage, the pictures, the uncut takes, the soundtrack, and the edit, but not the wedding, the day or the instant she said I do and forgot I was there. There was nothing I wanted to cancel. I didn't want to be the type of man who burns the ground to feel good about himself because the wedding has already taken place. However, I desired something genuine, something enduring, something that, for once, featured me in the picture, not merely as a name on a receipt or a blur in the background, but as a complete, indisputable and irrevocable presence. Consequently, I called the photographer and the videographer twice. "I'm the man who paid your bill," was how both talks began, and that was all they needed to hear. I only asked for one thing, a different cut of the wedding video, my cut, without shouting or making demands. There were no wide pans that covered my face while Doug played the hero, no images of me sitting by myself in the back, and no edits that gave the impression that I was an outsider in a family-filled room. I requested that they use the money I had paid for to produce something truthful, sincere, and silent. I recorded my toast and forwarded it to them. With clenched teeth and a broken heart, I said, "So, if I'm not the father, I guess I'll just be the bank that believed in her." And I asked that the movie conclude with it fading to black on that line. 3 weeks later, they sent the edited version on a flash drive, enclosed in a protective envelope. I once sat by myself in the living room, with the lights out and the volume turned down, and watched it. My face, my words, my presence, and the lengthy silent pause that followed the last statement like an unanswered question were all real. It wasn't dramatic or resentful. I took a while to send it. Uncertain whether I was trying to punish her or set myself free, I kept it on my desk for nearly a week before mailing it, just the flash drive and a printed photo I discovered hidden in the back of a drawer, without a letter or return address. Sophia and I were laughing like the world had never wronged us in the front yard, both of us smeared with mud. With my hair not yet gray and her front teeth still crooked, she must have been 8 or 9 years old. I assumed she would understand me without my having to say anything if she ever opened the present. I remained silent after that. Didn't answer her calls or the fresh wave of messages that arrived, some of which were angry, some of which were hopeful, and one of which was just her sobbing quietly into the phone while repeating, "I didn't know, I didn't know." As if it were a curse or a hymn. I stopped responding because I did too much to continue attempting to wring love out of a relationship that had been reduced to a cameo, not because I no longer loved her. I had no intention of punishing her. I simply didn't want to try out for the part of father in a life that I had already paid a high price to be a part of. Silence is sometimes a disguised form of mercy, despite the common belief that it is cruel. Sometimes the only way to be heard is to remain silent. I kept what I did a secret from everyone, even the lawyer, Karen, and Doug. Sophia is most likely the only one who was aware of it, and only if she viewed the entire movie. Bridges weren't burned by me. I refrained from punching. I simply gave them the bill and turned to go. And perhaps that's the problem with forgetting. You gain the ability to remember everything, not to use it as a weapon, but to recognize the aspects of yourself that cannot be bought, altered, or replaced. I simply nod and respond, "Yeah, I was there." Because I was there when others asked me about the wedding, including if I went, danced, or cried. Long before there was a cake, music, dress, or guest list, I was there. I was present when she first handled a crayon and sketched a picture of us both grinning under a crooked sun on a hill. She only wanted to know if it would ever alter its mind when I was there and the sky was blue. Even after years have passed, I still don't know the answer, but I do know this. If love without acknowledgement is still considered love, then perhaps some of us lead our daughters down the aisle without ever stepping into the spotlight. Overheard my boyfriend humiliating me behind my back. I smiled. And made him regret it. But then, he did something I never expected. Overheard my boyfriend humiliating me behind my back. I smiled, and made him regret it. But then, he did something I never expect. I stood in the kitchen, slicing pie for the man who just said, "She's convenient, her dad's money keeps me comfortable." And I smiled like nothing was wrong. Nearly 2 years ago, at the most peculiar time, I met Noah. At Trader Joe's, I was picking up some goods when I overheard the manager berating a man for parking in the wrong area or something. The manager was being like a complete jerk about it, pointing and getting red-faced in front of everyone. Noah, the man, simply stood there looking ashamed. To be honest, I have no idea what possessed me, but I intervened and said something like, "Maybe we should all just take a breather, the parking signs are confusing." The manager gave me a fierce look but moved away. As we were checking out, Noah asked if he could buy me coffee as a thank you because he seemed so relieved. We clicked right away. He was tall, personable, and had a crooked smile that made me feel really good. He texted me good morning every day, listened to me when I spoke, or at least appeared to, and recalled small details. I was falling hard by the third date. My dad in particular was always very supportive of me. After I graduated from college and was figuring out my work, they helped me find an apartment. Dad also assisted me with some other bills and my car payment. They maintained that they wanted to assist me in getting back on my feet, but I always felt a little bad about it. About 8 months into our relationship, Noah moved in with me. Although it appeared quick, it made sense because his roommate situation had deteriorated. My folks were cautiously hopeful. He immediately won Mom over. Although it took him longer, Dad finally started to warm up to Noah. To receive Dad's final blessing, they even played golf together a couple of times. It was all so good, until it wasn't. Noah's parents began visiting more frequently about 6 months ago. They would visit for Sunday brunch or dinner because they lived about an hour away. Emma, his mother, was constantly praising my place, my cooking, or anything else. Arthur, his father, was more reserved but still courteous. I suppose they were all right, but there was always something strange about them, as if they were acting instead of being themselves. "You have such a warm atmosphere here. It's been so long since we felt like a family." Emma broke down in tears as she surveyed my living room during one of these visits, and Arthur nodded in agreement, adding that their Noah is simply adorable and they hope we stay together for a very long time. I grinned and thanked them, but it felt strangely intense. In hindsight, I missed some of the signs. Noah would joke about how he'd hit the lottery with me or make small remarks about my dad's generosity. When we received something new for the flat, he would immediately text his folks. How, despite his frequent discussion of his ambitious aspirations, he never appeared to be actively seeking out better employment prospects. I became aware of trends. Noah would either be silent or shift the conversation whenever the subject of money or careers came up while we were with my parents. Noah would get really engaged and start asking specific questions whenever my dad talked about his business. Later, when we were by ourselves, he would make small jabs about my dad being old money or traditional. He mumbled something about his ex having beauty but not stability after seeing a picture of her on Instagram one evening when we were browsing through it together. He simply kissed my forehead and stated, "I am the whole package," when I inquired what he meant. I recall feeling strange about it. I began to listen more intently. He would frequently be on his phone, grinning at texts, but he would put it face down if I were close. I once caught a peek of him emailing someone about how his financial situation was improving. He said it was just his friend discussing a new job when I questioned him. I wanted to think he was real. On 3 separate occasions, I heard brief phone conversations with his mother in which he stated things like, "It's comfortable," or "I'm just holding on for now." Every time he saw me, he would abruptly change the subject and start chatting loudly about plans for the weekend or what to eat for dinner. I began recording sporadic talks while he was on the phone after the third time. Something seemed strange, and I needed to know if I was being overly suspicious or if my gut was correct. I realize it sounds really intrusive. I mostly didn't catch anything. Simply having casual discussions with pals about plans or sports. The meal at his parents' residence followed. They invited us to join them for this elegant dinner, which included steaks, salads, champagne, and more. Emma repeatedly touched my arm and expressed their happiness that Noah had found someone so encouraging. Since they had already met multiple times, it felt strange when Arthur inquired about my dad's business. I volunteered to cut Emma's baked pie after supper. Leaving my phone on the dining room table, I headed to the kitchen. However, I began recording the voice memo before I left. I simply had to know. A partial wall divided the dining room from the kitchen, so I could hear them but they couldn't see me. As I was cutting the pie, I heard Noah chuckle, the same laugh he makes when he wants to win someone over. Even though his voice grew softer, I could still hear everything he said. "She's convenient. Her dad's money keeps me comfortable while I figure things out. On the knife, my hands froze. I may have briefly stopped breathing. He said, I'll stick around long enough to squeeze what I can out of her, then I'll find someone worth showing off. I heard Arthur snort, as if he found it funny. Then came the quieter but unmistakable words of Emma. Just don't get her pregnant. Noah once more. God, no. Can you imagine being tied to her family forever? Her dad is an arrogant old goat. If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't even say hello to him. My entire body was on fire as I stood there with the knife. I wanted to hurl something, yell, or leave and never return. However, I continued to carve the pie instead. Slice by slice. Triangles that are perfect. I can't even recall considering it. I just completed it. Grinning, I returned to the dining room with dishes in hand. After putting the pie down and giving them each a slice, I took a seat in my chair. Noah kissed my cheek and wrapped his arm around me. I didn't recoil. I simply asked Emma about her garden while grinning. The remainder of the night is a haze. I recall kissing Noah in the vehicle on the way home, helping to clean up, and laughing at their jokes. Before we departed, I recall taking my phone off the table. He kicked off his shoes and flopped on the couch as if nothing had happened as I opened the door to our apartment, the one my parents were paying for. Because it was to him? That evening, I refrained from confronting him. Or the following day. I simply observed him. I observed how, when he believed I wasn't looking, he would check my dad's social media sites. I noticed that anytime our fridge was running low, he would recommend that we go see my parents. I noticed that when my dad was around, he would bring up his college loans. A week went by. I didn't get much sleep. I kept playing the recording again because I thought I might have misheard or misinterpreted it. However, no. His words were very clear. She's convenient. Her dad's money keeps me comfortable. I'll find someone worth showing off. I stopped eating a lot. Ceased speaking unless absolutely necessary. I would shut myself in the restroom and simply sit on the floor, attempting to think of something to do. Noah was aware that something was wrong, but he appeared irritated rather than worried. He kept asking if I was being dramatic or if I was on my period. At last, Mom made the breakthrough. One afternoon when Noah was out with friends, she dropped by without warning, took one look at me, and set me down at the kitchen table. She looked into my eyes and said, "What's going on with you and Noah? Is he behaving normally?" I wasn't in tears. I had stopped sobbing. All I felt was emptiness. I said, "Do you want to hear it?" "Yes," she replied. "Of course, just don't interrupt, okay?" I took out my phone, launched the voice memo app, and pressed the play button. Noah's voice filled the kitchen as we sat in stillness. She's convenient. Her dad's money keeps me comfortable. Mom's expression turned blank. And when the recording got to arrogant old goat, she started to shake. She remained silent for what seemed like an eternity after it was over. Then she got up, went to the corridor, and picked up her coat. "Don't let him come back here tonight," she replied. I said, "Where are you going?" "To your father." "Wait here." After she went, my phone buzzed with a text from Noah, and I sat by myself in the kitchen, joining the boys for drinks. "BB returned late. Avoid waiting up." I didn't answer. Rather, I launched my laptop and began compiling a list. The initial update: I am so grateful to all of you SM for your encouraging remarks on my previous post. I didn't think this would blow out the way it did. Since some of you requested updates, this is what transpired following the arrival of my parents. My dad has never been so silent in my life. He generally fills up the gaps by asking questions, making small conversation, or telling dad jokes, but that night when he came through my door, he simply nodded. With her hand on his back as if to steady him, Mom was close behind him. "I had something he needed to hear," Mom said. As I took out my phone once more, I felt my stomach turn. There was a part of me that wanted to back off, say anything, and act like nothing was wrong. Because when that recording was played, everything would be different forever. Still, I pressed play. It was to watch my dad hear Noah's voice. I'm not even sure how to explain it. His face didn't change at all at first. While Noah laughed about how convenient I was, he simply gazed at my phone on the table. Something flickered in his eyes when Noah dubbed him a cocky old goat. I thought Dad might blow up, but he didn't. After the recording was over, he sat there for a while. Then he grabbed my hand from across the table. He wanted to know if I was all right, not what I was going to do or how this occurred. To tell the truth, I didn't anticipate that inquiry. I hadn't given much thought to whether I was okay because I had been so preoccupied with the betrayal and my next course of action. And the response was no. I wasn't. That's when I started crying. I'm crying a lot. For the first time since listening to the tape. Dad just let me cry as he squeezed my hand. Mom's answer to everything is tea, which she made. Dad inquired about the recording's date of origin once I had finally calmed down. I informed him that a week had passed. As if that made sense, he nodded. Then he inquired as to Noah's current location. I looked at my phone. He sent 3 more texts. Getting a second chance. Hello, Mike says. Babe, don't wait up. So typical, so unaware. I informed Dad Noah that he would not return for hours since he was out drinking with buddies. At that point, Dad's attitude shifted. He inquired if I had my laptop after he straightened up in his chair. I picked it up off the couch, where I had left my to-do list open. He gave it a quick look and grinned a little. It turns out that our thoughts were similar. For the next 2 hours, we worked on our plan. Specific actions. Not only irate responses. Dad was meticulous, using his phone's notes app to create his own list. It was strange. Instead of the anger I had anticipated, I experienced a concentrated, composed approach to problem solving that was strangely more passionate than any yelling. The apartment is the first item on the list. Dad was paying the rent and co-signed the contract. At my table, he made a call to the property management firm. He clarified that he had to sign a new lease in my name alone and end the existing one. Dad interrupted the leasing agent as she attempted to clarify that there would be costs and paperwork. He assured her, I'll pay whatever fees are necessary. I need this done immediately. He suggested that if it would help expedite things, he could visit the office first thing tomorrow morning when she hesitated. All of a sudden, she was a lot more understanding. The automobile comes next. My automobile, which Dad helped buy for, had been driven by Noah. Dad called again, this time to our insurance representative. He instantly withdrew Noah from my policy. After that, he went into his Progressive app and modified the payment details to originate from my account rather than his. He clarified that although he would still assist me with the expense, the account had to be entirely in my name. Mom assisted me in compiling a list of everything that belonged to Noah in the flat while Dad worked on the financial matters. There wasn't much. Hygiene, his gaming gear, and a few clothes. I owned most of the cookware and furniture, or we had purchased it together with funds from my parents. I had another memory. Catalina, Noah's sister, was employed by my dad's business. About 6 months prior, she had been employed, immediately following Noah's casual statement to my dad that his sister was seeking a new opportunity. As a favor to me, Dad had interviewed her and offered her a job. I was hesitant to mention it. Somehow, it felt petty. On my laptop, however, Mom saw me typing and erasing something. Dad's face hardened when I eventually informed them about Catalina. Once more, he picked up his phone. Dad sent an email to HR requesting them to evaluate Catalina's job as part of an impending restructuring, but he didn't terminate her right away because he's not that sort of person. He made it apparent that although she shouldn't be let go without reason, if budget cuts were necessary, her job should be viewed as non-essential. When I put it like this, it seems heartless, but the truth is that Catalina had been relying on her relationship with Dad and me. She was at best mediocre at her job, frequently arrived late, and took long lunches. Noah was the only reason she hadn't already been placed on a performance plan. We proceeded to the final topic, the confrontation, at around midnight. Mom recommended that we wait until the morning, but Dad wanted to call Noah's parents at that time. I concurred. We all needed to be calm for that discussion, and I was tired. Dad insisted on staying the night even though he grudgingly agreed. Dad assisted me in changing the locks while Mom went home to fetch their overnight luggage. Fortunately, we only needed to reset the code using the apartment app because our building had those electronic keypad locks. As we erased Noah's access, I felt lighter. That night, I gave my parents the bedroom by sleeping on the couch. Noah and I had shared a bed, but I didn't want to sleep in it. My phone began to explode with texts at around 3 in the morning. The dark code isn't functioning. What the fuck, Amelia? Are you serious now? It's chilly, let me in. Amelia, pick up the phone. I placed my phone on the coffee table, face down, and put it on mute. I slept soundly for the first time in a week. Dad prepared pancakes in the morning as if it were any other Saturday. We spoke about the weather and checked our phones while eating at the kitchen table. It seemed unreal, like if we were pretending to be normal. By 5 in the morning, Noah had finally stopped texting. I assumed he had crashed at a friend's house. Dad decided it was time to call Noah's parents at around 10 o'clock. My stomach knotted up once more. Mom gave me a shoulder squeeze and assured me that I had done nothing wrong. It wasn't necessary for me to feel guilty. Dad prepared a FaceTime call on his phone. 3 rings later, Emma's face came into view. She initially appeared perplexed, but when she realized who we were, she forced a cheerful smile. Arthur was reading a newspaper in the background, as I could see. Emma's greeting was upbeat, until she noticed our faces. Her smile wavered as she summoned Arthur over. He frowned a little as he joined her on television. Dad didn't waste time making small talk. He just played the recording after asking if they wanted to hear anything fascinating. It was another to see their faces alter as they heard their own voices. Emma quickly put her palm to her mouth. Arthur scowled more deeply. The fact that Noah had been caught saying it did not appear to startle either of them. Emma started making excuses as soon as the recording was over. It was just talk, she argued. Noah didn't mean any of it. They were just joking around. Arthur made an effort to appear serious and disillusioned, as though this was also new to him. Dad interrupted them after they had been babbling for around 30 seconds. He explained everything in detail. They were taking Noah out of the flat lease. My car was taken away from him. The end of all financial assistance was imminent. The corporation was evaluating Catalina's job. Emma's expression fell flat. With sad eyes, she turned to me and begged me to change my mind. Didn't you know how much Noah loved you? Weren't you planning a future together? Everyone says things they don't mean sometimes. I simply stared back at her, the woman who had laughed behind my back and grinned in front of me. Who had warned her son against getting me pregnant as it would make him a member of my family. Who, believing me unworthy of her son, had sat at my table and consumed my meal. Leaning into the frame was Mom. Then she instructed Emma to keep her mouth shut. Now nobody was grinning. Goodbye, she said. Before they could answer, Dad hung up. For a while, the three of us sat in silence. Then a text from Noah buzzed through Dad's phone. Where had I gone? Why was he unable to enter the apartment? What on earth was happening? Dad wrote a reply, sent it after showing it to me for approval. Amelia is an expert. The building management will pack your belongings and leave them with you. Never get in touch with her again. The following several hours were devoted to packing up Noah's belongings. Handling his belongings in light of what I now understood seemed odd. I used to sleep in his favorite hoodie while he was abroad. I got him this coffee mug for Christmas. The framed picture of us from our beach vacation last summer. Something about it felt tainted. When we heard shouts coming from outside, Mom and I had just completed taping up the final box. Noah was buzzing my apartment repeatedly from the front steps of the building when I peered out my second-floor window. His clothing was rumpled, his hair was disheveled, and he was red-faced from either booze or rage. He looked like hell. Dad went to peek out the window. Noah began shouting more loudly as soon as he saw him. Did Dad have the right to keep him locked out? He also called this place home. Dad simply shut the blinds and shook his head. After about 20 minutes, the humming ceased. Noah was sitting on the steps with his head in his hands as I looked through the blinds. There was a tiny, foolish part of me that felt sorry for him. But then I realized, she's practical. I'm comfortable because of her dad's wealth. I'll find someone to brag about. As we had agreed, Dad got Noah's boxes into his car at about 4 p.m., and drove them to the building manager's office. I stayed in the apartment with Mom, bouncing at every sound. We hardly ate the pizza we ordered for supper. I had finally come to terms with the truth of what was happening. My life has been a lie for 2 years. After 8 minutes, the buzzer sounded once more. I looked at my phone's security camera footage. Noah had returned, and his appearance had gotten worse. I chose to answer the intercom this time. He pleaded with me to release him, his speech garbled. He urged that we speak. There had been a miscommunication. He became much more irate when I took a while to reply. Did I truly have more faith in my parents than in him? Did I really act like a daddy's girl? Was I really wasting 2 years on a pointless discussion? I inhaled deeply before speaking. He had called me conveniently, and I informed him that he intended to take advantage of me before abandoning me for someone he could brag about. That he had laughed about it with his parents. A protracted hush ensued. Then his voice was entirely different. Abruptly, he sounded sober and calculating. He inquired as to whether I had been filming him. If I was aware that doing so without permission is prohibited in our state. I might face consequences if I realized that. I handed the phone to Dad. Then he made it very obvious to Noah that we would call the police if he didn't leave right now. That he was pestering me on security footage. That he needed to leave the premises in precisely 10 minutes. Noah began to yell once more, but Dad cut him off. Dad and I watched the video stream as Mom contacted building security. A few minutes later, Noah was confronted by 2 security officers. They eventually took him off the property after some argument and pointing. That night, we jumped at every noise. Mom stayed with me in my room, and Dad slept on the couch. I was half expecting to see Noah attempting to break in, so I kept checking the security feed. However, the night went by without incident. We completed the new lease at the property management office in the morning. The auto insurance was changed. My bank accounts were safe. I deleted Noah from my Amazon, Spotify, and Netflix accounts and changed all of my passwords. One login at a time, it was like wiping him out of my digital life. It was verified by the property management that Noah had picked up his boxes. He had been warned by the security staff not to enter the building without my express consent. My parents assisted me in moving the furniture around, as though doing so would somehow make the memory of him in that room disappear. They had to return to their own life after spending one more night there. At the entrance, Mom gave me a deep embrace. Dad kissed my forehead and encouraged me to contact them whenever I wanted, day or night, even though he seemed to be trying to say something meaningful. Then I was by myself. For the first time in nearly 2 years, I was truly alone. It seemed like the flat was too large. Too silent. I moved around, touching objects as I tried to take back my own space. Because sitting at the kitchen table felt too familiar, I ordered takeout and ate it on the living room floor. At midnight, my phone buzzed. I received a text from an unfamiliar number. "It's not over yet. You've made a grave error." I recognized Noah. I didn't answer. I just shut off my phone and blacklisted the number. I listened for footsteps that never arrived while I lay awake until morning. The most recent update. Alright, so everything blew up precisely 2 weeks ago, and to be honest, I'm tired. The unidentified numbers are the consistent texts. The voicemails. The phony accounts' Instagram messages. It's like battling a persistent ghost. I discovered 17 missed calls from various numbers between 2 in the morning when I got up this morning. And 6 in the morning. My block list now exceeds my contact list because I've blocked so many numbers. It's obvious that Noah continues to use such apps that use temporary numbers or borrow phones from pals. I initially listened to the voicemails in the hopes that he would offer an authentic apology. However, they continued to deteriorate. The first few were predictable. He apologized. It wasn't his intention. All he wanted was to win his folks over. Blah. 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 And then they were irate. How could I harm him like this? Did I realize how much he was suffering from this? On the 4th day, they became manipulative. "Do you recall when you were sick with the flu and I looked after you? Do you recall our beach trip?" They now alternate between being terribly depressed and menacing. "The jewel of yesterday, I've destroyed his life. I caused his sister to lose her job. His parents feel let down by him. He is essentially homeless. 20 minutes later, he still can't sleep because he misses me so much. He only wants to speak." Even stranger is the fact that I still catch myself on the verge of answering. For example, I have to physically put my phone down since my thumb is hovering over the keyboard. 2 years is a long time. Sometimes I miss the person I believed him to be before learning the truth. I then play the recording once more though. I'm comfortable because of her dad's wealth. I'll find someone to brag about. Don't get her pregnant, please. Julia, a friend of mine, visited yesterday. I can't express how much I appreciate her checking in on me every couple of days. On my couch, we were browsing TikTok when my phone buzzed with a text from an unidentified number. She inquired as to what was happening, but I chose to ignore it. I hadn't yet shared the whole tale with any of our mutual acquaintances. I just mentioned how messy our breakup was with Noah. However, I chose to simply play the recording for Julia while we were sitting there. As she listened, I noticed a change in her expression. Perplexity. Next, shock. Then she displayed a chilly rage that I had never seen in her. She remained silent for a while after it was over. My stomach dropped when she told me anything. 3 days prior, Noah had texted her to inquire if she had seen me, claiming that he was concerned because I was behaving erratically and had made up a wild tale about him. She wasn't sure what was going on, so her reaction had been ambiguous. Now, however, she realized. She showed me the thread after taking out her phone. It was worse than I had anticipated. He informed her that I was experiencing a breakdown of some sort. That it was being made possible by my parents. That despite his best efforts, he was unable to get in touch with me. He went so far as to say that perhaps they ought to organize an intervention. Reading it made me literally nauseous. His goal was to deceive my pals. To make me seem insane. Julia started warning others in our circle via text right away. I checked my email while she was working on that, and I also saw messages from him that were from a few days ago. I hadn't considered checking my email because I had been so preoccupied with blocking him on my phone. Pictures of us together, screenshots of previous affectionate messages I'd written to him, and even a video from last Christmas showing me opening the necklace he got me and beaming were all attached to some of the emails. He seemed to be saying, "Look how good we were together. Look what you're throwing away," which was akin to emotional blackmail. I changed my email filters so that everything from him would go straight to the trash and erase them all. After Julia left that evening, I had a hard time falling asleep. I jumped at every sound. I repeatedly made sure my door was locked. I began going through our old texts at around 2 in the morning, searching for clues I could have missed. There were a lot of remarks on my dad's company, inquiries concerning my trust fund, and recommendations that I asked my parents for items he might like. What had caused my blindness? When I woke up the following morning, I heard someone knocking on my neighbor's door rather than mine. Noah was standing there, looking surprisingly put together in a button-down shirt I had purchased him for his birthday, when I peered through my peephole. He had a bag from my favorite bakery and coffee in his hands. Orlando, my neighbor, opened his door with a perplexed expression. Noah was something about surprising me and forgetting his key, but I couldn't hear everything. Fortunately, Orlando is naturally suspicious. "Why didn't Noah just call me?" he inquired. Noah stumbled over his desire for it to be a surprise. Orlando closed his door after saying he would first check with me. About a minute later, Orlando texted me to ask if he should let a man named Noah in. I quickly replied back, "Absolutely not," explaining that we had broken up and he wasn't welcome. Orlando gave a thumbs up in response. Through the peephole, I saw Orlando return outside and adamantly tell Noah that I didn't want to see him. Noah's expression shifted. The phony, agreeable smile vanished in an instant. His voice grew louder as he attempted to protest. Orlando, who is about 6 feet 4 inches and exercises regularly, simply crossed his arms and looked down at Noah until he gave up and walked away. I sent Orlando a thank you text message that contained roughly 15 exclamation points. "Noah gave me bad vibes," he said, adding that I should let him know if I needed anything. Make a note to yourself to properly thank Orlando by baking him some cookies. My buzzer rang that afternoon while I was on a Zoom call for work. I looked at the video stream on my phone since the building has a camera system. Noah's mother, Emma, was waiting there with what appeared to be a gift basket. I chose to disregard it. It rang once more 5 minutes later. And once more. And once more. I finally hit the speak button and inquired about her desires. She stated she only wanted to converse, woman to woman, and her voice was sickeningly pleasant. That a horrible miscommunication had occurred. Noah was devastated. Can't I give him an opportunity to clarify? I informed her that the recording contained all the information I required. She changed her strategy right away. When she inquired if I understood that it was against the law in our state to record someone without their knowledge, her voice became stern. That if they so desired, they might file charges. It nearly made me chuckle. I encouraged her to give it a shot. They asked me to a supper at their residence, where the recording was made. I hadn't used it for blackmail or shared it with the public. I had merely performed it for my parents and a few close friends to justify my breakup. After 10 more minutes of her standing there, I hung up and watched her walk away from the gift basket by the door via the security stream. Later, I received an SMS from the building manager informing me that an abandoned parcel had been taken out of my doorstep. I asked them to dispose of it after thanking them. My dad called to see how I was doing that night. Although he makes an effort to be informal, I can tell he's anxious. That day, he said, Noah had arrived at his office and asked to talk to him. He created a commotion in the foyer, yelling that my dad had destroyed his life and turned me against him, before security let him out. I felt awful. My dad's business was now being impacted by this. However, he reassured me that security had taken care of it and that I shouldn't be concerned. I could still sense the strain in his voice, though. This was getting worse in ways that none of us had anticipated. I made the decision to leave the apartment on Saturday. I needed some fresh air because I had been essentially hiding inside for days. I walked to a little coffee shop about 3 blocks away, sat down at a table in the corner, and spent an hour trying to feel normal while reading. The sense that you just know someone is watching you came on while I was halfway through my cappuccino. Noah's sister Catalina was standing by the counter, staring at me as I looked up. When our gazes locked, I briefly feared she may approach and cause a commotion. Rather, she simply walked away after giving me this icy stare. I waited for another 15 minutes, but I was unable to concentrate on my book since my hands were trembling so much. I took a different path home when I eventually left, always checking my back. I still felt like I had to hide, even though it was absurd, that I was at the wrong party here. My mother was waiting for me in the foyer when I returned to my flat. She had brought dinner and groceries because she wanted to see how I was doing in person. I needed to avoid talking about Noah, so we spent the evening watching Netflix. She slept on the couch while she was there. My phone started exploding once more at midnight. More unidentified figures. Additional texts that range from angry to apologetic. I turned it off and tried to fall asleep. I was having coffee with Mom in the morning when I heard a knock on my door. It's pounding, not knocking. As if they were attempting to dismantle it. I looked through the peephole and saw Noah, looking angry and unkempt. He was calling my name, insisting that I open the door, and claiming to be aware that I was inside. As I stood there, staring at him through the peephole, my mother promptly contacted building security officers. He began kicking the door, and I jumped every time he did so. I spoke up and urged him to go since security was coming. He chuckled. In fact, I laughed. He stated that all he wanted to do was converse, that he could explain everything if I would just give him 5 minutes of my time. I inquired as to what needed to be explained. Did he say those things and then deny it? A pause occurred. Then the beating continued. He wasn't trying to hide it. All he was upset about was getting caught. A few minutes later, security showed up, 2 men who appeared to prefer being somewhere else. They were instructing Noah to go, and I could hear it. There was some shouting and scuffling in the corridor. I stood in the kitchen with my mom, listening, not talking. At last there was silence. The security staff texted me to let me know that they had taken him out of the building and contacted the police because he had grown violent. When the guards attempted to escort him out, he apparently shoved one of them. Mom and I simply exchanged glances. This was becoming risky. She recommended that I stay with them for a bit, but in some ways that felt like giving him the advantage. I called this place home. The last thing I wanted was to be chased out of it. Rather, I did what I ought to have done days ago. I submitted a restraining order application. The procedure was very simple. I have witness accounts, emails, texts, and surveillance footage of several occurrences. For added security, Dad came over the next day to install one of those Ring doorbell cameras while Mom spent another night. To be honest, I was as concerned as they were. I didn't think I knew this Noah. Or perhaps it was, and I had simply never seen it before. Silently, 4 days went by. Don't text. No phone calls, no unannounced guests. I began to feel as though it might be over and to relax a little. I did the typical, everyday things, like going to work and stopping at the grocery shop on the way home. I even went out to dinner with Julia and a few other friends, but I took care to keep our destination a secret on social media. Then, when I got home yesterday, I discovered a manila package hidden beneath my door. No name, no address. A blank envelope, that is. There was a 12-page handwritten letter from Noah inside that detailed all the things he said he loved about me, all the memories he treasured, and all the plans he had for our future. The final page was different. The penmanship became more sloppy and forceful. He wrote that he would make sure no one wanted me if he couldn't have me. Worried if they leaked, the videos he had of me would be embarrassing. That he was aware of potentially troublesome information regarding my dad's business. Reading it made me ill. The threat itself was a violation, even if there were no incriminating videos. We had never produced any. And he most likely made up or misinterpreted any information he believed he had regarding my dad's business. Nevertheless, the fact that he would use threats, I gave my father a call. Next, the police. They saw the letter as proof of a violation of the restraining order. The cop who arrived appeared disinterested, as if this were normal. However, she duly accepted my story and promised to investigate. I didn't think much would occur. I noticed a noise coming from my balcony at about 3 a.m. The balcony of my second-floor apartment has a fire escape connection. I listened and froze. Another sound, as if the sliding door were being tested. Whispering into the phone, I dialed 911. I was instructed by the dispatcher to lock myself in the restroom until the officers arrived. With my heart thumping so hard I could feel it in my throat, I took my phone and keys and followed her instructions. I heard my sliding door open via the bathroom door. In my living room, footsteps. My name is being softly called. Noah. I don't recall much of the subsequent events. The police showed up in a flash. Shouting was heard. A crash, like someone knocking over furniture. I was so shaken that I could not stand when they knocked on the restroom door to let me know it was safe to leave. Noah had been taken into custody on charges of resisting arrest, breaking and entering, and violating the restraining order. He seemed drunk, according to one of the police, and had become aggressive when they attempted to handcuff him. My coffee table had been knocked over by him, shattering the glass top and a number of framed pictures. I stayed at my parents' place for the remainder of the night. Noah was released on bail, But he was required to wear an ankle monitor and maintain a minimum of 500 feet from me, my apartment, and my place of employment, according to a call I received in the morning. He would be imprisoned again right away if he broke these conditions. I stayed in my childhood bedroom after that conversation and eventually started crying. Not sweet tears, but ugly gasping sobs that left me feeling drained. Mom entered and simply embraced me as I sobbed. Mom asked me what I wanted to do after I had finally calmed down. Was it my desire to relocate to a new apartment? Did I wish to file more charges? I had no responses. I haven't yet. I'm writing this from my parents' guest room, which is filled with high school awards and plush toys from my early years. I feel like an angry lady who has been pushed too far and a scared little kid all at once. This afternoon, the police called to report that Noah had removed his ankle monitor in violation of the conditions of his parole. They are searching for him, but they haven't found him yet. As a precaution, they suggested that I remain somewhere he wouldn't think to check. Thus, that is the current situation. My ex-boyfriend broke into my apartment and threatened to leak fake videos of me after I found out he was using me for my dad's money, so I'm hiding in my parents' house while the police look for him. I can't get that moment in the kitchen out of my head, he laughing about how handy I was. How I presented dessert, grinned, and cut the pie as if nothing had gone wrong. I regret not confronting him right away. I regret not throwing the pie at him and leaving. I regret ever having met him. However, it's too late to make wishes now. All I have to do now is figure out what comes next. Brother-in-law called me a loser while my wife secretly planned to take half of my company. But they don't know I already have the perfect revenge plan. She kissed my cheek and called me a good husband, just 3 days after secretly planning to take half my business. And guess what? I still poured wine at dinner like nothing was wrong. As I went into the garage to grab additional chairs for my wife's family dinner, I overheard her brother remark, "I still can't believe you married this loser. Dad's right, you need to divorce him before you have kids and get stuck forever." She responded, "Already working on it. My lawyer says we can take half his business too." With a flawless grin, I brought the chairs back and carried on hosting. After 3 days, I received 47 frantic messages pleading with me on WhatsApp. The week before her family dinner, there was something strange about Alexandra. Not in the typical sense, such as when she's upset about work or unhappy that I left my boots in the hallway once more. This was not like the others. She began taking calls in a different room, changed tabs anytime I walked behind her laptop, and continued checking her phone when she thought I wasn't watching. You have a sense of these things after 7 years together, such as the ability to recognize a wall isn't plumbed by its appearance. See, I never imagined that I would be penning one of these posts. I'm not the kind to post private details online, but it is 3 a.m., and I am sitting here, drinking a glass of whiskey, still shocked that my life had fallen apart in 3 days. You strangers on the internet are getting front row seats to the performance, and I have to get this out somewhere. Background: I'm James, and I'm 34 years old. I left community college and started my own construction company from the ground up. Began with a dilapidated truck and me alone. I currently have 5 teams working on projects all around the county. It's not much, but it covers the expenses and more. My wife of 7 years, Alexandra, is 32 years old. I helped her pay for law school. While I was starting my business, I paid my rent, tuition, and other expenses. The blue-collar man her daughter brought home was never particularly well liked by her upper-middle-class family. Elijah, her father, works as a financial advisor of some sort. Pamela, her mother, works in real estate. Thomas, her brother, believes he is God's gift to capitalism because of his business degree. The thing is this. I was always aware that they believed she could perform better. Side remarks concerning my little business, such as when I would return to school, continued unabated. However, I believed Alexandra always stood up for me. In order to show off our house to her relatives, Alexandra insisted on having the yearly spring supper last Saturday. I helped with the cooking, pressure washed the deck, and prepared the yard in the morning. For her family, everything had to be ideal. I had been up since 6, preparing the smoker for the brisket that I had spent the whole week dry aging. Alexandra was more irritable than normal and would lash out at me over little matters. However, I attributed it to the typical tension of family dinners. Her parents, brother Thomas and his wife, and younger sister Magnolia, who is still in graduate school, all showed up at 4 o'clock. While Alexandra's father asked sharp questions about how business was doing, in a tone that suggested he was waiting for me to declare failure, Alexandra's mother immediately began criticizing the arrangement of the furnishings in the living room. We were ready to eat at 6 o'clock. We needed 2 more chairs from the garage, so I arranged the dining table with our nice plates, The ones we got as wedding presents and hardly use. I heard voices coming from around the corner of the house as I was leaving through the side entrance. Alexandra and Thomas had a smoke while standing among the azaleas. Which, given that she allegedly quit 3 years ago, was strange. I heard my name just as I was ready to shout. I went cold. She married this, Thomas said, and their father was right. She needed to obtain a divorce from me before having children and becoming stuck for good. The next thing Alexandra said was like being struck in the chest by a sledgehammer. Her lawyer stated they could also seize half of my business, and she was already working on it. As they chuckled about how I had no idea what was going to happen, I stood there, utterly paralyzed. They continued talking about how she had squandered her best years with me while I was playing construction, and that someone named Dominic was a much better fit for her. Have you ever experienced a sudden change in reality? 7 years of marriage. The many late evenings I spent assisting her with her exam preparation. She was able to purchase law texts by skipping our holidays. I took on extra work to pay off her education loans. In the glaring light of what I had just heard, everything appeared abruptly different. I didn't yell though, avoided going up against them. I felt a chill go through me. I took 3 heavy breaths, backed away silently, got 2 folding chairs out of the garage, and put on the most phony smile I've ever had. I saw a reflection of myself in the hallway mirror as I made my way back inside. I appeared very natural. Nuclear wasteland is inside. The remainder of that meal was bizarre. I watched my wife, this stranger across the table, behave like nothing was wrong while I poured wine, cut the brisket, and smiled at her dad's awful jokes. In an attempt to identify the woman I married, I examined her face. Was I seeing it now, or had she always regarded me with that barely disguised disdain? I almost broke down when her mother asked for my secret recipe after praising the cuisine. After 7 years of family dinners, she thinks I might know something important? My thoughts screamed as I mechanically described the dry aging process. Magnolia, her sister, once gave me a strange expression as if she was trying to figure something out. In that family, she has always been the lone good person. If she knew, I wonder. Following dessert, Thomas celebrated with a toast to family and future changes, grinning smugly at Alexandra. I thought about how satisfying it would be to smash that crystal stem over his face as I drank and clinked glasses. Around 11 o'clock, they eventually left, and Alexandra began tidying everything while humming to herself. Humming. As if she hadn't just ruined our whole existence. I advised her to get some sleep and that I would wash the dishes. She said, "I'm such a good husband," and kissed my cheek. I almost puked at the boldness. I checked her laptop after she had gone to bed. Password protected. I knew she used the same pattern, but it was fresh to her. I was in for the 3rd time. 3 months ago, she began sending emails to her lawyer. After she got a partnership at her firm, the goal was to file, use my money to support her status, and then divorce me after she locked it in. Spreadsheets detailing our accounts, my company's assets, and even a divorce timeline were included. She had been transferring tiny amounts to a different account for months, just below the thresholds that would cause notifications, according to the transfer record that was there. Astute attorney. Astute. I looked at our combined savings. $20,000 are missing. The funds I had been setting up for our future and business growth. It turned out that Dominic wasn't just a better fit, he was already test driving my replacement, when I discovered the texts with someone saved as D. They were 6 months worth of texts. 6 months. Neither that night nor the following, I slept. On Monday, for the first time in 3 years, I called in ill to work, and while Alexandra was at work, I had a consultation with a divorce lawyer. Mike is a guy that a friend suggested. Told him everything, presented the screenshots I had taken to him. Mike was straightforward. She may possibly receive half of the worth of my business in our state because it increased significantly during our marriage, despite the fact that she did nothing to assist. Even if I helped her through school and created it from nothing. I nearly passed out when he revealed the possible settlement sum. Everything I had worked so hard to achieve and everything I had given up was sliced in two and given to the woman who was going to surprise me. So what, I just bend over and take it? I recall asking Mike. I was already mentally gone when he began discussing friendly settlements and limiting harm. There was a fundamental change within me. Alexandra inquired about my well-being that evening. Brought soup home. Showed concern. I went along with it, claiming that I was simply exhausted and perhaps suffering from a sickness. She advised me to consult a physician. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. I told her I loved her, nodded, and thanked her for caring. She responded without hesitation, uttering those 3 meaningless words as she prepared to carry out my financial plan. As we sat on the couch, I watched her browse Instagram, pausing to like a picture of her and me from Christmas last year that her sister had shared. Couple goals, was the caption, and I almost burst out laughing. Living with a stranger who was dressed as my wife was like that. Every action and every phrase seemed premeditated. Has she been this way all along? Had she changed, or had I been blind for 7 years? Does it really make a difference? The truth is, I have never thought of myself as a vengeful man. I normally just break off contact and move on when contractors try to take advantage of me. I assist clients who fail to make their payments on time. However, this was unique. It wasn't business. My life was like this. Something hardened inside me as I lay awake that second night, seeing her sleep soundly next to me, most likely dreaming about spending my money with Dominic. I've never felt such clarity. You know, I was always undervalued by Alexandra and her family. They thought I was simple because of my calloused hands and lack of education. They never realized that it takes patience, strategy, and knowledge to create anything from nothing. The following morning, I began calling my bank, then my business partner, and finally a few important clients. I had a scheme in the works by lunchtime. I knew exactly what I was going to do by dinner time. Does Alexandra want war? All right. However, she is attending a chainsaw battle with a butter knife. Money is no longer the issue here. Showing her and her whole family who they chose to fikikias with is the goal. They are going to receive a masterclass in consequences from the loser they have denigrated for 7 years. 3 days after that supper, I'm now finishing up my demolition blueprint. Additionally, like with any successful construction job, planning is necessary before beginning any building. Everything is different tomorrow. Alexandra believes she has everything figured out. But she doesn't know what's going to happen. Her family doesn't either. Or Dominic. Who the devil is he? For 7 years, I encouraged her to pursue her aspirations. I can now see hers go apart in real time. Update. First of all, I want to thank everyone who supported my previous post. I never anticipated such a reaction. For those who want to know if I've relaxed or if my thoughts are clearer now, the answer is no. I'm still angry. Still going forward. Now, just more strategically. You see, building something by hand teaches you that hurrying only leads to issues that you will have to deal with later. It's the same with revenge. It requires a suitable base. Like any other day, Alexandra departed for work the morning after I blogged. Gave me a farewell kiss, reminded me to contact the plumber regarding the guest bathroom's leaking faucet. Requested that I come get her dry cleaning. Like witnessing someone sleepwalk across a minefield they planted themselves, the complete normalcy of it was unreal. I started working as soon as her car left the driveway. Securing my real business was the first thing I had to do. For an urgent meeting at the coffee shop across the street from my workplace, I called my accountant. I couldn't do this on the phone or at work, where coworkers could overhear. The problem is that you have to make concessions when you're starting a business and helping someone with their education. Had even assisted us with some of our initial tax returns when we lacked the funds for a qualified accountant. The meeting at the coffee shop opened my eyes. It appeared as though my accountant, Frank, had not slept for days. As it happens, Alexandra had already gotten in touch with him and asked him naive questions concerning ownership documents and business appraisal techniques. She said she was helping me get ready for a meeting with a possible investor. Unaware of what was going on, Frank had provided her with some cursory information but felt uneasy enough to flag it. His face lost color when I explained what was actually happening. Then he took out his tablet and said, "James, I need to show you something." He produced a stack of papers that detailed my business dealings over the last 3 years. These highlighted ones, and they don't quite add up. It turns out that Alexandra had been involved in more than just divorce preparations. To give the impression that I was mismanaging company funds, she had been fabricating a paper trail. Minor date inconsistencies, oddly timed sums transferred between accounts, and inconsistently numbered invoices. It was enough to make things appear sloppy in divorce court, but nothing illegal. She was too intelligent for that. Sufficient to warrant hiring a forensic accountant, who would charge me thousands of dollars and discover nothing amiss, but would cause the process to drag on for months. It took Frank and I 3 hours to carefully document everything. Establishing transparent records that demonstrate the legitimacy of every transaction. We paid off equipment loans early, expedited supplier payments, and recorded Alexandra's total disengagement from the company's operations. Alexandra's sister Magnolia texted me while we were working. This was not like the norm. Although we rarely text directly, we have always been amicable. She wanted to know whether we could have coffee soon. Claimed that she had an important topic to discuss. Inquiring as to why, I consented on Saturday morning. The bank is the next destination. During that dinner, Alexandra's brother made a remark about their parents assisting her when the time comes. I had been thinking about it ever since. Additionally, in construction, intuition frequently saves the day. I talked to our financial advisor at the bank. Verified my suspicions. 2 weeks prior, Alexandra had applied for a home equity line of credit secured by our house. Because I used my pre-marriage savings to make the down payment, the house is mostly in my name. I personally renovated the house, increasing its value by almost $100,000. The document was going through the system, but I was still labeled as a needed signatory. She would have had access to roughly $200,000 in cash in another week, which I would have to repay in part. The advisor was uneasy when I clarified that I had not given my approval. I was able to withdraw the application after presenting my ID and marriage license. Then I transferred precisely the amount I had contributed, half of our shared savings, to my own account. Is that petty? Perhaps. However, it's far less than what she had intended to take. I'm not proud of what I did when I came home. But times of desperation, etc. I put little recording devices in our bedroom and living room. It is entirely lawful in our state because it is also my home, but it is unethical. Additionally, I positioned a camera in our home office at an angle that faces her desk. Then, as if nothing were amiss, I took the dog for a stroll around the neighborhood. While casually contemplating the total breakdown of my marriage, I waved to the neighbors, threw a ball for the Jenkins child, and used a small plastic bag to pick up some dog poop. Typical Tuesday fare. Alexandra appeared preoccupied throughout dinner that evening, looking at her phone nonstop. She offered me evasive replies when I asked about her day. Then I saw her name, Dominic, on her phone as it chimed once again. I reached for more pasta and inquired in a casual tone, "Who's Dominic?" The fork hesitated for a few while before reaching her mouth. She placed her phone face down on the table and said, "Oh, new client at the firm. Time-sensitive case." I could tell everything from that little hesitation. I continued to play Mr. Relaxed Husband and remarked, "It must be important if he's texting you during dinner." She smiled tightly at me. "You know how it is. Some people don't respect boundaries." I nearly choked on my garlic bread because of the irony. She mentioned she had some work to do after dinner and vanished into the home office. I made enough noise while cleaning the kitchen to give her the impression that I was occupied. Then slipped quietly to the corridor via the office door, which she had left slightly open. Her voice was low and personal, and I could hear it. Not the voice of her client. Not her family talking voice, her voice from the bedroom. "Can't just call whenever you want. No, he doesn't suspect anything, just be patient. Yes, I miss you too." I still felt something for her, but every word was a nail in the coffin. I was on the verge of losing the anger I had been suppressing. I would have destroyed everything if I had rushed through that door, confronted her, and put an end to this charade immediately. So I turned to leave. "Let's go back to the kitchen." Switch the faucet on. While preparing my next move, I pretended to wash more dishes. The issue about constructing is that timing is crucial. Concrete will not set properly if it is poured too soon after rain. Rushing the frame comprises the entire structure. It took months for this retaliation to fully heal. I unintentionally left my printed divorce papers out on my bedside table on Wednesday morning. Only the typical forms from the county website were completed. They were a little displaced when I returned from my shower. She had examined them. However, she remained silent. I didn't either. I started preparing quietly at work. Contacted clients who owed me favors. For information, not money. As it happens, Dominic wasn't just a stranger. Thomas, Alexandra's brother, was good friends with him. Together, they attended college. He was the type of man her parents had always desired for her, and he came from a similar socioeconomic background. The intriguing part is that Dominic had attended a number of family gatherings that I had missed over the years due to professional obligations, including birthday celebrations, a ski vacation, and even a cruise that I was unable to attend because I was completing a significant project. The undertaking that genuinely launched my company. I found out that Dominic and Alexandra had dated briefly in college prior to our meeting through a mutual acquaintance. Everything was coming together. This was a long game, not simply an affair. As I investigated all of this, I also made a thorough spreadsheet that listed all of the money I had spent on Alexandra's education. Rent, books, tuition, the laptop I got her for graduation, the course to prepare for the bar test, the interview outfits, and the several Ubers home from late study sessions since I didn't want her using public transportation after dark. The sum came to $43,600, excluding the interest I could have received if I had used that money to fund my company instead. For the first time in months, Alexandra started having sex that evening. The timing almost made me giggle. Did she also have this in mind? Keep me happy and distracted while she planned the execution of my financial plan? As she played out passion, I followed along, acting as I should have, and feeling nothing but disinterest. After that, I sat in the dark and stared at the ceiling fan while she slept, counting rotations rather than sheep. How long had our marriage been a lie? Was the one question that kept coming to me. Did she always see it as a transaction? Did I only serve as a stepping stone? I met Magnolia for coffee on Thursday morning. I got there early and waited while browsing Reddit on my phone. You strangers on the internet continued to offer assistance. I would never consider some of the harsher tactics that were offered. Others told stories that were so similar to mine that they seemed mild in contrast. In some way, the solidarity was helpful. Magnolia showed up looking anxious. Being more sincere and less preoccupied with looks, she has always been the odd one out in that family. As she picked at a muffin and engaged in small chat, she ordered a complex coffee drink. At last, she inhaled deeply. Her next statement reaffirmed everything. For months, she had been aware of Alexandra and Dominic. During the family weekend I missed due to a water damage incident at a job site, I managed to catch them all together at their parents' lake cottage. Alexandra, whom she had challenged, insisted it was an isolated incident, but it wasn't. Recently, during a family meal that I had also missed, Alexandra had confided in Magnolia while intoxicated. I explained the entire strategy to her. Stay with me until we became partners, then exchange half of my assets for Dominic, which would be her golden parachute. Magnolia told me this because she was at her breaking point. Claimed to have liked me always. Believed that I was beneficial to her sister. I couldn't comprehend why I was never given a fair chance by her family. Not wanting to give away that I already knew the majority of this, I thanked her for being honest. Asked her not to talk to anyone else. She seemed relieved to get rid of the weight, and she agreed. She gave me a hug and apologized in a whisper as she walked away. For the first time in days, I felt a true human connection. I started the second phase on Thursday night. Made up a fictitious business emergency. Said I needed everyone on deck for a crisis meeting the following evening when I called Alexandra. A significant client is threatening to withdraw. Possible financial catastrophe. Needed her help, and the counsel of her family. She paused. Claimed to have plans. I exerted more effort. Permit my voice to falter a bit. Claimed that I was afraid of losing everything we had created. Took advantage of her guilt. She gave in. Decided to have a last-minute family supper on Friday. Said she would give Thomas and her parents a call. Excellent. I made the last adjustments to my preparations on Friday morning. Prepare the dining area by placing printouts in a folder next to my chair. Loaded every piece of evidence